Inquiry. When someone questions your abilities, claiming you possess low, cursed energy, yet have been rated as a special grade sorcerer. How would you elucidate this? Response. One's prowess is entirely reliant on their equipment. I am a proud advocate of noble gear. The esteemed institution boasts two prominent jargon phrases, the food-related dialect of Inumaki Toge and the equipment terminology of Tsukumo. If she proclaims, I shall first purchase a pair of shoes, and you observe her footwear emanating a golden glow, it signifies her expertise in evasion. Should she declare, I am fully equipped, everyone stand back. It indicates her intention to showcase her prowess. If she asserts, I have selected Taiyi Zhenren as my domain, then congratulations as her teammate, you have been granted a second lease on life. If someone exclaims, she has acquired the famed Sword of Destiny, it implies that Tsukumo has abandoned her humanity and is engaging in thievery. Chapter 1. Transmigration. You have undoubtedly encountered numerous absurd tales of transmigration, be it through a vehicular mishap or being struck by a flower pot. Transmigration is, in fact, a rather commonplace occurrence. It is not that one is devoid of astonishment, but rather that one does not feel compelled to investigate the reasons behind it. Having already transmigrated, why concern oneself with the details? After all, there is no returning. These words belong to Xiao Nong, directed at Qin Bingyue. Qin Bingyue, her face flushed with anger, retorted, Get lost. I refuse to remain here. I wish to return home. She fiercely grasped the small orb hovering in the air, exclaiming, You cannot force me into transmigration simply because my name resembles that of a female protagonist in a novel. I'm an only child. What will happen to my parents? I have just completed my college entrance examinations and have yet to savor the joys of university life. You are undoubtedly the type of system depicted in novels, are you not? Where is the Temporal Management Bureau? I demand to file a complaint. Xiao Nong, swaying from her grip, responded, If you complete the task, I can facilitate your return to your original world. Qin Bingyue, exasperated to the point of laughter, thought to herself, This is utterly ridiculous. She expressionlessly displayed a universally recognized gesture toward Xiao Nong. By what right? Am I to labor for you without compensation? The sole desire in my heart is to return home swiftly. Xiao Nong, unfazed, replied, You find yourself in a world that you greatly admire, that of Jujutsu Kaisen. Do you not wish to showcase your skills here, to save the world, and to vanquish Gojo Satoru and his ilk? Unexpectedly, Qin Bingyue's expression darkened further. She crossed her arms, remaining still, as she gritted her teeth and said, Are you not aware? I am well versed in the lore of Jujutsu Kaisen. I have been subjected to its narrative time and again. All of this is the result of my reckless curiosity in clicking on this series. Moreover, I possess a keen self-awareness. Following my college entrance exams, my intellect has regressed to that of a primary school student. With my diminished IQ, how could I possibly contend with a brain like Mahito's? Xiao Nong applauded, declaring, Bravo, you've hit the nail on the head. Let us maintain a low profile, Xiao Nong said, gliding gracefully through the air. How about this? Upon the completion of your task, I shall grant you 100 million, considering it as a summer job. Qin Bingyue, feeling revitalized, her waist no longer aching and her legs no longer weary, inquired, Is that 100 million from a legitimate source? I wouldn't want to be suspected of money laundering due to excessive transactions. Xiao Nong patted his chest, assuring her with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, the system guarantees quality. We can formalize this with a legally binding contract. As he spoke, a contract materialized in the air. Let us establish a temporal flow ratio of 1:3 between the two worlds. 1 month in the real world equates to 3 months in the realm of curses. Should you successfully fulfill your mission within a span of 6 months, you will also be able to attend the opening ceremony in the real world. Qin Bingyue felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility, her spirits soaring as she exclaimed, Speak, what is the task? Let us conclude it swiftly. It is rather simple. You shall conduct a live broadcast in the realm of curses, and as soon as the accumulated donations reach 6.6 billion star coins, the task shall be deemed accomplished. 6 billion star coins? Qin Bingyue raised an eyebrow. You certainly take a hefty commission, don't you? The little farmer retorted. The streaming platform also takes a cut. Moreover, our star coin exchange rate differs from that of the RMB. Huh, I shall file a complaint against you. I am risking my life to complete this task. The little farmer's bravado diminished. How about a 50-50 split? Agreed. The little farmer flipped to the second page of the contract. Due to the inherent dangers of the cursed realm, I have granted you a power-up. Have you ever played the King of Glory? Of course, I was the top player of Wang Zhaojun in our village. The little farmer paused. Our village server? Well, that's acceptable. It's not like you'll be using your phone to play, but rather immersing yourself in the canyon to battle cursed spirits. Qin Bingyue's brow twitched, sensing an ominous premonition. The specifics of the spell's usage require personal exploration, and one crucial point to note is that the area on the King of Glory interface that typically displays points is where your donations will be reflected. You may also use those star coins to purchase skins, provided that you ultimately reach the goal of 6.6 billion during the task settlement. Qin Bingyue smirked with a Dragon King's grin. I would never squander my funds on such a virtual game. The little farmer cryptically remarked, then I eagerly await your moment of reckoning. Qin Bingyue meticulously scrutinized each clause and detail of the contract, ensuring there were no suspicious elements or hidden traps before she confidently affixed her signature. Now, I shall guide you to commence your novice task. I wish you great success in your martial endeavors, and may your wishes come to fruition. As the little farmer's words faded, a blinding radiance erupted, nearly rendering her unable to see. As the brilliance gradually subsided, and Qin Bingyue opened her eyes, she was momentarily stunned by the sight before her. Standing beneath the teaching building was a grotesquely distorted cursed spirit, exclaiming, I want a vacation. The close-range visual assault left her instinctively feeling unwell. Was a novice task meant to be this exhilarating? She had anticipated encountering some more endearing cursed spirits to ease her into the experience, only to find her sanity plummeting from the outset. Just as Qin Bingyue locked eyes with the cursed spirit, it seemed to trigger some mechanism, suddenly charging towards her with wild abandon. Momentarily dazed, her survival instincts kicked in, prompting her to swiftly turn and sprint up the stairs without hesitation.
At that moment, she had never felt her legs so heavy, nor had her heart raced so violently. Wasn't she supposed to have a power-up? Where was it? Without warning, a sharp, inescapable pain shot through her mind.
Following that, a familiar and crisp Timmy echoed, and Qin Bingyue realized her power-up had activated. In the upper left corner of her vision, a map appeared, starkly different from the King of Glory interface. It resembled a layout of a specific area. On this map, Qin Bingyue noticed her character's blue bar and health status displayed above her head. The blue bar indicated her reserve of curse power, while the health bar represented her current life status. Upon zooming in, Qin Bingyue discovered she was situated at Titan High School in Mihua Town, Tokyo. Little farmer, you didn't mention that we were also incorporating Conan. Her spell interface in King of Glory started with an initial gold amount of 300, which could be used to purchase equipment and enhance her abilities. Presently, the shop offered several options, consisting of basic equipment with singular and limited attribute enhancements. Adhering to the principle of retreating when outmatched, Qin Bingyue first purchased the Swift Boots, which increased her movement speed by 30. The damage mechanism in King of Glory is categorized into 3 types: physical damage, magical damage, and true damage. As for the cursed spirit opposite her, whether it dealt physical, magical, or true damage was a vexing question she had no means of answering. The simplest and most straightforward method of differentiation was to allow the cursed spirit to strike her once. By observing the color of the font that displayed her health loss, she could easily ascertain the type of damage taken. If the font was red, it signified physical damage. Purple indicated magical damage. White denoted true damage. However, herein lay the dilemma. Qin Bingyue despised pain and wished to retain every ounce of her health. The cursed spirit relentlessly pursuing her was a level 2 spirit, and she was merely a novice player. Facing a level 2 spirit as a newcomer was akin to a grandparent battling their grandchild.
She felt no guilt in earning this billion. The longer she delayed, the more gold would accumulate. Qin Bingyue decisively exchanged her initial broken shoes for the Swift Boots, which not only increased her health by 300, but also granted her 70 in movement speed.
In the blink of an eye, her shoes illuminated with a dazzling golden glow. There it was, the golden legend. Following the route indicated on the map, Qin Bingyue deftly maneuvered left and right, sprinting forward with the speed of a cockroach from Guangdong, navigating through various corners. The camera in the live stream was equally busy, constantly following her swift movements and adjusting angles. Qin Bingyue moved with a devilish grace, her form fluid and ethereal, prompting exclamations of admiration from onlookers. Narrator Kuan, the humble farmer. This is street dance. What constitutes street dance? Can you not take your commentary more seriously, Narrator Kuan? Furthermore, what an odd descriptor Guangdong cockroach is. I can no longer view this delightful young lady in the same light. Narrator Kuan is utterly hilarious. I have decided to reside in this live stream room, donating a tomato king, expressing my admiration for Narrator Kuan, sending heart emojis. Does no one else find this girl extraordinarily beautiful? With such looks and physique, she should forsake live streaming for something she excels at, perhaps matters of the heart. Chapter 2. The First Exorcism. Regarding the offensive equipment, Qin Bingyue resolved to purchase the Chuan Yun Bao, as its price was relatively affordable at merely 100 gold coins. The Chuan Yun Bao, an upgrade from a dagger, necessitated her initial expenditure of 290 gold coins to acquire a dagger. Gazing at the palm-sized, dull dagger that could hardly inflict any damage, Qin Bingyue felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Was this contraption truly of any use? However, with circumstances as they were, she had no choice but to press on. She licked her parched lips and forcefully hurled the dagger at the menacing cursed spirit before her. To her dismay, it dealt a meager 1 point of damage. Truly, she was most grateful for such a delightful figure. Was this numerical value not a mockery of her efforts? The dagger that had just been thrown returned to Qin Bingyue's hand in an instant. Therefore, she began to leverage this peculiar trait, evading the cursed spirit while inflicting damage with her dagger. It was only after dealing a total of 12 points of damage that she amassed enough gold coins to upgrade her dagger to the Chuan Yun Bao. Let us summon either Kikyo or Akatsuki, she thought. Stopping in her tracks, she drew the bow with a serious expression, her gaze fierce, die. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the bowstring, an arrow, imbued with an intense momentum, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling directly towards the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit, keenly aware of the terrifying power contained within the arrow, sensed a staggering 40 points of physical attack. Just as everyone believed the arrow would undoubtedly strike true, and the live stream began to shower it with virtual confetti, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The arrow traced a peculiar arc through the air before plummeting straight to the ground. The live chat erupted in disbelief. What just happened? The cursed spirit. What? Qin Bingyue. What the hell? This is illogical. Even if I casually shoot in the game, it should automatically target the enemy with perfect accuracy. I demand to report this cheat. Meanwhile, the most formidable duo from the high school were en route, riding in a vehicle. The assistant supervisor pressed the accelerator with urgency. We are currently facing a second-level cursed spirit, located within Mihua Town at Titan High School. Fortunately, today is the weekend, and there are no ordinary people around. With round sunglasses perched on his nose and his striking white hair tousled, Wutiao Wuji reclined lazily with his legs draped over Yujiro Suguru. As students, we too deserve a break on the weekend. Yet here we are, Yujiro remarked, his lips twitching. Wutiao scoffed, retracting his legs. You're such a miser, Suguru. It was merely a brief rest. Indeed, Suguru's legs were shorter than Wutiao's, rendering him oblivious to the latter's discomfort. Maintaining a gentle smile, Suguru's eyes, however, glinted with a hint of danger. If you find my long legs cumbersome, perhaps I should assist in trimming them. The assistant supervisor, focused solely on driving, broke into a cold sweat, fearing a confrontation might erupt between the two. Gentlemen. We have arrived. As Wu Tiao alighted from the vehicle and glanced up at Titan High School, his expression shifted dramatically. Didn't you say there was no one at school? The assistant supervisor, taken aback, stammered. Huh? How is that possible? Before he could finish his sentence, Suguru had already summoned the rainbow dragon and soared towards the school. The assistant supervisor floundered, hastily preparing for the situation. Suguru turned to Wu Tiao. Where exactly is it located? Wu Tiao's expression grew increasingly grave as he removed his sunglasses. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Suguru's brow furrowed. What is the matter? Isn't that just an ordinary person, a sorcerer? Her cursed energy exceeds even mine? What is going on? Unbeknownst to Qin Bingyue, who had just sold her subpar equipment, the Chuan Yun Bao, she opted to invest in defensive gear, the reflective spiked armor. In simpler terms, it meant that any harm dealt to her would be reciprocated, thanks to the previous 12 points of damage. The cursed spirit's health was now comparatively lower than hers. The second-level cursed spirit locked its crimson eyes onto Qin Bingyue with a vicious glare. A chill ran down her spine. How could she not be afraid? The wounds on her neck, arms, and legs still throbbed with pain. Yet fear did not deter Qin Bingyue in the slightest. She spent all her gold coins on a resurrection armor, preparing to gamble her life, trading blood for blood, and confront the spirit head-on. With her slender back straightened against the dim sky, she resembled an indomitable mountain. A resolute aura emanated from her as she donned gleaming shoes, darting like lightning to stand before the cursed spirit. The spirit, taken aback by her audacity, hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Bingyue lunged forward, brandishing her dagger and relentlessly stabbing at the cursed spirit below. I'll slash. The cursed spirit clawed at Qin Bingyue in a futile attempt to resist, visibly diminishing its health. With a final swift motion, the cursed spirit dissipated into the air like a deflated balloon. Wait, is it exorcised? As her tension eased, she experienced a fleeting sense of unreality. A second-level cursed spirit, was it truly this easy? Following the defeat of the boss, the 20 pounds of equipment comprising her reflective armor and resurrection gear vanished, leaving her acutely aware of the pain coursing through her body. The first sensation was a sharp sting radiating from her face. Upon touching it, she found her hand smeared with blood. She had inadvertently scraped against the sharp shards and gravel on the ground, and the fiery pain at her wounds compelled her to grimace. After a prolonged period of heightened tension, she now felt utterly drained, barely able to stand. Her legs ached like the aftermath of an 800-meter run. Heavy as if filled with lead, Qin Bingyue collapsed onto the ground. Her heart raced violently within her chest. Her head felt heavy, as though she had been forcibly submerged in water, and it continued to sink. Just moments ago, Wu Tiao Wuji had been riding on the rainbow dragon, but in a flash, he appeared before Qin Bingyue. Why has your cursed energy suddenly diminished so much? Qin Bingyue's vision was already becoming hazy, yet she could still discern the clarity of Wu Tiao's azure eyes. Those eyes sparkled like exquisite gemstones, unwaveringly fixed upon her. Wu Tiao scanned the sparse, cursed energy surrounding Qin Bingyue, which was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, his brow arching in surprise. How peculiar. Just moments ago, you exhibited extraordinary prowess, and now a mere pinky could vanquish you. In an instant, Qin Bingyue felt a surge of clarity. Wu Tiao Wuji. How wonderful, it's Wu Tiao Wuji. We are saved. With that, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Suguru leaped down from the rainbow dragon, inadvertently stepping on something. He bent down to pick it up and compared it against a student ID photo. This must be her student ID, Yueban 2, Year 1. Class B at Tiden High School. The twilight's soft glow cascaded like a delicate veil upon the three of them, rendering the scene reminiscent of a classic shoujo manga. Breathtakingly beautiful. In that moment, the barrage of comments surged rapidly. Yueban 2? What a delightful name for a young lady. Ah, it is 185. Suguru Geto. My beloved. My faithful black-haired wife. I can't believe I was embraced by Lord Geto. Boo-hoo. I'm envious. I feel like an enormous lemon right now. Is this the old routine again? I bet a pack of spicy strips that Tsukahanabi will definitely stay at Jujutsu High. And the male lead will either be Satoru Gojo or Suguru Geto, or perhaps a combination of both. This initial round has so many choices. The live streams of Jujutsu Kaisen are all following this formula. I'm almost aesthetically fatigued. Chapter 3, Entering Jujutsu High. I have finally awakened. Holy moly. It's the real Satoru Gojo. What a shock. I think I'll sleep a little longer. Why have my eyes closed again? Satoru Gojo reached out, vigorously shaking Qin Bingyue. Unable to maintain her pretense any longer, Qin Bingyue opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a view from her girlfriend's perspective. Good heavens. He is even more beautiful than a competition-level ragdoll cat. It's infuriating. Cats are meant to be played with by humans. Qin Bingyue's heart began to race uncontrollably, a surge of secret excitement bubbling up within her. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, however, a sense of absurdity and unspoken fear washed over her. Satoru Gojo tilted his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips, exuding a peculiar blend of pride and childlike innocence. Through the slits of his dark glasses, one could catch a glimpse of a blue light so intense it seemed capable of devouring everything in its path. While I am indeed aware of my own handsomeness, now is not the time to be causing your heart to race with admiration for me. This self-aware charm is quite disconcerting. Upon encountering her favorite character from the two-dimensional realm, the emotion of fear overwhelmingly took precedence. This fear was not directed at Satoru Gojo or any other character, but rather the trepidation regarding her own future. Qin Bingyue was merely an ordinary soon-to-be freshman, cocooned in the protective embrace of her country and school. In her previous life, She hadn't even dared to witness a chicken being killed. Suddenly thrust into a perilous comic world, could she truly survive, even with an upgrade, and fulfill the daunting task of 6 billion rewards? Qin Bingyue felt a pang of despondency, but under the watchful gaze of Satoru Gojo, she dared not dwell on it for long. She sat up in bed, feigning confusion. Where am I? Upon hearing this question, Satoru Gojo, as though expecting it, stroked his chin and chuckled cheerfully. According to the script, you should first ask us who we are and where this place is in a state of panic. Then look down to check if your clothes are still in the blankets, and angrily demand to know who changed your clothes. After saying this, he even deliberately blinked, seemingly anticipating Qin Bingyue to comply. Qin Bingyue, are you under the impression that you are amusing? Reflecting on the fact that the official endorsement deemed him perfect in every aspect aside from his personality, she turned to Suguru Geto. Excuse me, where are we? Suguru Geto chuckled softly, his voice warm and steady, providing an inexplicable sense of reassurance. This is the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, one of only 2 jiu-jitsu universities in the nation. He carefully chose his words. We found you unconscious at Itadori High School. We initially intended to contact your family, but the student records indicated that Tsukahanabi's parents were both deceased, with no other relatives alive, rendering her utterly alone. Tsukahanabi, are you aware that you possess the talent of a jiu-jitsu sorcerer? Qin Bingyue blinked in confusion. Tsukahanabi, classmate? Suguru Geto paused, handing her the student ID resting beside her pillow. This is yours, I assent it? You look just like the person in the photo. As Qin Bingyue examined the photo on the student ID, she glanced at the name beside it. Isn't this my game ID from playing Honor of Kings? It has been sewn together by the farmer after all. Nevertheless, it's fine. At least the name Tsukahanabi serves as a clear reminder that everything she is experiencing is not real, merely a fictional comic world. What she must do now is strive to earn money, so she can return to her true world as soon as possible. Tsukahanabi nodded. My technique is called Honor of Kings. Satoru Gojo repeated this somewhat peculiar name. Honor of Kings? What a bizarre name. Gojo, even if Tsukahanabi's technique name is unappealing, you shouldn't state it so bluntly. Satoru Gojo, you haven't spared her either. Suguru Geto, with a clean and handsome appearance, dressed like a delinquent yet speaking with cultured grace, introduced himself. I am Suguru Geto, currently a first year at Jiu-Jitsu High, and my technique is cursed spirit manipulation. He self-appointed himself as the free explanatory NPC. This is the dormitory of Jiu-Jitsu High. We asked Shoko, and she mentioned that you might have fainted due to exhaustion. At this point, he paused briefly. Shoko is a rare user of reverse technique, and she is currently taking a nap, so she is not here. Tsukahanabi, how do you feel physically? Tsukahanabi moved her arms. Not bad. In that case, let us go meet our homeroom teacher. Yaga Yoshinobu is currently the homeroom teacher for the first years. The old principal has entrusted all school matters to him, due to health reasons. Suguru Geto winked at her, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his narrow phoenix eyes. Tsukahanabi, have you considered becoming a student at Jiu-Jitsu High? That glimmer in his eyes is enticing me. Suddenly, Satoru Gojo interjected, wearing a mischievous expression. Your cursed energy is barely superior to that of a passing ant. What did you sacrifice to exorcise that second-grade cursed spirit? Tsukahanabi forced a smile. Gojo, curiosity can only lead you to trouble. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, revealing no intent to conceal. It's related to my technique. Satoru Gojo scrutinized her intently, his voice brimming with excitement. How about a spar? Tsukahanabi's smile gradually froze. That won't be necessary. Satoru Gojo clicked his tongue in mild dissatisfaction. Why not? Of course, because this upgrade is utterly useless. The offensive equipment she purchased, such as the Cloudpiercer bow. The upgrade only provided a single bow. Whether she could hit the target depended entirely on her own skill. And as for the defensive gear, the weight of those armors was substantial. She was genuinely carrying over 20 pounds of armor while running. Such an unreliable upgrade might suffice against a second-grade cursed spirit. But if she were to face Satoru Gojo in a real battle, she'd be buried 6 feet under. To survive in the perilous realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, Tsukahanabi must enhance her combat abilities. She rolled her eyes. If you want me to fight you, you must teach me how to wield a weapon. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Is your technique specifically for weapon manipulation? It wouldn't happen to be some bizarre method of sprinkling pesticides, would it? Haha. In the face of Satoru Gojo's teasing, Tsukahanabi did not take offense. Rather, she replied earnestly. Can you teach me how to use the bow first? Satoru Gojo nearly burst into laughter at her request, removing his sunglasses to fixate his beautiful gaze upon her. Do you possess any value that warrants my time and effort? Tsukahanabi instinctively tensed up, looking up. Don't underestimate me. If it comes down to a confrontation, skinning you alive wouldn't be a problem. Satoru Gojo chuckled, his sunglasses skillfully flipping in his long fingers. I can't use a bow. Let Geto teach you. He, the self-proclaimed sovereign of heaven and earth, Wu Tao Tian, has always relied on a single hand to vanquish his foes, rendering weapons unnecessary. As Wu Tao pushed Suguru Geto forward, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. Here, I present you with this one as your teacher. Once you have mastered your skills, do not forget to return for a duel with me. Suguru's eyelids twitched in such a manner that they could have communicated Morse code. Pressing his fingers to his temple in frustration, he remarked, So you've essentially sold me to classmate Yorozu, Haven to you? What then does our years of mutual waiting amount to? It counts, Wu Tao mused, tilting his head in contemplation before suddenly striking his palm in realization. Love has been involved. Please, spare me the sentiment. I cannot wield a bow. He explained to Yorozu. This weapon is rather uncommon among sorcerers. Most prefer blades, swords, or axes. Yorozu furrowed his brow in concern. It appeared that her only option was to seek a teacher at the archery hall. In the realm of sorcerer novels, it is typically the female protagonist who resorts to monetary means to secure Fushiguro as her mentor, yet she lacked such funds. However, fear not. Teachers are akin to water within a sponge, and with enough pressure, they can still yield more knowledge. Yaga Yoshinori had been waiting in his office for quite some time. He had brought back a wild sorcerer, a student he both loved and loathed. Wu Tao claimed this individual was quite intriguing. Despite possessing cursed energy nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary person, he exhibited a potential that even Wu Tao could not rival. The thought of a powerful new student arriving at Jujutsu High filled Yaga with excitement. Could it be that Jujutsu High was destined to flourish under his stewardship? Chapter 4. Enrollment. Are there any benefits for enrollment? This was the first student to so straightforwardly inquire about enrollment perks, causing Yaga to pause in surprise. Tuition is entirely waived. Accommodation is free. You may apply for financial aid for impoverished students, and there are, additionally, discounts on train tickets. He pondered for a moment, trying to recall if there were any others. Suguru politely added, the compensation varies according to the level of the task. Thus, while completing assignments, students not only hone their skills, but also receive appropriate remuneration. Yorozu displayed a lack of enthusiasm. Aren't we still underage students? If any unforeseen circumstances arise while executing tasks, will the school provide us with insurance? This question left Suguru momentarily speechless, and he turned to Yaga. Speaking of which, it seems the school has indeed not provided insurance. As an awkward silence enveloped them, Wu Tao innocently inquired, what is insurance? It appeared there was still a student here who had never heard of such a concept. Yaga's brow furrowed in irritation as he remained silent for a moment. Classmate Yorozu, I will convey your concerns to the principal. Insurance is indeed a shortcoming of our institution. Yorozu nodded reluctantly. Then, how often do you accept tasks? What is the level of danger involved? Is there a base salary, or weekends off? Suguru's lips twitched as he untruthfully replied, well, actually, the number of tasks isn't that overwhelming. Yorozu smiled good-naturedly. Yesterday, there were no students at Tita High. I presume they were on holiday? Do your two students still take on tasks during their break? Is your holiday schedule different from that of a regular high school? Furthermore, Suguru, you might want to conceal those dark circles under your eyes before speaking. It would lend you more credibility. Unable to endure any longer, Suguru chose to sit at a table with Wu Tao. Wu Tao continued to ask, Hey, Suguru, what is insurance? How have I never heard of it before? Suguru pushed Wu Tao's face away, which was nearly pressed against his own, his gaze filled with the exasperation of dealing with a child. Adults are talking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Wu Tao protested, Don't give me that look. I'm older than you. It's only 3 months. Wu Tao sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, indignantly asserting, What do you mean only 3 months? Round it up, that is half a year. And when you factor in the next, I'm a whole 2 years your senior. Who taught you rounding? As their conversation veered into an absurd debate, Yaga struck both Wu Tao and Suguru on their heads, eliciting 2 sizable lumps. Enough. Both of you out. Wu Tao rubbed his head, retorting, People still want to hear Yaga grovel for students' enrollment. I'm not leaving. Yaga's temples throbbed with veins, and he gritted his teeth. I am not groveling. Had he not feared scaring off the still unenrolled Yorozu, he would have surely given both of them a proper thrashing. Yes, he would have knocked a child out with a single punch. Left speechless, one might wonder if they would seek solace in a partner's embrace after such an encounter. Hee. Suguru's violet eyes narrowed with a faint smile. Wu Tao, have you forgotten that Yaga's wife is currently embroiled in a divorce? If she were to find out that Yaga-sensei was crying from grievances outside, she might just find it amusing. Yaga's expression grew increasingly tense. He raised his fist. Do you see this fist of mine? If it lands on your head, you'll see a lump rise like a mushroom after Mario hits it. I'm off to play games. Suguru, come assist your father. Huh. Suguru shot him a look of disdain. Who is the one more inept here? you or me. Even if he wasn't entirely crushing Wu Tao, it would be fair to say he was slightly superior. As they bickered and exited the office, Yorozu observed their retreating figures, her gaze gradually shifting towards the window. Unsurprisingly, just beneath the window, two heads cautiously peeked out. Yaga cleared his throat. My apologies, classmate Yorozu. Yorozu's expression remained neutral, her bright and profound eyes observing. It seems Yaga-sensei has a great rapport with his students. Ever since he had the misfortune of becoming the homeroom teacher for Wu Tao and Suguru, Yaga's previously tranquil life had been irrevocably disrupted. Every day, he oscillated between being exasperated by Wu Tao, frustrated by Suguru, and ultimately driven to madness by both. A great rapport indeed. In the end, Yorozu proposed that Jujutsu High sign a series of responsibility agreements, encompassing but not limited to arrangements for dangerous situations, insurance purchases, student rest periods, and the balance between theoretical and practical training. If you agree to these terms, I shall consent to enroll. Additionally, I would like to inquire, Yaga-sensei, do you know anyone proficient with a bow? Little Rabbit's efforts are making me want to tear up. With such an extraordinary technique, she truly must learn to wield a weapon. Are you referring to a technique that provides a bow but results in a shot that misses the target entirely? Ha ha, that arrow of hers made even the cursed spirits laugh. This is a world of jujitsu. Yorozu's technique must gradually enhance her equipment. Encountering a more formidable cursed spirit would mean her end. Indeed, she cannot solely rely on defensive gear to withstand attacks. Her technique is not invulnerable. Why can someone upstairs send voice messages? As for the bow, the second-year student, Kana, would be able to assist. A familiar male voice emerged from below the window. Impossible. Kana is far too weak. Yaga's expression darkened as he sprang to his feet. Wu Tao. The afternoon sun filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows that concealed boundless tenderness within the languid hours. Kaido Shoko ambled into the classroom, her demeanor imbued with a hint of nonchalance and languor. Good afternoon, she greeted. She possessed short, deep chestnut hair and striking features, exuding an elegant grace, with a black beauty mark at the corner of her right eye that added a touch of aloofness. Suguru Geto raised his hand in a casual wave, greeting her with a smile. You seem to have had a good sleep. Shoko nodded. No one disturbed me all morning. It was rare to wake up naturally. She paused. By the way, didn't someone mention a transfer student in the group? Sukahine said she would be returning to Tianhai to sort some things out and won't officially enroll until tomorrow. Where's Gojo? You two are inseparable. Why isn't he clinging to you? Shoko retorted, if you can't speak, you might as well keep quiet. Geto was taken aback. He just lost a solo match and went downstairs to run errands. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, and in swaggered Satoru Gojo, brandishing a large bag of beverages. I'm back. Shoko's here too. What would you like to drink? Today the great Gojo treats. Shoko leaned forward to peek at the drinks in the plastic bag. Sparkling water, please, thank you. Gojo casually tossed a can of ice-cold cola at Geto, seizing the backrest of an empty chair before turning it around and sitting down, stretching his long legs. Did Yoru say the songstress can use a bow? Is that true? She seems so weak. Geto popped open the can, tilting his head slightly. Well, Gojo, to be precise. The songstress's weakness and her ability to use a bow are not causally linked. The bow and arrow are also part of the divine path. The songstress may use them for ritual activities in specific circumstances. Gojo inhaled sharply, his expression a mix of disbelief. That as the songstress. I simply can't picture her shooting a little curse with a bow and arrow. Can she even draw it with those skinny arms and legs? Shoko swiftly tapped her phone screen. I recorded it and sent it to the songstress senpai. Would you like to hear her voice message? Gojo glanced at the 60-second audio and decisively shook his head. That 60 seconds is the limit of the chat app, not the songstress's. Chapter 5, Domain Expansion. Sukahine specifically visited Tianhai, not for any other reason, but because she had to collect stamps with Ranmuri. After all, she was her childhood goddess. The real Ranmuri had skin as pale as snow, eyes as clear as water, and always wore a gentle, kind smile. Indeed, both beautiful and gentle. She also carried a delightful fragrance. He. Sukahine excitedly checked the photos she had just taken, grinning like a child weighing 120 pounds. Ran, what are you up to? It's Sonoko Suzuki. Stamp collection, I must collect. Sukahine eagerly requested a photo with Sonoko, who readily agreed without hesitation. Having gathered a plethora of photos, she left with a content heart. Watching Tsukahine's receding figure, Sonoko couldn't resist turning to Ran and asking, Ran, do you know Tsukahine well? Ran shook her head. In fact, Tsukahine had little interaction with most of her classmates, appearing almost as if she floated outside the class. Ran tried to recall more about her, but nothing came to mind. Her thoughts were a blank canvas, devoid of any memories related to Tsukahine. Sukahin cheerfully returned home according to the address on her student file. She lived in a modest single apartment, around 80 square meters. Although the space was limited, it met her basic needs. The atmosphere inside was somewhat desolate. Aside from the essential furniture, there were hardly any additional decorations or items. It was evident that her caretaker had hastily furnished it for her, as the wardrobe was completely empty, devoid of even a single article of clothing. Fortunately, she had come alone. Had she brought a companion, they would surely question her living situation. Nonetheless, her caretaker had shown a bit of consideration, leaving her a bank card on the dining table. Sukahin joyfully grasped the unexpectedly acquired money, preparing to head out for some shopping. As she opened the door, she coincidentally found her neighbor's door swinging open, revealing a handsome young man stepping out. Remembering how anime often depicts neighbors exchanging gifts, Sukahin quickly bowed her head respectfully. Hello. Yuki-soma politely returned the greeting. Hello. After exchanging pleasantries, Sukahin took the elevator down. Yuki-soma waited at the entrance until Maki Zenin emerged from the apartment, carrying a bag. Noticing Yuki's expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" Yuki furrowed his brow and thought, "Odd. I don't have any impression of the neighboring apartment." Meanwhile, Sukahin was indulging in a shopping spree at a high-end store she had never dared to enter before. Despite the exorbitant prices, the thought that this money was free made her spend without hesitation, opting for delivery for all her purchases. Given that the school was in the mountains, shipping costs were quite substantial. However, she repeated to herself, "It's free money, I don't mind." Watching the taxi meter jump, her heart raced. Each tick felt like a stab. What kind of family dares to take a taxi in this city? The fare from downtown to the academy could have bought her a bag. Kaido Shoko, cigarette in mouth, curiously asked, "What transportation do you usually take when going out?" It was her first time meeting a new classmate in a sober state, and she found it surprisingly intriguing that their conversation began with this topic. Sukahin's heart ached, and she couldn't help but murmur, "Taxis are just too expensive." Indeed, Tokyo's base fare was high. Otherwise, how could the protagonists in dramas run around seeking each other, choosing to sleep in internet cafes rather than take a taxi home? So that's it. Art stems from life. Shoko lit her cigarette, nonchalantly stating, "But I usually can't leave the academy." Sukahin sighed, "I'm such a fool." It was the kind of level where one would slap themselves awake in the middle of the night. If you occasionally need to go out, you can contact the assistant supervisors to take you. Sukahin shyly remarked, "Wouldn't that be a bother?" She had a personality that disliked inconveniencing others. Just then, Satoru Gojo dashed in like a gust of wind, waving his hand dismissively. "Nah, it's not a bother, that's their job." Just then, Suguru Geto strolled over, his long black hair cascading casually, with an unusual fringe brushing against his brow. He stroked his chin, to be precise. The assistant supervisor's role is to supervise and assist sorcerers. "Gojo, you always make them run errands for desserts. That doesn't really fall under their job description." The unfortunate assistant supervisor trailing behind them struggled to carry bags filled with various sweets, almost in tears. "That's right, this isn't even my job description." Gojo feigned innocence, his tone frivolous. "Is that so? Why hasn't anyone told me?" The assistant supervisor silently cursed. "Who would dare tell you? You're practically a nightmare for assistant supervisors." Gojo merely glanced at the assistant supervisor, who immediately shrank back like a quail, with a smile gracing his lips. Satoru Gojo raised his finger towards a certain direction and cheerfully remarked, "My dormitory is just over there." The dutiful assistant, tirelessly bearing confections, made his way in that direction, while Gojo's voice echoed behind them. "Look, they are more than willing to run errands for me." Indeed, their faces were alight with joy. Suguru Geto shrugged and asked, "What were you discussing just now?" Leaning against the wall, Shoko Nishimiya leisurely explained. The new student inquired about the available transportation nearby. Gojo, brimming with pride, pointed to himself, declaring, "I can teleport." Nishimiya silently added, "But you still can't perform long-distance teleportation, and you're not very adept at short distances either. You often bump into people." The victim, Suguru Geto, raised his hand. "I've been struck by you on the playground, and you've even damaged the school vending machine. Failure is the mother of success. I will learn it eventually," Gojo declared. Nishimiya ignored him, instead regarding Geto with a contemplative expression, jesting, "Doesn't your pet in your backpack possess a flying cursed spirit? If it flies high enough, ordinary people won't be able to see it." Geto lowered his tone, a slight smile curving his lips. "If you need it, I can have the rainbow dragon deliver it to you, Nishimiya." The round-eyed Yuemi bunny's eyes sparkled brighter. "Really? Thank you so much. That's the rainbow dragon, a rare beauty among cursed spirits, and no one in Huagua can refuse a dragon." However, with Gojo and Geto's techniques being so convenient, what equipment does her technique, King of Glory, possess to shorten distances? At that moment, Yuemi Bunny suddenly felt a powerful surge of electricity coursing through her body. An extraordinary force surged within her, compelling her to involuntarily open her mouth and exclaim, "Domain expansion." Geto was momentarily stunned, his face a picture of astonishment. Wait, domain expansion? That's the ultimate skill of a sorcerer. Only top-tier sorcerers can unleash it, requiring immense cursed energy and mental focus. Among all sorcerers, he only knew of the special grade sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo, who could open a domain. Gojo was equally astonished, but his focus was misplaced. He pointed at Geto's eyes, exclaiming as if he had discovered a new continent. "Geto, it turns out your eyes can open." Nishimiya elongated her voice, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "This is the widest I've ever seen Geto's eyes." Geto clenched his fists. "Hey, this is a domain. Are you more excited about my eye size than the domain itself?" Gojo crossed his arms, head held high, exuding an air of unyielding pride. "What's so remarkable about a domain? I will open one sooner or later, even behind sunglasses." Uemi Bunny could feel that Gojo's gaze was fixed on her, utterly unmasked, with emotions laid bare. "With so little cursed energy, you can still open a domain? Is this the legendary case of a rabbit being cornered into unleashing a domain?" Uemi Bunny felt a sudden jolt, her heart racing with anxiety. "Newcomer, show us what a domain looks like." Uemi Bunny suppressed her rapid heartbeat, closed her eyes, and attentively sensed the mysterious and potent force within her. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of understanding illuminating her expression. "I think I understand how this domain works. Domain expansion, all troops deploy." A burst of light suddenly erupted from her, enveloping all 4 individuals within its radiant embrace. Entering Uemi Bunny's domain, Gojo curiously touched the grass beneath his feet. The sensation was indistinguishable from that of real grass. Uemi Bunny discreetly averted her gaze, her lips twitching. She realized her domain was identical to the King of Glory battlefield. Within the domain, she could choose a hero and gain access to all of their skills. "Let me think. I choose Diqiao," she declared. Diqiao, with her 4 active skills, possessed formidable teleportation capabilities and some control skills. An exquisite lantern appeared in Uemi Bunny's hand as her attire magically transformed into Diqiao's skin in the blink of an eye. Gojo genuinely exclaimed, "A magical girl transformation. How adorable." Uemi Bunny sighed. "Please, someone give him a pack of sleeping pills to make him the most sought-after mute bride in Tokyo." Diqiao's second skill, Destiny's Sea, could teleport a teammate back to their spawn point. The ground began to swirl, the water churning and spiraling. Gazing at the vortex, Uemi Bunny blinked in confusion. "Where will it teleport to?" Geto, with narrowed violet eyes, suggested. "Why not toss a cursed spirit in to test it?" "Good idea." Geto selected a level 4 cursed spirit and tossed it into the vortex. He lowered his long lashes, concentrating on the cursed spirit's destination, in the high school dormitory. "It seems to be Uemi's room." Uemi Bunny's eyes lit up. "So, as long as I open my domain, I can return to my room no matter where I am? How convenient." "Diqiao, I love you. Wait, if I can return directly to my dormitory, then the postage I spent today was all for nothing." The smile that had just graced Uemi Bunny's lips faded. Gojo, displaying a rare seriousness, offered a candid truth. "Ordinary sorcerers can only activate their domain once a day. Given your weakness, it's wiser to reserve the domain for emergencies." Under the gaze of his sunglasses revealing azure eyes, Uemi Bunny was momentarily taken aback. The domain can only be activated once a day? She hadn't read many comics and had only watched the Shibuya incident, after which she encountered a disastrous fate online. Oh. The downside of being a novice sorcerer is that everything needs explaining. Uemi Bunny winced at a dull pain in her temples, forcing a bright smile. "I apologize. I am indeed a novice sorcerer, but by chance, I activated my domain before you." Gojo frowned, visibly displeased. "Oh? Do you want to fight?" Chapter 6, Welcome Gift. Geto was keenly interested in the domain. "Uemi, besides returning to your dormitory, do you have any other skills?" Diqiao is a support hero. "Oh? Her third skill can silence enemies." Gojo raised an eyebrow, his sunglasses slipping slightly to reveal his clear, bright eyes. Silencing effect? Those eyes were more soothing and pure than any jade she had ever seen. It was as if all impurities in the world would be automatically filtered out upon meeting his gaze. Oh no, she was finding it hard to resist Gojo's beauty. Uemi Bunny cleared her throat, tossing him her third skill, Bridge of Judgment. Gojo observed the rising tide on the ground, nimbly jumping away to easily evade the attack. The group exchanged glances, falling into silence. Gojo frowned. "Isn't this easy to dodge? So this skill is meant to leave people speechless?" Uemi Bunny awkwardly placed her hand on her forehead, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "I had forgotten how the planner always enjoys altering Diqiao's abilities. It seems that the silencing effect of her third skill has vanished. However, it has been proven that silencing does not dissipate, it merely relocates." Wu Tiao Wu smirks. "How useless." I proclaimed. "Diqiao is a support character. You all should disperse. Allow me to demonstrate something impressive. Wu Tiaowu, Yuhei, and Shoko exchanged glances and swiftly retreated. Maintaining a respectful distance from Yueban Tuesday, Yueban 2 unleashed De Qiao's ultimate ability, the Vortex Gate, beneath her feet. A colossal blue whirlpool slowly manifested on the ground, while simultaneously, a conspicuous button appeared before the trio. The three stared at the suddenly materialized button, hesitated for a moment, and then each extended a finger to gently press it. With a swift whoosh, as if transcending time and space, the next second, they found themselves instantaneously beside Yueban Tuesday. Yueban 2 beamed with pride. This ultimate ability allows for rapid assembly of teammates for team fights. Impressive, isn't it? Wu Tiaowu nodded enthusiastically. This is intriguing. In the future, when on business trips, we can have Little 2 open her ultimate and then teleport us back to the dormitory one by one. How convenient. Yueban 2 haughtily huffed. If you wish to ride my elevator, you must pay. She then tossed out her second skill. I have gifts for you all. I'll go fetch them from the dormitory shortly. Jiaru Shoko suggested. Why not head directly to the cafeteria? We can regroup there. All right, see you at the cafeteria. As she vanished into the whirlpool, the unique domain that had enveloped the surroundings dissipated silently, as if losing its support. Yuhei's gaze dimmed slightly. Yueban is quite formidable. Even Wu Tiao cannot currently activate a domain, yet Yueban effortlessly opened one merely for the sake of convenience. Wu Tiaowu averted his gaze, his expression unreadable. Formidable? Perhaps not. The setting sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a golden hue upon the youth's visage. He sensed something amiss, yet refrained from voicing it. Jiaru Shoko sighed deeply, filled with a sense of nostalgia. It seems I have finally encountered a normal peer. Yuhei's brow twitched, his previous gloom lifting. Shoko, what do you mean by that? Wu Tiaowu joined in, exclaiming, exactly. If Yuhei is abnormal, why am I included in that assessment? Wu Tiao, what do you mean by that? As they bantered, they made their way toward the cafeteria. Along the way, Wu Tiaowu continued to complain incessantly. Shoko, clarify things for me. Speak up. Why won't you answer my question? It's maddening. Shoko shot him a glare. If you keep babbling, when your brain overheats, I won't treat you. I might as well let you become a fool. Wu Tiaowu remained unfazed by Shoko's threat, instead continuing to jest. How outrageous. You would wish the strongest to become a fool. Shoko, I've told you, smoking that much will stink up your mouth. Shoko retrieved her empty cigarette pack from her pocket and hurled it at Wu Tiaowu with force. Just as it neared him, an unseen force sent it flying away. Nah. I have no limits. You can't hit me. The cafeteria floor gleamed immaculately, reflecting the glow of the lights. Although the school had a small population of students and faculty, the cafeteria offered an exceptionally diverse array of food. Yueban 2 arrived at the cafeteria, arms laden with gifts. I saw in the group chat that Senior and Senior may have completed their mission and are nearing the foot of the mountain, right? Approaching the dining table, she placed a pile of gifts upon it. They must be coming to eat here too, so I've brought all the gifts for them. Shoko set her phone down. Senior Song said they would arrive shortly. Wu Tiaowu eagerly reached out for the exquisite gift box Yueban 2 had handed him. Yuhei restrained his restless hands, adopting a serious demeanor. That would be quite impolite, Wu Tiao. Confused by his friend's restraint, Wu Tiaowu replied, albeit slowly. Huh? Didn't she give it to me? Yuhei recognized that Wu Tiao's upbringing had made him somewhat self-indulgent. Yet, as Yueban 2 was a new classmate unfamiliar with his character, she might form an unfavorable impression. As a friend, he felt it necessary to impart some basic etiquette to Wu Tiaowu. Upon receiving a gift, one should politely inquire if the giver permits its unwrapping and only proceed once granted permission. Wu Tiaowu clicked his tongue, reluctantly absorbing Yuhei's advice. Little 2. May I open the gift? Of course, Yueban 2 replied, marveling at Yuhei's adeptness in educating the youth. Shoko chuckled softly. He certainly has the qualities of a nurturing mother. Yuhei retorted, if the child is Wu Tiaowu, it's not a pleasant experience at all. Wah! Wu Tiaowu exclaimed, it's a mechanical keyboard. Moreover, it was the very first gaming mechanical keyboard utilizing Cherry MX Black switches launched by the peripheral manufacturer Steel in September. Yuhei also leaned in, eager to touch the keyboard. I thought boys generally enjoyed gaming, so I specifically purchased a gaming keyboard. Wu Tiaowu clutched the keyboard tightly to his chest as if fearing it would be snatched away. Does Little 2 enjoy gaming too? Ah, I dabble in various games. She replied. However, as it was 2005, many of her favorite games had yet to be released. Yuhei's gift was a bottle of perfume with a woody fragrance, while Shoko received an eye massager that perfectly suited her taste. Two individuals entered the cafeteria. Yuhei and Shoko immediately waved. Senior Mei, Senior Song, you have returned. Wu Tiaowu also raised a hand in greeting, unabashedly bursting into laughter, his signature cackle resonating around them. Ha ha ha, Song, I heard you cried during your mission. Senior and leapt up as if her tail had been stepped on. What nonsense are you spouting? I did not cry. You are such a scoundrel. Suddenly, she encountered her first teacher. Yueban Tu, eyes sparkling, approached with gifts in hand. Hello, Seniorin, I am Yueban Tu from the first year. I look forward to your guidance. This unexpected display of respect caught Seniorin off guard. A junior who could speak with such decorum. Her fair cheeks visibly flushed a rosy hue, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling in response. Hello, I am Seniorin from the second year. Senior May curiously unwrapped her gift, revealing a beautifully crafted wallet. She quickly calculated its value, revealing a knowing smile. Thank you. I really like this gift. A junior with such generosity. I'm glad you like it, Senior May. Senior Song's gift was a delicate bracelet, adorned with intricate white gold flower pendants, as if spring had blossomed upon her wrist. This gift was meticulously chosen by Yueban Tu, while the others were mere afterthoughts. Yueban Tu cautiously inquired, has Teacher Yi mentioned my desire to learn archery? Senior Song readily responded, I know. Shall we commence formal training tomorrow? Yueban Tu, brimming with excitement, replied, yes. I will do my utmost, Teacher Song. Senior Song's face flushed with warmth. Please don't call me teacher. It feels rather awkward. Just call me senior. It seems you quite enjoy being addressed as teacher. Yueban Tu displayed an admirable sense of propriety. Very well, Songji Shuejia. Wu Tiao Wuho stroked his chin, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Jia, what do you think of the title teacher, Wu Tiao? It sounds rather imposing, does it not? Xiaoyu Jia also rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In truth, I believe teacher Xiaoyu is quite commendable as well. The two rascals, sharing the same cohort, were evidently concocting some mischief. Noxiang's brow twitched sharply. Hey, you two wouldn't be serious, would you? Chapter 7, Running Circles. Wu Tiao Wuho snapped his fingers. Little rabbit, would you care to learn from me? Teacher Wu Tiao shall guide you well. Xiaoyu Jia interjected with a teasing grin. Wu Tiao, spare us the bravado. Can a student truly flourish under your tutelage? After all, being constantly dispatched on errands, and on the very first day of school, she found herself battling cursed spirits. Only to witness you making a grand entrance while showing off. Yueban Tu, is this what true friendship is? To so accurately predict the events of a decade hence. The following day marked the commencement of Yueban Tu's academic journey at the prestigious school. The institution offered cultural courses, yet her contemporaries seemed rather indifferent. Xiaoyu Jia slumped over the desk in slumber, while Wu Tiao Wuho unabashedly fiddled with his phone atop the desk. In stark contrast, the only one who displayed a modicum of discretion was Noxiang. She discreetly stowed her phone within the desk cavity, lowering her head to play surreptitiously. Wu Tiao Wuho observed Yueban Tu diligently taking notes during class, his gaze shifting subtly as he silently messaged Noxiang. Invincibility is such a lonely state. I fail to comprehend what is so appealing about the Mandarin class. There must be a reason for the overtime. Thus, I declare, I have finally encountered a normal peer. Wu Tiao Wuho casually tore off a corner of his textbook, his long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon his eyelids. He swiftly pinned a line on the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it in Yueban Tu's direction. With a soft thud, the paper ball struck her head with precision. The assistant supervisor for the Mandarin class. Well, I shall consider it unseen. Yueban Tu, unperturbed, stuffed the paper ball into the desk cavity, her expression betraying no change whatsoever. Wu Tiao Wuho felt as though the ball had merely landed upon cotton. Witnessing this scene, the assistant supervisor was moved beyond measure. In truth, Yueban Tu was not the archetypal model student. She had often seized the opportunity to doze off in class during her high school years when the teacher's back was turned. However, she lacked proficiency in Japanese, relying on Wu Tiao Wuho and the others as if equipped with a built-in translator. This knowledge was not inherently hers, but rather a cheat code bestowed upon her by the small farmer. Having traversed into this world and presented with an exceptional environment to learn a new language, Yueban Tu resolved to master Japanese to the point of exhaustion. When the time came to return to her original world after completing her mission, Japanese could serve as her unique skill. After the morning classes concluded, the afternoon was devoted entirely to physical training. En route to the cafeteria, Wu Tiao Wuho elbowed Xiaoyu Jia, gesturing toward two figures in the distance. Jia, why do you think Little Rabbit is so passionate about studying? Is it not normal for students to love learning? The credibility of this response was questionable, as Wu Tiao Wuho scrutinized Xiaoyu Jia, incredulous. Jia, have you lost your mind? How can a student enjoy studying? You yourself doze off in class daily. Xiaoyu Jia rolled his eyes. That's because I'm sleep-deprived from completing tasks every day. Wu Tiao Wuho remained obstinate. I still cannot fathom the existence of students who enjoy studying. I must uncover the reason. As long as you're happy. Wu Tiao Wuho's method of investigation was direct. He asked face to face. Little Rabbit, do you truly enjoy attending classes? His question came unexpectedly, leaving Yueban too momentarily stunned. Before she candidly replied, "Not at all. Who enjoys attending class? Are you cursing me?" Noxiang, sipping juice, nearly choked. "But you seem so earnest in class. Even the assistant supervisor is on the verge of tears." Yueban too, feeling a bit awkward, scratched her head and began to stammer an explanation. "Well, you see, while I don't have much interest in classes per se, I am quite enthusiastic about acquiring new knowledge. Each time I learn something novel, I experience a profound sense of fulfillment." Wu Tiao Wuho rested his chin on his hand, appearing tranquil on the surface as he casually inquired, "New knowledge? Indeed. Everyone may betray you, but knowledge will never forsake you." Yueban too gazed earnestly at Noxiang, her tone sincere. "Speaking of acquiring new knowledge, I am eager to master the reversal technique." Xiao Yujia's smile faltered, his expression complex. "It may not be wise to inquire about the reversal technique from Noxiang. We did ask her, and all we received were those absurd haha remarks, which are utterly misleading." "Hey." Noxiang placed her hands on her hips. "Clearly, you too lack understanding. Inherently intuitive concepts are often the most challenging to articulate, which perhaps explains why Noxiang's instruction on the reversal technique was nothing short of catastrophic." Xiao Yujia, suppressing his twitching brow, elaborated. "The reversal technique, if explained in formulaic terms, is essentially the curse power, C1, multiplied by the curse power, C2, resulting in positive energy, P." He spread his hands, his expression one of exasperation. "This explanation remains somewhat abstract. It only addresses theoretical aspects, lacking practical guidance, making it nearly impossible for us to envision the execution." Considering that a real-world example is always preferable to mere text, they had sought Noxiang's insight, only to be met with the nonsensical haha theory, which was even more nebulous than the textbooks. Yueban too recalled that in the original narrative, Wu Tiao Wuho had grasped the reversal technique at the brink of death, while Xiao Yujia had never managed to learn it, even until his demise. At death's door. Ah, the grand technique of Taiyi Zhenren, the great transformation of the living, capable of reviving individuals. Yueban too clenched her fists, her expression resolute. "Once I master archery under Songji Shueji's guidance, Wu Tiao, Xiaoyu, let us engage in a serious duel." The two strongest before her were merely DK, not the later 285 or the revered Jia. Yueban too felt as though she possessed an extraordinary advantage, her domain activated, rendering her formidable. Surely, she could bring them to the brink of death, could she not? Definitely. Surely indeed. Yet, she watched in disbelief as the petite Noxiang completed 10 laps. Wu Tiao Wuho and Xiao Yujiet dashed about like two tireless tops, running lap after lap, having already completed dozens. Yueban too, what manner of monsters are these? Ah, of course. This is Jujutsu Kaisen, where everyone is akin to a gorilla, and these two are the very epitome of gorillas among gorillas. Forgive me, she thought. I shall remain an ordinary person. Clad in athletic wear, Yueban too struggled to maintain her pace, gritting her teeth as she pressed onward. Though she was running, her speed, in the eyes of Yiya, could be more aptly described as walking. Before her traversal, she had been a mere slacker. Completing 2 laps of 800 meters left her panting like a dog. Wu Tiao Wuho erupted in laughter. "You think you can compete with us seriously? With you, I'd be able to take down 10 with a single punch. Ha ha ha." Despite being utterly exhausted and gasping for breath, Yueban too managed to raise her hand and offered him a middle finger. If not for his considerable strength, one could only imagine how many sacks he would have found himself in, solely based on his incessant prattle. Sukuna Jiro delivered a punch to Fushiguro Satoru, causing him to retreat slightly before her, expressing concern. "Sukahanjin, we can enhance our physical bodies with cursed energy. It would be significantly more effective than usual." "Thank you. But my cursed energy is far too limited. Even if I summon all of it, enveloping my body with a thin protective layer, it hardly elicits any remarkable sensation. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers." As the number of times the cursed energy circulated increased, she only felt more fatigued, a tumultuous sensation stirring in her abdomen, causing her considerable pain. "I am so tired, I long to stop, to rest." Yet, at the very least, she must not fall short of the auxiliary positioning of Karara. She had activated her potential, possessing a starting point far superior to that of most sorcerers. In a world fraught with peril, lacking sufficiently formidable strength as a foundation would render survival a mere luxury. She needed to strive to complete her tasks, earning more rewards to expedite her return to the real world. Sukahanjin gritted her teeth, lifting her numbed legs, each step heavy and laborious. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, stinging her eyes with a fiery sensation. After 13 circuits, Yaga Zenin observed the collapsed Sukahanjin on the ground, troubled as he rubbed his temples. "Sukahanjin, let alone physical techniques, your stamina is below passing." Fushiguro poked at the sprawled Tsukuhanjin, whose beautiful face was taut. Her lips pressed together rigidly. You truly held on, didn't you? Her willpower was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Tsukuhanjin opened her eyes, the exertion surpassing her physical limits, causing her vision to darken. Nevertheless, she remained fixated on Fushiguro's eyes, attempting to discern the shadows within them. Wait, once I master archery, can we have a serious match? Her gaze was intense, devoid of any hint of jest. When she inquired in the cafeteria, Sukuna had readily nodded in agreement. However, Fushiguro had casually dismissed the matter with a flippant remark. She was acutely aware that, given her current abilities, she hardly qualified as a worthy opponent in his eyes. Upon hearing Tsukuhanjin's declaration, Fushiguro raised an eyebrow. His azure eyes, renowned as the heavenly eye, reflected the disheveled appearance of the girl before him with crystal clarity. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yaga Zenin, who stood nearby. Yaga, hand her that item. He still did not directly address Tsukuhanjin's inquiry. Receiving a rabbit plushie from Yaga, Tsukuhanjin began to comprehend its intended purpose. Cursed energy is the essence of sorcery. Only with sufficiently potent cursed energy can one uphold the utilization of techniques. Although you previously exorcised a second-grade cursed spirit, your own cursed energy is woefully scant, which is one reason why your rank has yet to be determined by the higher-ups. This is a specially made cursed relic. It will serve as the best physical technique instructor for a novice like you. Tsukuhanjin clutched the cursed relic tightly, suppressing the burning sensation in her lungs, her voice hoarse. Thank you, Sensei. I will strive earnestly. Chapter 8, Archery. The training ground was dappled in sunlight, casting a golden glow through the treetops, warm and pleasant. The songstress, clad in a shrine maiden's attire, retrieved an exquisitely crafted bow and arrow from the quiver. First, stand with your feet parallel, shoulder-width apart. Your body's weight evenly distributed across both feet, knees slightly bent to maintain stability and natural relaxation. With the bow in hand, she stood elegantly poised. The songstress had studied archery for an extended period with the Tsukumin Shrine's Moonview Shrine Maiden. While shrine maidens typically possessed spiritual or magical powers, the songstress deviated. She was the only shrine maiden who utilized cursed energy. Due to the supportive nature of her technique, she had not practiced archery in quite some time. Nevertheless, teaching the novice Tsukuhanjin would be more than adequate. Next, with her left hand holding the bow, she placed the bow grip in her palm, fingers naturally curled around it. Tsukuhanjin attentively observed every nuance of the songstress's movements. Her hands hung relaxed at her sides. No one could tell how much sweat was gathering in her palms. Nearby, Fushiguro, with a lollipop in his mouth, remarked quietly, "The songstress seems quite competent." Sukuna bent down to fetch a drink from the vending machine, his silhouette stretching in the light. He handed a bottle to Fushiguro, a smile dancing in his eyes. The songstress is quite suited to be a teacher. Well, compared to teacher Fushiguro, she still has some way to go. Sukuna, to be honest, sometimes Fushiguro's confidence frightens even me. The songstress steadied herself, one hand drawing back the bow, the other grasping the arrow's nock, her gaze sharp as she focused on the target. With a crisp twang of the bowstring, the arrow flew forth like lightning, tracing a graceful arc through the air before striking the bullseye with impeccable precision. Tsukuhanjin's eyes widened in admiration, bursting into applause. Incredible, songstress-senpai. That shot was absolutely perfect. Hearing the praise, the songstress blushed slightly, her previously tense expression softening into a faint rosy hue. Well, it's acceptable. Although I've been out of practice for too long, so I'm a bit rusty. Fushiguro's teasing voice chimed in. Finally, the songstress resembles a true senior. The songstress rolled her beautiful eyes in response, exclaiming, "You two rascals should be off on your mission, so hurry up and leave." While she had a penchant for playful sarcasm, she felt somewhat shy about expressing herself in front of her newly acquainted junior. Sukuna shrugged, feigning innocence. "I wasn't he the one making noise." He stood up, reaching down to lift the reluctant Fushiguro off the ground, urging him on. "All right, let us go. We really need to get on with our mission." With that, he dragged the unwilling Fushiguro away, fading into the distance. Once the two were completely out of sight, the songstress cleared her throat, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. Turning to the eager Tsukuhanjin beside her, she smiled and asked, "So, would you like to give it a try?" Tsukuhanjin nodded without hesitation. In her view, archery should operate similarly to shooting a gun. After all, both relied on friction and angle calculations to achieve long-range lethality. She had played with air guns many times in the park, once popping 20 balloons and receiving a plush toy as a prize. Confident in her learning abilities, Tsukuhanjin believed mastering archery would not be too challenging. With that thought, she took a deep, serious breath, firmly gripping the bow, while with her other hand, she drew a black-feathered arrow from the quiver. Noticing her somewhat clumsy movements, the songstress patiently corrected her. Remember to engage your back muscles, rather than relying solely on your arms. Sukihanjin nodded slightly, adjusting her posture according to the songstress's advice. She squinted one eye, aiming at the target before her, her fingertips turning pale as she gripped the bowstring tightly. Quick motion, striking posture, hold the bow firmly. Don't tremble. All right, just like that. Sukihanjin closed her eyes, then abruptly opened them, resolutely releasing the bowstring. Just then, Karara approached with several bottles of lemonade. Coinciding perfectly with Sukihanjin's shot, the songstress nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. Not bad, at least you didn't miss. She accepted the lemonade that Kiriko had handed her and spoke in a gentle yet encouraging tone. Keep pushing forward. I believe you will become increasingly formidable. Oh dear. The absence of Satoru Gojo makes the songstress senior's warmth all the more palpable. Sukihanju twisted off the bottle cap and curiously inquired, with such exceptional archery skills, why doesn't the songstress senior use them as a weapon to exorcise cursed spirits? Kiriko also displayed a flicker of curiosity. Indeed, I only learned today that the songstress senior possesses such remarkable prowess in this regard. The songstress slightly slumped her shoulders, and the smile that had graced her lips vanished. My innate technique is of the supportive kind. It merely enhances the abilities of my fellow sorcerers, and no one expects me to exorcise cursed spirits myself. The songstress's technique, Forbidden Zone, has the capacity to amplify the total output of cursed energy for any sorcerer within its range, including herself, for a limited duration. Sukihanju, with a serious and sincere expression, remarked, I have the utmost respect for support roles, especially in gaming. It's truly a grand act of benevolence to empower every teammate's aspirations without concern for their survival. Ha ha ha, the songstress was amused by her stand-up-like description. Fortunately, my teammate is Mei Mei, who is astute and cunning. Oh dear, it seems someone is speaking ill of me, came a voice. And everyone turned to see Mei Mei approaching with a composed and graceful stride, a smile gracing her lips. Aren't you all going to call me for the girls' gathering at the high school? Mei Mei crossed her arms, her slender fingers lightly tapping against her arms, creating a deliberate rhythm. The pure black shirt she wore accentuated her strikingly fierce visage, exuding a formidable aura. The songstress flustered, quickly explained, Mei Mei, I assure you that my previous remarks were entirely complimentary. I meant to say that you are exceptionally observant and analytical, never overreaching. We supporters truly admire warriors like you. And you even provide vision, truly a divine warrior. Mei Mei's lips curled into a teasing smile. I know, I was merely jesting. To me, the songstress is also an exceptionally talented support. The songstress was momentarily taken aback, sighing in disappointment. Alas, I am not as remarkable as you suggest. I can only provide buffs. In other aspects, I am utterly inadequate, often a hindrance. Mei Mei gazed at the three young women, her brow momentarily twitching. In truth, I once believed I was a burden to the team. Her usual reticence was replaced by an unexpected outpouring of words today. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. How could that be? Sukihanju exclaimed, Senior Mei Mei is so strong. Just look at how Satoru Gojo refuses to call the songstress senior, but readily addresses Mei Mei. She noted. Mei Mei, observing the wide-eyed astonishment of the three, maintained her composure. My technique, blackbird manipulation, is quite feeble. It merely allows me to control crows. She casually remarked while pilfering a chilled lemonade bottle from Kiriko. Although it enables reconnaissance and intelligence gathering through the shared vision of crows, they are utterly useless in combat. Indeed, in a certain sense, Mei Mei's blackbird manipulation is also a form of support technique. What then has caused the widening gap in strength between Mei Mei and the songstress? Kiriko lifted her gaze, her eyes cool yet strikingly clear. Senior Mei Mei's physical prowess is exceptionally strong. The songstress blinked, recalling, I remember in our first year, Mei Mei frequently trained in the gym. Mei Mei smiled, raising her gaze to the sky. Sunlight cascaded upon her face, illuminating the ambition that lay hidden within her eyes. A sorcerer's strength is not solely defined by their techniques. I strive diligently to hone my physical abilities so that I may fight even without resorting to techniques. Without using techniques. Sukihanju lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together. Her technique, King's Mobile, is not an innate technique, but rather an external aid bestowed upon her by a game. In gaming, employing such aids disrupts fairness and undermines balance. If one day, her aid were to be revoked, what would she do? Just as she must learn Japanese despite having a translator. External items that do not belong to one's inherent capabilities may provide temporary convenience, yet ultimately fail to instill a sense of peace. Perhaps everything she is learning now will serve her in the future. If she does not learn now, she will find herself at a loss when the time comes. Often, one can rely on no one but oneself. Sukihanju lifted her head, her eyes unwavering and earnest as she looked at Mei Mei. Senior Mei Mei, Once I can defeat Teacher Yamaga's cursed corpse, may I learn physical techniques from you? Upon hearing this, Mei rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, making a very standard gesture of counting money. Tsukuhanjua. I had forgotten that Senior Mei is a person who thinks in monetary terms. Rest assured, Senior Mei, once I am able to take on missions, I will save up for tuition. Mei's expression relaxed, filled with mirth. Then I shall eagerly await that day. Chapter 9. Competing for attention. Satoru. You seem to be quite wary of Tsukuhanju, Suguru Geto pondered his choice of words. Satoru Gojo is a person who is outwardly warm, yet cold within. To him, everyone is expendable. Even though he appears carefree, he trusts no one and has few whom he genuinely cares for, even fewer who can penetrate the walls around his heart. His standards for friends are exceedingly high, and those who can truly touch his heart are few and far between. Suguru Geto shamelessly believed that he was the only one who currently held that distinction. With his legs draped casually over Suguru's thigh, Satoru replied nonchalantly, "You noticed that? Why? I think Tsukuhanju is wonderful." Suguru sighed, suddenly discovering an entirely new world, devoid of sorrow or despair, yet wholly focused on becoming stronger. Even he, when he first encountered a cursed spirit, was so frightened that he couldn't sleep a wink that night. As a child, he had once thought that the cursed spirits he saw were the real-life versions of Pokemon, albeit grotesquely so. Thankfully, he was a passionate youth. Even if the taste of cursed spirit balls resembled his father's 3-month unwashed, stiff socks, he still consumed them. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to safeguard peace, and to embody love amidst the harsh reality of evil, the charming and captivating little Suguru persevered. Thus began an unending cycle of exorcism and battle, which became the very essence of his existence as a sorcerer. It was akin to an eternal curse, binding him tightly until the very last breath of his life. Don't you find her gaze rather peculiar? You can still interpret people's gazes? Only in moments of heightened emotion can one discern them. Fear, anger, joy, these are easily readable. Satoru pulled out a small bun from his pocket, tearing open the packaging, tilting his head. But her gaze is strange. Sometimes when she looks at me, I truly cannot find the words to describe it. Suguru regarded him with a rather curious expression, his gaze becoming deeply intriguing. Hey, what are you staring at with those little eyes? Suguru smirked, a grin that was more skin-deep than genuine. I haven't said anything, but you're about to. It's not what you think. In the midst of Satoru's expression of tangled emotions that defied articulation, Suguru blinked innocently. What could I possibly be thinking? I'm not thinking anything at all. Well, what do you want? I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Satoru Gojo shuddered slightly. How long are you going to keep staring? Oh, don't be so dramatic. It's just that I haven't observed you so closely in a long time. Can you decipher the meaning behind my gaze? The last few words were delivered with an exaggerated cadence, dripping with sarcasm. How revolting. I have no interest in interpreting a man's eyes. The seriousness on Suguru Geto's face faded, replaced by a hint of playful curiosity. In any case, I haven't noticed anything unusual in Tsukuhane's gaze. Gojo, perhaps you should reflect on yourself. Irritated, Satoru tousled his hair. This is infuriating. It's impossible to communicate with someone like you, sporting that ridiculous fringe. Don't resort to personal attacks just because you can't keep up with me. Gojo huffed indignantly, turning his head to glance at the assistant supervisor, who was intently focused on driving. The assistant supervisor felt an intense gaze upon him, as if it could bore a hole through his back at any moment. His heart raced, and his grip on the steering wheel trembled, nearly propelling them to their destination at unlawful speeds. A voice filled with mockery echoed in the cabin. Hey, you there behind the wheel. You wouldn't be reporting to the old-timers, would you? The light, airy tone sent shivers down the assistant supervisor's spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he felt as stiff as a suffocating zombie. Young master, I am a member of the Gojo family. Satoru blinked in surprise, chewing on a piece of bread. Huh? I've never seen you before. Because you've never bothered to look at me properly. The middle-aged worker sighed, feeling as if he had lost his soul and dignity in an environment that demanded constant subservience. Before the assistant supervisor could recover from his internal bitterness, Gojo spoke again. So, do you know why Tsukuhane's rating hasn't been established yet? He cut straight to the point. Surely a member of the Gojo family working in the directorate should be aware. The Gojo clan itself was part of the upper echelon, being one of the 3 great families. However, Satoru despised the conservative and rigid nature of the higher-ups and had no desire to position himself within the power center. Geto's smile faded slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Didn't Teacher Yaga mention it was due to her lack of cursed energy? Satoru burst into laughter, playfully slapping Geto on the shoulder. Geto, you're so grown up, yet still so naive. It warms my heart. Geto brushed his hand away. Get lost. Regardless of Tsukuhane's cursed energy levels, it was an undeniable fact that she had single-handedly exorcised a grade 2 cursed spirit without any training. Even conservatively speaking, granting her the title of Grade 2 or Grade 3 sorcerer would be entirely justifiable, rather than the current state of complete silence. The assistant supervisor South already square face grew even more rigid. The higher-ups were embroiled in heated discussions about whether to allow Tsukihane to attend Kyoto Jujutsu High, thus having no interest in her rating. The atmosphere fell silent as Satoru's fingers, clutching the bread, unconsciously revealed his emotions, turning his knuckles white from the pressure. I certainly don't want little Bunny to turn into an annoying little orange, Geto exclaimed. He was utterly shocked, his astonishment manifesting as literal exclamation marks above his head. Wait a minute, isn't Tsukihane already a student at our school? What connection does that have with Kyoto Jujutsu High? His expression mirrored that of a perplexed individual. The reason for this was that the young master claimed Tsukihane possessed the potential to reach special grade, which the higher-ups deemed somewhat reckless. One Satoru Gojo was already the strongest. For over a decade, the Gojo family had kept the Zenin and Kumo clans at bay. Yet his contemporaries, whether it was Geto, skilled in spirit manipulation, or Kinji Hikari, adept at reversal techniques, were all exceptional individuals. The profound friendship between them and Satoru naturally aligned them with the Gojo faction. Thus, the most formidable forces of this era were intricately linked to Satoru Gojo, who stood as an insurmountable pinnacle. Currently, the disparity in strength between the two jujitsu schools was indeed significant, akin to heaven and earth. But didn't you say that Kyoto Jujutsu High places great importance on family lineage? Although Geto had not been in the jujitsu world for long, he had already been summoned multiple times by the directorate. Those so-called meetings, nicely termed as discussions, were merely brainwashing and suppression sessions. Consequently, he harbored no fondness for the higher-ups in the jujitsu world or their collusion with Kyoto Jujutsu High. Satoru's gaze drifted vacantly for a long while. Perhaps it's because Bunny is a girl. Geto's mind raced rapidly. After a few seconds, his pupils dilated in realization. Tsukihane had been acknowledged by Satoru as possessing potential. She wasn't a family sorcerer, had no background, and had just stepped into the jujitsu world, a blank slate. More importantly, she was a woman. In this male-dominated society of Neon, there seemed to be an inherent desire for domination and control over women. Perhaps in their eyes, Tsukihane had already become an item available for trade. Satoru quietly rested his chin on his hand, his gaze directed out the window, his expression inscrutable. The turmoil he had instigated was met with his nonchalance, as he casually remarked, "You know, the three great families still retain the feudal custom of concubines." It seemed as if he were speaking to Geto, yet also whispering to himself. The position of the primary wife was crucial for the family, requiring a noble lineage, formidable strength, and extensive connections. Tsukihane's background, in their view, rendered her unworthy of such a title. However, if she truly possessed the strength to become a special grade sorcerer, then granting her a concubine status wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. This would allow her to remain within the family and provide some support. Geto fell silent. It was already the 21st century. Yet the three great families clung to the absurd practice of taking concubines, a shocking anachronism that shattered his worldview. He was clearly infuriated, uttering a rare curse. Didn't the Meiji Restoration enlighten those fools? Chapter 10. Rating. Tsukihane slumped over her desk, her disheveled bangs blowing with her uneven breaths. Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with resentment as they fixated on Yaga, who stood at the podium. Sensing her piercing gaze, Yaga averted his eyes to avoid direct contact. "This task will be entrusted to the two of you, Satoru and Suguru." Satoru propped his long legs on the desk, a look of disdain on his face as he complained, "What a dull task. Have all the sorcerers in the jujitsu world perished? Why would they assign me such an easy job?" Geto clearly disapproved of Satoru's laid-back attitude. "Satoru, the number of sorcerers is inherently limited. By taking on more tasks, we can assist more people in need." His voice was hoarse, revealing his fatigue. Satoru, ever the contrarian, remained unmoved, even going so far as to cover his ears with his hands. Oh, how utterly exasperating. Once again, we are subjected to these tiresome platitudes. Must you incessantly preach to me? Observing his impenetrable demeanor, Suguru Geto's expression gradually turned colder. Satoru Gojo elongated his tone, brimming with sincerity. "Geto, could you not emulate the husband in a restricted film, who remains perpetually silent?" Suguru Geto's fists clenched tighter. "Ah, dear me, even the scoundrel DK has reached this age. Surely, you must have indulged in red bean rice by now?" Shoko Nishimiya remarked, leaning back as she effortlessly retrieved a cigarette case from the table's recess. Subsequently, she silently stepped outside, cigarette in mouth, under the frigid gaze of Yaga. "I instructed you to extinguish the cigarette, not to step outside for a smoke," Yaga admonished. Gojo, diverted by Nishimiya's unexpected retort, raised his eyebrows, and teased her with a conspiratorial expression. Geto, pray, do not tell me you have lost your virginity. Tsukumo Rabbit's eyes widened in anticipation. What on earth does that have to do with anything? Are we not discussing our mission? Even in the simplest of tasks, we must devote ourselves earnestly for. I see, Gojo exclaimed, clapping his hands. All this misfortune stems from my own unparalleled strength. I am the strongest. Tears of a powerful man involuntarily streamed down his face. Tsukumo Rabbit cast a sympathetic glance at him, inwardly lamenting his naivete. Oh, how innocent you are, Satoru. Once you mature, you shall realize that the frequency of undertaking tasks is, in fact, quite normal. In the future, you will often find yourself on missions akin to a 007 agent, tirelessly working day and night to preserve the peace and tranquility of this world. The hustle and bustle will rival that of a certain elementary school student who inevitably encounters a murder case upon stepping outside. Speaking of which, I did not see Shinichi Kudo during my last visit to Titan. Could it be that he has already transformed into Conan? No. She has yet to collect stamps with her childhood idol. Tsukumo Rabbit raised her hand high, brimming with expectation. Yaga-sensei, when can I expect my rating to be finalized? She had been diligently training in archery alongside the songstress, managing to increase her stamina from 10 laps to 20 without breaking a sweat. Although she had endured numerous defeats during her training sessions with Yaga's cursed rabbit, her growth had been nothing short of remarkable. At the very least, her visits to the infirmary to lament to Nishimiya had significantly decreased. She yearned to embark on missions to truly test the fruits of her arduous training. Of course, she also wished to earn some money to fund her tuition, yet the issue remained that her rating had yet to be determined. She was not picky. Any level would suffice as long as she could be sent out to earn a living. Moreover, without thrilling livestream content, her tips remained meager. At this rate, when would she ever accumulate the 6 billion she desired? She longed to return to the real world and experience the ambience of university life. Upon hearing her query, Gojo and Geto exchanged glances. Yaga's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, his expression darkened. As expected, Tsukumo, the higher-ups wish to see you. Tsukumo Rabbit pointed to herself, bewildered, blinking in confusion. Huh. Yaga regarded her with a hesitant gaze, reminding her, accompanying you is the first-year homeroom teacher from Kyoto Jujutsu High. Gojo scoffed coldly. They've come to steal you away. At that moment, Tsukumo Rabbit's mind was overwhelmed with emotions beyond articulation, her shock causing her CPU to overload. But my first choice is Tokyo Jujutsu High. Surely, admissions should prioritize the applicant's wishes, right? Am I really unable to secure an offer from Tokyo? Do you think this is merely a college entrance exam? Yaga replied, exuding a sense of resignation. The offer is not the crux of the matter. The real concern is. He cut to the chase. Tsukumo, I do not wish to influence your judgment, but to be frank, Kyoto is truly not suitable for you. Tsukumo Rabbit was acutely aware of this. The reason I chose Tokyo Jujutsu High was solely because of Satoru Gojo. I am an unwavering member of the Gojo faction. While Yaga refrained from commenting on other schools, Gojo certainly did not hold back. Let me tell you, Kyoto and the headquarters are nothing but a bunch of shriveled old oranges, exuding an aura of age. If you go there, you will be brainwashed into becoming a little orange. Tsukumo Rabbit collected her scattered thoughts, maintaining her composure. When she spoke again, her tone was far less exuberant. If I decline the invitation from Kyoto, they won't make things difficult for me, will they? My rating won't remain stagnant forever, right? Though she had signed a lengthy list of liability waivers, she understood that the adult world was fraught with murky dealings. Just look at the land deity case and the juvenile detention center. Being forced to bear the burdens of a maturity not suited for her age was truly a case of the heavens being envious of talent, and she sighed deeply. If you choose Kyoto, you might very well receive the status of a first-grade sorcerer, whereas in Tokyo, the highest you can attain is second grade. Tsukumo Rabbit retorted, how infuriating. Though the distinction between first and second grade may seem minor, the salary disparity is immense. They are so brazenly suppressing my wages. I cannot abide by this. I must do something about it. The tall, white-haired DK waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. Do not worry, you need not fear them. The old orange's minds are far less convoluted than their wrinkled faces. Tsukumo Rabbit could not help but twitch her mouth, offering a disingenuous smile. For you, the strongest. Of course, there is no fear. Gojo exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist as if ready to engage in battle. You already possess a domain, as long as you choose Dharma. You could easily squeeze orange juice with a single punch. Yaga was not as optimistic and maintained a furrowed brow throughout. Initially, Kyoto's interest in Tsukumo Rabbit was merely tentative. However, upon discovering her ability to unlock a domain, their attitude shifted to one of necessity. Consequently, the headquarters had been exerting continual pressure on Tokyo Jujutsu High. Have you not noticed that the principal has been feigning illness? Yaga's gaze sharpened, filled with concern. Should Tsukumo firmly decline? Would they resort to sabotaging her missions out of spite? After all, the higher-ups wielded the power to issue missions at their discretion. The task allocation mechanism within the jujitsu world is exceedingly rudimentary, offering no guarantees for the lives of ordinary sorcerers. Even the insurance Tsukumo Rabbit proposed upon enrollment is currently only available to underage students at the high school. Adult sorcerers can forget about it. In the jujitsu realm, ordinary sorcerers frequently find themselves in such helpless predicaments. At the critical juncture of life and death, they receive clearly suicidal missions. This has led to a numbing indifference regarding life-threatening situations among sorcerers, as well as a disregard for their own lives. Sorcerers with a sense of humanity often perish in self-sacrificial rescue attempts, while those who ruthlessly abandon hostages to save their own skins manage to survive. The jujitsu world gradually erodes the humanity within sorcerers, until ultimately, such occurrences are regarded as commonplace. In any case, this meeting will largely determine your rating. Yaga hesitated. If you decide to attend Tokyo Jujutsu High, you shall temporarily accompany the second-year students on their missions. He still needed to confer with the second-year homeroom teacher. Understood. He wishes for me to serve as a songstress and a mere ornament at Mei Ming's side. Logically, Tsukubanjiu should accompany Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto on their missions. However, they are indeed the strongest, tasked with assignments of considerable difficulty. Introducing a fledgling newcomer into the fray would inevitably hinder the execution of operations. If Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto are always there to shield her, Tsukubanjiu will not receive adequate training. In contrast, the assignments handled by Mei Ming and the songstress are far more conventional, providing a fitting environment for her to hone her skills. Furthermore, as both are women, they possess a deeper understanding of how to nurture a novice. Most importantly, Mei Ming is an experienced strategist. With each new mission, she consistently dispatches crows to gather ample intelligence, conducting precise assessments of potential dangers. Only once everything is meticulously prepared does she proceed with action. She engages in battles where the odds are favorable, and when faced with adversity, she swiftly retreats, securing her escape with remarkable speed. A promising talent. Night Moth does not wish to see Tsukubanjiu fall victim to treachery. Learning from Mei Ming's astute judgment of circumstances is quite beneficial, is it not? Tsukubanjiu flutters her petite, fluffy wings, diligently following Night Moth's pace. As the saying goes, when one is of no use, others cannot exploit them. Alas, she is currently far too exceptional. Otherwise, Kyoto would not be so keenly vying for her as a natural gem. A wave of pride washes over her as she resolves to impart a lesson to the feudal old-timers using advanced wisdom gleaned from seasoned veterans. Chapter 11. The Director's Bureau. In the realm of Jujitsu, there exists a pivotal power structure known as the Jujitsu Director's Bureau. It stands at the core of the Jujitsu world, wielding supreme authority to govern and regulate sorcerers. The highest official of the Bureau is the Jujitsu Director, nominated by the three esteemed families and ultimately appointed by the Prime Minister. Beneath the Bureau, two Jujitsu academies exist, serving as educational and supervisory bodies for sorcerers. The two principals hold undisputed command over all sorcerers within their institutions. Although the principals may appear to be in positions of great power, the ultimate authority over the fate of sorcerers is firmly held by the Director's Bureau. In emergencies, the Jujitsu Director has the right to bypass the principals and issue orders directly to all sorcerers. These clandestine forces operate like an invisible hand, manipulating the ever-changing dynamics of the jujitsu world. While watching anime, Tsukubanjiu pondered how the Director's Bureau, despite being easily annihilated, possesses the audacity to challenge Gojo Satoru. Moreover, their daily conduct seems to incite hostility, revealing an apparent lack of intellect beneath their decayed facade. The political machinations within jujitsu are likely at a kindergarten level. Are they not? The Director's Bureau seems excessively utilitarian in its portrayal. Yet, immersed in this environment, she recognizes that she cannot continue to apply a domestic mindset, but must adopt a more nuanced approach reflective of Japanese societal norms. In a society where traditional hierarchies are deeply entrenched, dismantling the existing order is no simple task. The jujitsu world differs from the wizarding realm. Muggles and wizards are distinct governmental entities, isolated from one another, and may even apprehend or harm each other. While the jujitsu world conceals its operations, it collaborates closely with governmental authorities. The government's support is contingent upon sorcerers exorcising cursed spirits and safeguarding ordinary citizens. Disrupting this system would jeopardize the livelihoods of sorcerers and the safety of the populace, leading to widespread repercussions. Therefore, Gojo Satoru cannot employ excessively forceful or radical methods to confront this system. He is compelled to adopt a more gentle, circuitous strategy to gradually instigate change. While this method is undoubtedly prudent, its efficiency leaves much to be desired. After years of teaching, where have his former students gone? Have they truly become the backbone of change? In the realm of politics and human sentiment, Suguru Geto is far more suited than he. I certainly do not intend to imply that he harbors any malice. The dim, warm yellow light barely illuminates the dark confines of the Jujitsu Director's Bureau, resembling a set for a grand horror film. Is it so difficult for a prestigious power institution to afford a brighter light? It is hard to believe that you operate with integrity. Within this inadequately lit room, an ancient wooden screen stands, obscuring the silhouettes of the Bureau's higher-ups. Through the gaps in the screen, one can faintly discern the frail, stooped figures of the upper echelons, exuding an aura of decay that signifies the myriad ailments entrenched in this antiquated system. On the surface, those gathered here appear to be nothing more than a collection of useless old men. Yet, in reality, they reside at the pinnacle of the Jujitsu power pyramid, wielding unparalleled authority. In this stifling atmosphere, behind the screen sits an individual with a stitched forehead. She observes Tsukubanjiu with the detached scrutiny of a researcher peering through a high-powered microscope, embodying calmness and rationality. The meeting room houses only Tsukubanjiu, Night Moth, and the first-year head instructor from Kyoto Academy. He regards Tsukubanjiu with a condescending gaze, assessing her from head to toe as if appraising an object of value. Tsukubanjiu crosses her arms, her expression cool as she endures the scrutiny from all sides. Those gazes, whether curious, evaluating, or contemptuous, pierce through the screen like arrows aimed directly at her. She feels her patience dwindling rapidly, akin to a broken hourglass nearing its end. The Kyoto instructor holds his head high, an unabashed display of arrogance etched on his face. Tsukubanjiu, being able to transfer to our Kyoto Academy is your fortune. Tsukubanjiu, do you wish to claim this fortune for yourself? The irritating voice continues to prattle on. You need not learn anything. Simply enhance your abilities and dutifully marry into the Zenin family as a concubine. I've heard you've been frequently visiting the archery hall. A girl should not be parading about in public all day. Your most important task is to bear a gifted child for the Zenin family and settle down to support your husband and raise your children. With these words, a slight smirk of disdain graces his lips. Tsukubanjiu's already poor mood plummets further. She feels as though her head is swathed in bandages. With a blank expression, she rolls her eyes and offers a radiant smile, as if illuminated by divine light. My words may be harsh. I shall take my leave. Suddenly, an ancient and authoritative voice emanates from behind the screen, presumptuous. Night Moth, what kind of student have you raised? Such blatant disrespect and reckless words are utterly unbecoming. Oh, my notorious temper. I've been a campus tyrant since kindergarten, truly deserving of the label of a bully. To complain to my instructor in front of me, and to brazenly criticize my instructor's teaching methods. Can I endure this? My moral compass has certainly waned. Respect and hierarchy? Clearly, they have never experienced the harsh realities of socialism. Tsukubanjiu discreetly glances at Night Moth, her eyes conveying a clear message. Night Moth, I must intervene with righteous indignation. Before Night Moth can interpret the meaning behind her gaze, she maintains her stance with arms crossed, her noble and aloof demeanor unwavering. Where do these remnants of feudalism come from? The Qing dynasty has long since vanished. Oh no, the shogunate has been gone for ages, hasn't it? And then, she abruptly let out a cold laugh. The atmosphere in the conference room froze. How does one begin to describe the ambience of that moment? Night Moth gazed at the righteous Moon Half-Rabbit and felt a lump stuck in his throat. He wisely chose to remain silent, allowing the stage to belong to Moon Half. Do you know why the sorcery world is not as flourishing as it was a millennium ago? Now reduced to the presence of a mere handful of cats. With a disquieting, hollow smile, Moon Half-Rabbit spoke rapidly yet articulately. It's all because of you. You bunch of fools, shunning practical work, being exclusionary, envious of talent, and allowing yourselves to be toyed with like monkeys. Go away, Suguru Geto. For the deity of apes has ascended, and it is she. Have you even been to school? Have you studied management? You were born merely to lower the average IQ. Look at your antiquated and decaying thoughts, your chaotic internal management. If I were you, I would have committed seppuku by now. As she spoke, her smile was undoubtedly sardonic, and her presence sharp and piercing. The greatest contribution you could make to the sorcery world is to immerse yourselves in formaldehyde and seal yourselves away. Modern society values democracy, freedom, and openness. How many of the core socialist values have you embodied? You are still living in a feudal society. Side concubines, I curse your ancestors. A bunch of idiots, just roll yourselves off to Siberia and dig potatoes, looking for insults. Night Moth turned his face away, striving not to laugh out loud in that moment. He thought Moon Half would hold back, but unexpectedly, she overturned the table. Indeed, the youth are ever so different. Moon Half-Rabbit, it may be wrong for me to insult, but I am indeed cursing the right people. 666. Can the streamer teach me how to insult? I'll reward you with a tomato king. Netizens remained silent, only showering her with likes. I didn't insult my colleagues yesterday. I was replaying it in my mind, and then I saw this live stream, laughing until I cried. I'll save it and study it in bed at midnight. The higher-ups were infuriated, their faces flushed, lips trembling yet unable to utter a coherent word. They appeared to be in a state akin to trigeminal neuralgia. What a joke, a group of old men who have never attended school, expecting to debate against her. A freshly graduated high school student at the peak of her intellectual prowess. Although they often complained about the excessive bureaucracy in Huawei's education system, especially the repetitive ideological and political education that made one drowsy, they had to concede that it was indeed quite effective. If it were of no use, who would waste their time here with you? What is my rating? If it's below level 1, then I won't be leaving today. Let us have a thorough discussion about transferring schools. At this moment, all the higher-ups could think about was how to swiftly send this plague away. Satoru Gojo is the strongest king, but this person is the king of words. Moon Half-Rabbit, content with her freshly minted student ID, returned to the higher institute with a spring in her step. As she ascended the steps, her view gradually expanded. Little rabbit, I heard you made the higher-ups vomit blood. Is that true? Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Moon Half-Rabbit's heart skipped a beat. He was rushing towards her, his lips curled into a somewhat arrogant grin. The sunlight seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, inching across his handsome features. As if finding a home, it all settled into those azure eyes. A man who absorbed all the light. Within his carefree smile, a surge of dopamine began to flood her mind, crashing against her nerve endings in wave after wave. DK Gojo, with his red lips and white teeth, had such a tender face that merely looking at him made one want to pinch those cheeks. Kittens are meant to be played with by humans. He should receive everyone's affection. This is the mindless adoration of a devoted fan. This is a world of manga. But alas, those who crafted this world have never lacked malice towards Satoru Gojo. Is it too much to ask for such achievements in manga to be acknowledged with a nod to Gojo? Moon Half-Rabbit squinted her eyes, many disordered thoughts flashing through her mind. A beam of light gradually condensed in her pupils, ultimately forming a fine line. That light, like her tone, finally carried a hint of warmth. Whatever the cat desires, must surely be granted. As for how she appeared now, well, how should one say it? Night Moth racked his brain, but could not find a precise descriptor. Chapter 12, the sorcery version of Hogwarts. I have made up my mind. I shall establish an organization akin to the Death Eaters, to oppose the supervisory department. Watching Moon Half-Rabbit raise her arms in defiance atop the table, Suguru Geto wore a dazed expression, as if his worldview had shattered. A sigh encapsulated a myriad of emotional stories, containing at least 12,000 parts of shock. You, the future Monkey King, the Buddha of the capital, what a shocking surprise. Satoru Gojo excitedly raised his hand. I want to join. Shoko lazily yawned. Count me in as well. Suguru Geto tiredly covered his face. Do you even know what the Death Eaters are? He felt the need for calm. But reality offered him no chance to compose himself. Satoru Gojo boldly asserted, who cares what it is? As long as I can go against that bunch of old oranges in the supervisory department, I'm in. Join us, Suguru. Moon Half-Rabbit's gaze was resolute, her voice booming, as if the vastness of the stars and sea were within reach. Together, let us create a paradise for sorcerers. This is the essence of righteousness. Suguru Geto felt a pang in his stomach, his mind swirling with confusion. In his impression, Moon Half-Rabbit had always been a diligent, self-disciplined, and exceptionally hard-working student. Yet now, she actually aspired to emulate Voldemort, embodying a neon mystery, and implement a Muggle eradication plan? Hey, have you stepped into the wrong scene? He calmly inhaled. Moon Half, please remain composed. Muggles, oh no, ordinary people also have their value and significance. We cannot be so extreme. Suguru Geto spoke earnestly. Think about it. This is fundamentally unfeasible, utterly lacking in practical significance. Moon Half-Rabbit smiled. It was a smile that defied precise description. Perhaps those familiar with anime would recognize it. It was the expression of a villain reminiscing about the close bond shared with the protagonist. How arrogant you are, Suguru. Are you the strongest because you are Suguru Geto, or are you Suguru Geto because you are the strongest? This classic line has finally escaped my lips. Suguru Geto. He found himself at a loss for words. Ha ha ha, Master Geto. She is speaking all my words. Following Geto's path leaves him with no way to go. The essence of choking Suguru Geto lies in defeating magic with magic. Suguru Geto's head throbbed. And after a while, he regained his ability to speak normally. Sorcerers are relatively disadvantaged, but we can think of other methods, such as, perhaps, focusing on enhancing national happiness? If you truly harbor immense dissatisfaction towards the supervisory department, and find the handling of the current state of sorcery inadequate, please share it with us. And we shall strive together. Such a hasty decision to annihilate all ordinary people is truly extreme. Natsuhan was perplexed. Did we ever imply the need to eradicate ordinary individuals? Had she missed some pivotal plot point? Satoru Gojo stared blankly at Suguru Geto. Geto, are you truly embarking on a path of crime? Your rational discourse was merely a facade after all. Faced with these two unreliable companions, Suguru Geto felt an overwhelming mix of anger and exasperation, nearly losing his composure. He bellowed, could you stop standing there spectating? Hurry and persuade her. Satoru Gojo exhibited no signs of anxiety, leisurely extracting a lollipop from his pocket. Isn't it simply about forming a new organization and opposing the executive department? How entertaining. Is this truly a matter of amusement? All right. I shall cease my jesting and speak earnestly from now on. The previously jovial expression of Tsuki turned solemn, her lips pressing together slightly. The executive department was established following an agreement between the three great families and the government, with the director being nominated by these families. Hence, for the executive department to genuinely wield power, it must assist the government in maintaining societal stability. In essence, their legitimacy stems from their responsibility towards the ordinary society. At times, to achieve their objectives, they resort to extreme measures, even suppressing the sorcerer community. Upon hearing this, Suguru Geto swallowed hard, his hand clenched silently in his pocket. The executive department could also punish sorcerers who defied orders, operating under a set of disciplinary standards independent of conventional law. A certain speculation arose within her mind. I suspect the government must regret bestowing excessive power upon the executive department, right? The government hoped to support the executive department to balance the forces within the sorcery realm against the three great families. Yet, between ordinary society and the sorcery world, there exists a lack of an organization capable of effectively constraining the actions of the executive department. To manage personnel, while remaining cautious, requires a system of checks and balances. Satoru Gojo chuckled, evidently comprehending her words. The light streamed down like the soft glow of dawn, caressing the top of Tsuki head, bestowing upon her a delicate golden halo. He scrutinized her for a considerable time, the long lashes casting dark shadows upon his eyes. Hiss. He suddenly felt an urge to delve into her mind to discover her thoughts. Simultaneously, an unprecedented sense of novelty and strange emotions quietly spread within him. You wish to collaborate with the government? Leave that to me. I can undoubtedly facilitate the connection. His voice carried a hint of delight. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Listening, Suguru Geto felt a stirring within, piecing together his fragmented self. Should we genuinely forge a partnership with the government? What specific responsibilities would our newly established organization undertake? Just moments ago, he had appeared incredulous at her thoughts, yet now they were organizing, truly befitting of someone destined to lead, adaptable and shrewd. Natsuhan retrieved a cigarette from her pack, not igniting it, merely tossing it onto the table. She pondered briefly, then began to articulate her thoughts as if organizing her ideas. Rather than dispersing the power of the executive department, why not bring the higher education institutions under our wing? Tasking students with assignments already violates the juvenile protection laws. She emphasized this point. In the future, we shall possess the authority to refuse tasks issued by the executive department. After graduation, students should have the autonomy to choose whether to work for the executive department, remain in academia as educators, or become independent sorcerers. Naturally, they can also reintegrate into regular societal life. Well said, Natsuhan. You are far more astute than Satoru Gojo. Teaching students alone is insufficient. They remain vulnerable to the oppression and harm inflicted by higher authorities. Only by completely independentizing the higher education institutions can we offer them adequate and comprehensive protection. Suguru Geto, as if struck by a brilliant idea, excitedly added, I believe we could establish a primary or middle school, akin to Hogwarts, creating a secure and efficient learning environment to safeguard the budding sorcerers. Satoru Gojo fixed his gaze upon Tsuki, his voice cascading down into reality like falling snow. Wild sorcerers are challenging to detect. Typically, detection relies on window assessments, which are inefficient. I've scoured the dark web of the black market. In Huagua, there exists a tool for measuring sorceress aptitude, capable of assessing the qualifications of ordinary individuals. Huagua, indeed. Tsuki eye sparkled. No wonder it is a vast nation. Their regulations within the sorcery realm are far more comprehensive than ours, replete with humanistic considerations. I adore my motherland. I have always believed that our downfall would stem from our flaws. Yet, paradoxically, we often perish due to our virtues, driven by blind optimism and arrogance. We must read more, learn from other nations, and thereby broaden our narrow perspectives. To listen, to observe, to contemplate. Suguru Geto paused, closing his eyes amidst the tumult of his racing blood. In Neon, sorcerers are dispatched only in haste to address problems arising from ordinary individuals' misfortunes, without any prior preparation. In the unseen corners, there are many who perish before receiving assistance. However, the sorcerers in Hua will patrol regularly, akin to police, maximizing the elimination of danger. Unfortunately, the number of sorcerers in Neon is far too scant. Thus, this approach is less applicable, making the installation of extensive surveillance systems imperative. Neon, a nation lacking even basic surveillance, is doomed to fail. Natsuhan clasped her hands beneath her chin, her long lashes fluttering slightly. Yet ordinary surveillance cameras cannot capture the essence of cursed spirits, can they? The brilliant sunlight flooded the curtains, and Satoru Gojo gazed out the window for a moment before casually remarking, "Miss May's crow can." Outside, the sky was leisurely adorned with drifting clouds, the sun burning like a flame, infusing the world with vibrant life. Indeed, as long as we provide Senior May with a sufficiently generous reward, she should be amenable. Amenable to what? May's voice wafted in from the doorway. Sakahanjin's eyes brightened. "Senior, you've arrived." May lowered her gaze, smiling meaningfully. "Yes. I came to see the adorable one who brings me wealth." The songstress shot a glance at Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, tilting her face with a smile. "Sakahanjin, we must take our leave. The assistant supervisor is arriving shortly." "Coming." Sakahanjin waved her hand. "I'll attend to the task first. Let us have a group chat later." Natsuhan gave an okay gesture. On the way, the songstress curiously inquired, "What were you two so mysteriously discussing?" "It's about what I mentioned to the seniors during yesterday's mission. I wish to establish an organization." "Oh, a Death Eater, is it?" Sakahanjin raised her hand to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. "Currently, our vision is to create a Hogwarts-like institution for sorcery. Education should never be compromised, for children are the future of the sorcery realm. Although the sorcery world presently grapples with numerous daunting issues, as long as we advance steadily, step by step, improvement will eventually follow. Why persist in playing with unlicensed material? Regardless, I am the first to join you. My position must surely surpass Satoru's." Sakahanjin smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Absolutely no problem." After departing from the higher education institution, Sakahanjin had been scanning the map for potential cursed spirits. Senior May's crow had been monitoring the task location, which was an abandoned building, completely devoid of life. Even a slight delay on the road would not result in significant consequences. The map distinctly marks the locations of cursed spirits with conspicuous red dots. The brightness and size of these red points serve as a clear reflection of the respective levels of the cursed spirits. Presently, near the lake in the upper right corner of the map, there exists a small red dot. The size and luminosity of this dot. It is undoubtedly far more formidable than the minor creatures she has encountered in recent days, signifying at least a second-level cursed spirit. The assistant supervisor deftly parked the vehicle by the lakeside and skillfully set up the tent. It remains a mystery how her classmate, Yueban, discovered the presence of a cursed spirit here, especially since the windows did not detect anything. Like a dog catching a scent, she coughed lightly to mask her inappropriate metaphor. The sun-dappled lakeside, adorned with lush greenery, sparkled under the rays, resembling countless diamonds twinkling upon the water's surface. Inside the tent, the songstress and Mingming observed as Yueban Rabbit repeatedly drew her bow, taking aim to shoot. The air was pierced by a series of sharp whistling sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Alas, her 3 successive arrows failed to hit their mark, rendering them less effective than a simple knife scrape. The expression on the songstress's face shifted visibly, as she turned her head in disdain. "Please don't tell anyone that I taught you archery. No, please don't abandon me, songstress-sensei. This isn't my fault. When I practice on stationary targets, I'm a sharpshooter. But the issue lies in the fact that cursed spirits don't just stand still for me to shoot. They move at an outrageous speed. I've never attempted shooting at moving targets." The songstress flushed, exclaiming, "Do not call me teacher. Call me senpai." "All right, songstress-senpai. I would gladly call you father if it could salvage my hopeless archery skills." Mingming, with a relaxed demeanor, observed this potential talent with an unwavering smile. "Ha, hit it. A mere second-level spirit, easily dispatched. How can you take pride in randomly shooting and hitting a master? Tomorrow, you must practice on moving targets at the archery range." Yueban Rabbit, slender and fragile, seemed as though she could be effortlessly torn apart by the slightest force. Her neck was delicate, faintly revealing blue veins. Such a pristine and beautiful neck. One swing of an axe could sever it, couldn't it? But that cannot be. Her investments must not plummet. Power is akin to a check. Unless it is cashed, it holds no value. To prevent Yueban Rabbit from ultimately becoming an unredeemable promise, Mingming spoke up. "Yueban, would you like to learn the long axe from me? I can offer you a 20 discount on tuition." "Absolutely. Teacher Ming. After all, hard work is never a loss." Chapter 13, Panda Society. Night Moth surveyed the 4 students lined up before him and emitted a bewildered response from his throat. Although his students had always been gravely ill, today their ailments seemed particularly acute. Yueban Rabbit clasped her hands together. Teacher, we require your assistance. You keep causing me trouble. And now, at a critical moment, you think of me? Reflecting on the balance of power, Night Moth felt a twitch near his temple and sighed heavily. He composed his face, assuming the authority of a patriarch. Let me see your proposal. Yueban Rabbit's gaze began to waver. This. An ominous premonition surged within Night Moth. You haven't written it yet, have you? What have you all been doing these past few days? Playing house? With an inexplicable burst of enthusiasm, Wuju interrupted. We haven't been idle. We've been discussing the name of the organization. Night Moth. Which sounds more impressive, Cat Society or Rabbit Society? Night Moth. A series of question marks seemed to materialize above his head. Did you come here to tell me jokes? Yaoji awkwardly rubbed his nose. After all, we are the righteous force, so we thought of drawing inspiration from the Phoenix Society, using an animal as our organization's name and symbol. He spread his hands. Wuju proposed Rabbit Society, while Yueban suggested Cat Society. We've debated the name for 2 days. An indescribable expression appeared on Night Moth's face. He roared. Can you all be a bit more serious? What else with this cat and rabbit nonsense? It's absurd. You might as well call it Panda Society. Unexpectedly, upon Night Moth's utterance, the other 4's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, Panda Society sounds quite nice. Night Moth chose to remain silent. Are you serious? Are you all serious? Nariko nodded. There's a cigarette brand called Panda. I like it, so I vote for Panda Society. Yaoji meticulously explored the cultural significance of panda patterns. The black and white coloration of the giant panda symbolizes the philosophical concept of yin and yang, representing the harmonious coexistence of diverse cultures, races, and beliefs. Yueban Rabbit decisively declared, all right, our organization shall be named Panda Society. How stylish is that? Wuju's smile grew ever wider. Night Moth, you should become a panda-cursed spirit as our mascot. Night Moth's expression had already died in response to his words. The name is set, but what about the proposal? We need a solid plan to negotiate with the government, right? Yueban Rabbit glanced around. Is anyone skilled at writing proposals? Silence ensued. She furrowed her brow, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Well, considering our educational backgrounds. Her words trailed off at a delicate juncture. The most educated among us is me, a soon-to-be college student. Hey, little rabbit, are you being discriminatory against educational backgrounds? That's so unfair. Yueban Rabbit looked at Wuju as if he were foolish, tucking back a stray hair. Leave the proposal to me. I will do my utmost to complete it. But you should understand the principle of you get what you pay for. Don't expect too much. Yaoji remarked, rather than pushing ourselves too hard. It might be better to take it easy. He organized his thoughts, attempting to express himself delicately. This proposal is for the higher-ups in the government. So perhaps we should be more rigorous? Why not find a professional online to assist with the writing? Everyone unanimously agreed to adopt Yaoji's suggestion, and thus they posted their specific requirements for the proposal online. Soon, an individual named Louisa May Alcott accepted the assignment. Although she was unsure why this person shared a name with the author of Little Women, it was said that the individual excelled in intelligence analysis and overall organizational planning. Wait, could this person be from the world of Bunga Stray Dogs? Oh my gosh, are we bringing together elements from both works? I absolutely must go to Yokohama for some postal collecting. While awaiting the proposal, they continued with their regular classes and tasks. On a particular morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, starkly contrasting with the drowsy faces of the students. Night Moth, standing at the podium, gazed upon the sea of slumbering students before him, his hands gradually tightening into fists, fingers turning pale and emitting a faint cracking sound. What have you all been up to last night? Robbing a bank? The elegantly aloof Karari chuckled softly. I worked overtime until 4 in the morning last night, so you should rest. The equally refined Satoru Gojo replied with a smirk. I was up all night playing video games. You can go stand at the back. With a dismissive scoff, Satoru begrudgingly moved to the rear of the classroom to serve his punishment. Yaka Tsukahanabe timidly stood up, clutching her book. I apologize, teacher. I spent too long training with the cursed spirit rabbits last night and didn't get enough sleep. I should join him at the back for punishment as well. Seeing her understanding demeanor, Yaga's expression softened slightly. To him, Tsukahanabe was like a tireless spinning top. Her schedule so jam-packed it could induce anxiety in the most phobic of individuals. No need for that. Just sit in your seat and remember to rest early next time. Avoid late nights, he advised. Understood. Thank you, teacher, Tsukahanabe quickly replied, settling back down. At the back, Satoru was less than pleased. Yaga, you're so biased. I'm not having it. If you put in half the effort Tsukahana does, I wouldn't be worried. He paused suspiciously, his azure gaze peering over the edge of his sunglasses towards Tsukahanabi. I'm the strongest. I don't need to try, he retorted defiantly. Suguru Geto yawned, his eyes bloodshot. But Satoru, hasn't your technique been failing consistently? You haven't even mastered the reversal technique. Effort is still required. Satoru was momentarily silenced. Geto, whose side are you on? Yaga inquired, observing Geto's dark circles with a furrowed brow. Geto opened his mouth as if to defend himself, but found it too cumbersome. So he simply stood up. Never mind, I'll join you in standing as well to clear my head. Satoru chuckled in an infuriatingly cheerful tone. You're not suffering from insomnia, are you? If you can't sleep, just sit in on one of Yaga's classes. I guarantee you'll sleep soundly. This was met with Yaga's iron-fisted reprimand. Why do I have to get hit too? Geto groaned, clutching his head. Thanks to Yaga, he was thoroughly awakened. As the first bell rang, they exited the comfortable, air-conditioned classroom, only to be enveloped by the sweltering heat outside. Geto squinted, gazing up at the glaring sun hanging high in the sky, his lips pressed tightly together. It's October, yet the weather remains this sweltering, he lamented, feeling lethargic. Satoru nudged him. Hurry up. Let us get back to the dorm. I have a fantastic game to recommend, with a difficulty level off the charts. His refreshing voice sliced through the oppressive air, filling Geto's ears with its coolness. Those sky-blue eyes shone almost blindingly in the radiant sunlight. Satoru pushed and prodded Geto, leading him from the shadows into the sunlit world. You really are a gaming black hole, aren't you, Satoru? Are you trying to get hit? His snow-white hair glimmered under the bright sunlight, and in that moment, it seemed as though the corners of his mouth were glowing. Satoru had discovered a new game, having spent an entire night without achieving a successful completion. Gal game, huh? As an elite Gal game player, Geto had never once faltered. Completing the entire game was childish play for him, until he encountered this particular title, which would become his greatest blunder. However, Geto was not yet aware of the psychological trauma this game would inflict upon him. He quickly caught up to Satoru's progress. Why isn't A selected here? Geto shook his head. You completely lack an understanding of a girl's heart, Satoru. In this scenario, how could one possibly select A? Choices must align with the heroine's personality. His words caused Satoru to blink in surprise, then wear an expression that epitomized absurdity. Responding according to the other's character? If that were the case, would she still like me? It's just a game. How else do you expect to win? Moreover, romantic engagements are a mutual affair, inevitably demanding consideration for the other party, requiring one to accommodate their partner on minor issues. After a prolonged silence, Satoru deepened the smile at the corners of his mouth, his gaze curious as he adjusted his sunglasses to scrutinize Geto. Geto, you seem to understand this quite well. Have you perhaps lost your innocence? A smile that hinted at murderous intent graced Geto's face. Are you playing with me on purpose? Satoru slouched on the couch, resembling a cat sprawled on its back. The couch was not particularly small, yet his long legs made it seem cramped. It's always you who's more popular. I truly don't understand why. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Satoru tilted his head, looking quite perplexed, almost youthful and naive. Yet he was the impeccable Satoru Gojo, a paragon of perfection. Akin to a star in the heavens, something one could merely gaze up at in awe. Not everyone could pluck stars from the sky or reach the moon with a mere ladder. After some effort, Geto achieved the little black room milestone, prompting a fit of tremulous laughter from Satoru. You spouted so many grand truths, yet in the end, you were still confined to the little black room. Such a comical turn of events was simply too good to resist mocking. Stop laughing. Do you think you're Hisoka? Geto lifted the game console, genuinely asking. From which small workshop did you dig up this game? Is the heroine a lunatic? The protagonist was indeed a nightmare for all Gal game players, a white-to-black character, suspicious, jealous, with an absurdly strong possessiveness, covering her ears during arguments and shouting, I can't hear you, to the point of going dark and trapping the player in the little black room. She seemed like a deranged escapee from a mental institution. Geto grit his teeth. Having barely reached a favorability rating of 25, a far cry from Satoru's pitiful 13. No. In esports, being inexperienced is a sin. As a professional Gal game player, how could I fail to achieve a happy ending? Unbeknownst to them, they played until midnight. Meanwhile, Tsukahanabi rode her newly purchased electric scooter, venturing into increasingly remote areas. Her map was limited, restricting her exploration, so she often wandered about, hoping to encounter cursed spirits. Suddenly, a conspicuous red dot appeared on the map. I knew wandering about would yield rewards. This time it's a level 1. After battling so many minor creatures, I finally encountered a precious SSR. I'll take my master ball, Geto, to capture it. Chapter 14, The Slit-Mouthed Woman. The layout of the high school dormitory rooms was largely uniform, constructed predominantly of wood, imparting a natural and rustic ambience. One side of the room featured a grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking a small balcony facing the back mountains. Satoru had battled for several hours to raise the heroine's favorability to 15. His feline-like face wore a displeased expression as he uttered an exasperated sound, "Tisich. This game is trash, it's worthless." Meanwhile, Geto was on the phone, nodding in agreement. Okay, I understand. I'll be there shortly." He hung up, rising to his feet. "Satoru, I have matters to attend to. I'm leaving now." Without lifting his head or even raising his eyelids, Satoru Gojo spoke with a heavy enunciation. "It's already 3 in the morning. What could possibly be so important?" According to Suguru Geto's understanding of him, Gojo's next line should have been, "You little adulterous cat." In a certain sense, he had indeed spoken prophetic words. Gojo exclaimed loudly, "You little adulterous cat." His left eye conveyed, "You are hiding something from me," while his right eye signaled, "I'm about to cause a ruckus," leaving Geto utterly perplexed. He let out a faint sigh from the corner of his mouth. "Gojo, calm down. I'm not engaged in any nefarious activities. I'm merely accompanying Tsukiham to exorcise some cursed spirits." Gojo responded with utter skepticism. "A date, right?" "It's definitely a date." Geto looked at Gojo, who wore a serious expression, and finally managed to squeeze out a monosyllabic reply. "Huh?" Gojo's gaze was filled with sorrow. "Geto, when did you become so close to that little bunny?" He was well aware that Geto would go out every night, returning with a visibly drained demeanor. The little bunny appeared equally fatigued and sleep-deprived. The two were undoubtedly up to no good. Upon further reflection, it was truly just about hunting cursed spirits. She would call him over whenever she spotted an interesting one. However, he couldn't fathom why Tsukiham always roamed about at night, causing him sleepless nights. The nighttime temperatures were already quite low. Sitting atop the rainbow dragon, he was buffeted by the cold wind, returning to the dormitory with a headache and unable to sleep well. Speaking of which, there had indeed been some particularly intriguing cursed spirits in his Pokemon database lately, though weak. They were fascinating. Geto nodded, his face lighting up with a gleeful expression. "Tsukiham mentioned that the one we encountered today is a first-level cursed spirit, even stronger than those in my Pokemon database. Is that so? Take me along to play. Let us go, let us go." Gojo's insistence left Geto overwhelmed, resulting in a rare sigh of defeat. He summoned the rainbow dragon and, with a swift motion, snatched Gojo's blanket, leaping out of the window. "What do you need my blanket for, pervert?" Geto foresaw the cold night and wrapped himself tightly, sniffing slightly. "It's windy at night. You're so pathetic." Following the location provided by Tsukiham, they hurriedly made their way to the designated spot. Tsukiham stood at the mouth of an alley, perfectly positioned between light and darkness, the light splitting the shadows in her eyes. She looked somewhat surprised to see Gojo accompanying Geto, but didn't dwell on it, cutting to the chase. The target is a newly born first-level hypothetical cursed spirit, the slit-mouthed woman. Geto marveled to have discovered it so soon after its birth. "You truly are a cursed spirit, Radar." The slit-mouthed woman is a creature from modern Japanese urban legends, depicted as a woman with disheveled hair and a mask concealing her grotesquely gaping mouth. She would inquire of children returning home from school, "Am I pretty?" If they answered affirmatively, she would remove her mask and ask again, "How about now?" Should the child respond that she was not pretty, she would slay them with scissors. If they said she was pretty, she would cut the child's mouth open to make them look like her. Tsukiham recalled that the slit-mouthed woman in the anime that Geto had exorcised possessed a simple domain that enforced mutual non-aggression. It was uncertain whether this version had learned that skill given the altered timeline. According to legend, the slit-mouthed woman only inquired of children. Surely, we cannot be mistaken for children, right? Upon hearing Geto's question, Tsukiham's expression grew serious. "In that case, Gojo, I'll have to trouble you to lure her out." Gojo, munching on a red bean cake, tilted his head back. "Huh?" Tsukiham chuckled softly, a warmth flickering in her eyes. "Didn't you claim to be 3 years old every day? Go, baby Gojo, don't hold back." Stunned by her calling him baby Gojo, Gojo fumbled and dropped the red bean cake to the ground. Tsukiham exclaimed, "Quick! If you pick it up within 3 seconds before it reacts, you can still eat it." Gojo retrieved the dust-covered red bean cake, grimacing slightly before shoving it into the mouth of the rainbow dragon. The dragon replied, "Is that polite?" Geto clenched his fists. "If you're not going to eat it, then throw it in the trash. Where's the trash can around here? It's just a cursed spirit." "A little red bean cake 1 tea hurt to improve the diet," Gojo remarked, stretching his rusted arm as he took strides toward the small alley. "All right. Since the little bunny has spoken, I'll do my best not to kill her." He adopted an exceedingly childish and affected tone, mimicking a child's voice. "I'm so scared. I wonder if any kind big sister would come out to protect this poor and helpless little baby." Behind him, Geto muttered, "Whose child talks like that? Let us go home. Gojo, let us go home." Tsukiham skipped along, hands behind her back, dancing in her shadow. So adorable, Geto thought. Feeling as though a sweet, cotton candy-like high school girl was being playful. Listening to her, Geto felt awkward. Tsukiham, please stop. My HP is about to hit 0. In the narrow, quiet alley, it was only the three of them. The howling wind swept through, causing the branches to creak, shadows swaying under the silvery moonlight. Gojo advanced against the wind, his hair tousled, whispering like a devil. I'm only 3 years old this year, walking alone on this pitch-black path home. I'm truly terrified. So disgusting, but it's effective, he thought. In the distance came a chilling voice, am I pretty? Accompanied by that spine-chilling phrase. A vague figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The slit-mouthed woman, with her long hair cascading down, obscured most of her face. Thick bandages wrapped around her visage, revealing only a gaping maw split to the roots of her ears. Gojo maintained his composure, returning her gaze with an almost cold stare. You're a bit off-putting. He disregarded her question, opting to criticize her instead. Why don't you follow the Legend script? The real slit-mouthed woman always wears a mask when she goes out. Isn't this a bit off-brand? The newly birthed slit-mouthed woman was taken aback by his words. She had some intelligence, but not much, and merely repeated, am I pretty? Gojo pinched his nose. Hey, can you tighten those bandages around your mouth? It feels like there's a bad odor. Am I pretty? She asked, her voice hauntingly eerie. Back off. Back off. The slit-mouthed woman, being somewhat obedient, took a small step back. Then she asked again in that strange tone, am I pretty? Whether she was pretty was debatable, but her intelligence seemed rather lacking. Geto stroked his chin, wearing a contemplative expression, so this is how it works. It's just like exploiting a bug in a game. Am I pretty? She persisted. I heard the slit-mouthed woman likes candies. Do you like them? Gojo inquired. But the slit-mouthed woman ignored him, fixated on her question, am I pretty? Gojo rummaged through his pocket. I'm not too keen on sharing my candy with you. Tsukiham commented. It seems Gojo could play with her for an entire day. Geto sighed, closing his eyes in exasperation. This was also the first time he encountered a cursed spirit with intelligence comparable to Gojo's. In the end, none of them responded to the question posed by the slit-mouthed woman. They merely continued to assault her. Just as she was on the verge of being compressed into a sphere by Suguru Geto, she activated her simple domain, significantly enhancing her power, much to her unexpected delight. Wataru Watanabe exclaimed with enthusiasm, hurry up and consume it. I have yet to encounter a cursed spirit capable of activating a simple domain. In response to Watanabe's urging, Geto leisurely returned the cursed spirit orb to his pocket, forcing a grimace of a smile. It would be better to wait for a more opportune moment to ingest it. Why seek an appropriate time? Can't you simply swallow it directly? A fleeting moment of tension flickered across Geto's face as he abruptly stiffened. How do you know? He instinctively took a step back, positioning himself in the shadows, enveloped by darkness. The intense negative emotions coalesced into a cursed spirit, exuding a repugnant and vile scent that clung to him like a parasite. All along, he had never revealed his act of consuming cursed spirit orbs in front of others, fully aware that his visage would be grotesque and ghastly at that moment. Wataru removed the sunglasses perched on his nose, pointing a finger at his own eyes, where his blue irises reflected Geto's rigid figure. Did you think that just because you were hiding in your room, I would remain oblivious? My field of vision extends far beyond your imagination. The once stagnant air silently resumed its flow. Geto's fingers twitched slightly, a sigh of relief escaping him. It seemed that Watanabe had not discerned his hideous appearance. Tsukumabito tapped her left palm with her right hand, exclaiming, oh right, Six Eyes possesses a 360-degree long-distance vision, allowing it to see even from afar, undeterred by obstructions. Suddenly, she appeared to have an epiphany. You two's dormitories are conveniently adjacent. Wouldn't that mean that during his daily wardrobe changes and showers, Geto-kun? What a travesty. She yearned to witness the alluring sight of a handsome man emerging from the bath. Why wasn't 6 Eyes a cheat code for peeping? Geto suddenly shivered. I want to change dorms. Hey, I'm not interested in spying on men. Tsukumabito covered her mouth with her hand. What about the girls' dormitory? Watanabe, bewildered by her incessantly shifting topics, protested. This is excessive. The boys' and girls' dormitories aren't even in the same building. How could I possibly see? Thus, the conversation about coaxing the slit-mouthed woman was deftly diverted. Watanabe, on his way back, stubbornly refused to ride the rainbow dragon. He pouted, it's so cold. Geto, wrapped in a blanket, retorted, didn't you bring a blanket? Watanabe turned away. I refuse to share a bed with a man. He cast a glance at the small electric scooter, barely reaching his waist, and tilted his head to Tsukumabito with a playful smile. He resembled a cat, presenting its soft, white belly to a trusted companion. Little bunny, would you give me a ride, please? What a capricious and demanding feline, lacking virtues beyond its appearance. Yet, shallow humans are easily swayed by such charm. Tsukumabito, adorned with a pastel bunny ear helmet, retrieved a small yellow duckling helmet from the scooter, tilting her tiny face upward. Here, put on the helmet. Watanabe, half closing his eyes, gazed downwards, unable to suppress a smile. Such a trivial helmet looked quite adorable on her, resembling a watermelon-headed emoji. In a buoyant mood, he stepped forward to accept the small yellow duckling helmet. Due to his height, he blocked the streetlight's glow, casting a shadow over Tsukimabito, their silhouettes merging on the ground as if embracing. Tsukimabito mounted the electric scooter and patted the back seat, signaling for Watanabe to join her. We're off now. Chapter 15, Sunrise. Geto boarded the Rainbow Dragon to return to the Jujutsu High first. Watanabe sat upright, maintaining a respectful distance from Tsukimabito. He elevated his long legs, their height making the posture seem slightly awkward, yet his smile remained unwavering. I'm starting, Tsukimabito announced, twisting the throttle, and the little electric scooter shot forward. The wind rushed towards Watanabe, instantly disheveling his hairstyle. This little scooter has quite the kick. He mused, riding my beloved scooter, I will never encounter traffic jams. Riding my beloved scooter, I shall arrive home in no time. Tsukimabito sang the catchy tune twice, its infectious melody echoing in Watanabe's mind. Gradually, he found himself humming along. Little bunny, it's almost 5 o'clock. How about we skip returning to Jujutsu High and go watch the sunrise instead? Watch the sunrise? Tsukimabito had never engaged in such a disciplined activity, laughing at the absurdity of it. She could hardly rise early. However, upon reflection, her habitual lack of discipline could, in fact, be considered a form of self-discipline. Let us head to Kasai Seaside Park. We can see the Disney Castle and Mount Fuji from there. The mention of the Disney Castle sparked a glimmer of excitement in Watanabe, who sensed a conflicting feeling emanating from her back. He pressed on. During a previous mission, I happened to pass by there just as the sun was rising, and the snow-capped peak of Mount Fuji turns a lovely pink. It's breathtaking. What? A pink snow-capped Mount Fuji. Tsukimabito's eyes lit up, her mind conjuring an enchanting scene. I'm all in. She opened her phone's navigation and skillfully turned the scooter around, speeding towards Kasai Seaside Park. By the time they arrived at the park, it was nearly 6 o'clock, with the weather forecast predicting sunrise at 6:30. Tsukimabito parked the scooter and walked alongside Watanabe towards the right side of the park. After about 10 minutes, they reached the shoreline. There were few people there to witness the sunrise, and the expanse before them was nearly vacant. A refreshing breeze swept through, carrying away all burdens and fatigue, enveloping them in a sense of immense tranquility. Watanabe settled onto a large rock, stretching his long legs freely. He had felt constricted on the scooter just moments before. The sun will rise from the direction of the Disney Castle. Look, there lies Mount Fuji, as the highest peak in the land of the rising sun. Mount Fuji's summit is blanketed in pristine white snow every early October, creating a magnificent snow-capped vista. The mention of Mount Fuji inevitably brought to mind the image of Roma, who held the female lead script. The food at the treasure pot is exquisite, with Gojo and Nanami intertwined, stroking heads, pinching cheeks, and even riding on arms. Gojo-sensei, why did you extend its arm beneath your waist? Why reward it? Bestow upon me that opulence. Watanabe lazily propped his chin in his hand, his gaze drifting towards Tsukimabito, his eyes resembling a cold instrument, creating an unsettling illusion of being dissected. The sea breeze and the sounds of people wafted past his ears as he tilted his head slightly, revealing a perfectly measured expression of curiosity. Little bunny, why do you seem so? He appeared to contemplate how to articulate it. Urgent? Indeed, urgency was apparent, as evidenced by the meticulously detailed daily schedule Tsukimabito had shared, outlining every minute of her day. Yet, considering her personality, she did not strike him as someone who ardently adhered to plans or executed them with strictness. For some reason, Watanabe felt an overwhelming sense of urgency emanating from her, as if she were desperately eager to absorb knowledge in every form. I love learning new things. Physical techniques, martial arts, critical thinking. The world is so vast, and there is an abundance of knowledge I must acquire. Life is intrinsically an unceasing journey forward, with all individuals striving ahead. I have no desire to remain at the starting point. Having spoken, she cast a subtle glance at Satoru Gojo, her hand clenched tightly at her side. Moreover, to linger at the starting point would undoubtedly lead to being left behind. The inscrutable Shoko has always found it challenging to empathize, showing little inclination to relate to ordinary people. Much like in the anime, Satoru Gojo has never exhibited the slightest intention of pausing, standing alone at the pinnacle of strength. From our time as formidable companions to Gojo's solitary supremacy, the disparity in our strides easily leads to an ever-growing distance. Even Suguru Geto feels he cannot keep pace with him, let alone her. She is acutely aware that her own talent pales in comparison to theirs. Only through relentless effort can she hope to bridge the gap between them. Tsukimi Ritsu stands, and from her vantage point, She can behold the beauty of Satoru Gojo's striking eyes. Summoning her courage, she reaches out to remove his sunglasses. For a fleeting moment, Gojo's breath stutters, instinctively wanting to lean back, yet he suppresses the urge to move. Without the sunglasses, their gazes connect unimpeded, both sets of eyes locking onto one another. Who among his admirers does not wish to behold Satoru Gojo's visage? She leans in for a closer look, this being her first opportunity to witness his features so intimately. She exclaims, "Your eyes are truly beautiful. They evoke a sense of the sky stretching infinitely into the distance." Each time she watches the anime, she is repeatedly captivated by those eyes, yet nothing compares to the overwhelming sensation of witnessing them in person at this moment. If only she could elicit a smile from those eyes, she would gladly offer him the stars and the moon. Still, the impact of reality is undeniably profound. Tsukimi Ritsu, having done nothing yet, maintains her usual natural tone. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Gojo feels his ears burning, a tumult of adolescent excitement stirring within him. Oh, why is she so close? He has grown up amidst the accolades of others, fully aware of his own striking charm, a quintessential representation of handsome elegance. While he has previously removed his sunglasses for others, it is rare for him to exhibit any semblance of shyness now. My current goal is to earn your earnest willingness to engage with me. Satoru Gojo is momentarily taken aback, his gaze meeting hers, sparkling with genuine expectation, devoid of pretense. So her relentless efforts are aimed at this objective? She seeks my recognition through a challenge? He mentally chews over this notion twice, his thoughts tangling like a knotted ball of yarn. Gojo's feelings are decidedly complex. Abruptly, a rather peculiar and uncharacteristic question escapes his lips. Are you happy? He fears that for Tsukimi Ritsu, happiness is not the sentiment she harbors, but rather pressure and discontent. Tsukimi Ritsu calmly replaces his sunglasses, her voice steady. I am happy every day. This path ahead is precisely what I desire. Her resolute gaze seems to pierce through the shrouded uncertainties, unwaveringly focused on the unknown destination ahead. She will tirelessly strive for her goals. While she may not be able to fight alongside Satoru Gojo, she aspires for a semblance of equality in spirit. The sky transitions from deep blue to a radiant dawn, hues of grapefruit and orange slowly suffusing the horizon. In an instant, myriad beams of light, akin to golden swords, pierce through the clouds, cascading onto the earth and illuminating all creation. A chorus of birds takes flight from the trees, spinning like tops as they soar towards the vast expanse of the morning sky. Great egrets and cormorants break through the dawn, flocking towards the lake's depths, leaving behind beautiful ripples on the surface. At this moment, one can gaze left to witness the castle's sunrise, or right to behold the pink-tipped snow. Standing amidst this picturesque landscape, the girl radiates a smile as brilliant as the sun, exuding an enviable vitality. The morning glow envelopes her, as if she is cloaked in light. You can have this too. It seems as though someone whispers this within his mind. A breeze stirs over the sea, and Satoru Gojo conceals his inexplicable feelings, lowering his gaze. I am the strongest. If you do not hasten to become stronger, beware of being left in tears by me. I want to cry. I'm much stronger now than when I first enrolled, right? Back then, a mere pinky could defeat you, but now, perhaps I might need 2 or 3 fingers. As dawn breaks, the sun steadfastly radiates its light, illuminating everything. Chapter 16, Doubt. I knew you wouldn't call me out to see the sunrise for no reason. Tsukimi Ritsu follows Satoru Gojo, disenchanted, as they enter a dessert shop near Kasai Rinkai Park. Upon stepping inside, a rich aroma of sweetness envelopes them. There are surprisingly few people here, lucky for us. This shop's cakes are divine, and there's usually a long queue. Satoru Gojo stands with his hands in his pockets, his tone buoyantly cheerful. The shop owners are celebrating their 10th wedding anniversary, so they've introduced couple cakes. I've always wanted to come here. Tsukimi Ritsu glances at her watch. My plans have been disrupted, under normal circumstances. I would already be in bed catching up on sleep. Oh, once I'm done shopping, you can activate your domain and return to your dormitory using Daji's second skill. It won't take long. No, today I must accompany Senior Ming to complete some tasks. I need to conserve my domain just in case. Since Tsukimi Ritsu teams up with Ming and the songstress, the task reward has been divided among the 3 of them. Ming feels that Tsukimi Ritsu's pace in saving for tuition is too slow, often dragging her to the black market for side jobs to earn some extra cash. Satoru Gojo pats his chest. Today, Lord Gojo shall be your personal bodyguard. With me around, you won't need your domain. Tsukimi Ritsu raises an eyebrow. Do you have no tasks today? Satoru Gojo replies, quite pleased. Jia has grown up. She no longer relies on me for everything. Tsukimi Ritsu smiles awkwardly. The shop owner greets them with a warm smile. May I ask if you two are a couple? Satoru Gojo naturally drapes his arm over Tsukimi Ritsu's shoulder, exuding camaraderie. Yes, indeed. I would like one sweet delivery heartbeat cake and another fluttering heart connery, all to take away. One might expect the shop owner to demand proof of their coupledom, perhaps through a kiss or a hug, as is common in other narratives. However, such assumptions are misguided. The prospect of selling another cake brings a broad smile to his face. While waiting, Satoru Gojo pulls Tsukimi Ritsu over to admire the cakes on display. Look, this one is the sweet delivery heartbeat cake. He slightly lowers his head. His unkempt short hair appears soft and obedient. Strawberry cream oozes between the layers of red velvet, reminiscent of a specially customized sweet urgent delivery, sweetness at its peak. Tsukimi Ritsu remarks in a bright tone, "It looks overly sweet. Is that red part artificial coloring?" And then there's the fluttering heart connery, an essential dessert for couples on a date. With its rich, aromatic brown crust, the unique caramel scent intertwines with a rich, milky aroma, definitely a delightful treat. Who is the target audience for connery? It tastes like gummy candy and sticks to your teeth. Satoru Gojo is momentarily taken aback. The audience is me. He refused to concede defeat, continuing to enthusiastically recommend various desserts to Half Moon Bunny. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to persuade her, she always managed to deliver sharp and incisive critiques. The ears of the 5 cats drooped in response. Little bunny, do you think you might poison yourself when you lick your lips? With so many delightful cakes, has none captured your heart? Half Moon Bunny thought his lips were protruding enough to hang a soy sauce bottle. She couldn't fathom why his intelligence seemed to plummet in the presence of sweets. From somewhere, Wataru Fushiguro produced a tissue, adopting the demeanor of a wronged little wife. Even feigning sobs. How outrageous. Here I am, kindly sharing delicious desserts with you, and yet you speak to me like this. Does your conscience not ache? Though she was aware of his theatrics, Half Moon Bunny hurried to appease him. I apologize for my words. How about this? I shall buy another happy berry cake as compensation. All right. After receiving some affection from her, Wataru extended 2 fingers. I want 2 portions. Ah, how adorable. This man is insufferably sweet, Half Moon Bunny mused. This was what one might call an oddly maternal instinct, and she found it rather novel. The shopkeeper watched their interaction with a smile, saying, "You two share a wonderful bond. Here is your cake, and may you lovebirds find everlasting happiness." Wataru naturally accepted the cake along with the shopkeeper's blessing. The two intended to find a corner away from surveillance, utilizing Half Moon Bunny's domain to teleport back to the Jujutsu High. The concern arose, what about my little electric scooter? Am I to leave it here? A young man clad in a fitted black uniform stood with his back to the sun, specks of golden light tracing the outline of his figure. We'll have to ride it back next time we come to watch the sunrise. Half Moon Bunny shot him a look that conveyed she was not foolish. Are you certain you came to witness the sunrise and not to indulge in desserts? Close enough. It's a convenient affair. Wataru strolled leisurely, swinging the bag containing the cake. Does little bunny not enjoy sweets? Not particularly. I don't dislike them. But I wouldn't say I love them, she replied. Former friends would comment that the soup was too bland, but she always believed it was acceptable, as if she couldn't distinguish the saltiness of food. She also struggled to discern the freshness or doneness of her meals since childhood. She couldn't even tell the difference between Coca-Cola and Pepsi. I feel like a garbage disposal. Ugh, how could I describe myself like that? I'm clearly easy to please. Half Moon Bunny considered her words carefully. I find it difficult to adjust to Japanese cuisine. Perhaps I'm just accustomed to eating cooked food? The cafeteria serves many raw dishes that are cold, and the sauces are unappetizing, with few vegetables to be seen. Initially, she had high hopes of trying some visually stunning, drama-style Japanese dishes, but after tasting them, she found them difficult to evaluate, utterly disenchanted with Japanese cuisine. Nowadays, mealtime had become a torment for her. Each meal a potential minefield. Wataru tilted his head, the sunlight catching his eyelashes, making them flutter lightly. You're a native of Japan, yet you struggle with Japanese food? If that's the case, do you have a favorite cuisine? Please don't say soba. Jit is all about soba, like an old man. I adore Chinese cuisine, she confessed, yearning for hot pot, Peking duck, spicy snacks, and milk tea. Oh dear, I'm about to drool. Wataru grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, his smile utterly goofy. I enjoy Chinese food as well. I know of a fantastic Chinese restaurant with authentically delicious dishes. Shall we go together next time? Absolutely. Half Moon Bunny observed his bright smile and asked earnestly, aren't you afraid of cavities from consuming so many sweets? Do you wrap your teeth in Limitless? She recalled this trope from numerous novels. Wataru's eyes lit up. Hey, that is a brilliant idea. I won't have to trouble Shoko anymore. Could reverse curse technique even cure cavities? How extraordinary. Half Moon Bunny hesitated briefly before speaking. If Limitless can wrap around teeth, could it envelop Sugiru's cursed spirit ball as well? That dark sphere looks decidedly unappetizing. Her words elicited a look of surprise from Wataru, who had never before contemplated the flavor of a cursed spirit ball. His clear, sky-like eyes widened slightly. Does the cursed spirit ball have a flavor too? I have no idea. If Limitless enveloped the cursed spirit ball, would it taste like eating air? Wataru grew excited. Fascinating. I'll ask Jet to try it later. Finally, Half Moon Bunny managed to gently remind Wataru of this matter, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching a secluded corner, she glanced around, confirming the absence of surveillance. She activated her domain, using her second skill to return to the Jujutsu High dormitory before employing her ultimate technique to summon Wataru. This was Wataru's first time entering her room, and he was careful not to look around too much. After all, Six Eyes was a passive skill that could not be turned off. Thus, he immediately spotted the book sprawled across her desk, mastering 2,000 Japanese words in 10 days. Alongside it were other introductory Japanese language books, like New Classic Japanese. To be unable to adapt to Japanese cuisine might be a matter of personal preference, but it was truly perplexing that a native of Japan needed to study basic Japanese. Wataru's gaze lingered on Half Moon Bunny for a few seconds, a question lingering on his tongue before he swallowed it down. As Shoko left her room, she happened to see Wataru emerging from the adjacent room, and they exchanged bewildered glances. Shoko was entirely skeptical, thinking it must be a mirage, blinking multiple times. Isn't that Half Moon Bunny's room? Why is that scoundrel coming out of her room so early in the morning? I must still be dreaming. Haha, this nightmare feels too real. The nightmare, with one arm laden with cake and the other waving at her, greeted her cheerfully. Hey, Shoko, good morning. Shoko's mouth twitched as she offered him a perfunctory smile. Is Half Moon Bunny asleep? Wataru nodded, freeing one hand to rub his waist. Yeah. After a night of tossing and turning, she insisted I take my leave to rest. Half Moon Bunny's little electric scooter was too small for him, and as Wataru raised his knees, he felt as if he had been squatting for half an hour. Moreover, the complex terrain of Japan, with its constant ups and downs and some bumpy patches, nearly sent Wataru flying. He had certainly earned himself a waist and hip jostling experience card, his evaluation not as good as the Rainbow Dragon. Shoko observed Wataru's waist-rubbing gesture in silence, the realization dawning upon her, prompting a tactical retreat. What was she supposed to say? How should she respond to this? The situation was practically thrust into her face. Was this something she could discuss? Was it free of charge to listen to? I'm sorry, my body feels a bit unwell, goodbye. Her expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly as she slammed the door, creating a gust of wind. Wataru's white hair fell gently over his forehead, swaying slightly as it drifted down to his prominent nose. He let out a snort. How rude, Natsuki. Chapter 17, Fever. Satoru Gojo swaggered out of the girls' dormitory and immediately spotted Yaga Mazumichi standing nearby. Yaga, what on earth are you doing beneath the girls' dormitory? I knew it. Don't let that wool-felting facade fool you. You're quite the sinister character. Now, tell me, are you a pervert or not? The veins on Yaga's forehead throbbed. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm asking you, why did you come out of the girls' dormitory? Because the little rabbit's water spring is her dorm. In truth, the spring served to restore a certain amount of vitality, and I believe it would be more appropriately placed in Natsuki's infirmary. Yaga replied, Ah, is that so? He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Gojo, do you know what this is? Gojo followed his gaze and saw a brand new object with the words charging station boldly inscribed on it. Isn't it plainly written? A charging station. How can you not recognize such simple characters? Have you gone daft at such a young age? Yaga took a deep breath. What I mean is, where did this charging station come from? It must be from the little rabbit. Her electric scooter needs charging. Wait, did Yuyue buy an electric scooter? Yaga was momentarily taken aback, his expression serious. Has she ridden it on the road? Why would she keep it as a mere decoration? I must say, that little thing is quite exhilarating to ride. I'll take you for a spin someday. No need to thank me. Yaga sighed wearily. The electric scooter is classified as a motor vehicle requiring a driver's license. Being a minor, she can't possibly obtain one. If the police catch her, it would be considered unlicensed driving. All along, Yuyue had been the most obedient and sensible student in his eyes, the last vestige of conscience at the school. And yet he never expected her to be a lawbreaker. She must have been led astray. Satoru Gojo processed his words, incredulous, but her electric scooter has a license. As soon as he finished speaking, Maki strolled over leisurely. I took care of it for her. She smirked. This charging station was approved by the second-year homeroom teacher. Yaga furrowed his brow, the creases deepening. You facilitated this for her? Maki's demeanor was calm, her tone indifferent, as if discussing something trivial. Indeed, licenses, permits, and a series of requisite documents can all be forged in the black market. Yaga's composure crumbled. Is this something to be proud of? He hissed. Should I pretend not to know, or act oblivious, or simply feign ignorance? Gojo's response seemed impulsive. Can that teaching credential be forged as well? Jim mentioned that teachers need to pass a qualification exam. I really can't be bothered to take it. Maki made a gesture indicating payment, her voice devoid of inflection. Referral fee. Okay, for him. Any issue resolvable with money was hardly a problem. Yaga exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Did you just complete some sordid transaction right in front of me? Gojo, do you actually want to become a teacher? Are you serious? Is this some new joke you've concocted?" He thought he had known Satoru Gojo long enough that nothing could shock him anymore, but this clearly exceeded his expectations. Gojo smiled knowingly, and Yaga turned to see his expression. It was a smile reminiscent of a mischievous cat about to embark on a nefarious deed. Satoru Gojo's voice brimmed with unprecedented enthusiasm. "A noble ambition, isn't it, Yaga? Who knows, perhaps we shall be colleagues in the future. So you might as well be polite to me." He boasted, I truly envy the students of Teacher Gojo in the future. It doesn't matter if they lack intelligence, for their insight will surely come." In just a few short sentences, Yaga felt as if he would spend a lifetime healing from this. He endeavored to maintain his composure, his spirit pleading, "Please spare me, spare those children. And spare yourself as well." Gojo suddenly leapt, his voice rising several octaves. "Excessive. This is utterly excessive. Is it my illusion? Or do you all increasingly show me less respect? Even cats have their own tempers. Why don't you do something worthy of respect? Reflect upon yourself." Satoru Gojo had grown up indulged by the Gojo family, considered a prodigy in their eyes. He had not disappointed their expectations, at least not in terms of strength. After all, even the Gojo family could not utter the ridiculous notion that their prodigy had a splendid character. Gojo stormed back to the dormitory, initially intending to seek solace from his close friend next door, but upon peering through the wall and seeing him asleep, he decided to stew in his own frustration. As he opened the cake packaging, he grabbed the game console from the table. "Ugh, playing that damned game will likely only exacerbate my temper." Gojo sheepishly set down the console, his gaze falling upon the tempting cake, especially the vibrant red portion, which captivated all of his attention. Did the little rabbit say it was food coloring? Really? Suddenly, I've lost my appetite. Damn it, I'm not hungry anymore. He placed the cake into his designated dessert refrigerator and then laid down on his bed. He stared at the ceiling, the rhythm of his eyelashes fluttering slowing. His eyelids gradually drooping, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. Time passed quietly, and before long, it was nearing noon. The golden sunlight lazily spilled across Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, dancing in harmony with the cheerful breeze. The assistant supervisor had been waiting at the entrance of the school, but had yet to catch sight of Satoru Gojo or Suguru Geto. He first called Suguru, but there was no answer. He then decisively called Yaga. As for why he didn't call Gojo, it was simply because that troublemaker would never pick up. All along, the assistant supervisors had coordinated all task-related matters with Suguru. As long as he could confirm with Suguru, everything would be fine. For he came with a built-in bonus, Satoru Gojo. Upon receiving the assistant supervisor's call, Yaga heard a rapid-fire stream of words on the other end, like firecrackers. "Jie and Gojo haven't left yet?" The assistant supervisor quickly responded, "Yes, Teacher Yaga. I had arranged to meet Suguru at 10:30. He's usually very punctual. But I haven't seen him yet. Please hold on a moment. I'll check if they're still sleeping in their dorm." Yaga spoke as he hastily made his way to the boys' dormitory. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, he first paused in front of Suguru Geto's room, raised his hand, and knocked. But there was no response from inside. He then knocked on the door of Satoru Gojo's room. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, Satoru Gojo, with a disgruntled expression on his handsome face, tousled hair, and slippers on, came to the door. The rush of heat that greeted him instantly overwhelmed the temperature set by the air conditioning inside. "What is going on?" he asked, somewhat discontented. "Gojo, you have a task today, have you forgotten?" Satoru yawned, groggy as he replied. "I didn't know. Jie didn't call for me." Yaga frowned, pressing for answers. "Is Jie in the room?" Gojo raised a hand to scratch the back of his neck. "He is sleeping." He revealed a surprised expression. "He is sleeping like a pig today. Really can sleep. Haha, Suguru the pig." Yaga's face darkened, his hand resting on the doorknob of Suguru's room, applying slight pressure. He forcefully twisted the doorknob until it broke, unhesitatingly pushing open the door and striding into the room. Upon seeing Suguru Geto lying on the bed, his face flushed with fever, he was taken aback and quickly turned to his companion, Satoru Gojo, exclaiming, "Go, quickly call Nabito. Geto has a fever." Chapter 18, The Strong Ones. After awakening from her slumber, Tsukimi Usagi was engrossed in a film while cradling the cursed rabbit, a unique training method that Satoru Gojo would later impart to his students, which she was now surreptitiously adopting. The cursed rabbit, crafted by Yaga, required a specific infusion of cursed energy to maintain its dormant state. Insufficient energy, its disappearance, or excessive input would awaken the cursed entity, provoking it into a state of attack. Thus, she had to watch the entire film without disturbing the cursed rabbit. This exercise aimed to cultivate her ability to wield cursed energy across various emotional states, ensuring neither excess nor deficiency. Today, The film she was watching was the exhilarating martial arts epic, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In the film, Yu Jialong was a giant in action, fearless and resolute. Any information that entered her life, be it a sword, a person, or the martial world, she would grasp without hesitation, pursuing it fervently until she had it firmly within her grasp. I suspect, how long do you think you can endure as my enemy? When this powerful line escaped Yu Jialong's lips, Tsukimi Usagi felt a stirring within her, as if she too could sense that fearless ambition. She tightly embraced the cursed rabbit. Her face flushed with excitement. Ah, this is so cool. Don't you think Yu Jialong is so free-spirited and elegant? She exuberantly shook the cursed rabbit, exclaiming, always seizing the initiative in life. No one can tame her. Only heaven and earth. How exhilarating. Just as she became immersed in the film's narrative, her phone rang, displaying an incoming call from Satoru Gojo. Little rabbit, why don't you join me on a mission? Huh, Geto is sick. And Yaga is worried about leaving me to handle the task alone. As he spoke, Satoru pointedly glanced at Yaga. I really don't know what he's worried about. Do I seem that unreliable? Tsukimi Usagi felt a twinge of difficulty, but I already promised Senior Fushiguro that I would assist her with the task. In that case, how about I forego my share of the mission's reward, and you can have it all? Tsukimi quickly calculated the potential earnings from Fushiguro's task alongside Satoru and Sugiru's mission. After a swift mental computation, her eyes brightened. No problem. It's a deal. Suddenly, the cursed rabbit kicked its legs forcefully, colliding with her face before bouncing chaotically on the ground. Caught off guard by the unexpected impact, Tsukimi clutched her nose, tears nearly spilling from her eyes in pain. Damn it, you little scoundrel. How dare you sneak attack me? Under the blazing sun, the clouds appeared as though they were melting from the heat, and all living beings hung their heads in lethargy. The assistant supervisor nervously glanced at his watch. Just then, a figure approached from the sunlight. Hello. Are you the assistant supervisor for Gojo and Geto? The assistant turned at the sound, the light creating a glare that made it difficult to see clearly. Tsukimi nodded, a socially conditioned, mask-like smile gracing her face. Greetings, I am Tsukimi Usagi. Due to Geto's illness, I am here to team up with Gojo today. The assistant supervisor was momentarily taken aback, his gaunt face blank for about half a second. What? Geto is sick? In his mind, sorcerers were all robust beings. Could they actually fall ill? After waiting in the car for 2 minutes, the door was suddenly yanked open. Satoru Gojo sat in the back seat, his demeanor frosty and serious. The assistant trembled. Oh no, just as the rumors say, he's terrifying, a real calamity. Geto has a fever. Naobito has already treated him, and he is now fast asleep in his room. Fever. Tsukimi felt a pang of concern. Could it be that my nightly calls for him to come out in the cold caused this illness? She dismissed the thought, believing Geto's health was generally robust. Regardless, once he awakened, Yaga would surely take him to the hospital for a checkup. It was evident that Yaga found it peculiar that this robust student, as strong as a bull, could fall ill. After all, he was someone who wore the thin uniform of his school even in the depths of winter. Naobito was merely a novice doctor. It would be much more reassuring for Geto to be checked at a proper hospital. Suddenly, the slumbering Geto felt an intense chill. The sunlight danced through the curtain's gaps, playfully landing on his long, thick eyelashes. He sensed he was trapped in a lengthy nightmare. The darkness enveloped him, and the stench of cursed spirits permeated the air. In truth, the odor was dreadful, reeking of sorrow, hatred, and pain. Even if one were to swallow their tongue, that scent would induce retching. He struggled with all his might to break free from the darkness, abruptly opening his eyes. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, he found it difficult to adjust to the bright sunlight outside. Naobito extended 2 fingers, elongating her tone with interest. Geto, tell me, what do you see? I want to check if you're feverish. Stop playing, Naobito. This isn't funny at all. As his muddled mind gradually cleared, he suddenly jolted. Oh no. What time is it? I have a mission today. Yaga handed him a water cup from the nightstand, reassuring him. I've sent Satoru and Tsukimi to carry out the mission together. Naobito sat on the sofa, dropping a sugar cube into her coffee. As she stirred it, watching the ripples in the dark liquid, she felt a wave of sentimentality. Even when sick, still thinking about work, truly a natural-born workhorse. I'm in tears. Yaga shot her a glare. If only you had half of Geto's work ethic, there would be fewer complaints in the infirmary. Naobito flicked the cup with her fingertip in displeasure. Honestly, you too. If you could learn reversal techniques, you could share the burden with your dear peers. Geto straightened up, preparing to get out of bed. I believe I'm already feeling better. Tsukimi typically follows the seniors on missions. She hasn't yet adapted to Satoru's high-intensity task style. I should go check on them. Naobito, who was often forced to work overtime despite her desire to leave on time, found it hard to comprehend Geto's eagerness to take on more work. She took a sip of her coffee, disdainfully setting it down. Be reasonable, while you are strong. The The sorcery world can still turn without you. She had never been particularly fond of coffee, but to maintain a clear mind during the prolonged hours of work, she had to force herself to drink it. After all, if she started drinking alcohol early in the day, Yaga's iron fist would undoubtedly come crashing down on her. Geto's expression turned serious. With my formidable strength, I should shoulder more responsibilities and undertake more missions. This way, the weaker ones can reduce their exposure to danger. Naobito unceremoniously interrupted his preachy spiel. Is this some kind of curse? You've watched too many shows. This isn't a shonen manga. Your approach may inadvertently nurture other sorcerers into a state of stagnation, depriving them of essential experiences and opportunities for growth, ultimately destabilizing the strength of the sorcerer community. Before you entered the prestigious institution, did the sorcery world not function quite normally? She spoke without hesitation. In truth, many privately consider you rather arrogant. Suguru Geto nearly choked on his drink. Shoko, when did you change your name to everyone? Yaga rubbed his temples, exhibiting a look of considerable exasperation. Geto, you are perpetually in the role of caretaker. Over time, this will not only deplete your own resources, but will also render your existence increasingly burdensome. He believed that the suggestion made by Tsukumo the other day to increase the presence of ideological and psychological educators should be prioritized. You must also permit yourself to be selfish, to feel fatigued, disheartened, and even occasionally to behave in a less than morally upright manner. Allow yourself these sentiments. Yaga gazed at Geto's haggard face, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. Your current state is quite dire. You have been deprived of personal time for far too long, continuously expending your energy on those around you, which will ultimately leave you drained. Geto lowered his head, the water in his cup rippling slightly. He watched the light converge and shatter in his palm, feeling an overwhelming fatigue that weighed upon him like death itself. This lethargy is one that cannot be dispelled by reversal techniques. His emotions were complex, exceedingly so. Geto, have you not always expressed a keen interest in the sorcery system of China? Yaga paused subtly. During the winter break, the higher-ups intend to send personnel to China for exchange and study. I believe this presents a splendid opportunity for you. Geto lifted his head, looking at him with a hint of surprise. This astonishment widened his eyes, momentarily revealing the youthful innocence that boys of his age rarely exhibit. Yaga rummaged through his closet and retrieved a coat. Now, come with me to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Is that really necessary, teacher? It's quite warm outside. Dressed like this, I'll surely overheat. Geto protested in vain, as Yaga firmly dragged him to the hospital. Chapter 19. Special Grade, Cursed Womb. Sunlight cascaded through the hospital window, illuminating the bench where Suguru Geto sat quietly, holding a registration slip. Teacher. He felt Yaga was overreacting. It was merely a fever. Although it was indeed unusual for someone with his constitution to fall ill, did it really warrant a trip to the hospital? Geto. Yaga interrupted him, his tone grave and steady. You should be aware that when you expressed your desire to attend the prestigious school, your parents were quite opposed. Geto's fingers, resting on his knees, suddenly tightened, his lips forming a taut line. His academic performance in middle school had been commendable, allowing him to follow a path that most would deem acceptable. Yet he chose to attend a religious school, a decision his parents found difficult to comprehend and accept. Moreover, Yaga, broad-shouldered and imposing, resembled a societal figure who had just emerged from incarceration, attempting to lure innocent children. Not to mention, Yaga had once been on the receiving end of a broomstick wielded by Geto's father, a fact best left unspoken. Geto has always been quite opinionated, even in middle school. He enrolled himself in martial arts classes, returning home covered in bruises. At this point, Mrs. Geto could not suppress a gentle sigh, her eyes filled with concern. I understand he is somewhat different from other children, and his father and I have often found ourselves unable to sway him. However, Yaga-sensei, could you provide us, as parents, with some assurance? They were unaware of the perilous tasks he would face in the future. But I made a promise to them that I would ensure your safety and well-being. In that moment, Suguru Geto felt as though his mind had been struck, disrupting his ability to articulate. Yaga's phone rang. It was a call from Satoru. After pressing the answer button, he exchanged a few words with Satoru Watanabe on the other end. Upon learning that Yaga had taken Geto to the hospital, the tension that had gripped Satoru during his drive eased considerably. Once he hung up, Tsukumo, seated nearby, inquired, "How is it? Is Geto okay?" Her profile was exceedingly gentle, her long lashes casting beautiful arcs against her eyelids. He bouncing around, sparring wits with Yaga. Satoru chuckled, tapping his phone screen. Geto is so pathetic. Just a few days of chilly weather, and he can't handle it. I must take the opportunity to mock him thoroughly. What Geto replied on the other end of the phone made Satoru erupt in frustration. Damn it. How dare you say that, you little rascal. Tsukumo observed the rapid fluctuations in Satoru's expression, a smile curling at her lips. You two share quite a good relationship. Satoru scoffed disdainfully. Who has a good relationship with him? Don't be gross, little rabbit. Just now, Yaga mentioned that he felt Geto has been too tense lately. So he wanted to recommend a trip to China for exchange and study during the winter break, allowing him some time to unwind. Tsukumo's eyes lit up. China? I want to go too. No way. Satoru protested. You want to leave me here in Neon? Seeing Yaga's face every day will make me lose my appetite. He was well aware of the higher-ups' tendencies. The old guards would never permit him to enjoy a comfortable winter vacation abroad. By then, Tsukumo and Suguru Geto would be luxuriating in China, while he would be stuck working overtime in Neon. No, absolutely not. Jealousy will make me ugly. If Suguru is going to China, I suppose I'll team up with you for the winter break, right? Satoru smirked. You better keep up with my pace. You underestimate me. I am a first-grade sorcerer, after all. I'll give you a shock of epic proportions. 10 minutes later. I take back what I just said. To think that there are special grade cursed wombs among the tasks assigned to first-grade sorcerers. Your first grade and my first grade seem to be entirely different. No wonder the auxiliary supervisor's accelerator is smoking. This is a matter of life and death. Little rabbit, do you possess any skills in your domain that can store cursed spirits? It would be a rare opportunity to bring back a special grade cursed womb for Geto to experience. The prerequisite for bringing it back is that I must still be alive. Tsukumo conjured a bow of cloud piercing, her left hand deftly grasping the string, slowly drawing it back. Whoosh. Missed. Damn it. I've practiced moving targets for so long. What difference does it make if you've been in the industry for 10 years and still return as a novice? The target was already partially ajar due to some cheating, yet the remaining half seemed as if glued shut, refusing to budge. Hiding in the corner, Satoru held his phone, laughing heartily at Tsukumo. He was laughing so hard he could hardly breathe, yet he still remembered to press the shutter. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. I must take these photos back to show Geto and the others. Upon hearing Satoru's laughter, Tsukumo clenched her fists in silence. How dare he take unflattering pictures of a beautiful girl? Satoru, you are the worst of the worst, utterly despicable. I can fully understand why the songstress would want to kill him. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Don't let me find an opportunity. I'll surely deliver a friendship punch to your face. A claw from the cursed womb lunged at her. Tsukumo reacted swiftly, donning her hasty steps and adeptly retreating. Though the claws of the cursed fetus missed their mark, they grazed closely against her brow, leaving a slender trail of crimson upon her fair skin. A light, airy voice from Fushiguro Satoru drifted through the air. You've marred your appearance. Stop laughing and come help me already. Tsuki Hanabi could no longer contain her frustration. You hold it steady. I must hit it with an arrow. When it came to moving targets, she was compliant, yet when it came to stationary ones, she unleashed her full might. Humph. Tsuki Hanabi emitted a sound of discontent, her displeasure unmistakable. I never play support. Fushiguro Satoru crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful expression. Tsukahana's footing faltered, nearly causing her to tumble to the ground. Then you unleash the attack, and I'll support you. If you unleash an attack, this cursed spirit will be no more. How will there be anything left for Jet to consume? Stop boasting. Don't think I'm unaware. Your attack isn't potent enough for that. A teasing smile curled at the corners of Fushiguro Satoru's lips, radiating a predatory aura. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate what true strength looks like today. He gestured with an incantation, reversal of technique. Although the white-haired youth's eyes were obscured by sunglasses, the cursed fetus felt as though it were being scrutinized by a formidable beast. Huh. Fushiguro uttered sharply, and suddenly, the surroundings plunged into an eerie silence. Tsuki Hanabi looked bewildered at the cursed spirit, only to discover that it appeared, entirely unscathed. Fushiguro scratched his head, an awkward smile appearing on his face. Oh. My apologies, it seems I've failed again. Are you here to jest? Just as she contemplated a retort, a chilling sense of crisis surged up her spine. Almost simultaneously, the sound of tearing air from the slashing claws echoed in her ears, rapidly approaching her. Tsuki Hanabi's mind reacted with extraordinary speed, yet her body was unable to execute any effective evasive maneuvers. It was too late. She could only brace for the impact as it simulated the trajectory within her mind, anticipating the claws to pierce her shoulder. But nothing transpired. The ferocious and unstoppable claws halted abruptly, as if striking a formidable shell. Fushiguro Satoru's limitless technique effortlessly deflected the assault. Tsuki Hanabi staggered back a few steps, somewhat weakened. Fushiguro's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment, a mocking expression adorning his features. Little rabbit, can't hold on for long, can you? Listen to the nonsense you're spouting. What do you mean can't hold on? I have great endurance. Tsuki Hanabi's face darkened slightly, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Step aside. I must show it who's boss. Fushiguro chuckled, his laughter descending like feathers to the ground. He shrugged and obediently settled against the wall, his profile shrouded in shadow. Tsukahanabi took a step forward, then hesitated. The aura emanating from the cursed fetus intensified, its cursed energy surging like a tidal wave. Tsukahanabi's intelligence surged, and she suddenly understood the situation. Hey, Fushiguro, look. It seems like it's about to hatch. In stark contrast to her panic, Fushiguro remained composed, seated with an air of indifference. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. His tone casual, as if it were hardly a matter of significance. What is there to fear? Even if it does hatch, it's merely a special-grade cursed spirit. Special-grade cursed spirits also have growth phases. This newly born little creature is nothing but a clueless infant. Infant? You're calling it an infant? Say that again while looking at its terrifyingly grotesque face. In comparison to this infant, she felt that the higher-ups resembled more human beings. It absolutely cannot succeed in hatching. She wanted to survive in this world, and didn't he wish to let those who cared for and aided her down. Sweat was dampening her back, and Tsukahanabi's previously unfocused gaze suddenly hardened with resolve. She decisively sold her bow, the cloud-piercing bow, and formed seals with her hands. Domain expansion, all troops engage. With that proclamation, a powerful surge of energy erupted from her, radiating outward. Fushiguro propped his chin on his hand, intrigued as he observed the growing cursed energy emanating from Tsukahanabi. Within his clear azure eyes, faint strands of light seemed to flicker. Cursed energy derives from negative emotions, typically. A normal sorcerer's cursed energy circulates internally, refined and utilized over time. By conventional standards, a barely competent sorcerer would possess roughly 60 units of cursed energy. A normal person's cursed energy is uncontrollable, dispersing and forming cursed spirits, rarely exceeding 10 units. Tsukahanabi's cursed energy was likely around 7, a pitiable amount. Yet, this feeble energy increased as the battle wore on. Interesting technique. Within the domain, Tsukahanabi coldly regarded the frenzied cursed fetus. She had noticed earlier that the blood she lost when it attacked her was purple, indicating magical damage. Thus, she purchased for herself a witch's cloak, priced at 2080 gold. A powerful defensive item for magical protection. As for which hero to choose, the sunny and cheerful boy, Lanling Wang? Tsukahanabi's brows twitched. Wait. When she chose Daji in the past, it automatically switched to her original skin. If she chose Lanling Wang, this character's original skin flaunted a half-exposed chest. No wonder the farmer said rewards could be used to buy skins. It turned out some heroes had original skins that were quite revealing. In that case, I shall choose the epitome of womanhood, the paragon of all, Hua Mulan. Legendary blade, Hua Mulan. A blue warrior-type charge hero, dual swords allow for agility. Heavy sword offers high burst damage, achieving a balance of attack speed and damage through dual form switching. The essence of Hua Mulan lies in her unpredictable skill combos. From the swift stacking of attacks in dual sword form to the robust control and explosive output in heavy sword form. Each transformation strikes a double blow to the enemy's psyche and physiology. Abruptly thrust into an unfamiliar domain, the cursed fetus roared in rage. It raised its severely cracked and exceptionally sharp claws, lunging fiercely at Tsukahanabi. To her astonishment, the anticipated claws piercing her skull did not occur. Instead, they clashed against the blade wielded by Tsukahanabi. Both forces were locked in a stalemate, granting her a moment to breathe. Tsukahanabi couldn't recall all of Hua Mulan's combos. She simply advanced towards the cursed spirit, executing a basic attack, then swiftly maneuvering to create distance. Seizing the opportunity while the cursed fetus was still disoriented, she charged forward and delivered a flurry of strikes, successfully silencing the overgrown infant. Chapter 20. The Sanctuary. Taking advantage of its silence, Tsukahanabi unleashed a tempestuous barrage of thrusts with her blade, ruthlessly stabbing at the cursed fetus. Look at the blade, look at the blade, look at the blade. The hero I selected is Hua Mulan, not the chatty Yao. As the fierce onslaught of Tsukahaku Rabbit intensified, the health of the cursed womb plummeted dramatically, ultimately reaching 0. Emerging from the domain, Satoru Gojo joyfully waved his hand, exclaiming, "Hey, little rabbit, have you successfully exorcised it?" He stood there with his hands in his pockets. His azure eyes fixated upon her, and after a moment, he tilted his head slightly. Hurry back and share this good news with those old geezers. Tsukahaku has proven herself capable of exorcising a special-grade cursed womb on her own. The assistant supervisor, drenched in cold sweat, observed the exchange. Tsukahaku Rabbit stared at Satoru Gojo's pert backside for 3 seconds. She was well aware that he was assessing her strength. Should they team up in the future? A significant disparity in their abilities would render her a burden. With a clear evaluation of her capabilities, Gojo felt reassured that, even in his absence, Tsukahaku Rabbit would not fall prey to the machinations of the old geezers. Just as he held unwavering trust in Suguru Geto, he felt a modicum of confidence in Tsukahaku Rabbit. Despite this understanding, it did not hinder Tsukahako Rabbit from acting on her impulses. Gojo, utilizing his 6 eyes, noticed her fidgeting foot and deftly evaded while shielding his rear with both hands, a look of alarm crossing his face. Little Rabbit, are you attempting to ambush me from behind? Tsukahako Rabbit reluctantly withdrew her foot, muttering, why are you always so playful? You never take anything seriously. Hey, your tone of voice is just like my dad's. I certainly don't have a son as old as you. If she truly had a son like Satoru Gojo, she would likely have long since been filial to death. Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air. An unfamiliar man stormed toward them, his face contorted with rage. What on earth are you doing? The assistant supervisor interjected. This is Kamo, the head of the nursing home. Before the assistant could finish, Kamo interrupted with a torrent of expletives. I brought you here to deal with the cursed spirit, not to destroy the equipment. Kamo's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the damaged apparatus before him. The sight of arrows lodged in the devices was akin to a knife stabbing into his heart, causing a wave of agony. All the equipment here was imported at great expense from abroad. Can you lot afford to pay for the damages? I will file a complaint against you. Tsukahako Rabbit thought. Oh no, those devices seem to be the result of my wild shooting, while Gojo merely stood by, idly observing. Could it be that I am truly liable for this? She cast a pleading glance at Gojo for assistance. Upon receiving her silent cue, Gojo nonchalantly turned his head away and began whistling. Is that gesture of yours serious? Tsukahako Rabbit earnestly inquired. Can I curse? No, we must uphold civility and courtesy. Then I have no expletives to share. If you're going to complain. Directed at Tsukahako Rabbit. It has nothing to do with me, Chin Bingwa. Gojo chuckled softly. All right, I won't tease you any further. His gaze shifted to another individual present, speaking with a weighty significance. You are from the Kumo family and must be aware of the affairs of the sorcery world. He crossed his arms, scrutinizing Kumo for a while, a smirk tugging at his lips. A mere nursing home has birthed a special-grade cursed womb? The unspoken words hung in the air, yet Kumo's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. The assistant supervisor took 2 seconds to comprehend the implication. While Kumo's panicked reaction confirmed its validity, Tsukahako Rabbit initially remained oblivious to the tension until she noticed Kumo's ghastly expression. In the anime, a juvenile facility had once birthed a special-grade cursed womb, nearly leading to the annihilation of Yuji and the others. The juvenile facility functioned as a place for those under guardianship by the family court, also serving as a site for their reformation and education. It was entirely plausible that such a dismal place could give rise to a special-grade cursed womb due to the overwhelming negative emotions present. However, the emergence of a special-grade cursed womb in a nursing home was unexpected. Her thoughts momentarily blank, she softly asked, Is there something wrong with this nursing home? After you opened the domain, I stepped outside to observe and discovered that the elderly here. Gojo paused for a moment before raising his voice. These elderly individuals have suffered abuse. Kumo's complexion shifted abruptly. What nonsense are you spouting? Our nursing home has always maintained an excellent reputation. There is absolutely no way that elder abuse could occur here. The assistant supervisor bowed to Gojo, clenching his fists, the veins on the back of his hand betraying the force behind his grip. Mr. Gojo, I will promptly contact the police and ensure they come to address this matter post-haste. He added, Thank you. This nursing home was operated by the Kumo family, predominantly housing the elderly from families of grassroots workers in the sorcery world, such as clerks and assistants. Thus, the nursing home catered specifically to the laborers of the sorcery community. Due to the hazardous and demanding nature of their work, they could not leave their elderly relatives unattended at home, leading them to entrust their care to professionals at this facility. The assistant supervisor's hasty arrival was not only to prevent the hatching of a special-grade cursed womb, but also because his elderly mother resided there. Police? I refuse. Do you know who I am? The elder will not let you off easily. Gojo scoffed derisively, lowering his sunglasses slightly to expose his piercing gaze. Well, do you know who I am? Outside, the fragmented sunlight cascaded onto his eyes like threads of gold, resembling a breathtaking blue gem. When his frosted lashes fluttered, it was akin to the surging waves of a tumultuous sea, mesmerizing in its beauty. Kumo, witnessing Gojo's signature white hair and 6 eyes, found himself momentarily choked with emotion. Who in the sorcery world did not recognize Satoru Gojo? Currently, the prevailing sentiment in the sorcery community was that Gojo's birth had disrupted the balance. With his 6 eyes and limitless potential, he single-handedly elevated the strength of the entire sorcery world. The natural order espouses fairness. With Gojo's emergence, the sorcerer's power surged, correspondingly enhancing the strength of cursed spirits. Apart from the Gojo family, no one in the sorcery world wished for Satoru Gojo to survive. Everyone longed for his demise. Hoping to restore the cursed spirit strength to its former state, Gojo casually strolled past Kumo, his hands languidly tucked in his pockets. As they brushed by each other, he deliberately lowered his voice, his eyelids drooping slightly, his expression unperturbed. With your belt improperly fastened, it would not be excessive to have you and your caretakers all castrated. Upon hearing this, Kamo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting in disbelief. His expression morphed into one of fury, as if a monumental secret had been unveiled. And he raised a hand in a fit of rage. You? Sukahaku Rabbit followed Gojo past Kamo, then abruptly halted, stepping back to scrutinize the back of Kamo's hand. A flicker of panic surged within Kamo, prompting him to hastily retract his hand behind his back in a bid to conceal it. What are you doing? Sukahanabe furrowed her brow. Those scars on your hand appear to be inflicted by nails, don't they? Kamo felt as though those piercing eyes were dissecting his very flesh, rendering him into fragments. Thus, the sharp, cracking claws of the cursed womb exist as a means of self-preservation, do they? No wonder that cursed being seems somewhat simple-minded. I had been perplexed by its inability to speak like other special grades. What is going on? What kind of riddle are you two playing at? Kamo's wrist bears fresh abrasions within the last 24 hours, commonly resulting from blunt force trauma or vehicular accidents. However, in the context of intimate relationships, it may also indicate open wounds caused by nails. Damn, that pervert ought to perish quickly. Is it all right if I give him a beating? Suguru, cracking his knuckles, replied. Well, this guy is bound to meet his end anyway, so go ahead. I'm in the mood to throw a punch as well. Chapter 21, The Mission. Classmates Wataru and Sukahanabe, I have contacted my colleague, who is on his way here. He will escort you to complete the subsequent task. At the entrance of the sanatorium, the assisting supervisor spoke while deeply bowing to the two, exuding utmost courtesy and a visage full of apology. I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. Sukahana quickly waved her hand. It's no trouble, we understand. My mother suffers from Alzheimer's disease, and I initially placed her in Kamo Sanatorium for more professional care. Who would have thought such an incident would occur? At this, the assisting supervisor shut his eyes in anguish. In any case, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Wataru pressed his lips together. Appearing casual, this sanatorium is backed by the Kamo family, who possess a degree of privilege. Although the Kamo family is counted among the three illustrious families alongside the Wataru and Zenin clans, they inherit the bloodline of Onmyoji from the Heian period. It can be said that they are the most prestigious family in the realm of jujitsu, regarded as the epitome of nobility. They maintain close ties with the directorate and have intricate interests entangled with high-ranking government officials. Thus, the eventual outcome is likely to evolve into a matter that no one dares to scrutinize, with the government reluctant to impose strict regulations. Everyone turns a blind eye and deaf ear to it, as if the issue could simply vanish. The sanatorium will undoubtedly spare no effort in shielding these nefarious caregivers, rendering it impossible for victims to identify their perpetrators. Victims and their families find themselves unwelcome in every pursuit of justice. Sukahanabe suppressed her furrowing brow. How shameless. A sanatorium catering to the directorate or the lower echelons of the jujitsu world, taking care of their elderly, effectively holds their vulnerabilities in its grasp. Such a stratagem is incredibly astute, indirectly controlling the lower ranks of the jujitsu realm, tying everyone to their ship. Such dark tactics inevitably connect back to Kenjaku. Sukahanabe expressed her mindless ire. After all, Kenjaku had once possessed Kamo Noritoki with a technique, meaning he must have been lurking within the Kamo family for years. No one could fathom the extent to which the Kamo family had been infiltrated over such a prolonged period. Regarding this, the assisting supervisor was unperturbed. My distant cousin is the renowned undefeated queen of the legal world. I intend to commission her to handle this matter, trusting that the law will deliver us a just verdict. The undefeated queen of the legal world? Sukahanabe inquired boldly. May I ask who your cousin is? Oh, her name is Eri Kisaki, commonly known as Kudo Eri in her legal work, boasting an astounding 100 win rate. Truly impressive. So it's lawyer Kudo that alleviates our concerns. Wataru, feeling bewildered, queried, Huh? What is going on? How did everything suddenly become problem-free? Setting aside other considerations, a 100 win rate seems utterly outrageous. Is your cousin truly reliable? What do you understand? That's just her persona. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind them, followed by another assisting supervisor. Panting as he rushed over. Supervisor Kudo, I've arrived. After catching his breath, he gestured towards the two. Are you Wataru and Sukahanabe? I'm here to escort you to your next task. Accompanying Wataru on the mission, Sukahanabe soon realized why he had emphasized keeping pace with him. After completing the original plan, they received yet another impromptu assignment, and upon gazing at what seemed to be an endless list of tasks, she erupted. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Are we really expected to exorcise a grade 3 cursed spirit too? Do we seem like mere triflers to you? Tasks for second-year students are meticulously curated. They are undoubtedly the kind that allows for leisure, rich in rewards yet requiring minimal effort and time. Typically, she would compile all tasks at least a day in advance, ensuring they could clock out after completion. Thanks to her insistence on a hefty overtime pay, the higher-ups would think twice before assigning her any last-minute tasks. By the grace of fate, Tsukahanabi had been able to leave work punctually every day lately, enjoying a wealth of personal time. Little did she expect that the seemingly perpetually disgruntled Wataru was, in reality, the most diligent of individuals. Despite his vocal complaints about the tasks, he dutifully executed them each time. If I were in a higher position, I would be amused in the dead of night. The assisting supervisor appeared utterly flustered under her scrutiny, stammering for a while. These tasks are dispatched from above, since Wataru possesses considerable strength and completes tasks swiftly. So Tsukahanabi chuckled. So it's his fault then? The assisting supervisor replied, "Oh, heavens, why did I take on Supervisor Kudo's responsibilities? This is a case of a male and female duo in a predicament." Tsukahanabi did not wish to make things difficult for this worker. She inhaled deeply, striving to temper her agitated emotions. In the face of the assisting supervisor's anxiety-ridden expression, she wore a smile that was cheerful yet disingenuous. If all the jujitsu sorcerers are so busy, what about the higher-ups? Surely they can't be incapable of dealing with grade 3 cursed spirits, right? As far as I know, the least competent among them is at least a grade 2 sorcerer. Oh, is that so? If they're that formidable, then what do they do all day? Hide behind screens and chatter aimlessly? As she spoke, Tsukahanabi's tone grew increasingly sardonic, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. The assisting supervisor, standing at 170 centimeters, appeared utterly small and helpless in her presence. With a pale face, he responded, they are probably enjoying their golden years? How young can they be to be enjoying their golden years? Don't they know that the legal retirement age in Japan has been pushed back? Tsukahanabi couldn't refrain from rolling her eyes for what felt like the umpteenth time that day. With the serious issue of an aging population, shouldn't they contribute more to society instead of retiring? Wataru's birth shattered the balance, leading to a surge in curses, and thus they complacently shifted all responsibilities onto him. My poor kitty, laboring tirelessly for you all, simply because he is capable. Yet you cast all burdens upon him. How is that not ungrateful? If it were me, I would have slapped him across the face by now. With a huff, Tsukahanabi turned her head away, locking her gaze upon Satoru Gojo, her expression earnest and even sincere as she inquired, "Do you not feel weary at all? You are undeniably the strongest, yet you remain shackled by heavy responsibilities, perpetually toiling without respite. Despite possessing the power to overturn everything, you restrain yourself, laboring day by day for the sake of your incompetent teammates. This oppressive situation has left you looking like a disillusioned corporate drone since your days at Jujutsu High, leading you to ultimately abandon the path. Yet here you are, Gojo, laughing and jesting, continuing to navigate this wretched world of curses as if it were a mere game. Brother, your temperament is remarkably resilient. How do you endure it all?" Meeting Tsukahanabi's gaze, and noticing the fleeting worry etched across her face, Satoru Gojo felt a flicker of surprise within. He stood there, slightly askew, his tall figure bathed in sunlight, his pristine white hair casting a gentle halo. With a grin, he revealed a perfect set of white teeth, declaring, "I am the strongest, of course, I do not tire. Whether it be a grade 3 curse or a special grade, they are all the same in my eyes. Exorcising these repulsive entities typically requires no second effort. The only inconvenience lies in the extensive time spent traversing to and fro." Tsukahanabi, as an observer, found herself at a loss for words. A subtle emotion flickered in her eyes, causing Gojo to almost hold his breath. That gaze again, what did it signify? He could not ascertain. No one had ever shown him compassion, thus he could not discern whether her expression was one of sympathy. After a brief silence, Tsukahanabi let out a soft huff, shooting him a pointed glare. "It seems your education is lacking." Gojo, pulling a chocolate bar from his pocket, wore an expression of incredulity. "Why are we talking about education again? For some reason, I feel that you, little rabbit, possess an almost obsessive fixation on it." Tsukahanabi asserted. "Of course, it pertains to your education. If you cannot lead a team, you will toil endlessly. Gojo, perhaps you should consider furthering your studies in management at Tokyo University. As the head of the Gojo family, relying solely on your own efforts to reform the jujitsu world is truly disheartening." She sighed, wearing an expression of exasperation. "And let us not forget your dear friend. He too ought to attend classes on mental health at Tokyo University. Suguru Geto is a person who seeks meaning in everything. I firmly believe that the power of knowledge can transform him into a better person, shedding those despondent ideals. Oh, and Nagi could also attend medical school. And Yaga-sensei should pursue further studies in education." Upon this realization, she fervently concluded, "Learning is indeed crucial." This emphasis on continued education must be brought to Louise's attention for inclusion in the first 5-year plan of the Panda Society. With her zeal for learning ignited, Tsukahanabi clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Go study. 007 cannot save the jujitsu world, but education can." Gojo's focus shifted slightly. "You just called me Go?" "Ah, indeed." The way the little rabbit gazed at him always felt unsettling, even with zero experience in romance. He was certain that within those sparkling eyes lay both shyness and fervent affection. Moreover, Tsukahanabi seemed eager for his approval, now calling his name in a familiar manner. Gojo had an epiphany. The little rabbit clearly wished to approach him in various ways. He chuckled to himself, recalling how Suguru had accused him of being self-absorbed. He felt no guilt. After all, they were contemporaries, and outright rejection might damage their camaraderie. Why not offer her the opportunity to pursue him instead? Chapter 22. The Fushiguro Family. Having finally completed all tasks, Gojo insisted on visiting the nearest dessert shop. Although Tokyo Jujutsu High bore the name of Tokyo, it had no connection to the bustling city center. Its remote location meant a dearth of shops and malls in the vicinity. Thus, whenever they ventured into the city, Gojo would compel his assistant supervisor to accompany him in search of sweets. He was intimately familiar with every dessert shop in and around Tokyo, perhaps even better than he remembered his assignments. On their way to the dessert shop, Gojo lamented, "It's all that little rabbit's fault for mentioning food additives. Now no one has an appetite. Is it my fault?" Gojo pouted. "When we return to school, you better remember to write the mission report." "Huh?" Tsukahanabi blinked. "Pointing at herself, me? Right? Of course, it's your task to report on what you completed," Gojo replied nonchalantly. He kindly added, "Make sure to submit it to Yaga. Once the report is approved, your compensation will be transferred to your bank account." Since Gojo was not asking for a single yen this time, Tsukahanabi eagerly nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem." The assistant supervisor driving mused, feeling that this student would likely be assigned many tasks by Gojo in the future. Tsukahanabi sensed a shift in Gojo. He had become exceptionally clingy, akin to a pampered cat seeking attention. For instance, at the dessert shop, the window-side table was laden with an array of colorful sweets that could easily entice the children across the street to tears of envy. Tsukahanabi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she covered her face. Across from her, Gojo, oblivious to the stares of others, opened his mouth wide, dragging out his words, "Hurry up, feed me, ah." Tsukahanabi paused, her toes curling in discomfort. "Brother, could you please refrain from acting so absurd? Everyone is watching you." Through a thin curtain, she could sense the envious glances from several female staff members, perhaps wishing they could swap places with her. "Oh, little rabbit. If you keep this up, I might just have to deduct points from you." Deduct points? For what? She often felt out of place at Jujutsu High, struggling to keep up with Gojo's erratic thought processes. Gojo maintained that tiresome mouth-open posture, as if determined to outlast her in this absurdity. This guy must have been a soft, fluffy cat in a past life, using his fuzzy belly to charm his way into free meals, an insidious creature that humans simply could not resist, caught in a fierce internal struggle. Tsukahanabi found herself torn between passionately berating her immature peer and being unable to withstand his sparkling gaze. Reluctantly, she chose to acquiesce. Carefully, she scooped a trembling spoonful of pudding and slowly brought it to his lips. "Ah." Gojo, cupping his chin with both hands, savored the spoonful of pudding, his expression radiating pure bliss. Tsukahanabi wore a serious look. This was beyond her control. Who could resist a clingy cat? It was entirely natural to have an urge to cuddle with such an adorable creature. "Humph, calling you to feed me, and you hesitated for so long." Gojo scoffed, tapping the table with his spoon in annoyance. "Though I was fed in the end, I must deduct 5 points from you." "So what points are you deducting?" Tsukahanabi felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. After consuming one pudding, she found it overly sweet, almost cloying. She set down the spoon, staring in disbelief at Gojo's vacuum-like eating speed. "Is your stomach connected to a black hole? That sugar intake must exceed lethal levels." Such intense consumption of sugar and carbohydrates, and yet his pancreas remained unresponsive, truly astonishing. Outside, a family of 3 out for a walk paused in their tracks. The little boy pressed his face against the window, his eyes fixated on the exquisite array of desserts laid out before Satoru Gojo. Noticing her son's yearning gaze, his mother smiled gently and bent down to inquire, "Does little you want some cake?" However, Fushiguro Megumi shook his head, pointing instead at the discount Kamen Rider medal that came with the meal set, tiny sparks of excitement dancing in his eyes. It was Kamen Rider, a figure of immense popularity among elementary school children, boasting a plethora of merchandise, often seen imitated at malls or amusement parks. Truly, he was the pinnacle of childhood fandom. Mitsuba Rabbit sensed an intense gaze on her from the right, and turned to see the familiar spiky-haired figure of Megumi Fushiguro. Oh my, isn't that Fushiguro Megumi? And beside him, is that his mother? With their presence, she felt a stirring of anticipation. As the waning sunlight cast a delicate glow, a tall silhouette gradually entered her line of sight. His fluid musculature exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, the backlight shrouding his features in shadow. Yet, his eyes glimmered brightly against the light, reminiscent of a languid predator lying in wait. Oh my goodness, it's Daddy. He looks so handsome. Isn't it amusing that he is lugging around discounted laundry detergent? What an odd sight. Little Megumi is adorable. I just want to sit on him. How is it that Megumi's mother is still alive and well? This family of 3 feels so heartwarming. Mitsuba, the pinnacle of physical prowess has appeared before you. Go seize the moment. Megumi Fushiguro slightly raised an eyebrow, lazily lifting his eyelids. Through the transparent glass, he observed Mitsuba Rabbit staring intently at them, then glanced at the ravenous Satoru Gojo beside him, straightening up with a contemplative air. How much was the bounty on Gojo in the black market? He recalled the 0 following Satoru Gojo's name, a fleeting thought crossing his mind before he swiftly dismissed it. Too perilous. He had a wife and, indeed, a child. He wished to sever ties with the sorcery world. Shall we buy this meal set for little Megumi? He desires the Kamen Rider medal. Megumi Fushiguro withdrew his gaze, which had unwittingly lingered, and nodded nonchalantly, playing the role of a competent bystander. With a tug on her mother Yuko's hand, Megumi said, Mom, can we have dinner at the dessert shop? I don't want barbecue. Yuko's expression turned serious. No. Dessert cannot replace a meal. It's not good for your health. But I don't want barbecue. Daddy eats meat every day and never touches vegetables. I want greens. Yuko hesitated momentarily. Interjecting, Megumi Fushiguro added, the barbecue restaurant is hosting an eating contest. The top 3 receive prizes. This piqued Yuko's curiosity, and she hurriedly inquired. What are the prizes? Trash bags? Toilet paper? Laundry detergent? For first place, surely it must be a large jug of peanut oil. With a smirk, Megumi Fushiguro replied. The grand prize is a suitcase worth 600 yen. Yuko's eyes lit up, and she decisively declared, then let us have barbecue for dinner. Megumi Fushiguro playfully kicked Megumi in the rear, saying, happy now, little rascal? Soon you'll have your own room. Megumi pouted, shooting a disgruntled glare at Fushiguro. You can sleep in a suitcase. I'll pack you away and toss you far, far away. After all, a family without a father is like a fish without a bicycle, hardly useful. From amidst the pile of desserts, Satoru Gojo's head popped up, noting, that man just now had no traces of cursed energy. He a bound one, right? His keen gaze scrutinized the trio entering the dessert shop to buy the meal set, a flicker of realization crossing his blue eyes. He had heard rumors of a bound one from the Zenin family, though that individual had long since distanced himself from the clan. He appeared to be living quite happily, perfectly blending into an ordinary life. However, one must bear some risk when keeping a vicious dog for protection. Mitsuba Rabbit turned her attention to little Megumi striking a pose reminiscent of Kamen Rider, rubbing her belly and sighing with a simple statement. I feel like sea urchin. I suddenly crave hot pot. At this, Satoru Gojo's gaze shifted downward, landing on the top of Megumi's head, feeling the weight of numerous stares upon him. Megumi sensed the eyes piercing his back like arrows. The name sea urchin filled Satoru Gojo's mind, and he burst into gleeful laughter. Ha ha, sea urchin head. Ha ha ha. Mitsuba Rabbit began to dig her toes into the ground, gritting her teeth. Keep it down. Don't force me to slap you in the happiest place. Satoru, you rascal. It's all her fault for whimsically talking to you. Megumi Fushiguro, hearing the raucous laughter, clicked his tongue in annoyance, his wild yet charming features turning displeased. During his youth, he had heard of the emergence of a 6-eyes sorcerer from the Gojo family, and had even sought out the commotion. The 6 eyes possessed immense perception, and with 0 cursed energy, he was akin to a transparent being. Yet, when he stood behind Satoru Gojo, he had been detected. This was the sole instance in his life where someone had noticed his presence. But how exactly did the Gojo family raise their children? The aloofness of the 6 eyes as a child had seemingly transformed into a liberated nature. Was it a genetic mutation? Yuko lovingly stroked Megumi's frizzy hair, a smile tugging at her lips. Little Megumi, you look so adorable. Megumi's cheeks flushed a shade of pink. Mitsuba Rabbit approached Satoru Gojo to apologize. I deeply apologize. This classmate of mine was a bit scatterbrained as a child. Please don't take offense. Ah, so that's why he is a bit eccentric. I misjudged the Gojo family, she thought. Megumi Fushiguro, his previously furrowed brow relaxing slightly, cast a sympathetic glance at Satoru Gojo. The latter, now closer to little Megumi, laughed even heartier. Ha! He slung an arm around Mitsuba Rabbit's shoulder for balance, shaking her vigorously as if they were 2 electrified beings engaged in an awkward dance on the street. Mitsuba Rabbit's forehead twitched, struggling to maintain her customary smile. Was this a pinnacle moment in her life? Openly mocking someone's child's hairstyle in front of a bound one. She shrugged off Satoru Gojo's arm, forcing a smile. Stop laughing, Gojo, it's too impolite. If you wish to experience having your brain pierced, keep laughing. How fierce. Little Rabbit is so fierce with me. Deducting 5 points. What exactly are you deducting points for? Internally, she was on the verge of a breakdown, desperately wanting to slap Satoru Gojo. Megumi tucked the Kamen Rider medal into his pocket, gazing expressionlessly at these two peculiar strangers before him. Excuse me, brother and sister, who are you? Is there something you need? Satoru Gojo chuckled, clutching his stomach. Little sea urchin, don't be so tense. We're not good people. Megumi replied, are you kidding me? Chapter 23. The new teacher wait? Students from a religious school? Yuko exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Yes. Our school is actively preparing to establish a vast affiliated institution, integrating kindergarten, elementary, and junior high education into one, providing a comprehensive quality education service. It's in cooperation with the government. Don't be misled by the fact that it's a religious school. It guarantees job placement. So there's no need to worry about employment rates. Although the school was still in its infancy and the government had yet to agree, that didn't hinder her from painting a grand vision. In silence, Satoru Gojo observed as she extolled the virtues of this institution, weaving a captivating narrative that successfully piqued the interest of Yuta Fushiguro. Beyond the provision of meals and accommodation, along with the exemption from various educational expenses, students could advance directly to a specialized high school, earn a part-time income while studying, and alleviate any financial burdens at home. Yuta, seizing the moment, added that upon graduation, securing employment elsewhere would also be acknowledged by this school. Of course, students could pursue university studies as well. For our faculty is exceptionally robust and places great emphasis on the cultural curriculum. Fushiguro Shinjuro listened coldly to her fanciful tales. He was acutely aware that the specialized high school was no ordinary institution, and to date, he had not heard of any plans from the supervisory department to establish affiliated schools. Even if they were to open one, it was likely that the focus would be on children endowed with the potential of sorcerers rather than ordinary youths. Contemplating this, Shinjuro, often ridiculed as a useless child by the Zenin family, gazed thoughtfully at Fushiguro Megumi. Does Megumi truly possess the talent of a sorcerer? My child surely has potential. While it would be disingenuous to solely highlight the merits, Yuta, with a pang of conscience, mentioned some drawbacks. The primary issue was that our institution operates on a boarding system, nestled deep within the mountains, allowing students to return home perhaps once a month. Yet, for Shinjuro, this so-called drawback was, in fact, an advantage. He stroked his chin, pondering. A boarding system, you say? Sounds splendid. Can we enroll the little imp right away? Megumi interjected. But I'm only 2 years old. Are you a monster? Shinjuro. Yuta shot a warning glance at Shinjuro, reminding him that little Megumi was still quite young and suggested they reconsider until he was older. So you must still send me there, Megumi declared, adorning himself with a faux superhero medal, his expression solemn. In this world, parents are unreliable. Only the valiant and omnipotent superhero remains steadfast. Satoru Gojo flashed a mischievous grin. Little sea urchin, do you know that superheroes do not exist? Nonsense. Megumi bared his teeth. If they didn't exist, how could their shows be on television? That's just an animated series, silly sea urchin. My name is Fushiguro Megumi, not sea urchin. Understood, Fushiguro sea urchin, Gojo replied, savoring his pudding. And by the way, Santa Claus isn't real either. Megumi was aghast. But I received gifts from Santa? Shinjuro ruffled his hair mischievously. Those were presents I bought for you. Clenching his tiny fists, Megumi slowly opened his mouth. Anyone could see this was the prelude to tears. And Shinjuro felt a rising alarm. 6 eyes, this is all your fault. Huh, why blame me? Gojo pinched Megumi's mouth shut, grinning, now you can't cry. Shinjuro chuckled. You look like a duck. With his mouth held shut, Megumi found himself on the brink of tears, silently vowing, when I grow up, I will never become a detestable adult like this. Yuta, with a smile as perfect as if painted, retrieved 2 small, soft desserts from the platter before Gojo and offered them to Megumi. Those are mine. Before he could finish, Yuta pinched his waist sharply, causing him to gasp. Ouch, you little rabbit. Caught off guard, Shinjuro realized he had let his guard down. Though Megumi was not fond of sweets, he nevertheless took a bite, savoring the moment while under Gojo's furious gaze, akin to a cat deprived of its favorite treat. Megumi beamed. This is truly delightful. Oh no, I mean, it goes well with cake. Yuta's smile turned stern. I advise you not to bully children, Satoru. Seeing Gojo about to protest, she interjected decisively. If you utter another word, I shall hang myself at the door of your dormitory. Gojo's expression transformed. as if he had just consumed a hefty serving of chocolate-flavored excrement. What a terrifying curse. Sob. All my points are gone. The child won't accept your proposal. Across the table, Yuta twisted Shinjuro's ear, and he, like a tyrant subdued, obediently allowed her to do so. Truly, one creature tames another. Satoru Gojo and Shinjuro exchanged subtle glances, their brows furrowing, then turned their faces away in opposite directions. Yuta, having been force-fed a mouthful of drama, curiously inquired, "How did Mrs. Fushiguro and Mr. Fushiguro meet?" Yuta blushed slightly and lowered her head. "I used to work in a bar, and when male patrons harassed me, it was Shinjuro who came to my aid." She instinctively sighed. "Hearing your description of your school, it sounds truly wonderful. If only I had encountered such a school in my childhood." At this, Shinjuro was momentarily taken aback. He understood that Yuta came from a modest background and had long since abandoned her studies to work. The lack of education remained an indelible regret deep within her heart. Megumi, blushing, leaned close to Yuta and whispered, "Mom, I need to pee." Seizing the moment while Yuta conversed with Yuta, he secretly sipped a cup of milk tea and now felt an urgent need. "All right, let me see if there's a restroom nearby," Yuta said, rising. "Shinjuro, keep an eye on our things. We'll be back shortly." Once Yuta hurriedly left with Megumi, Shinjuro leaned back lazily, a sardonic smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Enough with the pretense. What is it you truly desire from me?" After spending so much time discussing the school with Yuta, they could not possibly wish to enroll Megumi. Sorcerers typically awaken their techniques between the ages of 4 and 6, and their little imp was only 2. He showed no signs of any talent. Thus, their true aim must be him. Yuta, always efficient. Cut straight to the point. "We sincerely wish to extend an invitation for you to join the specialized high school as a teacher." Upon hearing this, both Shinjuro and Satoru were taken aback. Had it not been for Yuta's earlier mention of that dreadful curse, Satoru would have shouted in disbelief. "Me?" Shinjuro replied with a cold smile, devoid of warmth, laced with sarcasm. "I am merely a powerless monkey, someone as unqualified as I cannot possibly instruct your illustrious children." The Zenin family held a deeply entrenched culture of disdain, with most members subscribing to the belief that those not of Zenin lineage, nor sorcerers, were beneath humanity. "May I inquire where Mr. Fushiguro is currently employed?" Shinjuro casually replied, "A house husband." This aligned with Yuta's expectations. Having fled from the Zenin family, he possessed no identity, no background, no education, and coupled with his laid-back, day-to-day attitude, what worthwhile employment could he possibly secure? Yuta pondered briefly, then tentatively probed, "From what I gathered from Mrs. Fushiguro, she seems quite dissatisfied with her educational circumstances." As soon as the words left her lips, the table fell into a hushed silence, the air thick with tension. With thoughts swirling, Shinjuro fixated on her for several seconds, his gaze cold and distant. "What can you offer?" Yuta calculated in her mind, adding a bit to her initial estimate, and gestured with her hand. This figure also included accommodation for teachers. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes locked onto his. "You know, the specialized high school is protected by Tungan's barrier. Its safety is beyond question. Moreover, the profession of teaching appears rather respectable, far more stable than clandestinely accepting jobs from the black market. Occasional engagements may be permissible, yet should he partake in them too frequently, Yuko would inevitably question the origins of his income. Furthermore, the offspring of teachers enjoy the privilege of free schooling, no fees whatsoever." Fushiguro Zenin expressed skepticism regarding their shadowless school, his tone lacking warmth. "Does such a school even exist?" "Not yet, but once our proposal is finalized, it shall," came the reply. Louisa initially drafted a proposal, but upon learning of their contention with an entity known as the director's office, she sought information regarding the sorcery realm and retreated to rewrite it. Fushiguro Zenin fell into a contemplative silence, turning his gaze towards the glass window of the dessert shop, frowning at the setting sun outside. "Can you take charge of the recruitment for the high school?" Tsukumo Yuji nodded, her expression unflinching. "I can." Wataru Gojo, still chewing on a daifuku, glanced over in surprise at her unwavering confidence. "Little bunny, are you truly capable?" Tsukumo Yuji remained poised, her back straight, exuding a sense of assurance. With a teacher possessing godlike physical prowess, a veritable bug-level combat ability, it would undoubtedly be a boon for us. I trust the principal and teacher Yaga would not decline. As for the high salary we would offer, that indeed requires some negotiation with the higher-ups. By the way, does Zenin Naoya have any connections within the director's office? As a devoted fan of Zenin, it is only natural to advocate for his idol's top-tier compensation. Fushiguro Zenin rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly lost in thought. Tap, tap, tap. "A little extra on the base salary, as I need to support my wife and children. The little rascal eats a lot. The teenage boy is draining my finances. I don't eat much." Fushiguro Mei retorted, storming over. It's you who spends so much on meat every day. Unfazed, Fushiguro Zenin extended his hand, resting it against Mei's forehead. You're too quick to judge. My salary negotiations aren't settled yet. He sighed. All right, I accept your proposal. After exchanging contact information with him, Tsukumo Yuji, under the watchful gaze of the supervising assistant outside, pulled Gojo away. Yuko, puzzled, inquired, what were you discussing? Standing by the sun-drenched window, sunlight melted into her dark hair, blooming like delicate flowers of light. Fushiguro Zenin, his tightly pressed lips suddenly loosening, smiled. It was not the superficial smile directed at Tsukumo Yuji and Gojo, but rather one imbued with boundless warmth. Like a ray of light piercing through, it breathed life into an otherwise despondent soul. Yuko, you should resign from the bakery. I found a job, teaching at those two little rascals' school. Yuko, taken aback, exclaimed. Really? Teaching? The notion of Zenin becoming a teacher made her question the legitimacy of the school. After a brief hesitation, she asked, will you need to take a teaching certification exam? I suppose not. If they insisted he pursue a teaching qualification, he would resign on the spot and demand compensation. Chapter 24, Gojo-sama. What is it called? Self-study or adult education? I'm not sure. In any case, just go take the university entrance exam. Yuko held her breath. A reflexive, unconsidered reaction. Why? No, that question need not be voiced. To some extent, she already understood the answer. Fushiguro Zenin scratched his head, speaking quickly yet clearly. I apologize for glancing at your phone earlier. You follow a lawyer named Himuri, correct? Yuko finally regained her ability to speak normally. Yes, I admire her greatly. Especially upon learning that lawyer Himuri was recommended to Harvard at the age of 16, but chose instead to take the entrance exam for the University of Tokyo. Subsequently passing with flying colors and earning the title of undefeated queen of the legal domain, her admiration only deepened. Go take the university entrance exam, Yuko. I will earn a good living to support our family. Pursue your dreams. Fushiguro Zenin's voice seemed to carry an almost persuasive power, penetrating Yuko's ears and embedding itself in her mind. But I'm already this old and still considering university. Fushiguro Zenin immediately tugged at Fushiguro Mei's chubby cheeks, displaying a grin reminiscent of the big bad wolf. Little rascal, quickly tell me, do you support your mother? Mei's voice became slightly distorted. It's all right, Mama. If the money is insufficient, we can send Daddy out to beg. Fushiguro Zenin. He appeared as though he wanted to toss Mei out, yet he restrained this impulse with commendable self-discipline and paternal affection. Just when Yuko was contemplating taking that leap, she hesitated, a flicker of concern resurfacing within her. Perhaps I should continue working at the bakery. Little Mei will need considerable funds for school in the future. Fushiguro Mei was taken aback. He had always assumed that the biggest expense at home was his meat-loving father, not realizing it was himself. The little one had begun to fret over family finances. Their school is quite generous, offering high salaries and even providing teacher accommodations. We can return and terminate our rental contract, moving directly there. No way. We've already paid 3 months' rent in advance. We must stay at least this month. Yuko. Their school is rather remote. If you need to take training courses, the commute will be lengthy. Why not hire a tutor to come to our home for assistance? Yuko quickly declined. There's no need to hire a tutor. I'll look for online courses and purchase some relevant books to self-study. Zenin realized, oh right. Online courses are an option. Thus, Yuko unwittingly found her thoughts guided forward by his words. Since it's remote, we should purchase more supplementary materials. Oh, we have quite a bit of luggage. I wonder how convenient it is to send packages there. Observing her brow relax as she made her decision, Zenin smiled subtly. Unseen by others. Suddenly, Yuko's rambling ceased, and she looked earnestly at Zenin, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. Zenin, will you be happy doing that job? Her colleagues had long voiced their discontent regarding her husband, who spent his days idly at home. They often lamented how Yuko tirelessly worked to support the family while her husband remained unproductive. Yet Yuko had never let such idle gossip affect her. She remembered the first time she met Zenin. He had been unkempt, drowning his sorrows in drink, disheveled and despondent, yet somehow captivating. His eyes were a pure green, devoid of any blemish, drawing one in with their beauty, particularly when he intervened to assist her during an unwelcome advance from a customer. It was one of the rare moments he appeared serious, his gaze akin to stars on a midsummer night, glowing brilliantly. It was strange. She knew there were many mysteries surrounding Zenin, and she had expected to have numerous questions, yet she had never asked him any. Although he did not earn a living, he had single-handedly raised Mei, managing all household affairs. This home was a product of their joint efforts, sustained through their shared toil and dedication. Fushiguro Zenin languidly stretched his body and let out a profound yawn. While I cannot vouch for many things, I can certainly assert that dealing with students is an endeavor I can handle with ease. Yuji's gaze faltered. What? Dealing with students? Zenin. What kind of teacher are you? What indeed is he? Satoru Gojo, rolling around in the car with dissatisfaction, exclaimed, I dislike him. I truly do. I don't want him to become a teacher at the school. The absurdity of this situation rivaled the revelation that he and Kakashi were brothers. Having lived long enough to witness all manner of oddities, Gojo pondered for a significant duration, ultimately concluding that while he could not be Kakashi's sibling, Fushiguro Zenin was indeed set to become a teacher at the academy. Yayoi, somewhat reluctantly, began to concede, Fushiguro Zenin is undeniably formidable. You are aware of the realms of heaven and curses. I refuse to listen. I refuse. I absolutely detest that guy. I loathe him with a passion. The mere sight of Fushiguro Zenin triggered a symphony of aches in his head, neck, and back. They must have battled in a previous life. Yayoi profoundly sensed a particularly challenging facet of Gojo's personality, his impulsivity and brazen demeanor. Strangely, she found this rather endearing, akin to a cat confronting an unwelcome stranger, mewing at its owner in an effort to expel the intruder. Indeed, she was evidently quite unwell. Should she seek the counsel of a psychologist? Lowering the car window, she winced at the noise. Enough with the unreasonable antics. Unreasonable antics? Gojo's pupils widened in disbelief as he bellowed. You dare label me as unreasonable? I never said that. You must have misheard, she retorted. Oh, Yayoi, you sit there and speak to me like this before we even establish a rapport. What would happen if we did? Gojo exclaimed, feeling as though his patience was being tested. You are already in the negative. What do you mean by establishing rapport? What domestic abuse? It felt a bit off. There was an undeniable air of ambiguity between them. Logically, she should be soothing her irate feline, yet she did not. An exemplary owner ought to grasp that excessive indulgence is unwise. Blind acquiescence would only embolden him. Gojo, you are now a mature young man. You must learn to console yourself. Witnessing Yayoi's silence, Gojo began to exude an overwhelming presence, coiling around her like a tendril of seaweed. Why are you so quiet? Are you at a loss for words? He smirked. So, it seems that domestic abuse is indeed on the horizon. In a fit of anger, he resolved to engage in a 5-minute cold war with Yayoi. The once lively car fell into a stifling silence. Amid this oppressive stillness, the supervising driver, drenched in cold sweat, gripped the steering wheel with trembling hands. Summoning his courage, he cautiously spoke. Dear students, we have arrived at the academy. Gojo huffed and exited the vehicle, which did not dare linger, swiftly departing. Yayoi gazed after the retreating car before turning to the sulking Gojo beside her. Patience. She reminded herself, patience. Under the gentle glow of the evening sun, the world was enveloped in a soft luminescence. On the open ground outside the academy, another private vehicle stood quietly parked. Out of the corner of his eye, Gojo spotted his lifelong confidant, Suguru Geto, who appeared to be as wilted as a sun-dried leaf, disembarking from the vehicle with a lackluster demeanor. In a sudden leap, Gojo materialized before him, wearing a radiant smile. Geto. His voice was as clear and refreshing as a solitary cloud drifting across a cerulean sky, invigorating all who heard it. If one were to disregard the content of his words, they would be enchanted. Let me tell you, that little bunny is utterly outrageous. She is nothing short of a complete gold digger. Hey, how did I suddenly evolve into a gold digger? This is slander. Geto smirked slightly, whispering a gentle reminder. Gojo, my parents are here. Gojo paused, turning his gaze toward Geto's parents still seated in the car, and greeted them warmly. Hello, uncle and auntie. A pleasure to meet you. I am his best friend, Satoru Gojo. Are you here for a school tour? Oh, Yaga, you are here as well? Have you completed your panda-cursed corpse? Geto's eyes took on a deadpan expression. This person truly lacked a sense of boundaries. Yaga inhaled deeply, mustering a semblance of a smile while awkwardly explaining to Geto's parents, I sincerely apologize. This child, Gojo, has always been rather exuberant. I hope you won't mind. Mrs. Geto smiled gently as she stepped out of the vehicle. No worries, no worries. Geto's classmate is quite lively, unlike Geto, who is always so mature. Indeed, Mr. Geto added. A youth should embody the spirit of youth. Geto, you must not be as composed as a detective at a crime scene. Geto replied. Who is this Conan? Conan? Yayoi raised her hand like an elementary school student. You don't mean Idagawa Conan, do you? Do you know that child? Mr. Geto chuckled lightly. I work at the police station and have heard that Conan is a little detective who has assisted us in solving many cases. Speaking of which, I also know a detective named Idagawa. Are they perhaps related? Upon hearing Gojo's remark, Yayoi's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Are you referring to the world-renowned detective Idagawa Rampo? Are you acquainted with him? I want to collect stamps with him. Gojo narrowed his eyes dangerously. You call him master? You've never referred to me with such honorifics. Humph, not at all, not at all. He has snatched away several limited edition desserts from me. I hold a grudge against him. If I were to call you Lord Gojo, could you take me to Yokohama to collect stamps with Master Rampo? The white-haired youth smirked, crossing his arms and feigning contemplation. That is something to consider. Let us see if you can call me Lord Gojo once more. Yayoi, ever adaptable, approached him with a submissive demeanor, offering to massage his back. Lord Gojo, the strongest, the most handsome, the most perfect Lord Gojo. Ahem, there is no need to be so forthright. Geto interjected. How did your conversation veer into such absurdity? Are we playing abstract art here? Why does this feel like a couple's quarrel? I do not wish to become the role of the commentator. Yaga delivered a light punch to the young man's shoulder. Gojo Yayoi, I still need to show the Geto couple around the campus. Aren't you two supposed to head to the library to study? Yaga, have you lost your mind? I never go to the library. Yayoi promptly covered his mouth, silencing him in an instant. Geto could almost visualize the pouty expression that accompanied it. Yayoi spoke in a tone befitting a model student. Did you forget, Gojo? We agreed to study at the library. Our school actively responds to the national call, and all students are striving diligently for excellence. After all, a life devoid of knowledge is an incomplete one. Mr. Geto was profoundly moved. He patted Geto's shoulder. Geto, you should join your classmates in studying. With Yaga-sensei showing us around the campus, it will suffice. Geto's mouth twitched. He had spent an entire semester at the academy and still did not know where the library was located. By the way, does the academy even have a library? After bidding farewell to Yaga and the Geto couple, on their way to the library, which was actually the cafeteria, Gojo fixated on the bulge in Geto's pocket. Swiftly reaching over, Geto was too late to intervene, witnessing Gojo extract something and read the label aloud. Chili sauce. Aren't you supposed to avoid spicy food? With a dark expression, Suguru Geto snatched the chili water back, saying, this is not meant for consumption. It was forcibly given to him by his mother, who, concerned about the dangers he might face on his mission, hoped he would carry something with lethal potential. Suguru found himself at a loss for words, unable to convey to her that the perils he encountered could hardly be resolved with mere chili water. Changing the subject, he inquired, so, how did your mission go today? Perfect. Wataru Watanabe exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This is the easiest I've ever had it. Suguru cast him a look filled with unspoken frustration before turning to comfort Tsukahanabe. Thank you for your hard work today, Tsukahanabe. She accepted his consolation with a heavy heart, silently acknowledging their shared understanding. Are you two isolating me? Wataru chimed in with a scoff. By the way, Suguru, why did your parents suddenly come to visit the school? It was currently the second semester of the first year, and parental visits at this time were rather uncommon. Suguru shrugged. Isn't it because teacher Yaga took me for a health check? That hospital happens to be quite close to my home, so I stopped by for a visit. I'm not sure why my mother suddenly wanted to see the school. Tsukahanabe asked unexpectedly, how did your health check go? I'm not entirely sure yet. The doctor said the final report won't be ready for a few days, but I doubt there is anything to worry about. Wataru waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Suguru's physical condition is second only to mine. He'll be just fine. Suguru replied, while that's true, your tone is rather infuriating. By the way, Suguru, Tsukahanabe has found us a martial arts teacher. A martial arts teacher? Suguru echoed, intrigued. It's that Zenin family member with zero cursed energy, who has taken on the name Fushiguro Zenin after marrying into the family. The mention of Zenin made him think of a certain person, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, his son has a sea urchin hairstyle. It's hilarious. Suguru frowned slightly and stated blandly, having zero cursed energy might not make him the best choice for our teacher. He seemed to hear a faint sigh from his right side. Instinctively glancing over, he saw Tsukahanabe cheerfully suggesting, how about we place a bet? A bet on what? He asked, intrigued. In the first class with teacher Fushiguro, you and Wataru will engage in a martial arts match. If you both win, I'll take on a week's worth of your tasks for free. If you lose, your task bonuses for that week will go to me. A regular person with no cursed energy, even one from a prominent family, stood little chance against him and Wataru. The probability of such an event occurring was so minuscule it could be likened to Mars colliding with Earth. Mathematically, such an occurrence is termed an impossible event. Though Suguru couldn't fathom why she would propose such a wager, it was clear that he and Wataru were the likely victors. However, as Tsukahanabe smiled at him, his certainty began to waver. Chapter 25, Ideal Type. Upon entering the cafeteria, Suguru was taken aback to find it bustling with people. Narumi, the songstress, and Mei were already seated, having finished their dinner, engaged in hushed conversation about something. The songstress had a complexion that shifted from pale to flushed, and her eyes blazed with fury as they landed on Wataru, who had just entered. Without hesitation, she seized an apple from her tray and hurled it at him, shouting, "You scoundrel!" Wataru effortlessly caught the apple midair, taking a casual bite while grinning provocatively. "Ah, thank you for the delicious apple you specially prepared for me," he said with a smirk. "Ah, Wataru, you're dead meat." The songstress fumed. It must be difficult for you to even approach me, huh? You're so weak. She laughed. Call me senpai, you scoundrel. Sukahanabe stood there, bewildered, watching the chaotic scene unfold as the songstress and Wataru chased and berated each other like a whirlwind. What is going on? Did Wataru bully the senior songstress again? Mei leaned back, chin in hand, watching the spectacle with mild amusement. The songstress is defending you. Sukahanabe pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? For me? Narumi, somewhat troubled, rubbed her forehead, seemingly pondering how to clarify the situation for Sukahanabe. She hesitated, her thoughts visibly shifting back and forth, before finally speaking. Little rabbit, since you lack elders at home, there are some matters you might not fully grasp. Suddenly inspired, she clapped her hands, her expression easing considerably. Come join me for the health education class tomorrow. Me? Health education? I know about that. I don't want to know too much. Sukahanabe protested. I suspect I must have been a monk in my past life. Otherwise, how could this life be so terrifyingly perverse? Meanwhile, Suguru, who had been quietly observing, could no longer contain his curiosity. What on earth is happening? Narumi waved him off impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. This is a private topic among us girls. Your filthy curiosity is unwelcome, being relegated to a separate table. Suguru thought, isn't this simply misplaced anger? Absolutely misplaced anger. Although Narumi and Mei had already dined, they lingered to watch the unfolding drama in the cafeteria. Sukahanabe noticed that the cafeteria's offerings seemed unusually exquisite today. Is the menu different? She surveyed the array of dishes. Dragon soup, smoked duck, dompa pork, steamed preserved meat, spicy chicken. Wait, aren't these among the renowned top 10 dishes of Huagua? Did the culinary team collaborate with the famous chef? Mei seemed to know more than she let on and whispered. This morning, the head chef received a message from Wataru, requesting an increase in prepared dishes, specifically mentioning his desire for Chinese cuisine. The Wataru family had arranged for someone to oversee his daily needs at the high school, particularly in the kitchen, where they had meticulously vetted the staff. Who would dare disobey the young master's orders? Narumi shook her head, exasperated. He always hangs around Suguru. That it's hard to remember he is actually the heir of a prominent family. Given how he turned out, he must have worked hard. Mei nodded thoughtfully, her long eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes as she speculated. I've only heard that Wataru needs to frequently replenish his sugar intake. He has a sweet tooth. I hadn't heard anything about him liking Chinese food. This is all new information. Are you planning to sell this information, Mei? Is it really that valuable? Sukahanabe asked, perplexed. And wasn't it because she previously criticized the cafeteria that Wataru made the request? Mei's face lit up with amusement. Do you have any idea how much Wataru's head is worth on the black market? Any information about him will surely find a buyer. Sukahanabe was confused. But what is the use of this information? Does it really matter if he likes sweets or Chinese food? Just then, Wataru appeared silently behind her. Do you have any idea how many rigorous checks the food I've eaten since childhood has gone through before reaching me? Assassination, poisoning, such dangers had shadowed his childhood. I was marked with a bounty of 100 million from the moment I was born. Why did that sound almost prideful? The moon half-rabbit gently reached out and patted his head, the light touch catching the unsuspecting Satoru Gojo off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. A tender smile graced her lips as she said, I've always wanted to tell you, you've worked hard. Oh dear, our little Satoru, who has been growing up with such effort, truly tugs at my heartstrings. The suddenness of the pat and its swift withdrawal left Gojo momentarily dazed by her smile. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He held his breath amidst the shivers running down his spine, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, the world around him blurring into obscurity. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. As a minute stretched on, his mind became a blank slate, devoid of any thoughts. Suguru Geto looked at him in confusion. Satoru? Gojo, in a state of panic, stepped back a few paces and suddenly grasped Geto by the neck. Did you see that? Geto? Look at the expression in the little rabbit's eyes. It's just as I told you. Geto gasped for air, struggling to reply. Let go. I yield, you rascal. Just look, Geto, look. Geto turned his gaze just in time to witness the moon half-rabbit's motherly gaze. This expression seemed so incongruous with her face that he was momentarily taken aback. Based on my understanding of that look, she should be expressing concern for you. Isn't that a bit out of character? Gojo struggled to suppress his inner joy. Indeed, even you think so. A table full of girls gathered around, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. The songstress whispered something to the moon half-rabbit, causing her to blush furiously and flusteredly begin to explain. After hearing her, the songstress sighed in relief, patting her chest. So it was just a domain expansion. She shot a reproachful glare at Shoko. What you said this morning nearly gave me a heart attack. What do you mean? Satoru Gojo, clad in nothing but his birthday suit, emerges from the moon half-rabbit's room looking all drained. The songstress automatically assumed the perspective of a concerned family member. In her mind, the moon half-rabbit was a gentle, harmless little bunny, while Gojo was the reckless type, lacking any sense of seniority. If these two were to become a couple, the moon half-rabbit would undoubtedly be left with nothing but scraps. To this, Shoko simply stated that she only mentioned Gojo coming out of the moon half-rabbit's room. The additional adjectives were purely the songstress's imagination. It was Gojo's fault for being so ambiguous in his words. Riding a little electric bike is one thing, but why mention rubbing his waist? The girls instinctively glanced over at the boys' table, where Gojo still appeared dazed. The songstress, seeing this, was even more disdainful and made an international gesture towards him. Little rabbit, you mustn't be swayed by the vile words of a scoundrel. We are steadfast members of the Anti-Scoundrel Alliance. I think they're all right, the moon half-rabbit said, biting her chopsticks, tilting her head slightly, and smiling softly at her. Though sometimes he could be quite dismissive, when it really mattered, he was incredibly reliable, providing a sense of security. Gojo was the type who posed the greatest danger during idle moments, but became the most dependable pillar in times of crisis. The songstress immediately felt a sense of despair, lamenting, "You're hopeless." However, both Mei Mei and Shoko exchanged knowing glances, their eyes curving into smiles. Mei Mei elegantly lifted her cup of coffee, taking a delicate sip before winking at Shoko, saying meaningfully, "Ah, who knows? They might just become the first couple in our school." Shoko raised her own glass to clink with Mei Mei's, the cool alcohol mingling with a hint of spice as it flowed down her throat. Is it true that no one in our school is in a relationship? None at all. It's no exaggeration to say that 80% of the sorcery community is still single. The moon half-rabbit, munching on her snack, blinked her clear eyes in confusion. Why? Doesn't anyone look for partners? Mei Mei casually set down her cup, her expression gradually becoming complex. Sorcerers work tirelessly every day. Once their work ends, all they wish for is to collapse into bed for a long sleep. Who has the leisure to indulge in romance? If one were to seek someone outside the community, there would be no time for dates, nor the ability to explain the intricacies of the sorcery world. Shoko glanced at the moon half-rabbit, her face displaying a slightly conflicted yet benevolent smile. Little rabbit, what kind of boy do you like? Rich, handsome, and stylish. Upon hearing this, Mei Mei was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, her voice infused with joy. What a refreshingly blunt standard. The songstress inquired curiously. Surely you have other requirements? Like filial piety, kindness, gentleness, or loyalty? The moon half-rabbit waved her hand dismissively. Is there such a thing as true love in this world? As long as he is handsome, I'm in love. Geto silently observed the joyous atmosphere at the girls' table, picking up a pair of chopsticks filled with buckwheat noodles and bringing them to his mouth. Satoru, what do you think they're talking about? Gojo's spirit had already drifted far away. The little rabbit touched, patted, his head. What did that mean? She touched him. So she must want to do something intimate. Censored words already appeared. Oh my. Stop thinking, brain. Geto felt a headache coming on and nudged him a few times. What is wrong with you? Have you been fried by the limitless? Why are you suddenly so daft? Gojo snapped back reflexively. You're the one who's daft. Just eat already. Let us go back and finish that gal game. I've already figured out what choices to make next. I don't want to play with you. Gojo stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth. How many times have you been in that little black room? If I liked it that much, I'd just play the game on my own. That stinks. How can you say something so cold with such a warm expression? You're not playing with me? Planning to play alone? Gojo held his food to his lips. Not everyone at Jujutsu High loves gaming as much as you do. I'm going to find the little rabbit. Geto's expression was one of disbelief. Gojo's eyes twitched slightly as he poked Geto's forehead with a finger. What kind of look is that? You little pervert. I knew you envied my big eyes. Who would envy such a thing? Stop resorting to personal attacks. Gojo continued eating while glancing over at the animated conversation at the girls' table. He secretly retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to the moon half-rabbit. Loneliness is invincible. Little rabbit, would you join me for some gal game later? Geto is too noob to play with. He propped one hand on the dining table, idly spinning his phone, his gaze following the moon half-rabbit until she opened her phone. It was the moon half-rabbit, not the fat rabbit. Sorry. I have to read later. The incredibly handsome guy invites you to play games, and you dare to say you want to read? Loneliness is invincible. Why? Is the book more attractive than me? Rolling on the ground, rolling on the ground. Through the screen, one could almost feel his palpable dissatisfaction. The moon half-rabbit. No one can halt my pursuit of knowledge. Not even you, Satoru. She glanced at Gojo, who, upon making eye contact, hurriedly averted his gaze. It was the moon half-rabbit, not the fat rabbit. Be good now. Here S.A. Cat Pat JPG. She made me obedient. Wataru Fushiguro gazed at the emoticon. His cheeks flushed as he pressed the save button. He awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and stood up with a hint of stiffness. All right, I've finished eating. I'll be leaving now. Sitting in place, Suguru Geto looked up. When did your appetite become so small? Wataru lifted his plate. I had a lot of desserts this afternoon, so I'm not hungry anymore. Suguru also stood up, tidying his utensils as he said, I'm done as well. Let us head back to the dorm together. Huh, didn't you just eat? During the time your soul was wandering, I had already consumed a lot. Wataru, peering over his sunglasses at the remaining soba, regarded it with a curious gaze. Have you been feeling unwell lately? This is your favorite soba, and you haven't finished it? This time, a peculiar emotion was woven into his voice. Suguru instinctively touched the cursed spirit ball of the slit-mouthed woman in his pocket, his eyes flickering, putting on a perfunctory smile. Well, I'm not really hungry at the moment. Besides, there are snacks in the dorm. The hot weather has left me with little appetite. Refreshing soba is one of the few dishes that can stimulate my appetite. Other foods feel like chewing wax to Suguru, devoid of flavor. Back in the dorm, he watched Wataru drift into his room like a ghost and teased with a smile. Aren't you supposed to be avoiding me for games? Wataru sank into the sofa. His body languid as if it were a puddle of liquid, his voice clear yet indifferent. Little Bunny needs to study. His lazy demeanor was reminiscent of a cat, the kind with pure white fur. Chapter 26, Best Friends. Suguru remained silent on the surface, but inside he was mulling over an expletive. Why do I feel like a backup? He wore a cold expression. I need to study too. You can go back to your room and continue boosting your favorability. Just don't bother me. Huh, you want to study? Wataru replied incredulously. He slumped further on the sofa, head down, engrossed in his game. Wake up. Don't you think saying that is amusing? Suguru, with one hand in his pocket, calmly shook the book he held. Its cover boldly emblazoned with the words New Concept Chinese. Now, it was Wataru's turn to be astonished. Curiously, he leaned closer, snatched the textbook from Suguru's hands, and flipped through a few pages, his face painted with skepticism. Are you planning to self-study? Impressive, Chinese is quite challenging. There's an assistant supervisor in the main office, named Maoli, who studied in China. Teacher Ye will invite him to teach me when he has time. At the Jujitsu High, courses unrelated to Jujitsu are taught by assistant supervisors, but their level is generally mediocre. However, Suguru only went to study abroad for a winter break. And with professional translators available, learning some everyday phrases should suffice. Wataru, intrigued, circled around Suguru, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a sense of inexplicable nostalgia. Suguru, why don't you go to China and be a son-in-law? Suguru snatched the book back, rolled it up, and lightly thumped Wataru on the head. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? You somehow jumped to that conclusion. Because the girls in China are all so cute. And there are a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women in that populous nation. He patted Suguru's shoulder, nodding earnestly. Hurry up and marry a girl from China. They have pandas, which are our organization's mascot. When I come to visit, we can go see the pandas. You're willing to sell me out for pandas? Wataru declared, genuinely concerned for Suguru's future. Someone with your personality needs a confident, assertive girl to manage you. Otherwise, it's easy to overthink. In response to Wataru's good intentions, Suguru rolled his eyes. Thanks, but no thanks. Why don't you just go be a son-in-law in China? With your erratic personality. How could a gentle, obedient girl from Japan possibly handle you? Wataru looked horrified. Think about Kariko, the singer, and Miss Yami. Can you still claim that Japanese girls are all gentle and obedient? Suguru was momentarily speechless. All right, I admit that essay stereotype. I apologize. He placed the book on the table, hearing Wataru mumble something to himself. And I would never be a son-in-law in China. I've already made up my mind. Cough, cough. Suguru leaned in like a ghost, lowering his voice. Have you decided whose son-in-law you're going to be? That's terrifying. Get away. Wataru covered his ears. Your breath just hit my ear. I'm contaminated now. He rubbed his ears vigorously, while Suguru scrutinized him, his already small eyes narrowing even further. Your 6 eyes can't even see me coming up close. What were you just thinking? Spill it. Wataru's face flushed crimson as he stumbled backward, stuttering. I wasn't thinking about anything. He appeared to be considering fleeing, but Suguru lunged forward to lock his throat. Too suspicious, Wataru, quickly tell me. I can't focus on studying until I hear the gossip. Wataru, pinned on the sofa, strained his neck to shout. What I'm doing has nothing to do with your studying. Why are you putting the blame on me? Come on, Wataru. It turns out you are the one about to lose your virginity. A soft knocking sound suddenly echoed. Knock, knock, knock. The Suguru couple was at the door. Wataru struggled to get up, tidying his clothes. Your parents are here. I'll take my leave. He hurried to the door, greeting the Suguru couple as they entered. Once he retreated into his own room, Wataru took a shower. Afterward, he changed into a white t-shirt, his azure eyes resembling an endless sky after a storm. Wataru sprawled out on the bed, his mind occasionally flashing back to that exquisite face with a radiant smile. She touched me. How bold of her to dare touch my head. When was the last time he washed his hair? Last night, perhaps. Darn it. He should have washed it again this morning to maintain that fresh quality. Wataru buried his face in the covers, squirming like a wriggling maggot. Despite lowering the air conditioning temperature in the room repeatedly, he still felt unbearably hot. I wish I could confide in someone. Wataru ceased his writhing, gazing longingly towards Sugiru's room. The Suguru couple in the adjacent room had yet to leave. He wondered what they were discussing with Suguru. When he heard them preparing to leave, Wataru took the initiative to see them off. In the tranquil night, a gentle breeze wafted, carrying the fragrance of distant flowers. Refreshing and uplifting. Wataru bent down, bringing his face close to the car window, smiling sweetly. Don't worry, Uncle and Auntie, I'll take good care of Suguru. Mrs. Suguru in the car wore a tender expression, her tone gentle. Little Wataru, you must take care of yourself too. Both of you kids need to stay safe and healthy. The car gradually drifted away, turning a corner, completely vanishing into the dark night. Wataru and Suguru walked one after the other along the long torii path. Perhaps out of habit, their steps were light, yet in the stillness of the mountain, they echoed infinitely. A slight breeze swept through the night, and after a while, Wataru slowly tucked his hands into his pockets, the tips of his hair still slightly damp. Jia, do you still have the cursed spirit orb? The one from the slit-mouthed woman hasn't been consumed yet. What does the cursed spirit orb taste like? Faced with this inquiry, Suguru Geto fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, he finally uttered a few words, not very palatable. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the hem of Wataru's white t-shirt. The fabric clung to his side with the caress of the wind, subtly outlining his waist. The flickering shadows cast by the trees along the mountain path draped a veil over his silhouette, while the azure in his eyes flickered, rendering them inscrutable. Why didn't you tell me? Given his nature, if no one pointed it out to him, he would remain oblivious to the enduring suffering of his close friend. Wataru, feeling a twinge of irritation, endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness and replied with feigned nonchalance. Little Bunny suggested we could wrap the cursed spirit orb with the limitless technique before consuming it. Perhaps it would taste like air. At that moment, Sugiru's worldview began to crumble in the midst of reconstruction. To use the limitless technique to envelop the cursed spirit orb, is that truly feasible? Let us give it a try. We should seek out Shoko. If you encounter any adverse effects, she might be able to save your life. The whisper of the breeze gradually faded, and everything around them slowly reverted to its original state. A soft glow emanated from the desk lamp. As Tsukihanabuta completed her daily Japanese study plan, with her new intellect, her memory felt as if she had returned to the pinnacle of her intelligence. Currently, she had no significant issues reading and recognizing characters, and her daily conversational skills were quite fluent, albeit with a hint of clumsiness in her pronunciation. After finishing her reading, she engaged in a discussion with Louisa regarding the details of the Panda Society's first 5-year plan. The wind rustled through the open window, stirring the documents on the desk, their densely packed text coming to life on the page. One particular document bore a striking title, Panda Academy Preparation Plan. This plan encompassed numerous critical aspects, including strategic site selection criteria, security systems, educational framework development, and student management mechanisms. One could only say that you get what you pay for. Indeed, the strategist of the group was worth every penny spent. Louisa, we need to secure some legislative support. I'm not very familiar with this area. Do you know any lawyers you could consult? Louisa, also, about the detection device from Hua that you mentioned for cursed energy testing. Can you confirm if we can borrow it? Tsukihanabuta, not to be mistaken for Fat Bunny. Are there any other questions? Feel free to list them. I can discuss them with my teacher friends. Louisa sent a plethora of documents over. Tsukihanabuta, not to be mistaken for Fat Bunny. Shocked so many? Louisa, my ability doesn't predict the future based on existing information. It's not a limited prophetic capability. Louisa, any flawless plan can only be realized through practical action. Tsukihanabuta, not to be mistaken for Fat Bunny. Understood. Tsukihanabuta rested her fair chin on the table, her hair cascading down one shoulder, the ends softly brushing against her chin. It's quite difficult. Establishing an organization isn't merely a matter of idle talk. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she straightened up and rapidly typed a line on the keyboard. Tsukihanabuta, not to be mistaken for Fat Bunny. By the way, is your group's leader immensely wealthy? Could you introduce us, Louisa-chan? Establishing a school is quite costly. Louisa appeared somewhat perplexed. What group? What leader? Wait, at this time, hadn't Louisa yet joined the group? She nudged Wataru. How old is Lord Rampo this year? The unyielding one, about the same age as me. And don't you dare call him Sama. The unyielding one. Have you finished your book? Hurry over to the infirmary. I'm attempting to use the limitless technique to wrap the cursed spirit orb. The moment his message arrived, Shoko knocked on Tsukihanabuda's door. Little Bunny, the scoundrel is calling us to the infirmary. In the infirmary, Wataru excitedly twisted the cursed spirit orb with his claws. Suguru leaned back in disdain. Can you do this? It's almost ready to be seasoned. I don't want to eat it. Ignoring his complaints, Wataru chanted, what do you understand? I must evenly apply the limitless technique to the cursed spirit orb. If any part is left untouched, the taste will escape, and then Jia will secretly cry again. I'm not crying. Suguru fixed his gaze on Wataru's hands, kicking his leg. Did you eat a hikiakukuku before coming out? Did you wash your hands? Wataru sat there lopsided, his left shoulder slightly lower, causing the neckline of his white t-shirt to tilt, revealing a hint of his collarbone. He smiled innocently. You'll be lucky to eat a hikiakukuka-flavored cursed spirit orb. Had it not been for his upbringing holding him back, Suguru would have lunged forward to shove the cursed spirit orb into Wataru's mouth, allowing him to truly savor it. With a creak, the infirmary door slowly opened, and Shoko sauntered in, holding a bottle of alcohol. This is my hard-earned off-duty time. This is overtime. Jia will pay you overtime. Will 2 packs of cigarettes suffice? Deal. She grandly pulled out a chair and sat down, tilting her head back to pour the alcohol into her mouth. Begin your performance. Suguru. A doctor drinking on the job? And in front of a patient. No wonder there are so many complaints about the infirmary. Sukahanabuta sat beside Wataru, taking the cursed spirit orb from his hands to examine it. Its color seemed to have lightened somewhat, no longer as dark as before. She held it up to the light, scrutinizing it. It also appeared less viscous than it had been. Wataru, seated beside her, draped an arm over the back of her chair, akin to a prelude to a one-armed embrace. Don't look, just eat, he urged excitedly. Jia. Quickly taste and see if there's any difference. Eat already. Suguru swallowed hard. In this situation, he felt no different from a princess coerced by a wicked queen to drink poison. With a resolute determination akin to a heroic sacrifice, Princess Suguru gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and stuffed the entire cursed spirit orb into his mouth. Wataru, your mouth is so big. Is that the point? Sukahanabuta curiously inquired. Suguru. How does it taste? After a moment, Suguru furrowed his brow as he savored it. It was icy, akin to biting into a large chunk of ice. Not unpleasant. Surprisingly, it was quite appetizing. Has the cafeteria closed? I'm suddenly craving soba noodles. Wataru's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he gazed at him, a myriad of unspoken words lingering in his eyes. More soba noodles again? Are you an alien from Soba Planet? I'm feeling a bit hungry now. I barely ate dinner. Wataru, do you have any snacks? Wataru's eyes twinkled mischievously, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Yes, indeed. I bought a cake with Little Bunny this morning. Would you like some? It's the heart-stopping cake that was criticized by Tsukahanabuta for its artificial coloring, which I tossed into the dessert fridge before my afternoon nap and have yet to eat. You actually saved the cake for me, Suguru. I'm quite touched. What a good brother. Wataru shamelessly accepted the compliment, humbly replying, what else would we be if not best friends? Yufintan observed the interaction between the two with an increasingly benevolent smile, nearly calling out Big Sun in delight. From now on, the cursed spirit balls of classmate Yashiro could be enveloped by Wudo's limitless technique first, rendering them less difficult to consume. The smile on Wudo's face grew wider, with a glimmer of crystalline mirth in his eyes. Brothers must keep accounts clear, Jia. From now on, you shall be responsible for running errands for me. Yashiro Jia chuckled helplessly and nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. Chapter 27, Striving for Excellence. Natsuko tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and when she lifted her gaze, her eyes bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue. If the limitless technique can envelop the cursed spirit balls, could it also encase the reversal technique? Wudo shifted his posture, a look of keen interest dawning upon his face. Are you suggesting that, akin to Jia consuming the cursed spirit balls, one could directly ingest the reversal technique? It's a rather audacious notion, Natsuko. Have you finally embraced the madness of a mad doctor? Natsuko's words gradually opened up Yashiro Jia's line of thought. If such a feat were indeed possible, the survival rate of sorcerers facing various dangers would significantly increase. Just as everyone was captivated by this bold idea, Yufintan, the only one who had diligently attended the sorcery theory classes, raised a doubt. As I understand it, the practitioner of the reversal technique must directly channel positive energy into the target's body. It cannot be stored in advance or used independently from cursed energy. Natsuko's eyelids fluttered slightly. What if we utilize a cursed tool for storage? Yufintan immediately shook his head, dismissing this suggestion. Cursed tools typically require the infusion of cursed energy to function. The abilities of the reversal technique must be dynamically generated. They cannot exist independently of the human body, nor can they be stored in a static curse tool. If one were to forcibly encapsulate the capabilities of the reversal technique within a cursed tool, it could lead to backlash or failure due to unstable energy. In short, it is currently unfeasible. Yashiro Jia's mind was still a tangled mess. But why can Wudo's limitless technique envelop my cursed spirit ball? No one understands the limitless technique better than Wudo himself. The repulsive force of the limitless technique can create an absolute defense. Any physical attack or cursed energy impact is infinitely diluted. Your cursed spirit ball is essentially a condensation of cursed energy. If its intensity fails to surpass the threshold of the limitless repulsive force, it can be nullified. From an abstract perspective, it is the limitless spatial ability, fundamentally suppressing the finiteness of the cursed spirit ball. He stretched his long legs, in essence. It is the infinite spatial manipulation overshadowing the finite condensation of cursed energy. His explanation left everyone present in a daze. Wudo leaned casually against the back of his chair, resting his head on his hand, his expression devoid of emotion. In fact, I believe Natsuko's proposal is not entirely without feasibility. If there exists a high-level cursed tool akin to a cursed energy container, it might temporarily encapsulate the abilities of the reversal technique. Natsuko's expression turned troubled. Such cursed tools must be exceedingly rare, correct? Indeed, not only must the container itself withstand high levels of positive energy, but the practitioner must also remotely guide the energy flow after injection. Wudo lazily stretched his arms. I'll return to the Wudo residence in a couple of days to see if I can unearth some useful cursed tools. Thank you, Wudo. Natsuko raised her bottle in a toast to him. I will also conduct more experiments with the reversal technique. Perhaps new discoveries await. Natsuko, I have organized all the books on the reversal technique in the library. I will send you the documents later. Natsuko smiled lightly at Yufintan. Thank you. The corridor was tranquil and immaculate, the white tiles on the walls reflecting faint light, with a row of neatly arranged room doors on either side. Yaga Mazamichi walked slowly down the school corridor, greeted by many who approached him with friendly salutations. Good day, Teacher Yaga. Your teaching methods are truly commendable. Upon hearing this, Yaga's mood plummeted a notch. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? Another assistant supervisor briskly approached, enthusiastically grasping his hand. Teacher Yaga, you have devoted so much to the sorcery world. How could we survive without you? Do you have any valuable teaching experiences to share? To be honest, my child is always disobedient. I've broken 2 belts already. Hey, how can you resort to corporal punishment? Wait, you're already married? Yaga absent-mindedly mumbled a few affirmatives, bewilderedly pushing open the door to the homeroom teacher's office. The second-year homeroom teacher looked at him with a broad smile. Yaga, just for your ability to keep Wudo and those kids in check, I'll definitely cast my vote for you in the next principal election. Yaga Mazamichi exclaimed. I must have misheard you. What did you just say about keeping who in check? Are there other Wudo students in the institution? You're not referring to Wudo Satoru, that troublesome student who brings shame to the educational world, are you? The mere thought of Satoru's aspiration to remain at the school filled him with a dark foreboding. By the way, the second-year homeroom teacher lowered his voice. We've been colleagues for many years. Can you give me a hint? How is Fushiguro Zenin's physical prowess? The deadline is approaching, and I'm unsure whether to place a bet on his victory. Yaga, utterly exhausted, pinched his forehead. Have I crossed into a parallel universe? Why can't I comprehend a word of what you're saying? He merely took a leave to deal with his divorce. Yet it felt as if he had detached from this world. Please clarify everything to me, step by step. What have Satoru and the others done now? Yaga's heart raced, nearly causing him to faint. Could it be that they stormed the headquarters and eliminated all the higher-ups? No, nothing of the sort. Yaga exhaled a breath of relief. That's good. At least it hasn't escalated to the worst-case scenario. There's still hope. Actually, Satoru and Yashiro have been studying in the library these past few days, the second-year homeroom teacher reflected. Yaga was left dumbfounded. In the bright morning, with the sun shining. Can we refrain from discussing these grim topics? Do you truly believe that Satoru and Yashiro would go to the library to study? Would you trust them over me? The first emperor of China? Do they even know where the library is? Yaga's thoughts raced, and he gasped in shock. Are you certain they went to study and not to blow up the library? Haha, don't joke around, Yaga. Don't you know your students? Yaga forced a smile. Feeling it was insincere, he understood them all too well, and that is precisely why he knew there was a plot afoot. Forget it. At least they didn't wipe out the higher-ups. But who is Fushiguro Zenin? What wager? The second-year homeroom teacher looked surprised. Isn't he the physical education teacher you personally hired? How could you not know this? Me? In Yaga Mazamichi's life. This was perhaps the most severe case of speechlessness he had ever experienced. He had crossed over. He must have crossed over. When did he hire a physical education teacher? Just as Yaga fell into a spiral of self-doubt, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. The visitor was tall, with a robust physique concealed beneath the teacher's uniform. As he casually approached, he exuded an immense pressure. Which one is Yaga Mazamichi? Yaga maintained a composed facade while frantically searching his memory for this individual. Could this be an enemy I provoked in a parallel world? Fushiguro Zenon's voice came through. As impatient as ever, the principal sent me to find Yaga for the class schedule. Oh, you must be the new teacher, Fushiguro. The second-grade homeroom teacher unceremoniously nudged Yagami forward. You can just find him. He is indeed Yagami Seijiro. Fushiguro Megumi frowned, stating, let me make it clear in advance. Do not schedule morning classes for me. I cannot wake up. The first class in the afternoon is also out of the question, as I must accompany my wife for her afternoon nap. Otherwise, you can arrange it yourself. Yagami cleared his throat and, in a tone almost reminiscent of self-sabotage, inquired. You must be Fushiguro-sensei? I have heard it was I who recruited you. Heard? Fushiguro Megumi arched his sleek brow, his expression slightly peculiar. I suppose so. I was recruited by someone named Suki Hanjin. She mentioned she would inform you. The case is solved. Suki Hanjin. Suki Hanjin was presently engaged in a mathematics lesson. Indeed, a mathematics lesson. Occasionally, the sound of chalk clattering against the blackboard echoed throughout the classroom. Itadori Yuji leaned casually against the lectern, his long white eyelashes capturing the dappled light filtering through the window. He was fervently discussing an algorithmic issue with the assistant supervisor. Suki Hanjin, her long ponytail secured, rested her chin on her hands, staring vacantly at the blackboard filled with an array of mathematical symbols and formulas. She felt as if her mind was split in two. One half questioned, what the hell is this? While the other pondered, what the hell is that? She recognized the characters, but could not comprehend their arrangement. After a brief moment of silence, she seriously poked Narita, asking, did you understand any of this? Narita, languidly reclining in her chair, twirled a lighter with her fingers, nonchalantly responding, I wasn't even listening. It's hilarious. She attempted to console Suki Hanjin, saying, if we cannot break into the circle, let us not force our way in. Suki Hanjin replied, that makes sense. I am a liberal arts student. The assistant supervisor at the lectern furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Itadori Yuji's draft paper. Regarding the issue you've proposed, I need to discuss it further with my mentor. This assistant supervisor, who taught mathematics, was a master's student from Waseda University, and his mentor was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the realm of mathematics in Japan. Narita stifled a yawn, leaning over her desk as she scrolled through her phone. Is Itadori Yuji considering a career change to become a mathematician? A gentle breeze from the air conditioner stirred the bangs on Suguru Geto's forehead, brushing against his eyelids. It was said to be related to the limitless curse techniques. Itadori Yuji had shared a plethora of information with him, mentioning Achilles and Convergent Infinite series, none of which he could grasp. To summarize, those who engage in mathematics are exceptional. What are you looking at? Narita propped herself up from the desk, leaning in with curiosity. It's a question in Chinese. Suki Hanjin grabbed a bottle of mineral water. As a recent high school graduate from China, she proudly declared, if there are any questions you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Then can you help me with this question? Suguru Geto rubbed his temples. Pondering, philosophy and social sciences serve as essential tools for understanding and transforming the world. The options provided were guidelines, pathways, methods, and tools. He felt a sense of frustration. This is so difficult. Don't they all mean the same thing? I feel like I can't even understand human language anymore. Suki Hanjin's brow furrowed as she glanced at the question, fiddling with the plastic edge of her water bottle. It should be option D, tools, right? No. What kind of bizarre textbook did you buy? How could there be such a nonsensical question? Suguru Geto's pile of study materials towered beneath the desk. He bent down to retrieve a book and flipped through a few pages. There's also this math problem. I asked Yuji about it, and he couldn't solve it either. In China, there were no dedicated institutions to teach curse-related knowledge. Instead, courses on curses were offered at a prestigious university. Of course, it was not officially termed a curse department. It was categorized under the auspices of a feng shui program. Students not only studied systematic curse theory, but were also required to take public compulsory courses such as advanced mathematics, English, and ideological education. Suguru Geto calculated that if he went during the winter break, he would coincide with the final exams at the Chinese university, which might require him to participate in the finals. Upholding the notion of never bringing shame to Japan, he resolved to commence his intense study regimen. Even a math problem that Itadori Yuji could not solve piqued Suki Hanjin's interest. The question provided a function equation and inquired about its monotonicity as it reflected the emotional tone of the Pipa player in Pipa Xing. Is this a math question? Thankfully, I took my college entrance exams early. What kind of absurd question is this? Suguru Geto explained. This is an attempt to integrate the teaching of classical poetry into mathematics classes through interdisciplinary perspectives. Narita was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, what on earth are you even saying? Drawing upon her limited knowledge, Narita expressed her feelings in the most straightforward language possible. That night, mathematics and language were inebriated. Yagami pushed open the classroom door and entered. He had anticipated a chaotic classroom during break time, with students gathered in groups, laughing and engaging in various activities. However, today, it felt as though he had stepped into a foreign realm. On the right side of the classroom, Itadori Yuji stood at the blackboard, chalk in hand, gesticulating while engaging in a heated debate with the assistant supervisor. On the left, Suki Hanjin and Narita were discussing Suguru Geto's book, creating a remarkably studious atmosphere. Yagami thought, surely, I must be approaching this incorrectly. Chapter 28, The Stakes. Yagami nearly gasped, his expression laden with existential doubt. What are you all doing? Is this studying during break time? Has class already ended? The assistant supervisor looked up in surprise, his gaze shifting to the clock on the wall, its hands turning slowly. My apologies, Itadori-kun. I have some work to attend to. I will compile your questions and pass them on to my mentor. Itadori Yuji responded cheerfully. All right, thank you for your trouble. I appreciate your hard work. The assistant supervisor shuddered. Surely he must have misheard. That was Itadori Yuji, the number one troublemaker in their internal supervisor group. How could he be so polite? As he passed by Yagami, he suddenly halted, pivoting to bow deeply to Yagami. Yagami-sensei, you are truly commendable. To be able to guide such outstanding students is indeed admirable. That's an exaggeration. Such commendable praise is unwarranted. Yagami began to grasp why so many had sought him out for guidance today. At that moment, aside from him, only 4 students remained in the classroom. I must ask, have you all been taking the wrong medicine lately? Itadori Yuji had reverted to his usual brash demeanor. Yagami, feel free to laugh. Seeing us so earnest and well-behaved must be quite gratifying for you. Yagami replied, I was initially a bit touched, thinking you had finally matured. But now that you've said that, I feel no emotion whatsoever. Suki, did you recruit a physical education teacher? Yes. Yagami smiled. Was it done in my name? Suki Hanjin, suddenly realizing something was amiss, regarded Yagami's ambiguous smile. It dawned on her that she had forgotten to mention something. I apologize, sensei. I initially intended to inform you about this matter, but you were on leave and out of school, and I forgot once I got busy. Itadori Yuji, in a voice loud enough for all to hear, whispered. Yagami went on leave to handle his divorce. Those present suddenly understood, collectively exclaiming in a knowing tone, oh. The alarm in Yia's mind sounded instantaneously, his molars grinding audibly. What? How did you know? If you don't clarify, I shall have no choice but to hang you up and give you a beating today. The reason for the leave was known solely to the principal. Ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. You stand no chance against me. Yia retorted. How infuriating. Those high-level students are taking advantage of my old age. Luna conjectured. It must be from what the auxiliary supervisors said. Lately, due to the situation at the nursing home, many auxiliary supervisors have been trying to befriend us. Suguru, in a kind-hearted manner, consoled Yia. Teacher, do not be disheartened. From another perspective, your ex-wife has been liberated. Since you cannot provide her happiness, it is better to grant her freedom. Yia's face darkened to a shade akin to a burnt pot. Thank you for your consolation. I suddenly feel so much better. Although Luna knew it was quite rude, she could not suppress her intense curiosity. Teacher, why did you get divorced? Yia, a man of virtue with neither vices of smoking, drinking, nor womanizing, spent his days indulging in the art of felting, making him a good man in the world of neon. Natako, while producing a cigarette from her pocket, shared her perspective. It's because teacher Yia is always immersed in school, right? Just think about it, never returning home day in and day out, over time. The bond between husband and wife naturally diminishes. She glanced at What and Suguru. With your tightly packed schedules, it seems you also lack the time to pursue relationships. Speaking of this topic, Luna felt an overwhelming sense of pride. You owe your newfound leisure to me. If not for my outburst at the director's office, where I blocked old Orange and berated him for 2 hours, would you have had any personal time at all? When you find partners, you must reserve the main seat at your wedding for me. The director's office and the 3 prominent families are not one and the same. In fact, the director's office holds a higher status, though the 3 families enjoy certain privileges. Take the Zenin family, for instance. Their own protective organization, Bing, consists entirely of members from the Zenin clan. This team only obeys commands from within the Zenin family and disregards directives from the director's office. Since What and Suguru no longer accept tasks involving curses below grade 1, a backlog of responsibilities that they should have managed has accumulated. The director's office has no choice but to spend lavishly to transfer these tasks to the 3 families, leading to governmental dissatisfaction with their recent exorbitant expenditures. Then, it was proposed by some clever soul that the higher-ups should personally subsidize the director's office. According to an insider tip from Supervisor Maori, some higher-ups, unable to endure the burden, have secretly ventured out to take on tasks just to cut costs. This could also be seen as promoting re-employment for the elderly. Natako skillfully lit her cigarette and met Yia's gaze. Yia glared at her ominously, saying nothing, hoping the message would be understood. Natako stared back and then decisively stood to step outside for a smoke. Got it. No smoking indoors. I meant for you to extinguish that. As a student. How can you smoke every day? This is utterly unacceptable. Natako sighed in resignation and extinguished the cigarette. Sigh. It's not even a normal school. Must we adhere to the regulations of ordinary institutions? The conversation had strayed, and the focal point now was why Yia got divorced. All eyes turned in unison toward Yia. The topic, which had been so hard to steer back, returned, and if Yia's piercing gaze could materialize into weapons, what would have been doomed? Why are you all so eager to pry into my personal affairs? What replied nonchalantly, of course, we seek to learn from your experiences. We cannot tread the same pitfalls as you did. Yia sensed something amiss. He had long since grasped Watt's devilish nature and instinctively felt he was up to no good. You wish to learn from me? What, have you started dating? Suddenly, all the inquisitive eyes fell upon Watt. His closest friend swiftly jabbed him. What is of age now? I had suspected he was somewhat eager to settle down. Natako, cigarette in mouth but unlit, wore an expression of knowing amusement. Do you truly have someone you fancy? This was Watt after all, and it was hard to imagine him having romantic inclinations. He appeared to be a love-resistant entity. Luna, with her clear, innocent eyes fixed on him, caused Watt's face to heat up, a faint blush creeping to his ears. He hastily exclaimed, aren't we discussing Yia's gossip? Why has the focus suddenly shifted to me? I do not have a crush, okay? It was quite obvious that the little rabbit was the one pursuing him. What? You must alter your self-reference. Calling yourself ISO often leaves a poor impression on your elders. Huh, really? Watt scratched his head, his brows knitting together. Then what should I say? Suguru could not help but lean back in amusement. Previously, when you were asked to change your self-reference, you were all over the place, but now you're actually compliant, haha. Natako, haha. Yia, haha. What are you all doing? Isolating me. Knock. Mimi lazily leaned against the classroom door. Is the homeroom teacher leading the way to skip class? The physical training class has already started for 10 minutes. Huh. Luna hurriedly lifted her gaze to glance at the clock on the wall. Quick, let's go. The physical training class has begun. Watt and Suguru exchanged glances. And without a word, they leapt out of the window with the agility of monkeys. Accompanied by hearty laughter. Ha! Off to class. Yia could not help but feel a bit dazed. Fushiguro-sensei's popularity is truly remarkable. It was the first time he had seen Watt and Suguru so enthusiastic about attending class. And Yia would not admit that he felt a tinge of envy. What popularity? I have wagered everything I own. This class must be won by Fushiguro Zenin. Luna scooped Natako into a princess carry and leaped gracefully. In that fleeting moment of suspension, she resembled a flying swallow in the air. Her high ponytail cascading a graceful arc through the atmosphere. Outside the window, the rainbow dragon awaited them in midair. Yia peered out the window at their silhouettes perched upon the rainbow dragon, the wind howling past his ears. He asked Mimi what wager. Mimi shrugged. A commercial smile adorning her face. The deadline has passed. If teacher Yia wishes to gamble, he will have to wait for the next opportunity. Although she was the initiator of the wager, time had expired, and she upheld her professional integrity. Yia, with a mind that could barely function, reached a conclusion that required no deep thought. Are you all gambling in school? Mimi paused for a moment. Blinking, the second-year homeroom teacher approved it. Why does that guy agree to everything? What about professional ethics? This physical training class did not take place in the high school training grounds, but rather on the back mountain, where throngs of students gathered, bustling with activity. The crowd formed dense circles, layers upon layers, with some even crafting vividly colored banners. Scholars reign supreme, warriors dominate. Watt and Suguru, ruling the world. In this vast universe, I alone am supreme. Fushiguro is undefeated, enduring through the ages. Casual disregard is truly disgraceful. Actively engaging in combat is respectable. The songstress, gazing at those banners, nearly wept from the overwhelming absurdity, quickly averting her nearly blinded eyes. I must say, these slogans are utterly lacking in taste. How do you muster the courage to recite them? And where did all these people come from? When did the high school have so many students? It's so lively. In the distance, Fushiguro Megumi cradled a Kamen Rider figurine, his father's popularity evident even in the first lesson. Yuji, too, unfurled the banner he had crafted alongside Fushiguro Megumi, bowing his head slightly as the stray hairs on his forehead fluttered. Megumi, let's affix it in the most conspicuous spot, so that Dad can see it at a glance. The banner read, keep it low-key, Fushiguro Shinjiro has arrived. Besides the applause, there will be screams, accompanied by a striking illustration of the formidable Kamen Rider. Due to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto arriving 10 minutes late, supporters of Fushiguro Shinjiro believed they were intimidated, their morale soaring. Among this crowd, the most boisterous and laughter-filled was undoubtedly Kosuke Shigeru. He was the underground intermediary who collaborated most frequently with Fushiguro Shinjiro, connecting numerous deals. Just recently, a post had emerged on the black market. Bet now. Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School's new physical arts instructor, Fushiguro Shinjiro, the legendary tension and curse binding, versus the strongest DK duo, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. They will engage in a pure physical arts battle on October 27th at the school. Note, this is a contest devoid of techniques. Who do you think will emerge victorious? The post immediately went viral. It is no exaggeration to say that 80 of the jiu-jitsu community placed bets. Fushiguro Shinjiro learned of the wagers through Shigeru, even betting on himself to win under Shigeru's name. Although his luck with betting on horses was lackluster, for this wager, he was resolute in his confidence. Whether he could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle hinged upon this match. According to the rules, anyone arriving 15 minutes late would be deemed to have forfeited. Even Satoru and Suguru would have to retreat in the face of Shinjiro. A golden-haired youth donned in a black, wide-sleeved haori and loose pale hakama stood firmly in the crowd, arms crossed. It's the Cloud Pig, utterly useless save for his face. Damn it, I'd rather not wear these pants. Laughing and crying, Shinjiro is so perfect in my aesthetic, but his personality is deplorable. It's no wonder he is a regular at the mop, and with his character, he'd feel no guilt while doing so. Let us reward Cloud Pig with a Tomato King. Who said someone fled? Now ya. The crowd turned to see Satoru Gojo leaping down from the Rainbow Dragon, hands in his pockets. I take it you're a supporter of Fushiguro Shinjiro? Your taste is as atrocious as ever. Zenin Naoya lifted his chin, tightening his lips. Even Satoru wouldn't stand a chance against Shinjiro. Yuji, observing this, couldn't help but ask curiously, who is he? He seems to admire you. Fushiguro Shinjiro calmly sipped water, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied. I don't know him. Oh, so confident? Satoru raised an eyebrow, slightly provocatively. Then today, I'll beat Fushiguro Shinjiro to the ground right before your eyes. Chapter 29, The Confrontation. Satoru Gojo floated in the air with an ethereal grace, his feet seemingly devoid of contact with the ground, his brows arching in spirited exuberance. Fushiguro Megumi and Yuji exchanged wide-eyed glances, then turned to gaze at Satoru, their expressions filled with disbelief. They said nothing, yet their silence spoke volumes. Fushiguro Megumi clutched the Kamen Rider figurine tightly. Mom, did you see that? Yuji nodded gravely, his internal monologue racing like a stampede. Megumi, he-s really flying. Haha. He-s flying? Flying. Satoru twisted and spun mid-air, captivating the audience, their cheers coalescing into a deafening roar. Fushiguro Shinjiro observed his ostentatious display. Are you fighting or dancing? What a show-off. At that moment, Satoru remained blissfully unaware of the seriousness of the situation. The rules state to stop at a point, so it shouldn't be a life-or-death struggle like in the Jade chapter, right? Fushiguro Shinjiro is now a teacher at the school. He shouldn't get involved in the Starstream incident. Who else could bring Satoru to the brink of death? When will the Dominator show up? By the current trajectory, my brother in righteousness seems unlikely to make an appearance, he mused, picking his nose. With so many spectators, if they can't even overcome Shinjiro in a 2-on-1, I feel embarrassed for them. What is there to feel embarrassed about? They can't use techniques. They're up against Fushiguro Shinjiro, after all. Losing in pure physical arts is to be expected. I fear they might suffer too great a blow and shatter their resolve. I didn't come here to play house with you. Fushiguro Shinjiro casually stretched his limbs, akin to a beast preparing for a lethal strike. My patience is limited. Since we've wagered, let us begin directly. After warming up, he confidently raised his chin, his gaze piercing, a smirk of pure provocation adorning his face. Across from him, Suguru Geto wore a solemn expression. A mere exchange of glances carried an invisible tension that began to clash fiercely. Unlike Fushiguro Shinjiro's ease, Suguru felt an overwhelming tide of pressure surging toward him. He spoke gravely to Satoru beside him. Satoru, take this seriously. In the blink of an eye, Fushiguro Shinjiro slightly bent his knees, then surged forward with explosive force, his figure rapidly enlarging in Suguru's view. This fellow's robust muscles were indeed no facade. His strength was astonishing. Suguru strained every sinew to catch Fushiguro Shinjiro's punch. The heavy impact reverberated through his arm, forcing him to grit his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Amidst the agony, he even heard a faint crack of bone. Fushiguro Shinjiro remained unfazed, his striking green eyes shimmering with increasing brightness. I had thought you relied solely on your powerful techniques and cursed spirits to fight, underestimating your physical prowess. In combat, the key to neutralizing an opponent's attack lies in anticipation, body coordination, and leveraging force. When Suguru realized he couldn't completely evade Shinjiro's straight punch, he promptly chose to block and absorb the force. He decisively employed an external block, positioning his arm at a 45-degree angle, utilizing bone rather than muscle to absorb the impact, thereby reducing pain. Observing from the sidelines, Megumi smirked slightly. It seems I made the right bet this time. Suguru could be considered the foremost expert in physical arts at the school. Even I feel inferior. Yet, before Fushiguro Shinjiro, he found himself in a position of passive defense. In terms of sheer physical strength, Sugiru's martial arts prowess actually surpassed Satoru's. He excelled at combining his exquisite physical techniques with cursed spirit manipulation, forming a composite strategy of cursed spirit restraint and physical surprise attacks. With this strategy, he demonstrated exceptionally formidable combat capabilities in close quarters. The majority of bets favored Satoru and Suguru to win. I anticipate a substantial profit, all thanks to you. Tsukihanjin clutched her half-full bottle of water. After all, as a notorious jujitsu killer in the black market, the odds of Fushiguro-sensei winning in a bare-handed duel were inherently favorable. Did my sister May not also agree with my wager after learning of it? Yes, she believed Tsukihanjin would triumph. As the house, May established a betting pool in the black market, adjusting the odds to encourage participants to heavily wager on the popular candidates, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. When unexpected outcomes arise, she is not obliged to compensate, instead directly seizing the funds wagered on the favored bets. The moon half-rabbit subtly shifted the topic, hinting, Sister Ming, have I gathered enough for my tuition? Ming concealed her emotions behind her eyes, averting her gaze with a light, carefree smile. Yes, it's sufficient. I don't quite understand you all, but I'll support whoever beats the scum. The songstress clenched her fists, raising her voice. Come on, Teacher Fushiguro. Kick him where it hurts. A strike to sever the lineage. The moon half-rabbit interjected. Is it possible that although they cannot defeat Fushiguro, they could easily handle you? Sister songstress? From a young age, the illustrious Satoru Gojo had basked in the glow of admiration, yet for the first time in his life, he truly comprehended what it meant to face a formidable opponent. In comparison, his usual scuffles with Yuji seemed like mere playful banter. The wild, defiant visage of Fushiguro expanded rapidly in his view, accompanied by the roaring sound of wind as a straight punch sped toward his face. Gojo's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze ensnaring the enemy like a net. He nimbly sidestepped, driving his right elbow toward Fushiguro's ribs. Too slow. Fushiguro swiftly retracted his extended fist, blocking with his forearm. With a dull thud, they both retreated a step. Fushiguro's breath betrayed a barely perceptible hitch. Just as behind him, Suguru Geto lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. Shadows flickering in the air. Fushiguro deftly parried left and right, his movements fluid and cohesive. Gojo's elegantly shaped brows knitted together, his cerulean eyes meticulously tracking every motion of Fushiguro. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself upward with explosive force. His white hair danced wildly in the air, and amid the fluttering strands, a flying kick aimed at Fushiguro's back was unleashed. They have begun to coordinate. In the face of peril, latent potential surged forth. Fushiguro, instead of displaying any sign of panic, erupted into hearty laughter. Hearing his mirth, Suguru charged at him, ready to land a blow. Fushiguro contorted his body in a remarkably twisted manner, hands pressing against the ground to execute a forward somersault, evading the attack. His combat style appeared to be brutally straightforward, a path of violence where each punch seemed to target mere children, yet the force he delivered belied the surface intensity. High offense, high defense, high mobility. Like an unshakable toffee, once ensnared by him, even a momentary lapse could lead to a significant loss of power. How fast? The moon half-rabbit marveled silently. Gojo's extraordinary dynamic vision allowed him to perceive Fushiguro's movements, yet his body could not keep pace. For her, the scene was a blur, only 3 afterimages visible before her. The 3 engaged in bare-knuckle combat, each strike merciless and lethal, targeting vital areas such as the lower back, throat, ribs, and knees with astonishing swiftness. Their speed surpassed even her own when clad in hastened boots. While equipment could bestow certain enhancements upon players, the true augmentation stemmed from their inherent attributes. Should these 3 don the same gear as the moon half-rabbit, there was no doubt their power would far exceed hers. At that moment, her feelings mirrored Kurapika's upon witnessing the fierce battle between Pitou and the Ant Queen in Hunter x Hunter. She had once held high expectations for her own strength, but upon witnessing their prowess and combat techniques, she realized the vast chasm that separated them. Thinking she was merely a pond apart, she now recognized it was an ocean. This overwhelming superiority and strength instilled a sense of dread, easily breeding feelings of inferiority. Is this even human? Is this truly human? A multitude of spectators gathered, whispering amongst themselves, their voices a cacophony. It was a visual spectacle. Could such power truly belong to humanity? Gojo and Geto, even unable to overcome those deemed useless, were squandering her money. Look at the injuries on Gojo. Such a scion has never endured such severe wounds. Is this a staged fight? Fushiguro is merely a waste. Yet aren't they proclaimed the strongest? Perhaps this is all a ruse to swindle us. As the crowd murmured in discontent, Naoya Zenin's face darkened. Silence. How dare you speak of Fushiguro-kun as a waste? The heir of the Zenin clan was not known for his patience, and the crowd fell into a hush. Naoya scoffed, his tone laced with a hint of dominance and pride. If we are to speak of waste, you wretched insects are the most deserving of that title. He could not help but reminisce about the first time he encountered his cousin, deemed a waste by the entire Zenin family. At that time, he was merely 10 years old. Traversing the long, winding corridor, he laid eyes on Fushiguro. Clad in a flowing black kimono, his towering stature was nothing short of astonishing. Facing the heir of the Zenin family, Fushiguro did not even spare him a glance. The disdain and hostility radiating from him rendered Naoya's prepared mockery utterly feeble. A waste? Ridiculous. If Fushiguro-kun is a waste, then what of the others? Gojo and Geto lay defeated, their bodies radiating heat as they sprawled on the ground. Even the slightest movement proving to be an arduous task. The pain and sense of defeat accumulating in their bodies formed a heavy, suffocating sensation within their chests. They gazed skyward at the expansive, azure firmament, devoid of any clouds, as if filtered of all impurities, shimmering radiantly. After the bitterness, there was no room for negativity. Only a blazing resolve ignited within them. The fervor buried deep within their veins surged forth, purging all the pent-up frustration in one sweeping release. A wave of exhilaration coursed through their bodies, even their minds cleared to a serene clarity. They now understood they were still too inexperienced. With a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the pinnacle of the sorcery realm, there could be no slackening. I won't skip a single physical training class from now on. I will absorb all of his skills, and once I master them, I shall unleash my fury upon my mentor. The remainder of Sugiru's words fell softly to the ground, culminating in a resigned sigh. Truly, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Moonhalf's words rang true. Often, one's downfall lies within their strengths, blinded by optimism and arrogance. Before departing, Fushiguro paused to glance at the two, casually inquiring, "Not dead yet, are you?" He loomed over them, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight from Gojo's view. Gojo tightly shut his eyes, beads of sweat glistening on his long, thick lashes. "Don't let me see that detestable face of yours." Fushiguro merely scoffed, unperturbed by his attitude. "Teacher Fushiguro." Sugiru's voice broke through, his sweat trickling down his flushed cheeks. The bangs clung uncomfortably to his forehead, but the breathless state rendered him too weary to care. He had countless questions, so much he wanted to convey, yet the words eluded him. Ultimately, a spark ignited in his once dull eyes. "You possess such formidable strength, yet the Zenin family looks down upon you. Doesn't that leave you feeling resentful?" Upon the mention of the Zenin clan, Fushiguro Megumi experienced a visceral sense of nausea, and the once impassive expression on his face finally revealed a crack. The Zenin family, as a traditional sorcerer lineage, has long upheld the strength of cursed energy as the sole criterion for evaluating an individual's worth. Under such a standard, despite possessing exceptional physical prowess, Fushiguro Megumi was deemed a failure due to his lack of cursed energy, a systemic denial that stripped him of any meaning of existence within his family. In response to Suguru Geto's inquiry, he nonchalantly shrugged, a hint of disdain dancing at the corners of his lips. "I look down on them too, a bunch of short-sighted, complacent fools. None have the right to judge my worth. You are all but naive children. The world of adults is far from pleasant." He was like a waning sunset, gradually dimming, while Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto shone like the blazing sun, basking in their most resplendent moment. The youth seemed to carry an invigorating soundtrack, as if drawing all the world's spotlight, radiating brilliance. "So, if you can grow up slowly, do so," he declared, turning with a flourish and striding away. "What the heck? That sounds like a line from a soap opera," Gojo muttered, feeling he had been outshone this time. Chapter 30, Cursed Tools. The audience gradually dispersed, and Narita, rubbing her hands together, approached. "Oh ho ho, just in time. I happen to need 2 little lab rats for my recent experiments on reversal techniques." "Narita, you smile like an old witch." Suguru Geto lay on the ground, maintaining a smile on his face. "We wouldn't mind contributing to the complaint rate for the school infirmary." TCH. Tsukahanabi squatted down, propping her chin on her hands, trying to suppress her laughter. "How do you feel?" Their earlier expressions of existential doubt had struck a humorous chord within her. Gojo replied honestly, "I feel like I'm falling apart. Now I understand why you couldn't get up after running that lap, little rabbit." Tsukahanabi's smile vanished in an instant. "Don't drag me down." The songstress leaned in, deliberately teasing. "Are you going to cry? Surely not, right? Songstress, you actually let Fushiguro attack us? How ruthless," she declared, her eyes sparkling with pride. Just for the fact that Fushiguro-sensei made those two scoundrels cry. From today onwards, he is the most respectable teacher in my eyes. Gojo repeatedly emphasized, I didn't cry. Didn't cry? Didn't cry? Just because you lost doesn't mean everyone else will cry. Suki Hanabi chuckled, her slightly golden hair shimmering softly in the fierce sunlight. Look at you, still having the energy to bicker. Your mindset is quite good. I was worried that you, usually overflowing with confidence, would be affected. You underestimate me. Gojo grinned, his brows lifting, resting his arms beneath his head. Even if Fushiguro is slightly stronger than me now, it doesn't mean I won't have the chance to surpass him in the future. Having been beaten so thoroughly for the first time, he felt no anger, inferiority, or despair. Instead, he was filled with joy. Yes, joy. It was a genuine delight that surged from the depths of his soul. Tsukahanabi observed the sunlight cascading over Gojo. His white hair and the features obscured by sunglasses were all bathed in the warm glow, transforming into a golden hue. The once unattainable figure now appeared strikingly real, as if one could reach out and touch him. As time passed, the seasons cycled, and November quietly approached. With the change of seasons, temperatures began to slide downwards like a descent on a slide. On this day, the first and second years attended a physical techniques class together. After much hesitation, the songstress couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Fushiguro-sensei, this isn't a lawless territory. Perhaps you should refrain from openly gambling in class. Fushiguro Megumi paused. Had it been Gojo or Geto speaking, he would have likely kicked them without a second thought. However, the one voicing the concern was the usually obedient and respectful songstress. Embarrassed, he lowered his phone and adopted a serious expression. You do make a valid point. Suddenly, an exaggerated shout erupted nearby. Last time I said you were gambling in class, you beat me up mercilessly. Double standards. Geto chuckled. That's because the last time Fushiguro-sensei bought a racing ticket, he didn't win a single one. Gojo just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. It's rare to see someone as unlucky as Fushiguro-sensei at gambling. I think you should save that money for a childcare fund. Wearing a little yellow hat, Fushiguro Megumi's younger sister, Fushiguro Yu, raised her hand. I agree. If you keep gambling, I'll tell mom. TSK, little brat. Fushiguro Megumi cleared his throat. I told you. Even Kamen Rider gambles. It's not a bad thing. After Gojo had flown in front of Fushiguro Yu before, he explained afterward that he was from the same hometown as Kamen Rider, self-proclaiming to be the strongest hero. Fushiguro Megumi, knowing Gojo was boasting, chose not to expose him but instead followed along, claiming he too hailed from Kamen Rider's hometown. Recently, Fushiguro Yu had begun to respect both of them more. Seizing the opportunity, Fushiguro Megumi added, as long as you obediently keep quiet and don't tell mom, I'll take you to visit Kamen Rider's homeland. Faced with such an enticing condition, Fushiguro Yu couldn't help but feel tempted. After a brief internal struggle, he tightly covered his conscience with his little hands and nodded vigorously in agreement. But Dad, won't you keep your identity secret when you come to Earth? Mom is an Earthling. Can you really be together? Do I have superhero blood too? Where exactly is Kamen Rider's homeland? Is it far from here? These questions made Fushiguro Megumi glance at Gojo, who in turn looked at Geto. Geto replied, You two aliens. Why do you want me to help you fabricate a lie? He scratched his brow, forcing himself to say, In the distant land of light, 3 million light years away from Earth, in the M78 nebula. Fushiguro Yu wasn't easily fooled, his little face scrunching up in skepticism. Are you lying to me? Isn't the land of light the hometown of Ultraman? Geto was momentarily stumped, the remnants of his conscience preventing him from lying without batting an eye. Gojo chimed in, his tone as nonchalant as ever. That's because Kamen Rider and Ultraman are neighbors. Do you believe in light? Isn't Kamen Rider's ability the dynamic light wave? Just having light in the name should prove they are from the same place. Fushiguro Yu pouted, looking on the verge of tears. Liar, big liar. The dynamic light wave is the signature skill of the dynamic hero. Kamen Rider wouldn't use it. Gojo exclaimed. There are just too many heroes now. I can't keep track at all. Unable to suppress his sorrow any longer, Fushiguro Yu turned and ran towards the teacher's dormitory, sobbing. Fushiguro Megumi silently cursed in his heart. Let us call it a day for class. Gojo mischievously asked, Do you need help preparing some durian? Fushiguro Megumi raised an eyebrow, gritting his teeth. Thanks, but if you're willing to lend me that mechanical keyboard, I'd appreciate it. That one do. That's a gift from Tsukahanabi. Gojo turned away, only to see the girls looking at him with exasperation. You're so terrible. Satoru Gojo found himself in the company of his allies, pointing fingers at Suguru Geto, exclaiming, Indeed, how despicable to bully a child. Gojo, taken aback, dramatically clutched his chest, his tone laced with a sweet, lilting inflection reminiscent of a high school girl. How rude. You've made me sad, Geto. You owe me a drink. Geto cast an exasperated glance at his endearing yet eccentric friend, conceding, all right, I'll treat you. The group playfully meandered to the vending machine. With a clang, a can fell from the machine. Sukabane and Usagi bent down to retrieve 2 cans, handing one to the songstress. The songstress, momentarily pulled from her thoughts by the cool metallic touch, remarked, Usagi, ISNT today your turn to learn archery with me? Usagi nodded, taking a sip from her drink. Sunlight filtered through the large leaves above, casting dappled shadows on her fair visage. I previously mentioned that my archery skills were honed under the guidance of the priestess at Sukafune Shrine, the songstress continued. Perhaps my teaching was lacking, as your practice with the moving target has not yielded the best results. Lady Kinketsu has recently returned to the country. I've arranged for you to meet her at the archery range today. Aren't you joining us, songstress-senpai? Usagi queried. I have a mission to attend to. I'm currently saving up to purchase a cursed tool from Fushiguro-sensei, she replied. Usagi paused. Are you referring to the Shizukura? I saw you borrow it last time. And before Lady May could demonstrate, you vanquished the cursed spirit yourself. Yes, the Shizukura is a rare-grade cursed tool in the form of a bow. Fushiguro-sensei is asking for 400 million yen, and I can only wonder how long it will take to save that amount. Geto, overhearing this conversation, expressed his skepticism. Is he genuinely willing to sell such cursed tools? Fushiguro has several cursed tools in his possession, currently lent to Jujutsu High. Each student must pay a substantial rental fee for a single use, which affords him ample funds for betting on horse races. Geto had borrowed a few times. The Yun, a unique special-grade cursed tool resembling a 3-section staff, is valued at no less than 500 million yen, its potency largely reliant on the wielder's physical strength. He had never inquired whether Fushiguro would sell these cursed tools, for it was evident that considerable effort had gone into acquiring them. After all, the quantity of special-grade cursed tools is exceedingly scarce, often being relics from ancient times or crafted by the most esteemed sorcerers, typically monopolized. For a sorcerer, possessing a high-grade cursed tool that resonates with one's abilities is akin to a stroke of fortune. Geto felt fortunate to have the opportunity to borrow Yuyun, and dared not hope that Fushiguro would sell it. The songstress held the condensation-drenched kin in her hand. I asked Fushiguro-sensei last time, and he said he would sell anything if the price was right. Indeed, he would even sell his own son. Usagi silently mused, contemplating a dark joke. Geto, pulling out his phone to check his nearly 9-digit savings, assessed his financial resources. He had never indulged in extravagant spending. After completing a few more missions, he should be able to acquire the coveted Yuyun. Gojo crumpled the bottle and tossed it with precision into a nearby trash bin. In that case, I'm quite interested in purchasing the Amaterasu, he remarked. The Amaterasu, a special-grade cursed tool, is considered a bug-level artifact capable of forcibly nullifying active techniques and serving as a shield against the sorcerer's attacks. This tool poses a significant threat to Gojo's limitless techniques. To escape such a predicament, one must either utterly destroy it or possess it themselves. Shuko contemplated. Is Fushiguro-sensei particularly knowledgeable about cursed tools? Gojo, understanding the implication, stuffed his hands into his pockets and kicked a stone into the grass. Are you suggesting we show him the rejuvenation tool? The rejuvenation tool, a grade 1 cursed tool Gojo had discovered while visiting the Gojo family, utilizes the healing properties of reversal techniques to create a restorative artifact. Its healing efficacy, while slightly inferior to directly casting a reversal technique, remains commendable. Currently, Gojo had lent this tool to Shuko for her research. Shuko, with a cigarette pinched between her fingers, calmly stated, one of the fundamental methods of crafting cursed tools involves processing materials with cursed energy. By infusing the healing properties of reversal techniques into weapons or tools, it is theoretically possible to create artifacts that can restore oneself or others. However, after a prolonged attempt, I still cannot comprehend how to input cursed energy. The reversal technique itself requires a continuous expenditure of substantial cursed energy. To solidify it as a cursed tool necessitates a high concentration of cursed energy to maintain it. The reversal technique is as simple to me as 112, yet proving 112 is exceedingly difficult. The group collectively sighed. How mundane. Gojo's lips twitched in irritation. There are plenty of us who can't grasp 112. Are you seeking a beating from us? May offered her thoughts. Since the precision requirements for restorative cursed tools are stringent, why not try using smaller tools? Perhaps cursed seals? Yet those seals are consumable items that require frequent replenishment of cursed energy. Moreover, restoring critical injuries necessitates a vast amount of cursed energy, surpassing the capacity of seals, rendering them less durable than cursed tools. Usagi, with a serene and sincere demeanor, suggested, there's no need to rush. We can take it step by step. After all, we all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, allowing us to progress and evolve. Perhaps one day, Someone will stand on your shoulders and successfully devise a method for mass-producing restorative curse tools. Shuko extinguished her cigarette in the trash bin, blinking. True. One must not aim too high without the necessary skills. Having finished early with no tasks for the day, Gojo nonchalantly strolled into Geto's room to play games. Hands clasped behind his back, adopting the gait of an elderly man taking a leisurely stroll in the park, Geto drew back the curtains, gazing outside, where the shadows beneath his eyelashes danced in and out of focus. Jujutsu High sat at an elevated position, offering a splendid view of distant mountains. The landscape was awash with golden hues, as maple leaves cascaded to the ground, creating a shimmering sea of gold. The entire back mountain was steeped in autumn's embrace, exuding an air of tranquility and serenity. It was a romantic season, enveloped daily by gentle sunlight and warm scenery. The weather is splendid, he remarked. Geto stuffed several papers into the drawer of his desk and approached the sofa, casually kicking his long legs. I need to study now. Please don't be a nuisance. Gojo reclined on the sofa, lifting his head to gaze at him, adopting the tone of a hapless soul betrayed, lamenting, You dare say I'm a nuisance? So love has vanished, then? Geto remained expressionless. There was never any love to begin with. Chapter 31, Moving Target. Gojo set down his gaming console, keenly extracting a document from Geto's book, raising an eyebrow. What's this? It's the report from my last hospital checkup, Geto replied without glancing up. The sound of his pen scratching against the paper continuing. Gojo opened the report with apparent interest, his expression momentarily faltering. He removed his sunglasses, casually hanging them from his hand, his tone teasing. Geto, it seems you've come down with a case of CEO disease. Geto paused mid-sentence, turning his head in confusion. What disease? The CEO disease. Little Usagi mentioned that 9 out of 10 CEOs have stomach issues. I'm quite healthy now. Shuko has already healed my stomach using the reversal technique. With the issue of the cursed spirit balls being resolved, his appetite has indeed skyrocketed. Hey, Wudo, observed Satoru Gojo, scrutinizing him with his round, glistening eyes. Have you gained some weight? You can't keep eating like this. You're turning into a ball. After a brief pause, Suguru Geto finished the last stroke of his pen, slowly capped it, and set the pen down. He smiled. Would you prefer to leave on your own accord, or shall I expel you? TSK, I'm just teasing you. There is something important I wish to discuss. At the mere mention of gossip, Suguru Geto's expression brightened, and he set aside his book with a serious demeanor. What is it? I have a question for you. Yes. What is it? Suguru Geto feigned innocence, his earnest expression devoid of any hint of gossip. If I were to say, hypothetically, Satoru Gojo paused, seemingly weighing his words. Suguru Geto squinted, revealing a mischievous smile akin to that of a seasoned veteran. I see. You're suggesting that you have a friend? Exactly. I have a friend whose classmate has a crush on him. Do you think he should accept this affection? Suguru Geto fell silent. Does your friend even know that his classmate is infatuated with him? Leaning against the wall, Satoru Gojo deliberately spoke in a slow drawl. While I Haven T explicitly stated it, it's quite apparent to everyone involved. It was a well-reasoned argument, impossible to refute. Those who are attractive and the objects of affection often feel invincible. Suguru Geto had merely wanted to indulge in a bit of light-hearted gossip. But the absurdity of the conversation made him want to chuckle. He regarded Satoru Gojo with a bemused expression, feeling as if their thoughts were separated by the Mariana Trench. The prolonged eye contact caused Satoru Gojo to falter. Hey, what's with that peculiar gaze? Why are you staring at me like that? Suguru Geto silently opened a drawer and rummaged through it. Moments later, he retrieved a business card and presented it to Satoru Gojo. Your friend should consider visiting this place. Satoru Gojo took the card with a bemused smile, his mind momentarily blank. Why are you giving me a Dr.'s business card? Suguru Geto replied earnestly, although Mr. Soma isn't a professional psychologist, he is exceptionally skilled at guiding patients through their psychological issues. If your friend has the time, he might benefit from consulting him. Narcissism can indeed be a condition. Satoru Gojo retorted, Are you implying something? My knee has been slightly bothering me. Are you suggesting that I have a problem? No. I'm criticizing your friend, Suguru Geto shot back. Satoru Gojo bared his teeth. What a dreadful personality you have. It's no wonder no one has a crush on you. Your jealousy is palpable. Face the facts. I am far more popular than you at Jujutsu High. I just don't understand how, aside from little rabbits, the girls' tastes have become so peculiar. Satoru Gojo exclaimed as he collapsed onto the sofa with an exaggerated sigh. Why does someone with your small eyes and bizarre bangs have more popularity than this super handsome guy? Suguru Geto retaliated by slamming a textbook down on him. Stop resorting to personal attacks. Reflect on yourself. I have reflected. After deep contemplation, I must admit that I am exceptionally outstanding and well-liked, Satoru Gojo asserted confidently. Suguru Geto attempted to kick Satoru Gojo's backside, unable to bear his preposterous demeanor any longer. You can't use Yuin as a reference. Just look at how annoying she is. Do you truly lack self-awareness? Satoru Gojo replied earnestly, what do you mean Yuin is annoying? Isn't she just joking with me? Suguru Geto was nearly swept away by the sincerity of his friend's response and fell silent once more. Is that genuinely how you perceive it? Satoru Gojo seemed surprised by his reaction and countered, isn't it? Yuin has every reason to be upset. You should see a doctor, Satoru. Suguru Geto articulated each word with clarity. Dr. Soma is highly skilled. He can help restore your normalcy. How do you know? Have you been? Suguru Geto shook his head. It was mentioned by teacher Yoru, who gave me this card, saying that Mr. Soma excels at psychological counseling and that one can confide in him with their troubles. However, I've been too busy studying to visit. At that moment, observing his slightly unhinged friend, he felt that Satoru Gojo needed the opportunity more than anyone. The corners of Satoru Gojo's lips slowly curved into an understanding smile. So, is Yoru the one with psychological issues? Is that the reason for his divorce? The two exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the underlying implications. Meanwhile, Yoru, who had suffered from public opinion, sneezed. Unlike Satoru Gojo, who spent his time idling in the dormitory playing games, Tsukahami Usagi was immersed in a myriad of classes, her time disappearing into the realm of studies. Yet, she relished every moment, enjoying the strength she was cultivating. Even if my physical prowess doesn't match those gorillas, it's of little consequence. This is no longer an era of barehanded combat. The times have changed. When stamina falls short, weaponry comes into play. When cursed energy wanes, equipment compensates. This archery dojo was nestled in a corner of the city, exuding a quintessential traditional Japanese architectural style. The wooden exterior bore the marks of time, slightly weathered. Yet that very patina lent it an air of antiquity. The roof tiles were neatly arranged, and under the eaves hung ancient lanterns, swaying gently in the breeze. Upon entering the dojo, one would find a row of archery racks lined up on one side, displaying an array of exquisite bows and arrows. The other side featured a designated resting area for individuals to converse and unwind between archery sessions. Due to the dojo's distance from Jujutsu High, Tsukahami Usagi had already been without study for nearly an hour since arriving by bus. Even the production team's donkey wouldn't rest this long. Having changed into her archery uniform, she placed her hand on her liver area. Help me up. I'm still capable of learning. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Oh no. Hearing her exclamation, the figure turned. With dark red, long straight hair tied into a high ponytail. The silky strands danced gracefully in the air as she turned. Her gaze meticulously roamed Tsukahami Usagi. Are you Tsukahami Usagi, the junior of the songstress? Kangetsu Keiho was clad in a pristine archery uniform, the collar and cuffs neatly fitting, with her obi securely tied, exuding an aura of elegance. Tsukahami Usagi stood at attention. Ah yes. Hello, Senior Kangetsu. I look forward to your guidance. So, the priestess from Tsukumin Shrine that the songstress spoke of was indeed Kangetsu Keiho from Cardcaptor Sakura. Tsukahami Usagi felt overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing she could use her cursed energy to drill through the floor and disappear. What a mortifying moment. If the world were a group, I would want to withdraw. Kangetsu Keiho blinked, her beauty and gentleness making her instantly likable. I heard from the songstress that your moving target practice isn't going too well? Yes, Tsukahami Usagi replied, a hint of frustration evident. The songstress didn't notice any issues, but I just can't seem to hit the target. Kangetsu Keiho nodded, her calm voice soothing. Let us start with stationary targets first. As the half-moon rabbit approached the designated target area, the distant targets stood in neat alignment, their concentric circle patterns vividly discernible. She positioned herself at the shooting line, her left hand firmly gripping the bow handle, her elbow naturally relaxed, while her right hand gradually rested upon the bowstring. Her fingers deftly knocking the arrow, each movement fluid and seamless. The smile on Kuan Yu Gufan's face gradually faded. As she observed the subtle variations in the half-moon rabbit's muscles, it was evident that she had invested considerable effort. Her arm muscles tensed without so much as a quiver while drawing the bow. With the bow fully drawn, the string formed a perfect arc, establishing a stable triangle with her body. Without needing to glance, Kuan Yu Gufan knew that the arrow would strike true to the center. The fixed target was no challenge. It was time to transition to the moving target. In truth, the principles of traditional archery often clash with those of moving targets. Neon archery emphasizes the harmony of mind and body, focusing on the perfection of static posture and mental concentration. Conversely, moving targets require rapid anticipation of trajectory and dynamic adjustments to aim, which contradict the core logic of stationary training, sometimes even deemed a deviation from the righteous path. Kuan Yu Gufan watched as the half-moon rabbit drew her bow once more. Initially, She believed the rabbit's struggles with the moving target stemmed from the interference of muscle memory. Long practice with fixed targets can create specific action patterns, such as habits of aiming at fixed distances and angles. However, moving targets necessitate real-time adjustments based on speed and direction, and existing muscle memory can become an impediment, leading to distorted actions or misjudgments. The half-moon rabbit exuded confidence, feeling as though she were possessed by a spirit of determination. Whoosh! Yet, she missed. Her gaze flickered awkwardly to the side as she endeavored to maintain her last shred of dignity. A mistake. My fault. Kuan Yu Gufan's expression remained calm. It's all right. Try again. It seemed, she mused, that this had little to do with muscle memory. The half-moon rabbit knocked another arrow, her gaze slightly lowered. Whoosh! Another miss. She stole a glance at Kuan Yu Gufan's expression, pleading silently. Please don't give up on me, teacher. Little did she know that the songstress senior had entrusted her to Kuan Yu Gufan because she deemed the half-moon rabbit beyond redemption. No matter how she was taught, even if someone physically guided her, the arrow simply would not find its mark. It was as if cursed. She even suspected that an invisible spirit of mischief might be lurking on her arrow. To investigate, she had even asked Gojo Satoru, who concluded that there was no mystical force at play. She was simply inexperienced. Observing the half-moon rabbit's face, which bore the marks of despair, Kuan Yu Gufan chuckled softly. Try again, don't be so tense. They repeated the attempts 7 or 8 times, the rabbit's head drooping lower each time. Too shy to meet Kuan Yu Gufan's gaze, reminiscent of a student reluctant to look their teacher in the eye. Sobbing internally, she considered abandoning the moving target practice to learn the acts from the senior Mei. Effort does not guarantee success, but giving up is undeniably easy. Though she had yet to formally study the long axe, she was currently undergoing specialized coordination training. Mastery of the long axe requires the harmonious coordination of multiple body parts, including arms, shoulders, waist, and legs. Transmitting the strength of these parts fluidly into the axe to create a smooth attacking motion poses a challenge for beginners. Gojo Satoru had even filmed her coordination training, humorously remarking that it was a precious glimpse into humanity as early attempts to master limb control. In response, the half-moon rabbit vowed that upon mastering the axe, she would certainly make Gojo Satoru call her daddy. But that was still a distant goal, for now. She was still quite inexperienced, sobbing internally. Kuan Yu Gufan appeared contemplative. Try once more. I believe I have discerned your issue. Really? Is there hope for my archery skills? Upon completing her shot, Kuan Yu Gufan nodded gently, saying, I understand. This is a psychological barrier. Archery seeks inner tranquility and precision. A steady heart yields a steady arrow. Yet, the unpredictability of moving targets can easily disrupt this mental rhythm. As she spoke, Kuan Yu Gufan retrieved a bow from the rack. She straightened her back and slowly raised the bow as her arm ascended. Her body as center of gravity shifted gracefully. The entire process was smooth and steady, devoid of any tremors, as if her body had melded with the bow itself. The light fell upon her, rendering her akin to a deity of archery emerging from an ancient scroll. The repetitive practice with fixed targets has fostered a psychological dependency. Her voice was as clear as a spring cascading over stones, pure and incisive. When faced with the random fluctuations of a moving target, your excessive fixation on maintaining a calm demeanor transforms into a psychological burden, inducing anxiety and delayed reactions, ultimately impairing your performance. Just then, Kuan Yu Gufan's gaze sharpened, and she drew her bow sharply. Whoosh! Her arrow struck the bullseye with precision. Turning her head, she elucidated, you need psychological adaptability training. Maintain focus under dynamic pressure. Consider the changes in moving targets as challenges rather than burdens. Once you can retain inner calm and concentration amid such dynamic pressures, you will find that hitting a moving target is not a daunting task. Chapter 32, The Angel of Death. After her archery session with Kuan Yu Gufan, the half-moon rabbit was fortunate enough to receive a stamp for the next day's long axe lesson with Mei. Clad in lightweight training attire, she slightly bent her knees, adjusting her posture as she slowly swung the long axe from her side, tracing an arc through the air. However, due to excessive force, her body wobbled in response. The sight was reminiscent of someone intoxicated, staggering and swaying, nearly toppling over. A burst of uncontrollable laughter erupted across the training ground. Gojo Satoru collapsed onto the ground, clutching his stomach, rolling about in mirth. With the long axe in hand, the half-moon rabbit's forehead throbbed with a vein of frustration. Once Gojo Satoru had composed himself, he raised his phone. New material for my laughs. Come on, little rabbit, smile for the camera. The half-moon rabbit offered a perfunctory grin, clearly disinterested. Gojo Satoru scrutinized the image, wrinkling his nose. Maybe you should skip the smile. Why does it give off such a villainous vibe? The half-moon rabbit stubbornly refused, determined to smile. She was resolute in her goal to make those who mocked her laugh until they cried. Mei, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Swinging the long axe relies not only on arm strength, but also on the power of your waist and legs. With that, she seized the long axe from the half-moon rabbit's hands and demonstrated the correct technique. She slightly crouched, her leg muscles taut, using her waist to drive her upper body, allowing her arms to follow through. The long axe sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. Both the half-moon rabbit and Gojo Satoru applauded in perfect unison. Bravo! Mei calmly gestured for moderation. Basic techniques should not be overdone. The long axe is a heavy weapon. Each swing must be deliberate and powerful. You must remember that your strength needs to coalesce and then explode. Although the half-moon rabbit struggled with her strength, her earnest attitude and repeated nods left Mei perplexed. I've seen your notes. Each point is clearly remembered and well-organized. Yet, why do you falter in practice? Because I am an elite molded by an exam-oriented education, a giant in theory but a dwarf in practice. Enough said, speaking too much only brings tears. Finally, the lengthy long axe lesson concluded, and the half-moon rabbit dragged her exhausted body toward the school infirmary. The considerable weight of the long axe and the motions required to wield it imposed significant strain on the joints, such as the shoulders, elbows, wrists, and knees, potentially leading to joint wear and inflammation. Despite its adverse effects on the body, it matters not. With the assistance of Shoko's reversal technique, one can emerge rejuvenated and ready for action once more. As for the lingering soreness and fatigue that the reversal technique cannot alleviate, Sakimiya deems it a fortuitous opportunity to bolster her resilience and endurance. Satoru Gojo ambled leisurely beside Sakimiya, their steps echoing along the elongated school pathway. The trees flanking the walkway swayed gently in the breeze, shedding leaves that formed a plush golden carpet beneath them, glistening warmly in the sunlight that graced the horizon. Gojo extended a bag towards her, inquiring, "Would you care for a treat? This is the renowned pom-pom crepe." The sunlight danced upon his light, gray hoodie. Today, he had opted for a relaxed ensemble of a loose sweatshirt paired with black joggers instead of his usual high school uniform. "Thank you, but I shall pass," Sakimiya replied, her gaze inadvertently fixating on the figure depicted on the bag, her eyes widening in surprise. "The promotional ambassador is Aoi Wakaba. You brought over idol activities? You are a true gem." Gojo glanced at the image she was captivated by, seemingly indifferent. "I suppose so. She is quite a famous idol. May I have that bag once you're done? I wish to cut out her likeness and affix it to my collection book." This idol had been her childhood goddess. As for why she had so many childhood idols, having a few more was hardly a crime. Gojo struggled to comprehend her enthusiasm. "You're an idol fan?" Sakimiya clenched her fists in excitement, her face alight with joy. "Indeed. Mizuki Kanzaki, Yuki Fujimine, Yuta Hashina. I adore all beautiful women. I long to collect each one. Am I in your collection book?" Sakimiya's once bright expression faltered, realization dawning upon her. She had neglected to include anyone from the Jujutsu High. Witnessing her sudden dismay, Gojo's mood plummeted as if he had consumed a hefty dose of dynamite. "You wish to collect even Idagawa Rampo, yet I am excluded? What do I lack compared to him? I am the strongest. Indeed, this moment belongs to me. Let us find a time to take a picture together." Sakimiya gazed up at Gojo, who towered above her, his voice blending with the rustling leaves. It floated into his ears like clouds drifting in the sky. "I promise to cherish this photo as my most treasured possession." Upon hearing this, Gojo felt somewhat comforted, yet he cleared his throat, his gaze wandering elsewhere. Perhaps in a couple of days. He hadn't washed his hair or bathed today. He had just emerged from the training room and might still carry the lingering scent of sweat. The thought made him press his lips together. Goodness, he hadn't even applied lip balm. His lips were parched and far from luscious. How could he possibly take a good photo? "Thank goodness I didn't agree," he thought, nervously producing a large crepe. "Little rabbit, when are you free for a gal game session? Jet's skills are quite lacking." Sakimiya glanced at her tightly packed schedule, wrinkling her nose. "Tomorrow, I shall be at the Sonata Dojo for meditation training, and I'll ride my electric scooter back. I will be free after 7 in the evening." The meditation training was a suggestion from Sakimiya's mentor, Ko Atsuki, aimed at enhancing focus, mindset adjustment, and bodily awareness during archery practice. The Sonata Dojo boasted a dedicated meditation space, where experienced instructors would impart authentic techniques, far superior to her aimless pondering in the dormitory. "All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow at 7:30 in my dorm for gaming," she suggested, feeling this might very well be the beginning of her descent into indulgence. A neon-lit temptation to abandon her studies. "Aren't you always studying mathematics? If only you would channel that gaming energy into your studies," he jested. "That is hilarious. Do you think I'm particularly skilled at gaming? Thus, the one who drags others down is not Suguru Geto, but you, I suppose." Gojo waved dismissively. "Besides, Those math problems are far too simple. Even a paramecium could solve them. Is this the indiscriminate barrage of a top student? How infuriating. Tsukimiya, feeling inferior to a mere paramecium, couldn't help but clench her fists. She had witnessed Gojo complete math exams with seemingly no effort, answers flowing effortlessly from his pen. Glancing at his exam topics, Green's theorem, Lagrange's mean value theorem, Taylor's theorem, she wondered what on earth they even were. Notably, his papers were sent by a mathematical luminary from Waseda University. Had it not been for the restrictions placed on outsiders at Jujutsu High, this esteemed scholar would have sought to meet Gojo in person, eager to recruit such a mathematical prodigy. To him, Gojo was a brilliant new star in the realm of mathematics, destined for monumental achievements, perhaps even unraveling some of humanity's most formidable mathematical conundrums. Standing by the window of the school infirmary, Shoko was clad in a white coat, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she took a slow drag. Upon Tsukimiya's entrance, she inclined her chin slightly. You have now become my guinea pig for practicing the reversal technique. Tsukimiya gasped, am I to be the lab rat? Gojo, happily munching on an oversized crepe, followed her in. Shoko eyed him quizzically. What brings you here? I came to the infirmary for a checkup. Otherwise, would I come merely to dine? Gojo replied, his cheeks bulging with food. Shoko scrutinized him, her features slightly obscured by the rising smoke. What ailment afflicts you? Did someone shatter your shell? There's no class with Fushiguro today. Gojo purposefully raised his voice. I am the special assistant hired by Miss May. She has been striking me with an axe. I might very well have internal injuries. Shoko turned her head, letting out a derisive snort. That merely makes you a teaching tool, doesn't it? The long axe, as a heavy melee weapon, inflicts fatal damage primarily through its weight and sharp edge targeting vital areas of the body. With Gojo's boundless limits, he serves as an exemplary human teaching tool. May uses the axe on him to instruct Tsukimiya on where to strike foes to ensure they are reborn. What a distasteful term. I'm an assistant, not a teaching tool. An assistant is still a teacher. Call me Teacher Gojo, little rabbit. Tsukimiya regarded Gojo's eager expression and chuckled. I've told you not to smile like that. It makes you resemble a villain. Shoko extinguished her cigarette, casually tossing the butt into the wastebasket, her eyes clear and serene. Little rabbit, you should pause your studies for a couple of days. I must travel to Yokohama for business. Tsukimiya's radar activated. Yokohama. Gojo leaned forward slightly. What mission? Shoko, a rare sorceress capable of employing the reversal technique, was highly valued in the sorcery community. The higher-ups regarded her as a mobile medical station, keeping her protected within Jujutsu High. Unless under exceptional circumstances, she was strictly prohibited from leaving the academy. A level 1 hypothetical cursed spirit known as the Angel of Death had emerged in Yokohama. After healing patients, she would seize their most treasured possessions. Glass pointed towards the ceiling, hinting that someone above had encountered that cursed spirit. Tsukihanabi, curious, inquired, what did he lose? His fingers, she replied. They say he was once a surgeon. Tsukihanabi, bewildered, sent her a string of ellipses. But why did they summon you? The reversal technique cannot regenerate organs. Glass raised an eyebrow, the most animated expression she had displayed all day. That's what the higher-ups replied. Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with a hint of indifference. Yet they insisted, knowing that the reversal technique could heal the body, commanded me to go. Well, I shall consider it a trip. You actually thought it wise to travel to Yokohama? Haven't you heard the saying, Yokohama's grand stage, if you have a life, you may come? Gojo Satoru tilted his head, deep in thought. An imagined cursed spirit, Death Angel. Imagined cursed spirits are born from humanity's negative emotions towards fictitious entities, a tangible manifestation of human dark fantasies. Tsukihanabi speculated that the Death Angel must have arisen from the people's imagination of the Undying Legion in Yokohama. The Undying Legion was a plan led by Mori Oge, who at the time served as the chief physician in the National Defense Army, conscripting Yasano Akiko, who possessed the healing ability of Please Do Not Die. Her extraordinary power could revive those on the brink of death, particularly suited for the military. Mori Oge utilized her abilities to send injured soldiers back into battle after treatment, thus creating an army that could not perish, capable of continuous combat. Repeatedly healing physical wounds granted soldiers a second chance at life. However, the scars on their souls remained incurable. On the battlefield, facing the enemy, it was either you die, or I perish. Yet, with Yasano in the ranks, this balance was disrupted, for with Please Do Not Die, one side became invulnerable. Gradually, some succumbed to the unbearable burden and took their own lives. The moniker of Yasano, the Death Angel, began to disseminate. This cursed spirit is a rare healing type, worthy of being cataloged in the Pokemon Index alongside Shokoyeri. Gojo Satoru tilted his head. If Jujutsu had a healing cursed spirit, wouldn't he no longer need to learn the reversal technique? Glass responded without a moment's hesitation. He probably wouldn't need to learn it, as he would never grasp it, that unperceptive fellow. Upon hearing this, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt something was amiss. With Glass possessing the reversal technique, Jujutsu wielding a healing cursed spirit, and Tsukahanabi's domain housing the healer Kai Wenji. This calculation led him to exclaim, in the first-year cohort of 4 students, am I the only one devoid of healing ability? Is this not blatant isolation? A hint of amusement crept onto Glass's lips. You have your turtle shell. Ordinary individuals cannot touch you. Thus you have no opportunity to be injured. That is different. If I exhaust my limitless potential, my mind will surely burn out. Then when you do, seek out Shokoyeri for healing. The Death Angel will take the most precious thing from you. Tsukahanabi, what do you think she would take from Gojo? Tsukahanabi circled around Gojo, her brow furrowed. Only to relax moments later. His sunglasses, perhaps? Glass pondered briefly, her voice imbued with certainty. I believe it would be his 6 eyes. To me, Satoru is invaluable. He is the most precious person in the hearts of us Gojo enthusiasts. Tsukahanabi smiled radiantly, her gaze serene and tender, sparkling with beauty. Gojo Satoru was utterly captivated by her smile, his composure crumbling, his face turning a vivid shade of tomato red. You, how infuriatingly skilled you are. This teasing left Glass feeling a twinge of envy. What had she done to deserve being force-fed this inexplicable affection? Gojo's head felt heavy, his eyelashes fluttered, hands fidgeting at his sides as he struggled to regain his composure. Well, I suppose I'll give you a few points. Tsukahanabi retorted, points for what? Chapter 33, Meditation. The songstress, with utmost seriousness, polished the borrowed cursed tool, Hiyori. Now endowed with this cursed tool, her strength had significantly increased, elevating her from a level 3 to a level 2 sorcerer. Within the sorcerer hierarchy, ascending from level 4 to level 3 and then to level 2 does not require recommendations. One simply needs to pass the institution's evaluation. Given the varied capabilities of the students, it is often challenging to complete tasks independently. Thus, the Jujutsu High has an unwritten rule that tasks must be undertaken in pairs. Mimi felt that the rewards for tasks assigned by the administration were dwindling, especially since the songstress and Tsukahanabi no longer required her backup. Consequently, she withdrew from the Iron Triangle duo and ventured out to take on jobs independently, knowing that her status as a student in the black market felt like returning home. Fushiguro Megumi even provided her with Koshi's contact information. Currently, Tsukahanabi's only stable partner was the songstress. At that moment, she squatted beside the songstress, her hands propping up her chin, her long ponytail cascading down her shoulder. Today's auxiliary supervisor is taking an eternity to arrive. I heard from Supervisor Maoli that the administration is cutting costs and laying off staff. Now, auxiliary supervisors are juggling multiple roles. Supervisor Maoli had become their informant. Any movement from the administration would reach them in no time. Were many people laid off? Some left voluntarily, disheartened by the situation at Kumo Sanatorium. Once our Panda Academy opens, we can hire those auxiliary supervisors. They have high qualifications and a deep understanding of the Jujutsu world, making them suitable teachers. The auxiliary supervisors in the Jujutsu world can be roughly categorized into 3 types. The first type follows a more traditional path, being graduates of Jujutsu High who, due to insufficient strength, transitioned to auxiliary supervisors. The second type consists of spies implanted by the Gojo family or other sorcerer clans, primarily to report on the administration's activities. The final category includes those who learned about the Jujutsu world through various channels and then participated in assessments to become auxiliary supervisors. This qualification exam is quite competitive, testing not only task coordination and psychological endurance, but also academic credentials. Figures like Supervisor Maoli and that Waseda University master's student who discussed mathematics with Gojo Satoru belong to the third category. A significant reason for their joining the administration was the enticingly high salary. Despite the grueling 996 work schedule, the generous compensation served as a form of solace. The songstress wore a peculiar expression. Are we truly naming it Panda Academy? It feels a bit hasty. Panda is our organization's mascot. I wonder when teacher Yaga's panda cursed corpse will be ready. She only knew that the panda would be a future student of Gojo Satoru. But when exactly was the panda born? Her gaze fell upon a vehicle slowly approaching, dust swirling in its wake. The auxiliary supervisor promptly opened the trunk. Bowing in apology, I'm sorry, students, I arrived late. The traffic was unbearable, and despite my haste, I still lost time. I truly apologize. No worries. Just be cautious on the road. The songstress carefully placed Hiyori into the trunk. Their task location was in Kanagawa Prefecture. After completing the mission, the auxiliary supervisor would escort Tsukahanabi to the Sanada Dojo, after which she would take the train to Kasai Rinkai Park and ride her small electric scooter back to Jujutsu High. During the lengthy journey, the scenery outside the window flashed by like a slideshow. Towering skyscrapers, streets shaded by lush greenery, and bustling crowds all hurriedly passed before their eyes. Upon reaching their destination, Tsukibun and the songstress exchanged a glance. Tsukibun swiftly drained nearly half a bottle of cold, pure water and raised an eyebrow. Shall we compete? The songstress, brimming with confidence, retrieved a crimson cherry blossom from the trunk, declaring, "Let us see who can hit the cursed spirit first. The loser treats to dinner." This time, the cursed spirit manifested at a takeout restaurant, a second-level cursed spirit with no particularly formidable offensive capabilities, but remarkable speed. Tsukibun had an additional advantage over the songstress. She had purchased the swift steps, enabling her to run even faster. As she caught a glimpse of the cursed spirit's indistinct lower half at the stairwell's corner, Tsukibun lightly tapped her toes, propelling herself off the adjacent wall and advancing ahead of the songstress. The wind fluttered the hem of her clothing, revealing a hint of toned muscles at her waist, pale yet resilient. How infuriating, the songstress shouted, watching Tsukibun retreating figure. Ha ha ha, the upperclassman is short-legged. Show me some respect. Don't learn bad habits from those scoundrels. Tsukibun, clad in her swift steps, adeptly maneuvered through her surroundings, rapidly closing the distance to the cursed spirit. As she ran, she consulted her mini-map, quickly plotting a route to lead the cursed spirit into a dead end. The second-level cursed spirit darted about like a lightning bolt, zigzagging in the confined space. Complain, and I'll be in trouble, Tsukibun thought as she adjusted her angles mid-run, waiting for the moment when the cursed spirit momentarily faltered. Deftly plucking the bowstring with her fingers, her gaze sharpened with intense focus, honing in on the cursed spirit's vulnerable spot and escape routes. Akin to an eagle locking onto its prey, the arrow flew forth with a resounding whoosh, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards the cursed spirit, the fletching trembling rapidly amidst the airflow. The cursed spirit seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to evade, only to find Tsukibun movement swifter. A flurry of arrows sealed all avenues of retreat. Whoosh! The curse was dispelled, and the surrounding barriers retracted. Sunlight streamed through the windows, the warm golden rays illuminating the beads of sweat glistening at the tips of her hair, creating flecks of light. Tsukibun, hands on her hips, triumphantly exclaimed, "Aha! I've won." The tardy songstress, frustrated, pounded the ground, the scene radiating a peculiar charm. Is this what it means to teach the apprentice while starving the master? You must face the consequences, dear songstress. Dinner's on you. I know. Shortly after, the assistant supervisor drove Tsukibun to the Sonata dojo. The songstress lamented, "I had wanted to treat you to some local specialties in Kanagawa. Well, if not dinner, just transfer me the money for it instead. What a lack of courtesy. Return my adorable junior to me." Tsukibun playfully stuck out her tongue, smiling as she waved goodbye to the songstress in the car before turning to enter the dojo. At the entrance, several exquisite bonsai pots adorned the area. The vibrant green leaves swayed gently in the breeze, adding a touch of softness to the ancient and solemn architecture. Beneath the eaves, a set of wind chimes swayed lightly, their crisp sounds mingling with the shouts of the students, resonating in the air. The swords hanging on the walls glimmered in the sunlight, silently exhibiting the majesty and strength of martial arts. Upon Tsukibun arrival, Sonata Kenichiro flashed a polite smile. "Are you here for the scheduled meditation training, Tsukibun?" Dressed in a dark-colored Zen robe, his attire showcased clean, flowing lines that perfectly accentuated his well-defined physique. He stood there like a steadfast mountain, exuding a sense of reliability and trustworthiness. Sonata Mom has appeared. Wow, he's wearing a Zen robe. Let us strip him and reveal that lovely physique. A man devoid of any slackness, making me want to tease him, haha. Let us shower our sweet Tsu with a Tomato King reward. Gazing at the imposing figure of Sonata Kenichiro, Tsukibun suppressed her urge to collect stamps. Yes, please guide me. As they entered the meditation training area, Sonata straightened his back, standing tall like an ancient pine. He placed his hands naturally on his knees, palms facing upwards, softly instructing Tsukibun to relax every muscle. Mimicking his posture, she endeavored to cast aside external distractions and clear her mind. However, she found it challenging to empty her thoughts, her mind racing with memories of her recent victory over the songstress. She's treating me to dinner. What a glutton I am. Sonata Kenichiro, with eyes closed, calmly inquired, struggling to find tranquility. I'm sorry, Tsukibun quickly explained. I just engaged in intense exercise and can't settle down yet. Sonata maintained his composed demeanor, offering no superfluous words as he began guiding her to adjust her breathing. Inhale slowly through your nose, filling your abdomen with air. Then exhale gently through your mouth, feeling your abdomen contract. Tsukibun obediently followed Sonata's instructions, initiating the breathing process while concentrating on the rhythm of her breath and the sensations in her body. Initially, her breathing remained somewhat rapid and erratic. However, with repeated attempts, she gradually discovered the feeling, her breath becoming longer and more serene. The occasional chirping of birds outside the dojo didn't disrupt her. Rather, it blended into the tranquil atmosphere, further clarifying her inner self. She mentally replayed the entire process of her archery, from the preparatory stance to the moment the arrow was released, meticulously recalling her bodily sensations, mental state, and the execution of her movements. As she drew the bow, her physical strength coalesced, the tautness eliciting both excitement and anxiety, worrying whether her strength was sufficient or her form precise enough. Yet, at the moment the arrow was loosed, an overwhelming calm enveloped her, as if everything had frozen in that instant. Do not dwell excessively on the outcome, but focus on the performance throughout the process. Echoed the words of Kagaya Yuta in her mind. After over half an hour of meditation training, Tsukabinhitsu's brows unfurled, her entire being relaxing. She sat quietly on the meditation mat, opening her eyes, her gaze still holding a hint of the bewilderment from her recent awakening. To her, meditation felt akin to daydreaming, a rather trivial exercise. It was only within the true dojo, guided by a professional instructor, that she began to appreciate the benefits of meditation training. This sensation resembled a thorough cleansing for her soul, leaving her feeling utterly rejuvenated. Having turned off her phone during training, she now noticed a message from Gojo Satoru. How lonely it is to be invincible. Little bunny, please buy me a serving of red bean machi soup, a local specialty from Kanagawa. I want to eat it. It's Tsukabinhitsu, not Fat Bunny. Okay. After replying to the message, Tsukabinhitsu departed from the Sanada dojo, searching for the nearest shop, following the navigation. Amidst the bustling city, pedestrians flowed in and out, vehicles surged, creating a lively spectacle. Tsukabinhitsu weaved through the crowd, her eyes occasionally scanning the shop signs along the roadside. As she walked, the navigation alerted her that she was nearing the shop. With a playful blink, Moon Half Rabbit felt a strand of hair tumble down from her loosely tied ponytail, brushing against her cheek. The curvature of her lips gradually solidified, and a sharp emotion erupted in her eyes. Retaining her icy composure, she pivoted and ventured into the adjacent, shadowy alleyway. The walls flanking the narrow passage were draped in verdant vines, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to pierce through, casting a constellation of light spots on the ground. Occasionally, the crisp chirping of birds echoed, creating a stark contrast between this secluded realm and the bustling street outside. In the emptiness of the alley, the sound of Moon Half Rabbit's footsteps resonated distinctly. However, unbeknownst to her, another set of footsteps had joined, leisurely mirroring her cadence. She halted, and the footsteps behind her abruptly ceased as well. Chapter 34. The Cursed Sorcerer. The ancient walls were cloaked in dark green moss, damp to the touch, as if they might drip with moisture at any moment. The air was thick with a scent that mingled decay and dampness, an aroma steeped in the passage of time. Moon Half Rabbit turned around. Opposite her, at the alley's mouth, stood a man in quiet repose. He was tall and imposing, his robust limbs resembling a small mountain. Gripped tightly in his hands was a massive axe, its blade glinting ominously. Moon Half Rabbit furrowed her brow, a flicker of caution igniting in her gaze. Who are you? The man brought the axe down heavily upon the ground. Though it appeared effortless, it sank several inches into the earth, sending spiderweb cracks radiating outward. Impressive, she thought. As her muscles involuntarily tensed, her senses heightened in alertness. Confirming, you are Moon Half Rabbit, a first-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High, correct? Yes, that's me. Are you a cursed sorcerer? Is someone out to kill me? How much did they offer you? I'll pay you double. The man let out a cold chuckle, raising the axe high, its blade aimed directly at her. In our line of work, integrity is paramount. Once a contract is accepted, it is bound to completion. Moon Half Rabbit inwardly cursed. What a fool to turn down a fortune. If it were Fushiguro, he would have already hiked the price. The setting sun bathed the narrow alley in hues of orange and red, the previously tranquil atmosphere now thick with tension and impending doom. Can't we negotiate? I'm genuinely concerned for your life, she implored. In response, the man's face loomed closer, charging toward her. Without hesitation, Moon Half Rabbit activated her initial gold purchase. The boots of swiftness, propelling herself off the ground and using the wall's rebound to evade his attack. The axe struck the wall, sending debris flying. The man's displeasure flickered in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the axe, advancing toward her with determination. The blade shimmered in the dusk, each swing imbued with formidable force, the air slicing with a sharp whistle. As she nimbly dodged his strikes, Moon Half Rabbit glanced down at her accumulated coins in the game Honor of Kings. They darted back and forth. The man suddenly surged forward, closing the distance with alarming speed. In a split second, she executed a slick sliding maneuver. The momentum rendered him unable to halt immediately, and before he could react, She sprinted away. Is running all you can do? He bellowed, his voice laden with disdain and mockery. Moon Half-Rabbit, having cultivated an impenetrable facade, retorted without a hint of embarrassment, I'm waiting for my gear. What are you waiting for? If you can't take me down before I buy my equipment, the one who will ultimately perish will be you. Utilizing the swiftness granted by her enchanted boots, she adeptly navigated the narrow alley, evading his relentless attacks. This scene could easily be encapsulated in a phrase. You chase me, and if you catch me, I'll let you have your way. As time passed, her accumulating coins soon positioned her to purchase the cloud-piercing bow, signaling that the moment for retaliation was nearing. A palpable intent to kill sliced through the air like a chilling breeze, enveloping the alley in an icy grip. Her arrows, accompanied by a thunderous crack, whistled toward the man's vital points. Standing resolute in the alley's center, he sensed the imminent threat of her arrows with acute awareness, yet his expression remained unyielding. Given the proximity of her shot, a mere moment of distraction could lead him to the afterlife. However, without even glancing at the incoming arrows, he flexed his arm muscles and swung the axe back. With a sharp crack, the arrow was cleaved in two. In rapid succession, a hail of arrows descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, yet he remained unfazed, his axe dancing in a protective arc. Thuds echoed as arrows were deflected. But one narrowly grazed his arm, embedding itself in the earth before him. Moon Half-Rabbit observed this scene, her heart racing with anxiety, her pulse quickening with each beat. Damn, my luck is terrible. I've encountered another gorilla. Brother, if you're this formidable, why still be a cursed sorcerer? How about I recruit you in the name of Night Moth? Without opting to upgrade to the cloud-piercing bow, she instead began purchasing defensive gear. Her slender frame appeared insufficient against his brute strength. If he seized the chance to attack up close with that mighty axe, her head might very well be severed like a watermelon. What defensive gear should she acquire? Ominous Omen, priced at 2,180 gold, offering 1,200 maximum health and 270 physical defense. Its passive ability could reduce an attacker's attack speed by 40 and movement speed by 10 upon being struck, effectively countering foes reliant on speed and making it challenging for them to approach. The axe collided violently with her arm guard, igniting brilliant sparks and emitting a jarring sound that pierced her eardrums, sending chills down her spine. Ouch, that hurts. Tears threatened to spill as she glanced at the crack forming on her arm guard, letting out a frustrated hiss. The man, taken aback by her unexpected confrontation rather than retreat, momentarily froze. In that fleeting instant, with their proximity diminished, Moon Half-Rabbit twisted her wrist, seizing an arrow and plunging it toward his throat. Missing a distant target was one thing, but at this range, she could not afford to fail. His pupils constricted in an instant, instinctively reacting. His body bent at an almost unnatural angle, his toes pressed against the ground, the soles of his shoes screeching against the surface. The arrow, filled with Moon Half-Rabbit's fervent hope, whizzed past his throat, by the narrowest of margins. The sharp tip grazed his flesh, drawing a thin line of blood across his neck. Fury ignited within him, and without warning, his powerful right leg swung violently toward her abdomen. The next second, Moon Half-Rabbit felt herself hurled in the opposite direction by a tremendous force. She tumbled across the ground, rolling uncontrollably, until she crashed against the hard wall, the plaster crumbling around her. She immediately expelled a mouthful of dark crimson blood, droplets splattering on the dusty earth beneath her, blooming cruelly. Her muscles convulsed, and her bones seemed to wail in agony. You are quite impressive, the man remarked, brandishing his enormous axe, his silhouette looming ominously in the fading light. Let me make it clear, I am but a mere pawn, employed by the elder of the Kumo clan. The Kumo clan? That old man was expelled from the Kumo family. He probably intends to drag you down with him to the grave. The man who had been explaining to her just moments ago transformed in an instant, becoming a ferocious beast poised to strike with lethal precision. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself forward, leaving a deep footprint in the earth. His form was so swift that it appeared as nothing more than a blurred afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon her. The massive axe was raised high, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds, as it came crashing down upon her. Yueban too barely managed to evade, instinctively bracing herself with her hands, leaving her palms marred with blood. I warned you, if you cannot eliminate me before I acquire my gear, then the one who will perish in the end shall be you. She formed a seal. Domain unleashed, all troops advance. With a resounding thud, weapons clashed as Yueban too braced herself against the force of his strike. She gritted her teeth, her hair disheveled, with damp strands sticking to her dirt-streaked and bloodied cheek, veins bulging upon her forehead from exertion. The tremendous impact created a pit with a diameter of 3 yards beneath her feet, sending mud flying as her lower legs sank into the earth. The man felt a jolt in his mind, as if a nerve had snapped. He stared, astonished. At the sight of this girl who could withstand his onslaught, a keyboard-wielding warrior, Yueban had indeed invested in a skin worth 388 points, the blue screen of death. It was a necessity. The base skin for the berserker, Dian Wei, was utterly unremarkable, but the blue screen skin at least resembled a normal human. The berserker, Dian Wei, nicknamed the Red-Eyed Mad Dog, was a warrior-type hero, simple to control yet balanced in offense and defense, boasting exceptional battlefield harvesting capabilities. On the battlefield, he could face any hero, whether possessing thick blood and high defense or overwhelming damage, without fear. Yueban was panting, her chest heaving violently, aggravating her wounds. And she spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if she had activated her domain, did he truly believe that would change the inevitable outcome? That last kick had ruptured all of her internal organs, leaving her grievously wounded, an irreversible injury. There was no way she could endure this. She should surrender gracefully. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she gritted her teeth and managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. Ridiculous. I am a top-tier player. Dian Wei's second ability, Rampage, could simply be explained as healing 200 health and increasing attack speed upon stepping on an enemy. Otherwise, it was akin to a mere massage. Yueban inhaled deeply, raising her keyboard, her eyes blazing with determination, charging forward in a frenzy. As long as she could land a hit, she could continuously heal herself. The outcome was uncertain. Come on, if you're a curse master, then come and strike me. With a thunderous clang, sparks flew as the immense force of their clash rattled their arms, causing the ground to tremble. The vibrant sparks from their weapons occasionally erupted in the air, until, at last, the axe grazed Yueban's shoulder, slicing off a portion of her garment. She evaded, sweeping the keyboard horizontally, and to her surprise, the man's axe was met with a deep gash from her keyboard. He lost his balance, sent flying by Yueban's counterattack, rolling several yards before finally regaining his footing. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, blood trickling down his arm, droplets splattering onto the ground. He stared in disbelief at the axe in his hand. It was cracked. Astonishingly so. Yueban forced herself to swallow the metallic taste rising in her throat and exclaimed triumphantly, "Are you frightened? I am a top-tier player." It was perplexing. Despite her efforts, whether wielding the cloud-piercing bow or the keyboard, his health had not visibly diminished. Yet now, the blood bar above his head, steadily decreasing, clearly indicated that he was nearing his limits. The man's breaths grew heavy and labored, resembling the rasping breaths of a dying beast. He relinquished his grip on the axe, which clattered to the ground with a sharp sound, echoing conspicuously in the silence of the alley. Yueban took a step back, bewildered. He seemed to have forsaken all resistance, sitting down on the ground with his hands lazily resting on his knees. Defeat was defeat, do with him as he wished. His voice was unervingly calm, devoid of any tremor. A pair of black sneakers halted near him, but he neither lifted his gaze nor reacted. Yueban observed his dwindling health bar and raised her keyboard high. Is this permissible? Surely it is. After all, this world was merely a comic realm of fabrication. It was permissible. If she did not eliminate him, he would certainly kill her. This was merely self-defense. The keyboard remained raised, yet she hesitated to bring it down. In this illusory world, however, the threat of life and death felt palpably real. She could easily exorcise curses. But her intent in learning these skills had been to protect herself, not to wield a blade against humanity. Perhaps, with the passage of time and the influence of this world, her perspective would shift. Yet for now, her thoughts remained anchored in a society governed by law. The law is a fair adjudicator. Any crime should be judged by just legal standards, not arbitrarily decided by individuals or groups. That notion was a deep-seated imprint from her original world, etched into her very soul. The man's dark eyes fixed upon her, his previously impassive lips curling into a smirk. "Huh, a cowardly little ghost who dares not kill. I am a curse master who has taken countless lives. Will you not strike?" Yueban scoffed. "I am a person of higher education, not a lawless madman." The man's gaze remained locked onto her, intensely focused, as if it could draw her in like a whirlpool. He glanced down at the cracked axe, casually retrieving an object from his pocket and tossing it aside, as if discarding refuse. Yueban instinctively dodged, thinking it might be a hidden weapon. When she focused on the object that landed, she realized it was merely an ordinary wallet. "Life insurance?" He scoffed, casually adding, "The bank card's password is 1004, my son's birthday." "Your son?" Yueban opened the wallet to find a photograph affixed inside. It was a snapshot of him with a young boy, both beaming with joy. "I'm giving my son to you. Let that little brat attend the academy." Yueban was momentarily taken aback. This gesture of giving away your son feels oddly familiar. "Brother, could it be that you are a parallel world's Fu Shen?" The man struggled to lift the axe, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a sense of resolve and madness. "Let me teach you a lesson. strike the snake at its vital point, eradicate the roots of the grass. The fierce wind howled through the narrow alley, its roar akin to a demon's wail. The man tilted his head skyward, letting the tempest tousle his hair and clothes, a manic grin spreading across his face. Yueben exclaimed, "Hey!" The laughter was abruptly silenced as the man raised his axe high, bringing it down upon his own head, blood gushing forth in a crimson spray. In that moment, everything unfolded for Yueben as if time had slowed, the scene vividly etched before her eyes. Caught off guard, she was dragged into a hell drenched in red. She could hear nothing, the world transformed into a silent pantomime. The scene before her was a grotesque tableau. Drenched in thick, vibrant blood, the acrid stench quickly saturating her nostrils. Her heart raced violently within her chest. A dull thud resonated through the air, the sound of something falling to the ground. Moon Half-Rabbit dared not glance in that direction. A wave of nausea surged through her stomach, a powerful urge to vomit rising in her throat, threatening to overflow. Chapter 35, Home. The clamor of voices erupted from the alleyway, tightening her chest in a grip of panic. A chaotic curtain of shadows emerged, darker than the night itself, tainted and foul, purging all that was unclean. As the words fell, a black veil rapidly ascended, enclosing her within the gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Gathering her composure, she finally summoned the courage to gaze upon the pool of carnage. Just a fleeting glance sent her stomach churning once more, compelling her to expel the contents within. She yearned to seal off her sight and smell, wishing fervently to banish those horrific images and repugnant odors from her senses. After a painstaking recovery, her mind was blank, utterly devoid of any notion of what to do next. This was her first encounter with such a calamity, and in her confusion, she pulled out her phone, trembling as she dialed a number. At the elite academy, Night Moth was crouched, dragging an old, dust-covered box from beneath the bed. The box was evidently aged, coated in a layer of grime. Gently brushing away the dust, he revealed a charming panda plush lying quietly within. It was not a cursed object, merely an ordinary toy. Beside the plush, a drawing rested, presumably crafted by a child, depicting a blissful family of 3 standing together, with a little girl cradling a panda plush identical to the one in the box. Night Moth's gaze lingered on the drawing, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. He returned the picture to the box, caressing the panda plush as if it were a cherished treasure. His phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Moon Half-Rabbit. "Hello, Moon? Night Moth-sensei, I'm on the ground. I've encountered a curse practitioner." "A curse practitioner?" The tone of Night Moth's voice shifted, filled with concern. "How are you? Are you injured?" "There's internal bleeding. I'm not sure where, but I can only lie here. Everything else is manageable." She paused. "That curse practitioner. He took his own life. I don't know what to do with his body." "Don't move. I will immediately contact the nearest auxiliary supervisor. Send me your location. I will bring glass to find you." After sending her location, Moon Half-Rabbit's gaze fell upon the wallet the man had tossed to her before his demise. The curse practitioner wielded a great axe. She messaged Ming. "Ming-senpai, do you know of a male curse practitioner who uses a long axe? He's formidable. The wallet troubles are familiar with a rather notorious one. His birth technique is quite intriguing." "Oh right, that man seemed to rely entirely on physical attacks, without employing any techniques." "The wallet troubles are familiar. His birth technique is known as soul and axe as one. They say his axe possesses a hardness comparable to a special grade curse tool. As long as the axe remains unbroken, the wielder will not perish." Moon Half-Rabbit suddenly understood. No wonder the man appeared so shocked when the axe fractured, surrendering immediately. It was the axe that was his true essence. "Did you encounter that individual? I would very much like to acquire his axe. If you come across him, remember to sever his head. I am willing to purchase it at the market price of a special grade curse tool." "It's Moon Half-Rabbit, not Fat Rabbit. Why must the head be severed?" "The wallet troubles are familiar. Soul and axe as one is documented in history. Decapitating the user is the final step of a living sacrifice ritual. The essence of a cursed tool is to serve as a vessel for cursed energy. Just practitioners forge cursed tools through legitimate rituals and materials, while cursed practitioners exploit life or forbidden powers, often imbuing such tools with malicious intent or unique effects." The revelation was profoundly shocking, causing Moon Half-Rabbit's eyelids to twitch. The resentment generated from the user's beheading could ultimately transform the axe into a special grade cursed tool, thus achieving the true union of soul and axe. Instinctively, Moon Half-Rabbit's gaze drifted toward the long axe lying beside the corpse. The fissure, carved by the keyboard, resembled a greedy maw, filled with blood, thirstily sucking the essence of life. Crimson liquid flowed down the axe's blade, its inscriptions glimmering ominously under the blood's touch, exuding a sinister and terrifying aura. Moon Half-Rabbit inexplicably felt as though the axe had developed a consciousness of its own, gazing back at her through its inscriptions. Suddenly, one of the inscriptions seemed to break free from its confines and shot towards her. What the hell? Moon Half-Rabbit gasped, witnessing the inscription merge into her mind. In an instant, she felt a powerful force ravaging her consciousness, assaulting her nerves. She realized that this object had claimed her as its master. Bro, I didn't mean to consume your lifeline. I intended to hand the axe over to your son. At that moment, she sensed someone lurking outside the tent. It was the auxiliary supervisor that Night Moth had contacted, evidently accustomed to such scenes. As the tent parted, he made an effort to disregard the chaos strewn across the alley, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Moon Half, I will take you to the hospital now. Moon Half-Rabbit lay on the ground, her expression visibly darkening. Could you please arrange for someone to take care of his body? If possible, have a mortician sew his head back on. A complete body is a sign of respect for the deceased. The auxiliary supervisor paused, slightly taken aback by her request, but quickly regained his composure and nodded. Of course. Hospitals in neon-lit cities, whether grand metropolitan facilities or quaint rural clinics, emphasize simplicity and solemnity in their architecture. After presenting his credentials, the auxiliary supervisor successfully transferred Moon Half-Rabbit to a hospital room. Please wait a moment. Night Moth Sensei and classmate Iori will arrive in about half an hour. Moon Half-Rabbit reclined on the hospital bed, her body relaxing somewhat. She exhaled softly. It's all right. You can attend to your matters. I can manage lying here alone. The auxiliary supervisor nodded. Then I will handle the situation regarding that cursed practitioner. As the door closed, the room fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. Moon Half-Rabbit lay quietly on the bed, her eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Why was I transported to this place? Why must it be me? A single tear trickled down the corner of her eye, landing on the pristine pillow, quickly absorbed, leaving only a faint mark. The image of the man's self-destruction replayed in her mind, her body feeling as though it were being gnawed by a multitude of ants. A pain unbearable, while her heart was engulfed in profound frustration. I'm so troubled, so loathsome of this place, I want to go home. Home. I want to return home. If I can go back, no one will ever know what I have done. A sharp knock echoed through the silence. Moon Half-Rabbit turned her gaze toward the sound. Standing on the narrow ledge outside the window was Gojo Satoru, tapping on the glass with his knuckles to capture her attention. Upon catching her gaze, he waved his hand, a smile blossoming upon his countenance. As warm orange light cast a golden sheen around him, Moon Half-Rabbit's eyes traversed the window, landing squarely on the white-haired youth outside. In that fleeting moment, the world around her faded to monochrome. Wataru Fushiguro firmly gripped the wall, prying open the tightly shut window. He leaped inside, ushering in the fresh outdoor air and dappled shadows of the trees, interrupting the eerie stillness of the hospital room. You've sustained quite the injury. What brings you here? Did you come with Teacher Ye and the others? I left much earlier. The little rabbit who promised to game with me at 7 was late, so I came to find you myself. Wataru Fushiguro retrieved an apple from his uniform pocket, grinning as he inquired, would you like one? It was evident it was left over from lunch at the cafeteria. Moon Half-Rabbit cast a glance at the apple. Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Just have one. It said that an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Eat it, and you'll never have to come to the hospital again. He whispered in her ear, and Moon Half-Rabbit felt an overwhelming urge to channel Sun Wukong, exclaiming, you fool. This statement was not to suggest that consuming an apple would genuinely make one invulnerable to all ailments. But she was so fatigued that she barely had the strength to speak, offering a perfunctory in response. Wataru Fushiguro seemed oblivious to her exhaustion. He pulled out the chair beside the bed and plopped down, tilting his head. You're not the type who needs their apple carved into a cute bunny to eat it, are you? Moon Half-Rabbit retorted, that childish persona suits you far better. Wataru shrugged. Well, given your injuries, the all-powerful Wataru Fushiguro shall assist you in crafting it into a bunny. Moon Half-Rabbit found herself lost in thought, the shadows cast by her lashes falling into her eyes. All-powerful, are you truly? Wataru Fushiguro pressed his hand down on her head, forcefully and playfully ruffling her hair. Hey, if you have any requests, I can fulfill them. Her heart skipped a beat. She closed her eyes, concealing the weariness that churned within her. I want to go home. Her eyelids grew heavy, and before she knew it, she had drifted back to sleep. When she awoke once more, it was the middle of the night. Moonlight poured through the window, bathing her in its silvery glow, the creases of the bedsheets vividly outlined by the light. The luminous beam seemed almost alive, winding its way across the room until it rested upon her face, illuminating her slightly bewildered eyes. This isn't the hospital, she realized clearly. In the living room, Wataru Fushiguro leaned against the sofa, savoring the cool night breeze while his mind was filled with a myriad of mathematical formulas. Upon noticing that Moon Half-Rabbit had awakened, he stood up and knocked on her door. Once granted permission, he opened the door, the hinges creaking as they turned. Wataru did not step inside, but remained at the threshold. Moon Half Rabbit's eyes were still bleary. Where am I? Wataru casually slipped his hands into his pockets, his gaze meeting hers in midair. According to your student records, this is your home address. Almost instantaneously, a thunderclap reverberated in her mind, exploding in her ears. Faced with those eyes, shimmering like floating shards of ice in the moonlight, she felt as if she had been switched off, rendered speechless. This is the home that Noera arranged for her, yet she could not recognize it. A few hours prior, Wataru had placed the apple carved into a bunny on the bedside table in the hospital. He gazed at Moon Half Rabbit's sleeping face with a rare tenderness and complexity in his expression. When Ye and Natsuko arrived at the hospital, he chose not to send her back to Jujutsu High, but instead carried her to this apartment. At that moment, she rested against his chest like a small snowflake, seeming as if she might dissolve into reality with the slightest pressure. As Wataru pried open the door, he immediately sensed that this was not her home. At the very least, it was not the home she longed for while lying in the hospital bed. This apartment was too vacant, an overwhelming emptiness swallowing one whole, everything appearing stark and uninviting. Apart from the basic furniture, there was no semblance of decoration, nor could one detect any trace of a living soul. In contrast, during their sunrise outing, Wataru had entered Moon Half Rabbit's dormitory. Though the room dimensions were identical to his, her space radiated warmth. The curtains swayed gently with the breeze. Colorful wall stickers adorned the walls, and several vibrant green plants thrived by the window. The bookshelf overflowed with an array of books and figurines, this small realm reflecting the owner's passion for life. By comparison, her dormitory felt more like home. No, neither her dormitory nor this apartment could ever embody the home she held in her heart. In the room, the curtains were only half drawn. Moonlight tenderly enveloped the entire space, the outlines of the furniture appearing faintly in the hazy glow. In the darkness, Wataru's hair and skin gleamed, strikingly white as if untouched by any dust, reminiscent of snow melting in winter. With a sharp click, he switched on the light. Instantly, brightness flooded every inch of the room, the intense illumination shattering the tranquility bestowed by the moonlight. Moon Half Rabbit instinctively squinted her eyes, and as she adjusted to the brightness, she caught sight of his face suddenly breaking into a smile. Then came his flat-toned inquiry. "Little Rabbit, are you a neon person?" Moon Half Rabbit retorted. "Who the hell are you insulting?" A phrase from her native tongue nearly escaped her lips, but was swiftly swallowed back. "You really have a lot of flaws in your usual demeanor." Wataru's eyes roamed over her, his brows furrowing slightly. He began counting on his fingers, his radiant smile contrasting sharply with the gravity of his words. "You have a Chinese stomach. You can't handle Japanese cuisine." Despite being a neon person, she had secretly been studying beginner-level Japanese, her proficiency in Chinese far surpassing that of Japanese. The last time Jia had borrowed a Chinese film DVD from her, he discovered that the movie she watched had no Japanese subtitles, only pure Chinese. Moon Half Rabbit's head buzzed, her gaze darting toward Wataru, who leaned against the doorframe, her heart racing. Was today the day she would be exposed? Wataru continued his analysis. "Moreover, your sense of cultural identity with China is remarkably strong. You don't resemble someone who has been brainwashed." Moon Half Rabbit appeared calm on the surface, yet she had stealthily begun to retreat. Even through her small, round sunglasses, she felt an unmistakable sensation of being scrutinized, which was overwhelming. This feeling of being observed lasted only a few minutes, yet for her, it felt as though a century had passed. So many flaws. Never mind, it was too tedious to fill the gaps. After all, Wataru Fushiguro was not a villain. She flopped onto the bed like a puddle of mud, utterly resigned, her legs propped up in the air. Wataru observed her defeated demeanor, stroked his chin, and lowered his voice, exuding a remarkable confidence. "You can trust me completely. Speak up. Did you come here illegally, or are you a spy?" The Moonlit Rabbit, startled, sat up abruptly, her face a mixture of gravity and slight twitching. "Wow, what a clever one you are. If I had to choose between those two options, I must confess, I was actually abducted from Huagua. Believe me, I speak the truth." In a certain sense, she indeed had been taken, merely crossing over from the three-dimensional realm into this two-dimensional world. Wu Tiaoyo regarded her earnest expression and chuckled softly. The earlier chilling demeanor utterly vanished. "For some reason, you always manage to bring a smile to my face. Are you implying that I am a joke?" The Moonlit Rabbit's complexion darkened, rivaling the soot at the bottom of a pot. "Not at all. I mean to say, you are quite amusing." Wu Tiaoyo scratched his head and suddenly shifted his tone, the superficial lightness evaporating. "I committed my first murder at the age of 4, you know? After awakening my limitless technique, the bounty on my head in the black market doubled. The 6 eyes are a natural endowment, while the limitless technique has been passed down through the Wu Tiao family. Others have awakened to the limitless as well, but only those with 6 eyes can manipulate it with precision. It is a rare occurrence for both 6 eyes and limitless to manifest simultaneously. The last instance was 4 centuries ago, with his smile retracted. His azure eyes remained serene and unperturbed. Wu Tiao Wuyo slightly raised his chin, exuding an air of detached divinity. I still vividly recall that curse user. The first to successfully breach the Wu Tiao family's barrier and appear behind me. Others did not notice him, only I saw him. When he swung his blade at me, I ended his life. His blood splattered before my eyes. Had I not activated Limitless, the scalding blood would have drenched me. The stench was truly unbearable. A foul amalgamation of rusted iron and briny seawater, laced with the chill of death that invaded my nostrils. The image of that man taking his own life flashed in her mind. The moonlit rabbit instinctively shrank deeper into her blanket, staring at him for several seconds before blurted out, "Did you feel fear at that moment?" "Not at all." Wu Tiao Wuyo raised his hand, wiggling his index finger. "I am the strongest Wu Tiao Wuyo. Showing fear would be rather beneath my dignity, wouldn't it? So you're a strong guy after all." Although he was unafraid, there was still a hint of discomfort. I don't know how to describe it. I just didn't sleep well for several nights. The moonlit rabbit fell silent for a long while before asking, "How did you cope afterward?" "Ah, that." Wu Tiao Wuyo scratched the back of his head, his round sunglasses slipping down his nose. "I blew up the rooms of a few elders who wouldn't stop nagging me. Their cherished teas, calligraphy, and whatnot, all obliterated. You should have seen their expressions, wanting to hit me, but unable to do so. Ha ha ha, it was truly cathartic. As long as the elders were unhappy, he found joy, relishing in their frustration at not being able to eliminate him. I understand now." The moonlit rabbit clenched her fists, excitement coursing through her as she sought to release her pent-up pressure. "You can't keep it bottled up, otherwise you might end up like Suguru Geto in that anime, spiraling into madness. Wuyo, let us have a duel, one where life and death are at stake." Wu Tiao Wuyo replied, "A life and death, you say? I could take you down in a second." He sensed the danger in continuing this topic and abruptly shifted gears. "Are you hungry?" The abrupt change of subject caught her off guard, but indeed, she felt a pang of hunger. At this hour, only the convenience store is still open. "What would you like? Instant noodles or Odin?" "I'll fetch it for you." "I'll have both." She was famished enough to devour a whole cow. Half an hour later, after finishing the warm instant noodles and Odin, the moonlit rabbit felt rejuvenated. Setting down her chopsticks, she wore a contented expression. "I'm utterly satisfied." Wu Tiao Wuyo lounged like a lazy cat on the dining table, watching her with longing. "What about my red bean soup?" "Oh." The moonlit rabbit covered her face, embarrassment flooding her. "I forgot. How about I treat you to it later?" "You said it. This time, you can't forget." The moonlit rabbit glanced at the time, noting it was still early enough to catch up on some sleep. "How about we revisit that dessert shop from last time? Order whatever you want. It's on me. We can also retrieve the little electric scooter." Wu Tiao Wuyo eyed her skeptically. "Why do I feel like your true intention is the scooter, and the dessert shop is just a side note? Just an illusion, just an illusion." After her nap, the moonlit rabbit felt much more energized. Her long hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head as she walked into the living room holding her wallet, a charming smile gracing her face. Sitting on the couch, Wu Tiao Wuyo crossed his arms, tapping his fingers at his elbows, commenting, "A weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year." The moonlit rabbit chuckled awkwardly, retorting defiantly, "Just an illusion." Wu Tiao Wuyo regarded her with a strangely inquisitive gaze. "All right, this time it's not an illusion." Curiously, he took the gentleman's wallet from her, his white eyelashes fluttering as he suddenly understood. "Oh, this belongs to that curse user, right? Ha ha ha, little rabbit, you're quite something for managing to swipe it back." "What? He gave it to me himself. He even sent his son my way." The moonlit rabbit pointed to the boy in the photo. "Can you help me find out where his son is?" At the mention of sending his son, Wu Tiao Wuyo felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had lived through something similar in a past life. He shook off the goosebumps and displayed a look of incredulity. "Besides the photo, is there any other information?" "His son was born on October 4th. Wu Tiao Wuyo crossed his long legs, occasionally tapping the tip of his shoe, his tone relaxed. "This child looks to be about 3 or 4 years old. Just find a boy born on October 4th, 2010. Simple, leave it to me." The moonlit rabbit eagerly praised him with words that made him feel quite pleased. "Thank you so much, Wuyo-sama. You are truly omnipotent. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." The corners of Wu Tiao Wuyo's mouth twitched, struggling to contain a smile. Compliments, he loved them. The more, the better. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves like shards of gold, warming her skin. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the grass and trees, caressing her cheeks. As the little electric scooter sped along, a hidden pothole unexpectedly appeared, causing Wu Tiao Wuyo to momentarily lift off the seat, nearly launching him into the air. Wearing an adorable yellow duck helmet, each jolt rattled his bones. The trees flanking the road cast deep shadows. Light and shadow danced around the moonlit rabbit as the wheels crunched over fallen leaves, producing a satisfying rustle. "This road is terribly bumpy. I can't even begin to describe it. Then why did you choose this route? There's a newly paved road nearby. Because this road has no speed limit. Her stunning, sparkling eyes twinkled as Wu Tiao Wuyo blinked, widening his eyes in disbelief. Huh. The sign back there clearly indicated a speed limit. The moonlit rabbit retorted confidently. To me, a road without surveillance isn't a limited speed road. Wu Tiao Wuyo wore an expression akin to a CPU overload. Get me off this thing. I want to get off. Regrettably, the moon half-rabbit did not grant him an opportunity to escape. Wataru Gojo, devoid of any lingering attachments, felt his disheveled hair dance in the wind, cascading intermittently onto his eyelids. He mused that by the time his cake reached the high school, it would likely be reduced to a mere heap. The moon half-rabbit instinctively glanced at the cake hanging from the handle, offering an awkward chuckle. Although its appearance might have deteriorated, its flavor should still be delightful. A cake ought to be a feast for the senses. I certainly do not wish to consume a mere mass. It is better left for Yuta. After all, he is not particular. Speaking of which, has Suguru Shitani recently gained weight? You noticed it too, didn't you? He has truly ballooned. Yuta has likely realized it as well, as he has been sneaking off to the gym to lift weights. The moon half-rabbit twisted her expression. Ugh, lifting weights. Her tone piqued Gojo's curiosity, prompting him to lean in slightly, adopting an inquisitive demeanor. From your tone, it seems you disapprove of boys lifting weights? Don't girls typically favor muscular men? Who told you that? I prefer lean muscle, defined pectorals, abs, and toned arms, but without a thick neck or a double chin. Once a man starts lifting weights, he becomes enamored with his own bulk, unaware that girls do not fancy greasy, muscle-bound men. Initially stirred by Suguru's transformation, Gojo fell silent, contemplating his own intentions to hit the gym. The moon half-rabbit wore a subtly enigmatic smile. In any case, you are splendid just as you are now, fresh and not at all gaunt, truly ethereal. That waist, those legs, that figure, standing there, you resemble a radiant supermodel. Inciting admiration from all, a heartfelt plea. Can the moon half-rabbit feign getting lost and stumble into Gojo's bathroom, yearning to witness the handsome man emerge from his bath? Please, tug at his pants. A gentle pull could yield my tomato king. Once Yuta emerges from the prison gate, he becomes even more exaggerated, as if he has taken protein powder, chuckling to himself. Picking his nose, the live stream would be immediately banned for revealing anything below the neck. Put on some pants, will you? If you and Suguru were to become a pair of affectionate bullfrog brothers, I would rather not be seen with you. Gojo, sweating profusely, resolute in not becoming a frog brother, Gojo opened his phone amidst the jostling. He pulled down the message bar and clicked on a recent message from the Gojo family. I have already found the information. So prompt. Sunlight filtered over Gojo's fair profile, casting a faint shadow across half his face. The boy's profile was already in the archives of the supervisory department, so it was him, Tion, and the curse binding. Along with Yuta. Chapter 37, Tomb Sweeping. Tion and the curse binding is an exceptionally unique innate curse, imposed by fate. The existence of this curse signifies that the individual must sacrifice a specific condition to exchange for superhuman abilities. Fushiguro Megumi is a quintessential example. He was born without cursed energy. As compensation, he possesses physical strength, heightened senses, and athletic abilities that surpass those of ordinary humans. In contrast, Yuta's Tion and curse binding comes at the cost of physical impairment, granting him immense cursed energy output and a vast range of techniques. He was born without a right hand and the lower half of his legs, lacking sensation below the waist. His skin is so fragile that it cannot withstand even moonlight, often accompanied by pain akin to being pricked by needles all over his body. This physical condition renders his life fraught with suffering and inconvenience. He could not even bid farewell to his father properly, as the morning light gradually brightened and the mist had yet to dissipate completely. The moon half-rabbit deliberately donned a flowing black dress, her long hair elegantly pinned up, with a few strands cascading down beside her cheeks. She had purchased a bouquet of white chrysanthemums and some offerings, traversing the winding mountain path. The interlacing leaves filtered dappled light, while the thick layer of fallen leaves rustled gently in the breeze, producing a soft sound. A small mechanical orb silently trailed at her feet. The mechanical orb cohabited with Yuta in a specially designed incubation chamber, unable to bask in the sunlight like ordinary individuals. The room was filled with an array of complex medical instruments vital for maintaining his life signs and treating his condition, with tubes woven together like a spider's web. The incubation chamber was filled with a transparent solution, within which Yuta's frail figure floated, his body swathed in bandages. The cost of those solutions and medical apparatus was staggering. He understood that his father became a curse practitioner precisely because, although the black market jobs were perilous, they yielded substantial income. The moon half-rabbit walked briskly, and inadvertently glancing up, Her gaze fell upon two figures not far ahead. A heavily pregnant woman, her abdomen prominently rounded, was guiding a small girl of 3 or 4 years up the mountain, each step taken cautiously and slowly. The little girl was clearly struggling to support the expectant mother. The rocky path was uneven, and the stones occasionally jabbed at the lady's feet. She stumbled slightly when suddenly, a pair of strong hands steadied her from behind. The lady turned in surprise, her eyes meeting those of the moon half-rabbit. The moon half-rabbit's delicate arm smoothly slipped through the lady's elbow, offering a gentle smile. "This path is quite challenging. Allow me to assist you." The lady's expression brightened with gratitude as she quickly expressed her thanks. "Thank you so much." The girl, holding the flowers, kindly chimed in. "Sister, let me carry your things. I can manage." The moon half-rabbit chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling like clear springs under the warm sun, radiating kindness. "These are light. I can carry them myself." A gentle breeze swept through, softly caressing the little girl's long, lustrous blue hair. In the realm of two-dimensional narratives, any character with hair and eye colors that defy the norm is typically a figure from an anime. As for why individuals in the two-dimensional world do not find vividly colored hair peculiar, perhaps it is because Kaguya has brainwashed humanity? The deity claims that what is normal is indeed normal, a slip of the tongue. Upon recognizing the little girl as Sanrin Kasa, the moon half-rabbit instinctively glanced at the small mechanical orb struggling to climb the mountain, a smile gracing her lips. Sanrin Kasa trailed close behind, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the small robot, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. As they reached the mountainside, the cemetery was just within reach. Ascending the steps, Sanrin Kasa suddenly bent down, her hair, as clear as a sunny sky, cascading down. She picked up the small robot, smiling sweetly. "The steps are a bit high. Let me help you up." Without exchanging words with Yuta, she quietly observed the little girl's face, which appeared somewhat enlarged due to the proximity. Bright, healthy, and lively. She existed in a world entirely opposite to his own. The moon half-rabbit approached the man's gravestone, placing the white chrysanthemums at its base. Her gaze bore a complex expression, as if she were conversing with the gravestone, or perhaps with the little mechanical orb. "I'm sorry." In silence, Yuta responded, "There is no need to apologize." The girl, who almost bore the brunt of his father's wrath, became his guardian, rendering him incapable of uttering any reproach. Currently, Yuta had already been relocated to the underground of Tokyo High School, and the moon half-rabbit declared that once the Panda Academy was established, he would be enrolled. After completing the tomb sweeping, the moon half-rabbit did not depart, but instead quietly waited at the cemetery gate. After a while, the mother and daughter of Sanrin slowly approached the cemetery's entrance. Mrs. Sanrin, upon seeing her, was somewhat surprised. "Were you waiting here for me?" The moon half-rabbit nodded. "Allow me to assist you down the mountain." Mrs. Sanluin felt a warmth in her eyes, exclaiming, "I hardly know how to express my gratitude." Cradling the little mechanical doll in her arms, Sanluin Xia hummed a tuneless melody as the grass and trees brushed gently against the hem of her garment. Yuxingji wished to tell her to refrain from holding him, but he stifled the urge, mindful of maintaining the facade of a typical robot. "By the way, how old is Xia this year?" asked Yueban too, glancing at Sanluin Xia. "She is already 4, though she is somewhat smaller than the average little girl." Indeed, she was petite. "Where does she attend school?" "At Hanamaru Kindergarten, but she is about to transfer to Kyoto." At this, Mrs. Sanluin sighed. "My family is no more, and my husband has had an accident. Now, I am left to care for Xia alone and find it impossible to continue living in Tokyo. So I must take her to the countryside to stay with her grandmother." Upon hearing her mother's words, Sanluin Xia clutched the mechanical doll tighter, pouting. "I don't like grandmother's house." Yuxingji suppressed his curiosity to ask why. However, Sanluin Xia poured out her grievances like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. "Grandmother despises me for being a girl, constantly berating me as a worthless burden, even claiming that I caused my father's death." Remarkably, she did not seem to be troubled by such harsh words. Wildflowers bloomed riotously by the roadside, and Sanluin Xia paused to lean down and inhale their fragrance. Her bright voice piercing Yuxingji's ears. "I don't believe her. My parents have said I am their treasure." "You are our treasure," echoed in his mind, reminiscent of his father's words. His mother had suffered severe blood loss during childbirth, having only laid eyes on him once before departing this world. Due to his own physical limitations as a being entwined with heaven and curses, Yuxingji had to expend considerable resources to sustain his life. He often pondered whether his father's life might have been easier had he not existed. Countless times, he had told his father, "Just discard this burden." But his father always gazed at him with love, assuring him, "You are the treasure of both me and your mother." As a sorceress, Yueban too possessed heightened senses. And even with Sanluin Xia's hushed tone, she heard every word clearly. With a blink, she said, "Mrs. Sanluin, our school is planning to establish an affiliated academy. which will be a boarding school. If your condition makes it inconvenient to bring Xiao along, you may send her to us. We will take good care of her. Mrs. Sanluan was taken aback. A boarding school? Yueban too employed the same persuasive tactics she had used on Fushiguro Yuji, insisting, "Oh, it's not manipulation. It's merely the truth." Sanluan Xia grew increasingly intrigued. "Mom, I want to attend Panda Academy." Mrs. Sanluan recalled her mother-in-law's harsh demeanor and the way she called Xia a burden. Her initial hesitation gradually transformed into resolve. "When can your school be completed?" "Well," Yueban too replied without a hint of embarrassment, "building a school takes time. But we can commence classes earlier. We have plenty of empty classrooms and dormitories available. Apologies to Principal and Teacher Yaga. I must act before consulting them again." Mrs. Sanluan contemplated. "Then I will take Xia to her grandmother's for a couple of months and send her to Panda Academy after giving birth. Would that be all right?" "Of course. That would be entirely feasible." Yuxingji, who had been listening intently, exclaimed, "Really?" His immense curse power could even encompass the entirety of Neon. At that moment, he was simultaneously managing several mechanical dolls, one cradled by Sanluan Xia and another transporting a package along the high school path. When Suguru Geto returned from his task, he spotted a package floating in the air from a distance. As he approached, he realized it was a little mechanical doll carrying the parcel, its expression tinged with helplessness. "Is this another delivery from Satoru?" The mechanical doll nodded. Suguru Geto looked at the little creature, a wave of sarcasm bubbling within him. How pathetic, Satoru. Resorting to child labor while avoiding responsibilities. He bent down to take the package, speaking gently, "Let me help you with that." For reasons unknown. Although Suguru appeared more gentle than Satoru, he conveyed a similarly unpleasant demeanor. "It must be an illusion." Yuxingji communicated through the mechanical doll's voice module. "Thank you, Suguru. Satoru is in the library." "The library? Since when does Satoru actively go to the library?" "He is helping me research information on heaven and curses." In exchange, Yuxingji was obliged to run errands for Satoru for a week. Suguru Geto comprehended the situation. "All right, I understand. You can head back now." The idle mechanical doll quietly made its way toward the teacher's dormitory, seeking its first friend, Fushiguro Megumi. Considering the need for a quiet environment conducive to studying, the high school's library was intentionally constructed far from both the teaching and living areas. When Suguru Geto entered the library, it was completely empty, a perfectly normal occurrence. After all, the school, with fewer than 10 students across all grades, meant both teachers and students frequently ventured out on missions. Those who often frequented the library were likely just the janitors and the woodland creatures. In the reading area, spacious and comfortable tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Satoru was seated by the window, half of his form shrouded in shadow while the other half basked in bright sunlight. One hand supported his chin, his round sunglasses precariously balanced on the bridge of his nose, while the other idly flipped through a book. Suguru Geto approached, holding the package, and seeing no one else around, he spoke up. "Here is your package." Satoru looked up with excitement, immediately tearing into it. "My new game console has finally arrived." "Aren't you done with that Gal game?" Without looking up, Satoru replied, "Not anymore. All Gal games are dull. What I really want to play now is that game from the Little Rabbit." Suguru Geto grasped his thought process. "You mean the domain of Yueban, right?" As teammates, when Yueban too activated her domain, they could see all the selectable heroes and their abilities, making it feel as though they were immersed in an exhilarating gaming experience. Admittedly, King of Glory was an outstanding game, easy to operate, diverse in style, and appealing to all ages. "I've searched all over Neon and found nothing akin to the Little Rabbit's domain." Yueban mentioned that her domain was adapted from a game she had played before. Suguru speculated it might be a pirated game. "Look, her hero selection includes characters like Aoi Shizuku and Mai Shiranui, which are clearly IP characters from SNK. Isn't that blatant infringement? It's no wonder you can't find anything similar on the market." Satoru disagreed with this notion. He twirled the pen in his hand, pondering that the game Yueban spoke of might very well have originated from Huagua. Suguru Geto gazed curiously at the towering pile of books before them and asked, "Have you made any progress in your research on heaven and curses?" "Indeed, I have some leads," Satoru replied, pointing to a term in the book. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating his profile and imparting an inexplicable sense of unattainable elegance and aloofness. Suguru tilted his head to look closer. "Star matter?" "Yes," referencing the assimilation experiment between Tenjin and star matter. Satoru Gojo stroked his chin, pondering. "If I were to merge the physical form of Kinji Hikari with cursed spirit cells, perhaps I could attain a regeneration ability on par with that of a cursed spirit. The regenerative capabilities of cursed spirits have always surpassed those of humans, as they embody a collection of human negative emotions. Their regeneration does not rely on the physical body, but is realized through the reincarnation of the soul. As for the star plasma vessel, it is an exceptionally unique cursed spirit. It can integrate with the soul of Tenjin, allowing Tenjin to be reborn in a new physical form after each death. Suguru Geto was taken aback by Gojo's audacious idea. If one were to merge with a cursed spirit, could they still be considered human? Might they not transform into a cursed spirit? If executed correctly, it should not lead to such a transformation. After all, Lord Tenjin seems to be doing just fine. Gojo replied. Suddenly, he paused, his tone losing its previous buoyancy. Geto, do you think that if Lord Tenjin continually merges with cursed spirits, he would truly never become one himself? He innocently expressed a horrifying thought. Perhaps one day, the Lord Tenjin who has transformed into a cursed spirit could be manipulated by cursed techniques. Upon hearing such explosive remarks, Suguru Geto's expression faltered. He was about to retort, but realized that Gojo's assertion held considerable weight. Gojo enthusiastically patted his shoulder, his tone as vibrant as ever. Wow. You might just become the arch-villain ruling the world of jujitsu. His excitement grew, his imagination running wild. It was as if he envisioned himself as the formidable boss on the protagonist's path to power, while the righteous teacher Gojo would lead the students to defeat him. Suguru Geto felt utterly tormented, managing only a ghastly expression that teetered between laughter and despair. Such is the phenomenon where one, rendered speechless, may find themselves laughing. Chapter 38, The Twin Curses. Suguru Geto accompanied Satoru Gojo to the library in search of materials regarding heavenly binding. He approached the reading area, cradling a stack of books. If only this were an electronic library, we could simply type in keywords instead of rummaging through each shelf. As he spoke, he opened one of the books, emitting a sound of disdain. Ugh, this page has several holes chewed through by insects, and the pages have yellowed. Wooden structures are prone to pests. Look how this book has been ravaged, he complained. Upon hearing his grievances, Gojo's gaze wandered, and he responded in a cheeky tone. Hey, how about we have a brawl? We could blow up the library and let the Gojo clan rebuild it. Geto shot him a sly glance. Initially, the Tokyo Jujutsu High was far more dilapidated compared to the Kyoto Jujutsu High. However, ever since Gojo and Geto arrived, the situation transformed. Every time they clashed, they inadvertently destroyed surrounding buildings. The Gojo family's indulgence towards Satoru Gojo seemed mindless, no matter the magnitude of the chaos he caused. They would unhesitatingly help him clean up the mess. Thus, whenever Gojo demolished a building, the Gojo clan would promptly construct a new one. Consequently, the Tokyo Jujutsu High became increasingly grand under their influence. Let us wait until all the books are relocated before we engage in battle, Geto mused, his gaze landing on a page with insect-inflicted damage. A special binding related to twins? Satoru Gojo, slightly impatient under the sunlight, adjusted his sunglasses and leaned in closer. What is it? Geto pointed to the content on the page and elucidated. It mentions that during the Heian period, there existed a unique symbiotic binding wherein the identities of twins were regarded as a singular vessel of cursed energy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gojo casually tapped his forehead with his fingertip. Speaking of which, the Zenin clan seems to have a pair of twins. The elder sister possesses heavenly binding, while the younger sister's technique is construction. Huh, the case from the book actually exists in reality? Geto expressed genuine curiosity. I once heard someone mention that the elder sister is born with a heavenly binding physique, akin to Fushiguro Zenin's reverse type. However, due to the presence of the younger sister, the cursed energy was not completely severed, limiting her physical potential. The younger sister, while possessing cursed energy and construction techniques, has her cursed energy siphoned off by the elder sister, leading to organ failure from excessive use of her techniques. Twins are perceived as fated counterparts. Although they are independent entities, in the realm of jujitsu, they are regarded as one, and their respective talents are divided in two. They share a total amount of cursed energy, and the growth of either party compresses the other's potential, creating a cycle of curses. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and Geto's expression gradually melted into ambiguity, becoming inscrutable, like a curse. Does the book mention the fate of that pair of twins from the Heian period? Gojo took the book from Geto's hands, his gaze lingering on a specific page. Ah, just as I thought, he remarked, his tone suddenly turning cold. To break this curse, one party must choose to sacrifice themselves. Geto momentarily spaced out, lost in thought, or perhaps he thought of nothing at all. After a brief pause, he returned to reality. So the twins from the Zenin clan also. Gojo scratched his snowy hair, raising a finger and waving it in front of Geto. In reality, their cursed energy is quite low. They are likely viewed merely as tools for marriage rather than as genuine jujitsu sorcerers. Geto, astonished yet perplexed, responded. Intermarriage among relatives? It's 2005. How can such barbaric practices still exist? Don't they realize that consanguinity can lead to deformities? Oh right. A bunch of uneducated feudal illiterates. No wonder low-educated patients are considered high-risk groups in hospitals, Gojo scoffed, his disdain for the Zenin clan's current generation evident. They're probably being forced into arrangements with Taiyi Zhenren, though the age gap is rather significant. Remember that day during the physical technique competition? How he kept calling Fushiguro Zenin-kun, only for Fushiguro to retort with, "Who are you?" That golden-haired boy's face was priceless. As he recalled Taiyi Zhenren's expression at that time, Gojo couldn't help but chuckle. "You mentioned a significant age gap? That boy should be a bit younger than us. How about those twins?" Gojo crossed one leg over the other, reclining back, and retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapping it and popping it into his mouth. They seemed to be only a year or two older than Shoko. Geto emitted a strange sound, huh? He felt as though he might have misheard, even experiencing a sense of déjà vu as though he had suddenly become incapable of understanding Japanese. If this were a manga, he would have turned into a black and white line drawing by now. Huh, at least there's a 10-year difference, haha. They should be thrown in jail, beasts. Geto's expression grew so grave that one might think he was on the verge of defecting. Suddenly, Gojo clapped his hands together. "Let us bring them to Panda Academy. They won't receive any recognition or quality education in the Zenin clan." A rather audacious grin adorned his face, his cerulean eyes peeking out from beneath the edge of his sunglasses. "Our founding purpose for Panda Academy was to protect young jujitsu sorcerers, to provide them with a safe and healthy living environment, wasn't he it?" His nature had always been the same. Once he made a decision, he would act immediately, with no other considerations serving as obstacles. Geto stared in surprise, his violet eyes meeting Gojo's through the opaque lenses of his sunglasses. Indeed, that was their original intention. The realm of sorcery is rife with inequities and detritus. They possess the capacity to transform it all and render it better. Oh, this dismal world of curses seems to offer a glimmer of salvation. A prolonged silence drew the attention of Satoru Gojo, who leaned closer to Suguru Geto, the crunch of candy resounding from his mouth. "What has caused you to suddenly lose your train of thought? Are you enraptured by my exquisite beauty?" Suguru Geto gazed at the magnified, delicate features before him and retaliated by striking him with a book. "You should visit Dr. Soma. Narcissism is a malady." "Hey, it's you who's blushing in front of me." Suguru Geto maintained a serene smile, impeccably dignified. "Mind your self-reference." As he departed the library, his thoughts lingered on the Zenin sisters, or rather, the dual curses of the sorcery realm. Suguru Geto ambled along the path, the wind rustling the leaves, creating a symphony of crunching underfoot. Satoru Gojo stepped on the fallen leaves, tugging him in the opposite direction. "Where are you headed, Geto?" "The dormitory is that way." "I'm not returning to the dormitory. I'm going to class. I can never concentrate there. The atmosphere is devoid of a scholarly spirit." Thus, I informed Supervisor Mori that it would be better to hold classes in the classroom from now on. Supervisor Mori's Chinese class? Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, revealing a glimmer of interest. "Take me along." "Huh, you wish to learn Chinese as well?" Without inquiring about his motives, Suguru Geto immediately encouraged him with enthusiasm. "Wonderful. Come accompany me. Please believe me, no language is more challenging than Chinese. What's the deal with a piece of tofu? 2 pieces, 2 pieces, 1 piece. Can you guess how much a piece of tofu costs?" He almost wished to hurl a block of tofu at someone. Supervisor Mori arrived later than usual. "Apologies. My vehicle broke down midway, and I had to borrow an electric bike to make it here." Breathing heavily, he observed the unexpected presence of another person. Satoru Gojo cheerfully raised his hand in greeting. "Hey, I'm here to audit." Supervisor Mori said nothing, turning to Suguru Geto. "Perfect timing. I can use today's experience to create a question," he stated in Chinese. "I almost fell while riding my bike, but fortunately, I managed to grab hold." Analyze what the 4 instances of grab mean. Suguru Geto thought to himself. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee the classroom. Satoru Gojo propped his head on his hand and opened Suguru Geto's book. Surprisingly, he could comprehend most of the mixed guesses. The relationship between Japanese and Chinese is perhaps akin to a son resembling his father? Listening to Supervisor Mori's fluent Chinese, Suguru Geto felt a twinge of envy. Last time, Tsukihanjin had remarked that Supervisor Mori's Chinese was particularly authentic, unlike his own, which bore a hint of a grandiose flair. Ha. Supervisor Mori conspiratorially winked. "Just find yourself a Chinese girlfriend. My girlfriend also pursued a relationship with me to learn Japanese, which is a form of mutual assistance." Satoru Gojo tilted his head slightly, a teasing tone in his voice. "You're not a single dog. Geto always talks about wanting to become a son-in-law in China. Help him with that." Suguru Geto responded with a look of bewilderment. "When did I ever say I wanted to be a son-in-law in China? Don't spread falsehoods here. Wanting to be a son-in-law in China? Quite a splendid idea." Supervisor Mori nodded emphatically. Chinese girls value independence and strength, striving diligently for their own goals. And they can appreciate other women. With the window ajar, a breeze swept in. Perhaps it's due to their vibrant vitality. Being with such girls surely fills life with surprises and joy. Satoru Gojo had been teasing Suguru Geto, but, as he listened, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, and he felt a wave of emotion wash over him, the backdrop blooming with cheerful little red flowers. Suguru Geto softly mused. Vibrancy is a tremendous charm of personality. It is easy to find joy and contentment, often harboring gratitude, focusing more time and attention on oneself. Every day, one is curious about the world, filled with vigor, maintaining a freshness towards all things. While it may sometimes appear a bit eccentric, it is a constant desire to try new experiences that invariably brings forth unexpected and delightful stories. This, perhaps, is the unique charm manifested by a vigorous vitality. Unchanging days are akin to a stagnant pool, so tranquil that it suffocates. That person can revive you. Delicate raindrops wove a somber canopy, as Kong Shiyu wielded a black umbrella, appearing solitary amidst the vibrant streets of Tokyo. For an information dealer, rainy days serve as the perfect disguise. The sound of rain effectively muffles conversations and footsteps, dulling people's attentiveness while washing away traces of passage. Raindrops slid down the edge of the umbrella, splattering against the waterlogged ground, creating tiny fountains. Soon, a hurried figure approached, footsteps brisk and urgent. Amidst the blurred and hasty curtain of rain, the figure remained somewhat indistinct, making it difficult to discern their visage and expression. As the person drew near, Kong Shiyu slightly raised her head. Beneath the umbrella, their gazes met. The sound of rain beat against the umbrella's surface like a drum, concealing their dialogue. Roppongi Shiro 3. The words, drowned by the rain, yet resonated clearly in Kong Shiyu's ears. Upon returning home, she grasped the umbrella handle, deftly retracting it, as rainwater cascaded down the surface and pooled in the entrance. It was an excellent day for trading information, yet she despised the rain. Clutching her phone, she extracted a cigarette from the pack, biting it between her lips before lighting it. Hello? Tsukuhanjin. It's me. On the other end, Tsukuhanjin's voice sounded somewhat distorted. I've already uncovered the information. The elder of the Kumo family has left and is now residing at Roppongi Shiro 3. Smoke billowed slowly from her lips. A friendly reminder. That place is a gathering spot for the upper echelons of the supervisory department. If you intend to engage in nefarious deeds, be sure not to get caught. Understood. The remainder of the payment will be transferred to your account. Chapter 39. The Merchant. Raindrops cascaded in the night, striking the windows with urgency and intensity. Tsukuhanjin set down her phone, letting her long hair fall freely, a simple hairpin adorning her left ear. In the dimness, only the television screen illuminated, casting half-light on her face. The Neon Television News Network, NNN, has recently been following reports on the abuse and coercion of elderly residents at a particular nursing home. It is reported that the residents of this nursing home have long endured both physical and psychological torment. In response to this incident, the renowned lawyer known as the Queen of the Legal World, Lawyer Kairi, has stepped forward. She stated her commitment to fiercely advocate for the legal rights of these elderly individuals, ensuring that the perpetrators face appropriate punishment. Relevant authorities have already initiated an investigation, and Lawyer K is actively gathering evidence, preparing to address this issue through legal channels. We will continue to monitor the situation closely. Why entrust Kong Shiyu with investigating the elder of the Kumo family? Because his hiring of curse users to assassinate her seemed peculiar, with utterly insufficient motive. If we speak of enmity, it was Satoru Gojo who exposed the nursing home incident. The inept handling by his subordinates left much to be desired. Far more deserving of resentment than she. If we consider the notion of picking on the weak, as an ordinary person, did not Kairi present an easier target? At present, Lawyer K was tenaciously pursuing this case. She boasted a 100 success rate as a Gold Star lawyer. Eliminating her would not only postpone the trial, but also signal to others. This case is a veritable hot potato, a convoluted dilemma that only the fearless would dare to take on. Meanwhile, in the teacher's dormitory, the Fushiguro family is engrossed in the news. Yuko is filled with indignation. This caregiver had previously coerced a 65-year-old man 5 years ago, and later forced an 83-year-old deaf-mute woman. Astonishingly, the nursing home claims that his past offenses were recorded solely on paper, hence they could not find any information online. In the kitchen, the tall and robust Fushiguro Shinjuro dons a pink floral apron, skillfully wielding a spatula. With a casual demeanor, he listens half-heartedly to the news, his face betraying an inscrutable expression. The recent uproar surrounding the Kumo nursing home has further tarnished the already precarious reputation of the Kumo family. To understand the Kumo family's infamy, one must mention Kumo Noritoshi, an ancestor known for conducting experiments deemed taboo by the sorcery community, merging humans with cursed spirits to create the cursed womb, Shinjuku. This act was a flagrant violation of ethical standards. leading to the Kamo family being forever branded as the most disgraceful among the 3 prominent families in the sorcery world. 4. Fushiguro Shinjuro. Distinguishing between the Zenin family and the Kamo family is akin to choosing between chocolate-flavored excrement and excrement-flavored chocolate, a truly perplexing dilemma. At that moment, a knock resounds at the door. Fushiguro Megumi, who is busy stacking blocks with a small mechanical doll, pauses. Who is it? The knocker continues, thumping insistently. Megumi scoops up the little mechanical doll and, with great effort, reaches for the doorknob. Upon opening the door, a gust of humid wind rushes in, accompanied by the persistent patter of rain. Satoru Gojo, tall and imposing, blocks much of the doorway. Megumi, what kind of Fushiguro Shinjuro glare is that? You hardly seem to welcome me. Megumi, with an expression devoid of warmth, replies, Sorry, I didn't mean for you to notice. Gojo's lips curl into a mischievous grin as he raises his voice deliberately, ensuring he can be heard from 10 meters away. Megumi, that's quite rude. If you keep learning from your father, you might just grow up to be an insufferable adult. Insufferable adult? Are you talking about yourself? It's a rare occasion to see Gojo rendered speechless, prompting Suguru Geto to chuckle softly as he puts away his umbrella. Fushiguro Shinjuro, his expression darkening, emerges from the kitchen wielding a spatula, exuding an aura of suppressed violence. Did you two come at mealtime? Gojo feigns surprise, though the smirk on his lips reveals his delight. Oh my, is it Fushiguro-sensei cooking today? He strides into the living room, casually slipping on slippers. I wonder if I'll get to taste a meal prepared by Fushiguro-sensei. If you don't, then get lost. Shinjuro. Yuko shoots a reproachful glance at her impolite husband, quickly adopting a beaming smile as she turns to Gojo and Geto. Please come in. Stay for dinner. Yay, thank you, sensei. Gojo exclaims, stretching out his long legs and pulling out a chair to sit. I love sweet dishes, and Suguru doesn't eat spicy food. So Shinjuro-sensei, you decide. Shinjuro's mouth twitches slightly. You think this is a restaurant? Fine, I'll cook for you. But you have to promise to finish every last bite, even if you cry. Gojo and Geto exchange glances, a sudden desire to flee washing over them. Megumi rummages in his pocket and scampers over to Gojo, offering a chocolate. He extends his hand, revealing a round piece of chocolate. Gojo, touched, scoops Megumi into a tight embrace, ruffling his hair affectionately. Let me go? I don't like sweets. Megumi struggles against Gojo's suffocating hug and darts back to his pile of blocks. Gojo laughs as he unwraps the chocolate. What are you playing with, Megumi? Without looking up, Megumi continues to arrange his blocks. Building with my brother Yuki. How fun. Suguru, let us join Megumi in playing. Suguru pushes away the head that leans in toward him with a finger. Not necessary. Oh, you really lack a sense of childhood wonder. Suguru, at our age, playing with a 2-year-old like Megumi is rather unsettling. Shortly thereafter, Shinjuro emerges from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. He stands by the refrigerator, casually asking, What would you like to drink? Upon hearing this, Gojo eagerly raises his hand. I want rum and cola, but without the rum. ISNT that just plain cola. After exclaiming, he turns to Suguru. What will you have? Sparkling water. We're not of drinking age yet. Get lost, you two can sit at the kids' table. The little one, Megumi, climbs onto his designated chair and thoughtfully places 2 batteries in front of his mechanical doll. With Yuki, what can he do? He can only silently endure. The warm yellow light bathes the dining room, as everyone gathers around the table, steam rising from the freshly prepared dishes. Let us eat. They all exclaim in unison, hands clasped together. Fushiguro Shinjuro is an unabashed carnivore. In his eyes, Suguru has only consumed 2 plates of grass. He places a chicken leg in his son's bowl, frowning. With your daily activity level, is this all you're eating? Suguru sets down his rice bowl, smiling as he explains. I've been working out lately. He covertly glances at Shinjuro's well-defined chest. How did Fushiguro-sensei achieve such a physique? Shinjuro, chewing on meat, replies indistinctly. I've never worked out, it just happened naturally. That physique is quite exaggerated. Your clothes must be ready to burst. Gojo deliberately lowers his sunglasses, revealing captivating blue eyes, and provocatively stares at Shinjuro. This kind of body is what girls truly adore. He is like a succubus. Even the spy rabbit has hopelessly fallen for him, despite being from the enemy camp. Ah, that damned, untamed charm of his. Shinjuro lets out a short, derisive laugh. Ha, skinny pup, I'm far more capable than you. Gojo rarely appears flustered. Speaking of capability, that's not a double entendre, is it? I can't believe you're making lewd jokes in front of kids. I possess a top-tier male model physique certified by the rabbit, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. What do you know? Shinjuro, unfazed, drains the contents of his glass, his green eyes softening under the light. Why should I care? As long as my wife understands, that's all that matters. She loves my physique. Suguru's gaze flits between the sticky Fushiguro couple and the fantasizing Gojo, who is surrounded by flowers. He feels as if his very existence might be a mistake. For the first time, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of Shizuku, as conversations between single men are typically more engaging. After dinner, Yuko, sensing the need for conversation, volunteers to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Fushiguro Shinjuro leans back on the sofa, comfortably squinting his eyes. Despite having consumed several glasses of alcohol, he remains composed. His eyes bright and clear, clearly possessing remarkable tolerance. Now that we've eaten, what brings you two here? Suguru retrieves a bank card from his pocket, resting both hands on his knees, sitting upright and proper. Within this sum lies 500 million yen. Upon receiving the proffered bank card, Fushiguro Megumi instinctively accepted it, devoid of any psychological burden, even before his mind could process the action. The moment he grasped the card, Suguru Geto promptly declared, "I wish to purchase Yuyun." Immediately, the freshly acquired bank card was thrust back into Geto's possession by Fushiguro. He crossed one leg over the other, leaning back with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery, and commenced to raise the stakes. Yuyun now demands 10 billion. Your 500 million is utterly insufficient. Geto nearly spat out the sparkling water he had in his mouth, exclaiming, "Are you raising the price from half a Fushiguro to a full one? You scoundrel!" Surely. He felt extorted. A perfect pie chart of emotions manifested on Geto's face. A third was composed of cool indifference, another third of speechlessness, and the remaining 4 parts of gloom. Fushiguro leaned back, his demeanor casual yet inquisitive. "Why do you appear a third cool, a third speechless, and 4 parts glum?" Geto retorted, "Are you a protractor?" Taking a deep breath, he radiated an innocent foolishness unique to students. "I am merely a student. Could you perhaps gift it to me?" This question was rather too direct, and Fushiguro candidly replied, "How about I toss in an extra 200 for your living expenses? Would that suffice?" With a sardonic smile, he added, "Only for students of Todai." Geto tilted his head with a gentle smile. "Then why did Senior Songji, Hayuki, purchase it at market price? You old rascal. You possess 2 faces." Fushiguro felt no qualms about the matter. He dragged out his words, lazily gazing at Geto. "The final say rests with me. I shall sell it however I please." The songstress is the most respected student at the high school. Due to the carefree nature of Yuko, who had only recently ventured into the world of sorcery, she had once harbored concerns regarding Fushiguro's teaching abilities. It was Songji who often defended Fushiguro in her presence, providing Yuko with considerable reassurance. In contrast, when it came to Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, it's a miracle they don't score him a 0 during the end-of-term evaluations. Furthermore, Hayuki is an archery weapon, which Fushiguro, who prefers close combat, had never used after purchasing it. Selling it would be a relief. Satoru Gojo shifted into a more comfortable position, his tone laced with indifference. "Well then, how much for Tenkai no Kubo? Are you willing to sell?" The usually stoic individual displayed a hint of a smile, boldly stating an exorbitant price. 20 billion, not a single yen less. Faced with the price of 2 Fushiguro, Gojo exhibited no hesitation, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Deal. Just send me your card number." Geto, finally comprehending why some harbor animosity towards the affluent, mused, "Is this the disparity of the world?" He squinted, casting a scornful gaze at Gojo, who retorted, "Geto, your eyes are too small. They lack any intimidation even when narrowed." Geto's fists clenched. Seeing Gojo's enthusiastic agreement, Fushiguro clicked his tongue, his expression sour. "That's less than what it's worth." Yuko's head popped out from the kitchen, her expression shifting to one of bemusement. "What are you all discussing? 20 billion? Fushiguro feigned a dramatic sigh. "It's about that kitchen knife. Gojo wants to buy it for 20 billion. What a spendthrift. Unlike me, I wouldn't squander money so recklessly." Gojo interjected, "A kitchen knife? You're using Tenkai no Kubo to chop vegetables? Do you have any idea how many lives it has severed? And have you ever won a bet on horse racing? You are just as much a spendthrift." Chapter 40, Purple Tower Number 3. Due to Natsuki being on a business trip to Yokohama these past few days, the long axe class with Tsukihanabara was temporarily suspended. Each day, she ventured out to execute tasks, attend classes, and run laps, returning to Satoru Gojo's dormitory to indulge in gaming. His dorm had recently acquired 2 comfy beanbag chairs, and nestled within, Gojo resembled an oversized, beautiful feline, followed by familiar feline expressions. "Wow, little rabbit, you're amazing. You've already reached this level." Having recently purchased an array of gaming consoles, Tsukihanabara spent an increasing amount of time in his dorm. What a decline, Tsukihanabara. How can you afford to be so decadent? Yet, she felt an immense joy. She had completed several challenging games that made players exclaim daddy, and even maxed out the favorability in the Gal game that Gojo had abandoned. Holding a French fry, Tsukihanabara spoke with a nonchalant air of a transcendent being. "I may not have talents elsewhere, but I excel at gaming." Gojo, cupping his face with both hands, adopted a playful tone reminiscent of an adorable JK girl. Impressive, impressive. Let me see what the grand finale entails. He was exceedingly curious about what kind of transformation the eccentric female protagonist would undergo. It features the familiar little blackroom plot twist. The female lead locks the male lead forever in the basement, leaving him with only her in his world. Listening to the somewhat risque dialogue, Gojo's face visibly flushed a deep crimson, awkwardly lifting a book to shield his face. This is troublesome. When watching such content with Geto, he felt no ripple of emotion. But with Tsukahanaabara, the embarrassment was palpable, to the point of wanting to study. As the male and female leads began to kiss, they separated, breathless, making it akin to listening to some peculiar audio. Gojo buried his head in the book. Wow, this book is truly something. Tsukahanaabara accepted the ending quite well, tilting her head in confusion as she regarded Gojo. At that moment, Gojo's expression mirrored that of someone who had just seen a ghost, as if someone had stepped on his tail, nearly causing him to leap into the air. Why did you suddenly start reading picture books for young children? In Chinese, no less. Gojo awkwardly cleared his throat, hastily averting her gaze. I love Huagua. I'm currently striving to learn Chinese. Tsukahanaabara gave him a thumbs up, impressive. After yet another day of gaming, Tsukahanaabara solemnly set down her console. I can no longer afford to be so decadent. I still need to clarify matters regarding the Purple Tower. The Purple Tower? Gojo, with a piece of bread in his mouth, asked. Why do you inquire about the Purple Tower? Tsukahanaabara's eyes darted. Surely there are members of the Gojo clan among the higher-ups, right? Do they reside in the Purple Tower? Certainly not. The three prominent families hold their main branches in high regard, and those of some status prefer to reside within their own family estates. The Purple Tower is home to smaller clans, each forming their own circles. Tsukahanaabara awkwardly said, I see. I commissioned Mr. Kong Shiyu to investigate, and he found that the elder of the Kumo family currently resides in Purple Tower number 3. However, that's about all I could uncover. Any deeper information remains elusive. A barrier surrounds the vicinity of the Purple Tower, preventing the ominous crows from approaching. Even the informants known by Kong Shiyu dare not speak further. Tsukahanaabara contemplated two methods of investigation. One was to ask Fushiguro, who possesses zero curse power and could traverse the barrier without hindrance. The other was to directly inquire with those residing in the Purple Tower. Number 3 holds a significant position. This is unusual. Gojo's usually carefree demeanor grew serious. He snapped his fingers, as if struck by a brilliant idea. Why don't you try asking Natsuki? Tsukahanaabara's tone was filled with unexpected bewilderment. Natsuki? Yes. Natsuki lived in the Purple Tower before moving to the high school. Isn't the Purple Tower a residence for the upper echelons? She had always believed that only the senior leaders of the supervisory department or important figures would reside in the Purple Tower. Satoru Gojo rested his chin on one hand. Contemplating, aside from the higher-ups, there are also some invaluable individuals who require protection, and they have been assigned there as well. This so-called protection is, in essence, a form of veiled house arrest. Tsukahanabi Rabbit opened her phone, struggling to locate Shoko. Wait a moment. Why are there 4 identical avatars appearing in her friend list? To her astonishment, the icon of money comes from all directions, belonging to Sister May, seemed to have replicated itself. She could comprehend why the songstress and Suguru Geto had adopted this avatar. One boasted a staggering 400 million in metrics, and the other had 500 million, which later surged to 1 billion. But why had Shoko suddenly switched to this avatar as well? Tsukahanabi Rabbit, in an uncharacteristically earnest tone, inquired, Shoko, why did you suddenly adopt Sister May's iconic avatar? Vacationing in Yokohama, came Shoko's reply. I've been playing with marbles these past few days, hoping for some luck. After a minute of hesitation, Tsukahanabi Rabbit timidly typed. Isn't it illegal for minors to be engaged in that kind of activity? Scratch his head. Shoko swayed her glass of amber liquid at the bar, the ice within slowly melting and creating a delicate clinking sound. The air was infused with a faint aroma of alcohol and languid jazz music. Lightly tapping the screen, she lowered her gaze with a gentle smile. I'm in Yokohama. A statement so compelling that it left no room for rebuttal. Yokohama, a city of alluring crime, where the police hold less sway than the mafia. In this place, no illicit act seems to bear consequence. Finding the typing too slow, Shoko opted to call instead. The window had detected the residual curse energy from a first-level hypothetical curse spirit, the Angel of Death, and it would not be long before a mission was dispatched. She took a measured sip of her drink, the liquid cascading down her throat, tinged with a hint of spiciness and richness. You can start packing. Yokohama is truly exhilarating. The bartender, polishing a glass, glanced up and offered her a faint smile upon hearing this. Tsukahanabi Rabbit switched to speaker mode. Have you completed your work? Shoko demonstrated how the reversal technique could not regenerate fingers, causing a glum expression on his face as he sought out Akiko Yasano from the armed detective agency. Yasano's unique ability could only revive those on the brink of death, and watching her enter the examination room with a chainsaw left Tsukahanabi Rabbit in shock. However, as long as she could activate her ability, even if one's head were severed, regeneration was possible. At this juncture, Shoko took another sip of her drink, raising an eyebrow with a light-hearted tone. I was contemplating a collaboration with the school doctor at Jujutsu High. There are numerous disabled sorcerers in the jujutsu community who could benefit from a second chance at life. Akiko was quite the drinker as well. They had arranged to meet at the bar, and if Shoko could manage to outdrink her, she would agree to collaborate. Her beautiful brown eyes sparkled with determination. She is bound to lose. Tsukahanabi Rabbit, reluctant to remind her that underage drinking was also against the law, listened to their lengthy discussion about Satoru Gojo and couldn't help but interject. You've strayed from the topic. We need to inquire about the Purple Tower. The Purple Tower. Hearing Satoru's voice, Shoko paused, her eyelashes gently lowering. What do you want to ask about the Purple Tower? The elder of the Kumo family, who hired a curse user to kill me, has taken residence in Purple Tower number 3. Shoko exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise. Number 3? Are you certain it's number 3? Isn't the owner of that villa a woman? Upon hearing her words, Tsukahanabi Rabbit and Satoru exchanged glances. Do you know Purple Tower? No. 3. Not well, just seen her a few times. I remember vividly because she has a rather conspicuous stitch line on her forehead, resembling an unsightly centipede resting upon it. Tsukahanabi Rabbit's expression momentarily shifted to one of blankness, a chill running down her spine, her hair nearly standing on end. Oh my, the brain flower. The case is solved. It turns out the wicked individual aiming to harm me is you. During that time, she had been perusing medical texts and found the horizontal incision on the forehead quite peculiar. If the location of the lesion permitted, doctors would prefer minimally invasive or concealed incisions. Typically, forehead surgeries are performed with a coronal incision along the hairline, allowing hair to cover the scar post-operation, while temporal surgeries often employ incisions in front of or behind the ear. Shoko lightly tapped her chin with her index finger, her brows furrowing as if she were Conan delving into a convoluted case, her tone serious and earnest. What sort of surgery do you think she underwent to have that stitch line on her forehead? Tsukahanabi Rabbit and Satoru echoed. You're asking us? Satoru scratched the corner of his forehead with his thumb, reclining with his legs crossed. Shoko, why are you so chatty today? Have you been drinking? Shoko touched her rosy cheeks. Really? Just an illusion, just an illusion. This little bit of alcohol isn't enough to get me tipsy. Once the call ended, Shoko found herself alone at the bar, inexplicably feeling a knot in her chest, lacking motivation, and began to wallow in her thoughts. Life is short, fill it up. Yes, fill it up. The window's speed surpassed even Shoko's words. As night fell, Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto, and Tsukahanabi Rabbit's phones received simultaneous mission notifications from the headquarters. They were to proceed to Yokohama to engage with the first-level hypothetical curse spirit, the Angel of Death. Notably, this mission specifically designated Suguru Geto for the task. The reason for including Tsukahanabi Rabbit in the formidable DK duo stemmed from the headquarters receiving intel that not only the 3 great families would send representatives to Yokohama, but several curse user groups were also beginning to stir, preparing to venture there. The rarity of such a healing curse spirit is beyond measure. Although she might seize the most treasured possessions from people, this does little to dampen the fervor of those yearning to acquire her. The night enveloped the landscape like a heavy, black silk curtain, wrapping the winding mountain paths snugly. The atmosphere at Jujutsu High grew even more tranquil, with only the howling wind breaking the silence. Suddenly, the clattering of suitcase wheels rolling over stones shattered the stillness of the night. Satoru Gojo raised his arm with exuberance, resembling a runaway dog. Yay, we're off to Yokohama for a vacation. The evening breeze was fierce, swirling the fallen leaves into a wild dance. The DK trio still donned their light uniforms, while Tsukahanabi Rabbit had opted for a jacket. She too exclaimed with excitement, I'm going to Yokohama to collect stamps. Here I come, Mr. Randu. Satoru Gojo restrained her by the nape of her neck. Don't call him Seme. Suguru Geto dragged his suitcase with one hand while the other rested in his pocket, his black bangs cascading to one side, wearing an expression of exasperation. We're on a mission. Can you all at least exhibit some sense of urgency? Why does this feel like a school trip? Satoru waved his hand dismissively. There's nothing to be anxious about. When we encounter that cursed spirit, I'll just toss you in, while she is distracted by taking your precious belongings. Rabbit and I will make our grand entrance. He proudly tilted his chin towards Suguru. What do you think? Isn't it a flawless plan? Hey, you big-eyed one. I'm the one putting in the effort here, yet you steal all the glory? Suguru felt a surge of frustration, his smile nearly faltering. Why can't you be the bait? Satoru crossed his arms, forming ins with his hands, and earnestly explained, because your precious belongings are, comparatively speaking, less significant. Sugiru's gaze turned lifeless, his soul questioning. Do you even know what my precious belongings are? Is this for real? His tone was laced with palpable skepticism. Satoru Gojo raised an eyebrow, his face adorned with an expression that seemed to perceive everything. So, what do you say? Dare to place a bet with me? This expression inexplicably irked Suguru Geto, igniting a moment of impulsiveness within him. Let us wager then, if you lose. You'll give me the limited edition Mario 20th anniversary console. How despicable, to covet my cherished limited edition console. Your greedy little eyes betray your long-held desire for my Mario. Gojo snorted. But if you lose, you must recharge for me at Claire's. I wish to ascend to their supreme VIP status. 6 macarons at Claire's cost 3,000 yen. I wonder how much one must spend to attain supreme VIP status. Suki Hanabi adjusted her coat. Do you all gamble to such an extent? I'll just participate for fun. I bet a bag of spicy snacks that the Angel of Death will snatch away Sugiru's bangs. With this declaration, the animosity reached its peak. Gojo burst into laughter. Huh? Little rabbit, you think just like I do. The bangs are indeed the essence of Suguru. Veins throbbed on Sugiru's forehead as he clenched his fists. Actually, I have some proficiency in martial arts. Care to test your luck? Chapter 41, Intoxicated. In the early hours, the group finally arrived at the hotel, where the assistant supervisor advised them to rest first. After dropping off their luggage, they gathered in Shoko's room. Upon seeing Tsuki Hanabi, Shoko raised her arms, ready to envelop her in a grand embrace. However, Gojo swiftly scooped Tsuki Hanabi up, much like one would lift a cat by its scruff, and leaped away. He covered his nose, his elegant brows knitted. What an awful stench, Shoko. How can you smell like this? Haven't you bathed? Shoko glanced down. Sniffing herself, do I smell? Although I did drink a bit too much today, I took a shower right after returning from the bar. Suguru, with a charming and enticing smile, subtly remarked, just as smokers are oblivious to the scent of smoke. Those who drink excessively likely cannot detect the aroma of alcohol clinging to them. Shoko, who indulged in both smoking and drinking, retorted, what is wrong with a girl smoking a little and having a drink? I'm not trying to reach for the stars. Tsuki Hanabi observed Shoko, who appeared particularly radiant today. Despite her long hours of work, which usually left her with an indelible scent of labor, she seemed remarkably invigorated, proving even the strongest beasts require a holiday. Did you win in drinking? Shoko stood tall with pride. Of course. I have yet to encounter anyone who can outdrink me. After 15 rounds, she was the one who conceded. Gojo felt his head growing increasingly heavy. Instinctively, he sought support, resting his head against Tsuki Hanabi's neck. She stiffened momentarily, sensing his tall frame inching closer. She could even feel his warm breath brushing against her ear. She dared not move. It was too ambiguous. She didn't want her maternal instincts to become distorted. Suguru gazed at Gojo, whose face was flushed, a nagging premonition stirring within him. Well, that is troubling. His ominous foreboding became a reality. You're already drunk just from the scent of alcohol on Shoko? Suguru knew Gojo was unable to handle alcohol. Yet he was taken aback by Gojo's sensitivity to its aroma. As Gojo slumped against Tsuki Hanabi like a heap of discarded clay, Suguru hurriedly reached out, attempting to lift his unconscious friend from her side. Go, you need to wake up. This is Shoko's room, and your room is not here. Gojo shrugged him off, gripping Tsuki Hanabi as if attempting to return to his own room. Yet, he couldn't maintain a straight line. His mouth pouted, and he squatted on the floor, unwilling to move while still clutching Tsuki Hanabi. I can't move. My head hurts, little rabbit. At some point, Gojo had removed his round sunglasses. He rubbed his temples, his ocean blue eyes fixed intently on Tsuki Hanabi, devoid of any visual obstruction. Unbeknownst to him, he was imagining an adorable kitten playing coy. Who could resist such a charming assault? She couldn't help but use a soothing tone, as if coaxing a child. Gojo, you can do it. Stand up so we can go back. No, I don't want to leave. I want to sleep here. Little rabbit, will you sleep with me? The three sober individuals exchanged glances. Is this considered lewd behavior? When no one responded, Gojo's eyelids drooped, and his body tilted backward, causing Tsuki Hanabi to frantically catch him. Shoko opened a window for ventilation. She couldn't bear the thought of Gojo, the treasure of the Gojo family, suffocating in her room. Selling her wouldn't begin to cover the damages. Suguru stepped forward, preparing to carry Gojo away. The moment Gojo noticed Suguru approaching, he abruptly opened his eyes, one hand clinging to Tsuki Hanabi while the other. Go. What are you pointing at? Some. Didn't we promise to cherish our profound friendship? You must cherish me. Gojo shot him a cold glance, his expression devoid of warmth. Leave me. I want the little rabbit. Suguru no longer wished to converse with the inebriated fool. And you dare claim to have a crush on him? Humph. Gojo, your repugnant behavior makes me feel estranged. He quickly composed his distorted expression, smiling at Tsuki Hanabi. The scent of alcohol permeated Shoko's room. Gojo could not remain there. Tsuki Hanabi, What are you looking at me for? Do you expect this delicate damsel to carry him back to his room? Suguru was far from being so reckless. His thoughts were clear. Shoko, could you call the front desk to see if they have an air purifier? I'll go fetch some hangover remedy and honey water. He specifically instructed Tsukahanabi. You must keep a close watch on him. Last time, he accidentally consumed alcohol-infused chocolates and blew up the dormitory. Tsukahanabi, doesn't tea that make me quite dangerous? Yet, she soon realized Gojo was still clinging to her, his limitless desires enveloping her. A chilling sensation surrounded Tsukahanabi, as if she carried a 24-hour air conditioner with her. Gojo, your ideal companion for summer travels. Suguru picked up his wallet, preparing to leave. I'm off now. Take care of yourselves. Suguru, you truly are a good person. Tsukahanabi was the first to issue a good person card. Shoko quickly followed suit, giving a thumbs up. Suguru, you're on a motherly level. Gojo joined in, forcing a polite smile. Thank you. Suguru stumbled slightly. Once he departed, Tsukahanabi remembered something and retrieved a sheet of paper from the drawer, addressing the obstructive Gojo. I need to write with my right hand. Switch to your other hand. Gojo obediently released her right hand, then grasped her left. Tsukahanabi swiftly moved her pen, writing rapidly. Upon finishing, she lifted Gojo's paw. All right, let us sign here. Gojo's expression froze, blinking vacantly at the air, taking a second to finally glance at the paper, his paw retracting. Be good. Tsukahanabi glared fiercely, her eyes attempting to convey as much ferocity as she could muster. Gojo lowered his gaze, his pure white lashes long and thick, obediently allowing her to press his paw onto the paper. Shoko leaned in. Did you take advantage of Gojo's intoxication to make him sign some unequal contract? Upon reading the contents of the paper, her expression turned peculiar. Gojo has agreed to a life-and-death duel with Tsukahanabi? Indeed, he always refuses. So I had no choice but to resort to coercive measures. Natsuki furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, but why do you insist on fighting him? Initially, it was because she possessed the ultimate technique of Taiyi Zhenren, and she thought it would be worthwhile to experience whether the brink of death could lead to an understanding of the reversal technique. Later, it became a means to vent the pent-up frustrations within her. However, at this moment, her emotions had been adequately regulated. Yet, her inner turmoil resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike unexpectedly. Thus, mastering the reversal technique seemed to provide a sense of security, provided she could manage to incapacitate Satoru Gojo. Don't say I didn't warn you. Gojo has always been reckless in combat. If you're looking to hone your battle skills, you might want to seek out Suguru. He would be more accommodating. Before Tsukahanabi could formulate a response, Satoru, unable to contain his restlessness, mewed to draw attention to himself. Oh dear, I'm so sleepy. I think I shall retire. Tsukahanabi, exasperated, raised her hand and tousled his silky white hair into a disheveled mess, leading him towards the sofa. I want to sleep in a bed. Natsuki covered her face. I didn't call for room service today, so the bed hasn't been made yet. If it's your bed, then I'll take the sofa, Satoru replied with a click of his tongue, collapsing onto the sofa like a cat that had just encountered a box, completely still. What else with that tone? I certainly don't wish for you to sleep in my bed, Tsukahanabi retorted. She walked over to the cabinet, grabbed a blanket, and tossed it onto the sofa. This one isn't used, it's clean. The blanket, falling from above, nearly smothered Satoru, who struggled momentarily before popping his head out, joyously rolling about. Little bunny, come sleep with me. The sofa is quite spacious. Natsuki chewed her gum, her forehead twitching. Enough already, Gojo. Be careful, or I'll inform Teacher Yaga that you are harassing your classmates. Downstairs in the hotel, Suguru Geto, carrying shopping bags, encountered the assistant supervisor in the elevator. Geto, I was just about to message you. It's time for us to depart. A hint of embarrassment crept on Suguru's face. Gojo accidentally got himself drunk. Given the strong scent of alcohol emanating from Natsuki, he decided to spare his dear friend some dignity. The assistant supervisor, clearly familiar with the chaos that ensued when Gojo was inebriated, couldn't suppress a peculiar look. Then, what shall we do? Suguru shook the bag in his hand. I plan to give him some hangover remedy and see if it helps. If not, I'll stick with Tsukahanabi. Remembering the scene of Gojo clinging tightly to Tsukahanabi, Suguru rubbed his forehead in distress. Forget it. I'll just take on the mission with Natsuki. Upon returning to the room, Suguru stared in bewilderment at Satoru, who stood by the window with arms outstretched as if in a grand display. What on earth is he doing? Why is he posing like that? He looks utterly foolish. Natsuki, observing with amusement, did not hesitate to record a video. Can't you tell? It's Jack and Rose. Please don't film me, Natsuki. Don't force me to kneel and beg you. The window was wide open, and the fierce wind swept in, tugging at Satoru's hair, which danced wildly across his forehead. The high school uniform billowed as he resembled a bird poised for flight, reciting words under his breath. Jackrabbit, You jump, I jump. Sukahanato, resigned, wrapped her arms around his waist. Jump, jump, all the jumping. This place is too low. Are you satisfied with your jump? Satoru pondered. Not quite. Let us find a higher place to leap together. The concept of a dramatic leap took root. And Satoru mused about having a deeper conversation with Daishintai. Suguru approached with a steaming bowl of remedy, his demeanor overly solicitous. Drink up, my boy. No, I mean. Satoru, have some hangover soup. No. Satoru scooped up Sukahanato in a princess carry, hands clasped, ready to activate his technique. Geto wants to harm me. Let us elope, rabbit. Before he could finish his sentence, he instantly transported them away. They vanished. Suguru exclaimed in disarray amid the chilly wind. This is disastrous. Yokohama is going to explode. This was Tsukihanato's first experience of Satoru's swift transportation, and it left her somewhat dizzy. It might have only been a second or two, but in that rapidly compressed space, time seemed to lose its usual essence. When Tsukihanato felt the cool night breeze caress her skin once more, she discovered they stood atop a skyscraper's rooftop. This building was the headquarters of the port mafia, looming like a colossal black beast, piercing the clouds and surveying the entirety of Yokohama. It also stood as the tallest structure in the city, allowing Tsukihanato to capture the breathtaking view of the entire urban landscape. The bustling streets below glimmered with lights, the taillights of vehicles coalescing into flowing rivers of light, winding through the night. They were enveloped in the city's clamor, yet remained untouched by its chaos. The moon is particularly beautiful tonight, Satoru remarked from behind her, tugging on the hood of her jacket playfully, as if to tease her. His cerulean eyes shimmered softly, reflecting nothing but her own image. I've visited once before. The stars in Yokohama are even more splendid than those in Tokyo. At his words, Sukihanato felt her heart leap within her chest, her fingers involuntarily spasming, as if scalded by something. On the rooftop, the wind howled, the sharp evening breeze tousling their hair with wild abandon. The moon is indeed beautiful tonight. A subtle expression of affection, reminiscent of the words of the illustrious writer Natsume Soseki. Chapter 42, A Love Across Dimensions. Satoru's words seemed to point towards something elusive, an implication Tsukihanato had never anticipated. Was he being deliberate? Doubts began to creep into her mind. Surely he could not be aware of the hidden meaning behind those words. But what if he did? What if he intended to convey such a sentiment? The very thought startled her. Perhaps it was odd for Satoru to express such things deliberately. Nonetheless, an unusual tumult stirred within her, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Embarrassed by her own reaction, she quietly attributed it to the cold wind. Noticing her gaze upon him, Satoru tilted his head. Why not look up? It's truly beautiful. His voice reached her ears, laced with a hint of laughter. Bathed in the starlight, Satoru's features appeared remarkably gentle, his frosty lashes delicate and soft, like tiny fans. Sukihanato instinctively lifted her gaze towards the night sky above. As darkness enveloped the world, countless stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, resembling silver sands sprinkled across the cosmos, emitting a gentle glow in the profound night. In this moment, it felt as if the entire universe consisted solely of them and the vast expanse of stars above. Satoru, like an overly curious cat, suddenly inquired, "Little bunny, when does your undercover mission conclude?" The evolution into an undercover operative left Sukihanato momentarily speechless. All right then, if it's an undercover mission, so be it. Satoru's thought process is perpetually peculiar. She gazed up at the starry sky. The wind that brushed against her was somewhat biting, prompting her to adjust her jacket. Perhaps, after completing the third semester, she mused. Presently, she had only completed a third of her rewarding tasks, yet she felt no anxiety. After a period of observation and analysis, she had finally discerned the pattern of reward increments. During her live broadcast showcasing the daily life at the high school, the rewards steadily increased. However, when she encountered characters beyond the realm of curses, their fans would compete for tips as fiercely as in a contest, resulting in a significant increase in the amount donated. Once the government approves the proposal for Panda Academy, Yumyuban Rabbit plans to spend a month exploring this unfamiliar world. She yearns to collect stamps with a diverse array of characters and to immerse herself in the unique customs and traditions of various cultures. She longs to behold with her own eyes, to touch with her own hands, and to truly stand upon lands she has never before encountered. The experience itself is the most precious treasure. She finds herself at a loss for words to describe the allure of this world, yet it resides within every sensation she experiences. She equally hopes to leave her own mark upon this world, a testament to her lived experiences, a resonance of her existence. Traces and impressions left behind. Satoru Gojo, uncertain whether he had truly awakened, remarked, "It's all right. I can frequently fly over to China to visit you." In an instant, Yumyuban Rabbit's expression shifted multiple times, as if she were momentarily at a loss for a response. All she could manage was a dry, The plane can't reach there. How could a plane possibly not reach China from Neon? Upon hearing this succinct statement, Satoru's mind buzzed, absorbing a considerable amount of information. He swallowed hard, his hand buried in his pocket, clenching silently, maintaining a jesting tone. Then I'll take a manned rocket to your home to play. Don't be ridiculous. How could Neon possibly produce a manned rocket? Yumyuban Rabbit chuckled lightly, adding, and a manned rocket wouldn't reach my home either. This time, Satoru fell into an unusually long silence. For a full 10 seconds, he didn't even blink, let alone speak. Within that protracted stillness, he felt as though he were attempting to solve a riddle that had no answer. No matter how he pondered or observed, he could never uncover the clue that would break the impasse. Yumyuban Rabbit bowed her head, her long hair cascading down to obscure her profile, rendering her expression indecipherable. The moonlight enveloped them, and though they shared the same starry sky, it felt as if an insurmountable galaxy lay between them. Suddenly, Satoru turned his head away, no longer gazing at her or the beautiful starry expanse. He slowly extended his hand to shield his eyes, silvery strands of hair slipping through his fingers, brushing against his wrist. What a shameless girl, he muttered. I've always been curious. Why do you keep calling me that? When he spoke again, his tone seemed to relax, as if he were forcing himself to appear nonchalant. Because tonight, the moonlight is enchanting, the stars are beautiful, yet you choose to say such disheartening things. Yumyuban Rabbit's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The stars here are indeed stunning, but they ultimately do not belong to my world. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if she could see another place through the starry sky. Satoru's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, yet it was far from genuine. Ah, is that so? Suguru Geto returned to his room, shadows beneath his eyes indicating fatigue. As soon as he opened the door, he was startled by Satoru Gojo, who seemed to float in like a wraith. What are you doing in my room? Do you wander around everywhere except your own room? He said irritably, taking a sip of water. Yet Satoru appeared to be oblivious, dropping an unexpected bombshell. Geto, I think I might have lost in love. Suguru nearly spat out his drink. He silently pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, looking at Satoru with skepticism. When did you ever fall in love? Satoru, looking despondent, sank into the couch as if he were melting into a puddle, his expression somewhat defeated. Yumyuban Rabbit seems unable to accept a long-distance relationship. Or should I say, an interplanetary romance. He had not anticipated that Yumyuban Rabbit was actually a stowaway from another planet. How could she have traversed such an immense distance to reach Neon? A place inaccessible even by manned rockets? Their planet's technology must be far more advanced than Earth's. No wonder she had such detailed personal information despite her limited time in Neon, including her birth details, educational background, and residence, all indicative of advanced technology. Satoru's mind raced with questions. Was Yumyuban Rabbit's entire planet populated by Chinese people? Was the entire world learning the Chinese language, the teachings of Confucius, becoming increasingly internationalized? How absurd. The warm glow of the lamp shielded them from the chill outside. The typically chatterbox Satoru now appeared detached and composed. His azure eyes grew deep, seemingly lost in thought. Suguru had seldom seen him in such a state. His gaze became subtly contemplative as he cautiously inquired, Are you talking about Yumyuban Rabbit? She doesn't like you? Satoru, pulled from his reverie by the question, murmured softly, The little rabbit certainly likes me. It's just external factors at play. Suguru snapped his fingers, feigning a moment of realization. I see. It's because her parents disapprove of Neon people, right? When Mori-sensei first started dating his girlfriend, her family opposed it too. Satoru twitched his eyebrows. The window was wide open, the cold air flooding in, but for a sorcerer, such discomfort could be easily ignored. Suguru patted his shoulder, his expression a mix of encouragement and hesitation. While I'd love to urge you to boldly pursue love, the remnants of history complicate matters. It's our fault, our ancestors' fault. It's only natural for her to be wary. It was precisely because Suguru could sense the sincerity in Yumyuban Rabbit's interactions with others that he refrained from blindly siding with Satoru. Both were friends he valued. Yet some matters were delicate and better left untouched by an outsider. After a moment of contemplation, Satoru asked, So how did Mori-sensei gain acceptance? He performs in China during holidays, claiming that once he saves enough money, he will bring his mother to immigrate to China, becoming a son-in-law who provides for the family, with the children bearing the mother's surname. He could manage that, but performing before her family crossing nations was not a daunting task for him. But traversing planets was an entirely different matter. Suguru yawned lazily, grabbing a towel, his bangs swaying with the motion. I'm going to take a shower. You should leave. What shower? Aren't we supposed to subdue the Death Angel later? Suguru smirked at him. Your dad has already subdued him. Satoru was taken aback. So soon? When? Right when you were drunk, dancing like a madman. Satoru shot him a glare, clearly displeased. Geto, liars' noses grow long, you know. I didn't dance like that. He added. I merely cosplayed a bit as Titanic and Wu Dalong, and you were the one who instigated it. Suguru hesitated for 3 seconds, suddenly realizing something. You weren't drunk? Satoru felt a chill run down his spine under Suguru's mockingly amused expression. In truth, he had regained his senses when Yumubin Rabbit had pressed his palm. Suguru tossed the towel aside, lunging at him with an expression fraught with fury, pinning him to the ground with punches and kicks. You dog, you weren't even drunk. And yet you left me to handle the cursed spirits alone just to elope with Rabbit. Do you have any idea about the Death Angel? His voice trailed off. Satoru's eyes lit up. Right. What happened to our bet? What did the Death Angel take from you? Suguru Geto choked momentarily. Rising from his position beside Satoru Gojo, his expression serene as if he were preparing for monastic life. You won fine. Are you pleased now? You heartless wretch. I shall never forgive you. Satoru Gojo erupted into laughter, his mirth resembling that of a fool. Ha! So your most treasured possession truly is your bangs, officially certified. Suguru Geto was convinced that the bond they shared was undeniably diluted, nothing more than a facade of friendship, akin to plastic. He had no desire to squander further words with this superficial companion. I shall inform Tsukahine that you were never intoxicated when you coerced her into cosplaying as Jack the Rabbit. You were merely toying with her. I was wrong, bro, Geto. Suguru Geto feigned the act of retrieving his phone, casting a pointed glance at Satoru Gojo. Hey, Tsukahine. Satoru Gojo, comprehending the unspoken message, raised his hands in surrender. All right, the Mario console is yours. Satisfied, Suguru Geto retracted his phone.